Volume 2, Chapter 53. The climate of the Accrescia Empire was desolate. It didn't rain often. I looked out the window from Gilda's repair shop. Murky rainwater was tapping against the window pane. Swaa. Occasionally, rain poured down like this. It wasn't pleasant weather. When the rain dried, dark, grimy stains remained like mold. The rain was toxic, mixed with impurities to that extent. When it rains, my prosthetics ache for no reason. Gabriel grumbled while sitting in the repair chair. It wasn't just a feeling. The rain in the capital, Akbaran, carried a lukewarm warmth. It negatively affected machines and prosthetics. Machinery and prosthetics with inadequate waterproofing would break down if exposed to rain for long periods. Indeed, after rainfall, noticeably more people visited the repair shop. Gabriel, it's been a long time since your last waterproofing, hasn't it? Wearing her work clothes, Gilda spoke as she repaired Gabriel's prosthetics. Gabriel's limbs were wide open, clearly revealing their internal components. Meeting after such a long time, Gilda welcomed me warmly as if seeing a real brother. I had almost forgotten her face as well. Right, let me recall Gilda once more. She was the woman I rescued from that gang's office. She had endured miserable months, confined by those lowlifes. Perhaps due to her bright and resilient personality, she overcame it and was now running this repair shop well. Waterproofing. My limbs are models that already have waterproof features. Do I really need to spend more money for extra waterproofing? Upon hearing that, Gilda slapped Gabriel's chest. Of course, everything has waterproofing. The issue is the grade. And no matter how carefully the manufacturer makes it, impurities get in over time. Especially when exposed to Akbaran's rain. At least once every half year, it's better to redo the waterproofing. Unless you want to get into debt later due to repair fees. But it's expensive. I've never had issues without it. It doesn't break down overnight, but if you don't maintain it properly, the function gradually deteriorates. It's natural for performance to drop with age. It's not natural. It's a matter of maintenance. With proper care, even after 10 years, it can stay good as new. Gilda slapped Gabriel's chest once more. Listening to their conversation, I took out my credit chip and tossed it onto the table. Use this to overhaul Gabriel's prosthetics. Include additional waterproofing as well. Oh my Luka, you really understand. Gilda laughed while carefully pocketing the credit chip. Even though I was her savior, she still charged me without fail. Rather than being resentful, I found her determined attitude quite pleasant. Luka, this woman just scammed you. You could have upgraded with that money instead. Quiet idiot. If you don't know better, leave it to an expert. It wasn't as if I couldn't understand Gabriel's feelings. In the lower districts, blindly trusting a mechanic's words could easily cost you your entire household savings. If they spotted weakness, they'd inflate the fees by piling on unnecessary repairs and options. But Gilda wouldn't overcharge Gabriel or me. If she did, it would be her limbs that ended up broken by my hands. Crunch. I bit into a cookie that Gilda had placed out. Tasty, right? I baked them myself. Even though I used an industrial oven, eating them won't kill you. Gilda watched me with a pleased expression, as if looking at a child. Still, the cookie itself was innocent and tasty. Feeling childish wasn't a good enough reason to avoid it. Give me one of those cookies, too. Gabriel opened his mouth wide. Both his arms were still under repair. Gabai, you're a grown-up. Gilda called Gabriel by his nickname. It took remarkable courage to call that fearsome slab of muscle Gabai. Adult or not, I know how to eat cookies. I flicked a cookie with my finger, tossing it into Gabriel's mouth. He caught it with his broad mouth and chewed roughly. Beep. I drank some milk and wiped my mouth. A message arrived on my terminal. Tap. I tapped my terminal, projecting a hologram. Information sent by Aleph appeared. He must have been quite thorough, as I had to swipe the hologram 4 times just to see it all. Former arena manager, Tora. This was the information about Tora I had been seeking. The Underground Markets Arena was a business involving huge profits. To become the arena manager, maintaining good relations with other gangs was essential. Amateur skills wouldn't suffice. After Aleph took over the arena, all of Tora's close associates were eliminated. A complete overhaul had occurred. I looked for survivors among Tora's inner circle, but Aleph had cleaned up so thoroughly that most were either dead or missing. There was one person still alive, but the issue was that he was in a psychiatric hospital. It seemed Aleph had tortured that man to uncover the location of Torah's vault. Since his life was disposable anyway, Aleph probably showed no mercy. Would he still be capable of conversation? I didn't have high expectations, but it was worth making contact. Gilda, can you finish within an hour? Without even turning around from her work, Gilda simply raised her thumb. She really was a reliable woman. Quang, an explosion erupted, flipping the taxi upside down. This wasn't the time to speak about it as if it were someone else's problem, because I was inside it. We were being attacked. In my eyes, the taxi was slowly spinning. Objects inside the taxi floated in midair, scattering irregularly. The driver in the front seat was bleeding from his head. He had his eyes tightly shut from the impact. I glanced sideways. Gabriel had slammed his head into the ceiling of the taxi, grimacing. Let's calmly arrange and summarize the current situation. Gabriel and I had been heading to the psychiatric hospital where Torah's associate was hospitalized. No need to explain the hospital's name. It was a bit too far to walk, and because it was raining, I had called a taxi. A 4-seater hover vehicle arrived to pick us up. In the lower districts, taxis were quite a premium service. It was when the taxi was passing through an abandoned development zone. Construction had stopped there over 4 years ago, and now it was a refuge for vagrants. Grenade. At that moment, a grenade flew up from the ground. Even I couldn't block something like that while airborne. I quickly reached forward and manipulated the controls from the passenger seat, but couldn't entirely avoid the explosion. Anyway, after all that, the taxi was now plunging downward. Regaining his senses, the driver shouted at us. Passengers, don't worry, our company has a contract with a security firm. A rescue team will arrive within 3 minutes. Even as we fell, the driver tried to reassure us. That kind of professionalism was rare in the lower districts. I liked it. I'd definitely give him a full-star rating. Kuwang. The taxi crashed. Airbags inflated everywhere inside, dampening the impact. My gunshot wound hasn't even healed yet, you bastards. Gabriel, crushed beneath the airbags, yelled loudly. Gabriel, you're not hiding something from me, are you? As I said that, I checked our surroundings. The airbags were deflating. Extending my leg, I kicked open the taxi's door. The metal door flew about 20 meters away. Why the hell would I hide anything? Gabriel said as he stepped out after me. This attack was probably aimed at you. Not aimed at you. The guy who fired that grenade was dressed like a gangster. Couldn't this be related to the bullets you took recently? You notice that amidst the chaos, but really, nothing comes to mind. Have I lived so badly to deserve a grudge like this? It seemed Gabriel didn't know either. Anyway, if Gabriel had lied, I would have noticed immediately. He wasn't exactly skilled at lying. Drip, drip, I heard raindrops hitting my shoulders. So much for taking a taxi, we ended up drenched again. Gabriel got an extra gun? You have your own. My gun isn't made for capturing targets alive. How powerful can a handgun even get? Without responding, I just flicked my finger repeatedly, gesturing for a gun. My pistol could blow Gabriel's head off without leaving a trace. Gabriel grumbled, then reluctantly handed over a pistol. I grabbed it and checked its model. It was a Kitana-manufactured automatic pistol, the Case-48. Though lacking in firepower, it had excellent accuracy. It was highly reliable, rarely malfunctioning, and thus commonly used by civilians for self-defense. Hey, Gabriel, so you ended up siding with Aleph after all. Ignoring our warnings? Gangsters shouted from behind the steel pillars. They were after Gabriel, as expected. I never sided with Aleph. We know you went to Aleph's office right after getting shot. You think we're fucking idiots? That was damn it, seriously. Veins bulged visibly on Gabriel's flushed face. It was hard to explain clearly in a situation like this. The gangsters misunderstood. Part of this was my fault, as I'd brought Gabriel along. From their perspective, it appeared as if Gabriel, after being shot, had aligned himself with Aleph for protection. Whether I sided with Aleph or not, what's it got to do with you guys? Gabriel shouted out of anger. You chose the wrong side, Gabriel. Big Sis sends her regards. Big Sis? Don't tell me. Only then did Gabriel seem to realize something, frowning as he thought, but now wasn't the time for thinking. A gangster emerged from behind a steel beam, aiming his grenade launcher. Dodging wouldn't be hard, but then the taxi would explode. And that would certainly kill the driver. I liked the taxi driver's professionalism. The lower districts needed more people like him. Bang, 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 I fired several shots from the pistol to check the grouping. The bullets veered toward the upper left. "Ha, your aim sucks." The gangster holding the grenade launcher mocked me. "Laugh while you can, I'll tear your mouth open soon enough." After adjusting my aim, I steadied my breath. My concentration sharpened. My shoulder and elbow stiffened, locking into position like a mounted turret. Thunk. The grenade launcher fired. I shifted only my upper body, adjusting my aim. Shooting wasn't exactly my specialty, but compared to these gangsters, I might as well be an elite marksman. Quang. As I pulled the trigger, the incoming grenade exploded midair. Neither Gabriel nor the gangsters understood what had just happened. A dud, my ass. I pulled the trigger again. Arg. Ka. With each shot I fired, crunching sounds erupted from the gangsters' knees and elbows. Like puppets with their strings cut, they dropped their weapons and collapsed helplessly. My shoulder and elbow didn't even tremble. A pistol of this caliber couldn't shake me. I repeated my precise shots. Ow, ugh. What the hell is that guy? Gabriel, who the hell are you hanging around with? The 7 gangsters screamed. With their limbs shattered, none could move. I tossed the pistol back to Gabriel and walked toward the taxi. "It's been more than 3 minutes. You should cancel your contract with that security company." Thank you, sir. Another driver will arrive shortly." While I spoke with the taxi driver, Gabriel rushed over to the fallen gangsters. "I said I never sided with Aleph. Why won't you believe me?" Gabriel grabbed one gangster by the collar and lifted him up. "Big Sis is seriously pissed. I had no choice either." "Big Sis? You mean Martina from La Vie en Rose? Just because I refused to join the gang, you targeted me for something that trivial?" The gangster's eyes widened, and his face twisted viciously. "Trivial? Are you fucking stupid?" "What? Stupid? You wanna die? Want me to put an extra hole in your stomach?" Gabriel pressed the gun barrel against the gangster's belly button. "By Big Sis really likes you. That's why she asked you to live with her." What? Wasn't she just asking me to be her personal bodyguard? "It's the same thing, you idiot. You say you hate being tied down, but then you run straight into Aleph's arms right after getting shot. How could Big Sis not be pissed?" Gabriel tilted his head slightly and answered stupidly. "Huh?" Irritated, the gangster shouted back. "You bastard who hates being tied down. Of course Big Sis would be pissed if you run straight to Aleph right after getting shot, wouldn't she?" Gabriel tilted his head slightly and responded dumbly. "I guess. Big Sis likes you enough to set up a whole hurt-then-heal scenario, and yet you... Erg." Listening from behind, I approached the gangster. On closer inspection, they all had rose tattoos on their shoulders or wrists, the symbol of the La Vie en Rose gang. "Tell Martina that Gabriel will visit her soon." "Hey, Luka, who said you could decide that? It'll be annoying if they keep attacking. I don't know much, but I've heard a woman's grudge can sometimes outlast a man's." I heard this saying from Ile. On closer look, the gangsters had rose tattoos on their shoulders or wrists, the symbol of the La Vie en Rose gang. She fell for Gabriel? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious about what kind of woman she was. Chapter 54. After many twists and turns, we finally arrived at the hospital. The acrid smoke was still clinging to our bodies. "What's your relationship with the patient? If you're not a legal guardian, visitation is prohibited." The nurse spoke with an annoyed expression, not even looking at us. Her computer screen was crowded with shopping catalogs. "Young lady, will this do? Buy yourself some nice clothes." Gabriel skillfully took out a credit chip and offered it. The nurse indifferently reached out her hand, slipping the credit chip into her pocket. Both seemed accustomed to this sort of exchange. "Mr. Noma is in room 401. The name of Tora's associate we were looking for was Ken Noma. He had previously served as Tora's dedicated bodyguard. When we entered the hallway with patient rooms, a musty odor, a mix of medications and body odor, hung in the air. Behind the closed doors, occasional moans resembling screams leaked out. A mental hospital was essentially a prison designed for isolation. If they truly intended to treat patients, they wouldn't put them in a place like this. I stood before room 401. With a clanking sound, the heavy lock opened. Creak. Perhaps because the door wasn't opened frequently, the rusty noise unpleasantly scratched at my eardrums. "Ken Noma," I called out the man's name as I stepped inside. Ken Noma was sitting on the hospital bed. His eyes were dull and lifeless, and his cheeks were thin and sunken. The sheets and pillow had yellowish stains clinging to them, giving off a musty smell. Ken did not respond to my voice. I sat on a chair facing Ken. Gabriel followed me inside, leaning his back against the wall and folding his arms. "My name is Luka." I spread my palm and waved it in front of Ken's eyes. His pupils sluggishly followed my movements. "Lu-ka." Ken's consciousness returned very slowly. His ability to grasp reality was severely impaired. Click, clack, clack, click, click. Ken's prosthetic limbs trembled as if convulsing. It meant the brain's neural system responsible for controlling muscles and motor skills was severely damaged. "Luka, do you really think we can get a decent answer from him? It's obvious his brain is riddled with holes like a sponge. His nerves must be burnt out, no better than fried wiring." Ken's condition was so dire that even Gabriel could easily diagnose him. "I have some questions about Tora," I spoke slowly. This time, Ken did not answer. Ken's consciousness flickered intermittently like a broken monitor, making normal communication nearly impossible. After several unsuccessful attempts at conversation, I scratched my head. It's useless. Aleph completely wrecked him. In this state, he's practically dead. Gabriel kept chiming in, dampening the mood. I ignored him and closed my eyes. I carefully recalled the knowledge I'd gained at the Imperial Guard training camp, piece by piece. Imperial Guards constantly push their brains and nervous systems to extremes. They also teach several temporary measures for dealing with symptoms of neurological damage. Of course, those weren't fundamental treatments. Ken was skilled with close combat weapons, especially knives. Ken had served as a dedicated bodyguard for the arena manager. His skills were pretty decent. Even if not quite at Imperial Guard standards, he'd likely undergone neural enhancements through drugs. "Let's just go. We're wasting our time." Gabriel spoke while shaking one leg impatiently. Still ignoring Gabriel, I moved my hand towards my waist. Crying, I drew my self-defense knife. Ken's gaze instantly changed. His pupils followed the knife closely. His reaction speed had improved compared to earlier. Humans develop strong neural connections for activities they've performed their entire lives. Particularly intense actions like combat don't easily fade from the body. Whoosh. I flipped the knife in my hand and extended the handle towards Ken. Tremble, tremble. Ken grabbed the knife with his trembling hand. At that moment, his shaking stopped. His pupils were clearer than before. Swish. I thrust my hand toward Ken, pretending to attack. Clang. Ken moved the knife, blocking my attack. Our hands and the knife clashed several times, exchanging quick attacks and parries. Activating the brain's neural pathways responsible for combat and knife techniques would trigger other related functions, provided he still had that capability. If even this part had been completely broken, then there would have been nothing else I could do. What's going on? Did you say your name was Lou? Luka? Ken finally asked me a question. His consciousness was slowly waking up. He was probably experiencing quite a headache right now. Huh. How did you do that? Gabriel uncrossed his arms, pushing away from the wall. The principle was simple. Metaphorically, it was like bypassing a broken switch to activate a machine through another circuit. This was just a temporary awakening. Since it wasn't a normal approach, it would put even more strain on his already damaged brain. But treatment wasn't my goal, so it didn't matter. It's really been a long time. To think I could feel this clear-headed again. No, it's not clear. It feels like someone setting off fireworks inside my skull. But still, it's better than drowning in the swamp. I extended my arm at a speed optimal for Ken to react. Ken moved the knife, continuously blocking my attacks, occasionally counterattacking. Clink, I caught the knife between my fingers to block his strike. Ken swiftly withdrew the knife, twisting his lips as if intrigued. Clang. I had to maintain continuous attacks and defenses to keep his brain activated. If the combat stopped, Ken's consciousness would sink back into oblivion. I came here to ask you something. Are you Aleph's subordinate? He still has questions left for me, huh? I'm not here because of Aleph. He only provided me with information. My questions are about someone close to Tora. So someone close to the boss. If Kinuan had spent time with Tora, he probably wouldn't have used his real name. I described Kinuan's characteristics. A man with Kinuan's aura was rare, especially in the lower districts. Ken rested his chin on one hand while swinging the knife with the other. After finishing his thoughts, he stared at me. I might have an idea, B, but why should I tell you? Ken wasn't some saint, he was a lower district gangster. He wouldn't help anyone without compensation. I'll get you out of this hospital. Gabriel, you have a spare room at your place, right? What? You expect me to babysit this senile old man? Just put up with it for a few days. Also, find us a hideout. Gather trustworthy people. Starting now, we're going to build a gang with you as its boss. Wait a minute, Luka, what are you talking about? If you don't like it, say so. I'll find someone else. No, it's not that I dislike it, but it was something I'd been considering for a while. I needed someone to serve as my eyes and ears in the lower districts. Gabriel alone wasn't enough. We needed an organized group, a gang. At that point, realization suddenly hit me. Maybe Kinnuan also. Why hadn't I thought of this earlier? If Kinnuan were carrying out unofficial missions in the lower districts, he would need an organization working under him. That's why he would have established a gang with Tora as its frontman. In other words, the relationship between Kinnuan and Tora would have been similar to mine and Gabriel's. It was still speculation, but my gut was almost certain. Are you really going to get me out? Whether you believe me or not, Ken Noma, you don't really have any other options. You're a clever one, that's right. I have no choice but to trust you. I have nothing to lose anyway. If Ken Noma rejected my offer, he'd simply rot away here. Accepting meant there was at least a chance to get out. Clang, Ken swung his arm mechanically, his eyes devoid of emotion. His knife aimed for my neck, but was noticeably slower than before, indicating the temporary awakening was nearing its limit. Then I'll start talking, Luka. We don't have much time. Ken revealed that Tora had an old friend and supporter. That mysterious man wasn't part of the gang, nor did he engage in external activities. Only Tora's closest confidants, like Ken, knew of his existence. That supporter had to be Kinnuan. Essentially, Tora's gang belonged to Kinnuan. Tora's downfall probably began after Kinnuan retired from active duty and communication ceased. It wouldn't be hard to confirm with some investigation. I gave Gabriel a few instructions, then immediately headed up to the upper district. Gabriel grumbled while pushing Ken's wheelchair, but obediently followed my orders. I went straight to the Imperial Guard's database room. It operated on a closed network, inaccessible externally, only physical access was possible. Connecting the terminal to the computer, I re-examined Kinnuan's records. Kinnuan becoming an instructor coincided exactly with Tora's decline. After Kinnuan's retirement, Tora's gang rapidly weakened. And 3 years later, Tora lost the arena and died. It seemed he originally planned to flee with his hidden funds. Did Kinnuan abandon Tora? I reflected on my own relationship with Gabriel. Even if I created a gang, Gabriel couldn't run it alone. He'd still need my advice and support. If I withdrew my support after the gang expanded, Gabriel would be trapped, unable to quit even if he wanted to. He'd slowly fall apart, just like Tora, eventually dying. I'd heard Tora was greedy but, for a lower district gangster, unusually loyal. That loyalty was why Ken had stayed by Tora's side to the end. It was precisely because of that loyalty that Kinnuan chose Tora and ultimately abandoned him. Kinnuan hadn't exactly done anything wrong. In fact, thanks to Kinnuan, Tora rose considerably, becoming a gang boss and arena manager. Yet Kinnuan knowingly left Tora to his downfall. A man of his caliber would have certainly seen Tora's future. Am I retracing Kinnuan's footsteps and simultaneously recreating them? It felt strange. The more I investigated, the clearer it became how similar my current actions were to Kinnuan's past. We had both carried out unofficial missions in the same lower districts, recruiting local followers to build our own forces. After finishing the data collection, I also saved some materials related to Ken's rehabilitation on my terminal. The Imperial Guard had numerous case studies on treatments for soldiers suffering neurological damage. I planned to improve Ken's condition. Although brief, our conversation made it clear that he'd be useful in many ways. There were still plenty of things I wanted to hear from him about Kinnuan. I disconnected my terminal and looked around. Only the repetitive hum of the towering computer racks filled the database room, resonating monotonously like endless bookshelves. Listening quietly to the mechanical drone made my senses blur. Repetitive sounds dull the senses. Step, step, I walked toward the exit, passing between computers taller than myself. Buzz, buas, static noise filled the air. I stopped walking at the end of the computer racks. Something felt off. Dust drifted lazily through the violet glow of the lights. I carefully observed its movement. Apart from the ventilation currents, the dust was being drawn by another force. Someone was hiding around the corner. Who's there? Excellent, Luka. You've completed the foundations of Aki's Victima. It's time to move on to the next stage. Kinuan, who had concealed his presence, revealed himself. I hid my complicated emotions behind a neutral expression. If I was honest, I respected Kinuan. Hearing praise from him didn't feel bad at all. Yet part of me was uncomfortable, feeling as though he could see straight through me. Kinuan was the most resilient and cunning person I'd ever encountered. Amid complicated power dynamics, he expertly balanced himself, securing his own safe zone. He was someone who never lost his path, even in chaos. Yes, I had to admit it. I wanted to become someone like Kinuan. Chapter 55. The tiled floor of the training hall had a texture as cold as the bluish lighting. When I lightly bounced on it, a pleasant rebound sensation rose up through my toes. While I warmed up, Kinuan was drinking tea. He'd brought tea in a thermos flask all the way to the training hall. He really seemed to love tea quite a bit. Kinuan intends to properly teach me Aki's combat techniques. Regardless of his intentions, I needed to learn it thoroughly. At first, I'd been disappointed upon hearing that Aki's combat techniques were incompatible with Legion, but ultimately, these techniques had saved me several times. Luka, you remember well the origin of Aki's combat techniques, right? Kinuan took a sip of tea, closing his eyes. You mean the combat technique that Noel Mulliskane created for the leaders of the rebels. What do you think that has to do with conformity? Conformity was the very first concept Kinuan had taught me. Conformity, optimization, adaptation. These concepts were opposite to the Empire's combat techniques. If one were to summarize the framework of the standard Imperial combat techniques similarly, they would be collision, reinforcement, and overcoming. Imperial combat techniques focused on acquiring and controlling greater power, whereas Aki's combat techniques revolved around making use of limited power. Therefore, Aki's combat techniques suited rebel and guerrilla warfare perfectly. The rebels didn't even get proper supplies. Their cybernetic implants couldn't be maintained in time, and sometimes they even had to fight without combat implants altogether. Soldiers under their command were a ragtag group without formal military training, a highly uncertain combat force. Insufficient resources, inferior circumstances, poorly performing weapons, and implants. Yet they couldn't afford to complain. Whether they liked it or not, they had to fight in these poor conditions and ultimately had to achieve victory. The only equal asset they had was their brain. They strained themselves by pushing their minds to overload. They burned themselves out fiercely, almost to the point of breaking. I organized my thoughts and voiced them aloud. Kinuan occasionally widened his eyes and laughed. Once I finished speaking, he added an explanation. Even among Noel's rebels, the officers each had drastically different backgrounds and careers. From street fighters to soldiers who betrayed the Empire, they had it all. There were even people from Cora and Bellado. Since teaching a unified combat technique thoroughly from scratch was impossible, Noel introduced the concept of a meta-combat technique, a combat technique for utilizing other combat techniques. I brought up the question I'd been harboring since earlier. You told me I had a talent for mastering Aki's combat techniques deeply, instructor. But I've been enhanced by Imperial procedures since childhood, strengthening my nervous system. It took all of that just to get me this far in Aki's combat techniques. I'm not boasting, but are you implying there were plenty of rebel officers comparable to someone like me? At my remark, Kinuan smiled coldly. Luka, if one is willing to accept risk, there are plenty of ways. Countless, actually. To give you one example, most rebel commanders constantly relied on near-lethal doses of stimulant drugs. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say their brains were filled with drugs instead of cerebrospinal fluid. Kinuan tapped his own head lightly with his finger as he spoke. He paused, sipping his tea slowly before continuing. On top of that, they underwent experimental neurological enhancement procedures, completely unverified by theory. the neurological chemical treatments we received from the Empire today were perfected through the deaths of those people. Kinuan's gaze was distant. I silently observed him. Even that distant look could be deceitful or fabricated. "So, today's lesson is all theory?" I asked mockingly, waiting for Kinuan's response. I was eager for actual combat. This time, I felt confident. Kinuan's prosthetic was built for everyday use, not combat. Of course, even with such prosthetics, he'd beaten me repeatedly in the past. But now it's different. Even Kinuan wouldn't be able to handle me now with his everyday prosthetics. Physical limits existed. As Kinuan himself had said, Aki's combat techniques weren't magical methods that could create miracles. "You look desperate to beat me up. My personality is twisted, you already know that." Kinuan stood up from his chair. His movements were calm. His balance was so perfect it was eerie. It was impossible to discern whether he was left or right-handed. He revealed no outward information about himself, seeming almost like a blank slate. "You're progressing faster than I expected. I didn't imagine you'd approach Mista this quickly. Talent is one thing, but it's your excessively intense combat experiences that have truly shaped you." Mista? It refers to someone who has reached a level capable of teaching Aki's combat techniques to others. In the past, the ranks within Aki's victima were subdivided into multiple levels, categorized like this. But now even the genealogies have vanished, making such distinctions meaningless. Just remember vaguely that it existed. I had no interest in genealogies. I simply mulled over Kinuan's words. "So, saying I'm close to Mista means I haven't reached it yet. You learn faster with your body than with words, as always. Today, I intend to show you my true skill. If you don't want to end up hospitalized, guard your head and torso well." Kinuan put his left hand behind his back. He extended only his right arm forward. His right sleeve slipped down to his elbow. "Combat prosthetic?" I raised an eyebrow. A faint motor sound came from Kinuan's right arm, clearly surpassing the output of an everyday prosthetic. He replaced only his right arm with a combat model. Kinuan beckoned provocatively with his finger. Until now, I hadn't even known Kinuan's right arm was combat grade. Despite what must have been a significant difference in feel and weight, he revealed no imbalance whatsoever between his left and right sides. Such control was simply astonishing. "Thank you, instructor." There was no deceit in the words I had just uttered. They came from genuine sincerity. Kinuan's damaged neurological system couldn't handle high-output prosthetics. He had accepted significant risk for my sake. Opportunities like today would be rare. Actually, this might never happen again. Expressing respect toward my mentor, I solemnly took a combat stance. Then I advanced. Swoosh. My foot grazed the tile floor as it slid forward. I lowered my stance, spinning sharply. My upper body was low, but my foot flew high. My first strike was a spinning back kick targeting his head. For reference, I didn't hold back. Even a slight touch would kill Kinuan. Bang! With a shock that felt like the world collapsing, I was defeated. I lost again. The spar with Kinuan lasted 5 seconds. 5 seconds wasn't a short time for people like us. It was ample time to pour out all our power in close combat. It had certainly been enough time for me. I'd unleashed my full skill on Kinuan, and was lying here now, miserably stopped by just a single arm. Kinuan didn't rush me as I lay on the floor. I was lost in thought. In terms of conditions, I overwhelmingly had the advantage. That's always been the case. Kinuan's only combat prosthetic was his right arm. Even its performance wasn't significantly different from my implants. An unpleasant sense of incongruity. It felt as if Kinuan possessed the ability to see into the future. He executed the optimal defense and offense, as though fully aware of where my fists and feet would land. As if choreographed, my kicks and punches were neatly blocked by Kinuan's right arm. Soon after, Kinuan saw through my openings, grabbed my wrist, and threw me onto the floor. That was how I ended up here. The sharp pain stabbing my back meant nothing. Self-loathing hurt more. I'd experienced this before. Back then, I'd chalked it up simply to a gap in experience and skill. Technically, it was still a matter of skill, but this wasn't ordinary combat ability. It was something more advanced and subtle. "Instructor, can you see into the future or something?" I spoke frankly about what I felt. Slightly raising my head, I glanced at Kinuan. He was sitting back in his chair, bringing the tea to his lips. If I had that kind of ability, would I be suffering like this? Well, I guess that's true. I sat up, resting my arm on one raised knee. Luka, Aki's combat techniques are something you learn by stealing. Damn, that's difficult. I forced down the grumble that rose in my throat. Noticing my frustration, Kinuan laughed and pointed upward with his index finger. Until now, you've learned how to create additional eyes by expanding your senses and changing how you perceive the world. I knew exactly what he meant. We could vividly visualize a precise three-dimensional image of our surroundings using expanded senses, especially visual data. This allowed us to minimize delays between movements, eliminating the need to shift our eyes or heads constantly to observe the environment. This required extraordinary simulation capabilities. I could intuitively calculate ballistic trajectories without assistance from computational aids. That was why I had been chosen. Members of the Imperial Guard are trained specifically to use Legion. Your brain still has resources left unused. Try figuring out how to tap into them. We'll continue from there in our next lesson. My lips twitched into a slight smile. Kinuan was a ruthless mentor. If I couldn't figure it out myself, I didn't deserve to move forward. My progress in Aki's combat techniques would end here. You can leave first, Luka. Kinuan spoke without standing up. I rose and walked toward the door, but stopped abruptly. Turning back, I approached Kinuan again. Let me lend you my shoulder. It must be hard for you to move right now. I'd noticed Kinuan's fingers trembling faintly since earlier. His pupils intermittently lost focus as well. He stayed seated because standing up was difficult. Likely, even while speaking to me, his consciousness had shut down multiple times like a broken machine. Kinuan had fought at high speeds, controlling a combat prosthetic with his damaged brain. I knew exactly how incredible that was. Leaning against the wall, Kinuan rose unsteadily and practically fell onto me for support. Then, I'll take you up on your offer. Don't mention it. I supported Kinuan all the way to his office. There were mountains of things I wanted to ask him, his relationship with Tora, or what he'd done in the lower districts in the past. There was no need to trouble myself investigating. The man who knew everything was right beside me. Yet even if I asked, Kinuan wouldn't answer. Nor did I desire him to. Instead, we chatted about trivial things. He even advised me to try getting a girlfriend. Kinuan mentioned subtle sensory differences between biological bodies and prosthetics, suggesting I gain sexual experience before undergoing a full-body prosthetic replacement. Well, I'd handle that on my own. In moments like this, we felt almost like a normal master-disciple pair. Maybe someday. But it was likely that our relationship would ultimately end in ruin. Our bond was exceedingly fragile. Both Kinuan and I were always prepared to sever our ties at a moment's notice. It wasn't sad, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't leave a bitter taste. I only hoped that I wouldn't have to dispose of Kinuan with my own hands. Chapter 56. 2 days later, I went down to the lower district and met up with Gabriel. Luka, I've gathered some men. They're the type who'll do anything as long as you pay them. Gabriel pointed toward the entrance of an alley. There, 5 men with cheap cybernetic implants embedded all over their bodies were inhaling vaporized liquid through inhalers. I wasn't even curious about what that liquid might be. I told you to find reliable men, not junkies. When I rebuked him, Gabriel stared at me incredulously. You want reliable people in this kind of place? Are you kidding me? Those guys are the most diligent ones I could find. Gabriel got angry. Thinking about it, I had nothing to say. How many truly sincere people could there possibly be in this kind of environment? I walked towards the hideout Gabriel had secured. The hideout was a small building deeper into the alleyway. It was also close to Gilda's workshop. This would serve as the office for Gabriel's gang from now on. Ah, B-Boss. You're here. One of the junkies waved his hand at Gabriel. Seeing his dazed eyes already gave me a headache. The people Gabriel gathered were far worse than I had expected. They were the kind of people you couldn't entrust important tasks to. One misstep, and they'd betray you. What about Ken Noma? I arranged a room for him inside the hideout. As I told you last time, pulling Ken out of the hospital cost a pretty penny. After securing the hideout and hiring these guys, I'm totally broke. He was asking for more money. I pulled out a credit chip, entered an amount, and tossed it to Gabriel. Gabriel grinned as he snatched the chip from midair. I wonder how much more spending Hamilas will tolerate from me. It was probably still within acceptable limits. The Imperial Guard had a sizable budget. What should I introduce you as to the guys? Tell them I'm a sponsor. In the lower districts, it wasn't uncommon for nobles or wealthy individuals to back gangs in order to expand their influence. It wouldn't seem strange. Besides, it was partly true. Gabriel approached the men first and spoke to them. Soon after, a bald-headed man eyed me eagerly. So, the young master here is the boss of our boss, huh? Hee. Rubbing his hands together, the bald-headed man approached me. It seemed he wanted to get something from me. I don't care what you usually do, but stay sober when you're working. Oh, of course. I stared at the back of the bald man's head. There was an open and shut drug injection port embedded in the back of his skull. It seemed he occasionally opened it to inject drugs directly into his brain. You'll be baldy from now on. You there, pig nose, next to him is dog eyes and beard. Instead of using names, I referred to each man by nicknames based on their characteristics. The men nodded as though they were accustomed to this kind of treatment. Ken, whom I was protecting, was an important figure for tracking Kinuan's movements. I ordered the men to guard Ken and the hideout in 2 shifts. I inspected the inside of the hideout. The entire first floor was a single room, while the second floor had 4 rooms arranged along a central corridor. Although shabby, it wasn't bad for use as a hideout. Ken Noma's quarters were in the innermost room on the second floor. I opened the creaky door to check on Ken's condition. Ken was sitting on the bed, drooling. His cognitive ability was still severely impaired. Ken's name should still be listed in the hospital's records, right? Unless someone visits him, nobody will notice he's gone. Except, of course, the guards and nurses we've bribed. Gabriel spoke while leaning his shoulder against the doorframe. I was slightly impressed by his clever handling of the situation. He was proving more competent than I'd expected. La Vie en Rose, was it? What's going on with that gang? They told me to show up within 2 days or they'd kill me. Probably, they meant it. No point in dragging it out. We leave now. On the way, tell me everything you know about La Vie en Rose. Although still hard to believe, Martina, the boss of La Vie en Rose, had become obsessed with Gabriel. Left alone, Gabriel would either end up dead or become Martina's subordinate. Without Gabriel, things would become complicated for me. I was already swamped. The workload in the lower district would double or triple without him. Aleph from the arena can't replace Gabriel. Aleph crossed my mind, but I quickly discarded the idea. Aleph might follow my orders, but I didn't want to get close enough for him to track my movements. Even the slightest misalignment in interests would lead him to sell me out. Something Kinuan had said earlier came to mind. Even worms have their own roles to play. He'd said that upon seeing the gangsters who kidnapped Gilda, thanks to those words, they'd managed to keep their lives. In the lower district, there were numerous gangs, both large and small. Especially in the shadowy areas beyond the Empire's administration and security, gangs held significant power. If a gang had a specific name like La Vie en Rose, it meant the boss had changed several times over, implying that it had its own history and traditions. La Vie en Rose is a gang created by prostitutes to protect themselves. It's one of the 2 major powers in the red light district. Gabriel rolled his eyes around, grinning. Even though it was midday, the red light district overflowed with sensory disturbances. Intrusive holographic advertisements lined the main streets, forcing themselves into view whether you liked it or not. Most were videos filled with naked women and their moans, but occasionally men appeared as well. I even saw alien prostitutes, rare in the Empire. When I turned my head away from the dizzying ads, my eyes briefly caught sight of smaller promotions aimed at deviant tastes. Animals have been mankind's companions since our days on Earth. Dogs, cats, horses, they're all our friends. Everything you've ever imagined is here. I didn't even want to imagine the rest. Thankfully, this ad had no visuals. Luka, wanna stop by for a bit? Gabriel pointed toward a store in an alleyway. I frowned. The shop, nestled in a shadowy alley, gave off a strange odor. Subtle colored lights were changing in sequence inside. Beyond the semi-transparent windows, soft, swaying shadows beckoned passersby with tempting gestures. Not being able to see clearly made it even more provocative. Hey, if you don't want to, just say it instead of frowning. I just thought we might strengthen our friendship since we're already here. Gabriel shrugged after seeing my expression. Cut the nonsense. Keep explaining. The most important first rule of La Vie en Rose is this. Members of the gang must never harm or use violence against the dolls. Dolls was slang for prostitutes. This rule was probably the reason La Vie en Rose enjoyed support from the red light district. It defined the gang's identity. They'd absolutely uphold this one rule. I nodded, waiting for Gabriel to continue. If you break that first rule, they'll make you suffer so horribly you'd wish you were dead. But cases like that almost never happen anyway. Most members of La Vie en Rose are kids born here or former prostitutes. It means the people here are practically family. What about Boss Martina? Martina Diva. By the way, the leader of La Vie en Rose inherits the title Diva from generation to generation, and she must always be a woman. That way, she can easily secure support from the prostitutes. A gang was finished the moment it lost the support of its base community. The fact that Martina likes you means you've met her before. We just saw each other a few times because of work. I sometimes worked part-time as security at their establishments. I guess I look kind of manly, intimidating enough for that. Listening to him, I realized Gabriel didn't actually know much about Martina. Before we knew it, we'd arrived at the agreed location. In front of us stood a 3-story building of an Oriental style rarely seen in the Empire. An old-fashioned wooden signboard had the words Blue Ocean Pavilion engraved on it. We've come to see Martina. Gabriel announced our arrival as he stood at the entrance of Blue Ocean Pavilion. A gangster guarding the place immediately contacted someone inside. With an ugly mug like that, you must be Gabriel. Who's next to you? Soon after, a woman who appeared to be an executive came out of Blue Ocean Pavilion. Her left eye was covered with an eye patch, giving her a distinctive appearance. He's my friend. Got a problem. You guys nearly got me killed twice. You're not seriously expecting me to come here alone, are you? We'll be carrying weapons inside, too. If you don't like it, we can settle things right here. Gabriel threatened aggressively. It was genuinely intimidating. He probably was truly angry, too. Understood. The eye-patch-wearing woman replied curtly and led us inside. The first floor of Blue Ocean Pavilion was a club with a stage. It seemed like business hours hadn't started yet. Only cleaners moved around while members of La Vie en Rose glared at us. On the second floor, VIP rooms and other obvious-purpose rooms lined the corridor covered in red carpets. At the end of the hallway was a staircase leading to the third floor. Gabriel. On the stairs leading up to the third floor, the eye-patch woman suddenly stopped. What now? You want to fight here? Gabriel created an aggressive atmosphere by cracking his knuckles loudly. The metallic sounds echoed threateningly. I'm warning you, this time don't refuse Diva, only then will you survive. Hey, eye-patch lady, Before Gabriel could finish, the woman walked up to the third-floor entrance and opened the door. As the door swung open, an intensely powerful fragrance, difficult to describe, wafted out. A pungent, stimulating scent mixed with a sweet fragrance filled the air. It was balanced delicately enough to make one's mouth water, though some might have found it repulsive. The eye-patch woman stepped inside. Gabriel and I followed her through the doorway. So, this is what's happening. The moment I entered, I understood the situation. The excessively strong fragrance contained substances designed to disrupt sensory perception. Several paralyzing drugs had probably been evaporated alongside it. Their effects were mild enough to dull one's senses subtly, making them difficult to detect. But how did I realize this? Because even a soldier of my caliber noticed the gangster hiding by the door too late. Click! The muzzle of a pistol touched my temple. A gangster was aiming at me. I had no time to fully grasp the situation around me. The combat reflexes ingrained by training moved my body without any conscious thought. Right now, I was no different from a wind-up automaton. Like releasing a tightly stretched rubber band, my body swiftly moved to neutralize the threat. Creak, the gangster pulled the trigger. I tilted my head sideways. Bang-ang, the gunshot passed by my ear, nearly tearing it. Without blinking, I stared at the gangster who had shot at me. La Vie en Rose had many female gangsters. The one in front of me was also a woman, but I didn't hesitate to hit women either. Whoosh! I grabbed the gangster's gun hand and jerked it forward. She lost her balance and stumbled toward me. Crack! My fist struck upward, smashing into her chin. The impact traveled from her chin straight through the crown of her head. SBL at? The gangster's head literally exploded. Her jaw crumpled inward following the path of my fist, and the upper half of her skull popped open like the lid of a can, leaving a gruesome red gap. Her mashed brain shot upward and splattered across the ceiling. La Vie and Rose had clearly planned to kill me outright. They must have decided I was an obstacle. They probably intended to remove me and then negotiate with Gabriel. But I had no intention of dying here. If they wanted to kill me, I would simply return the favor. My body was already executing the next movement. Wish! I snatched the gun from the dead gangster. Finally, I had a brief moment to assess my surroundings clearly. Gabriel and I stood at the entrance of the room. Beside me, the dead gangster was collapsing to the floor, and the eye-patch woman who guided us stood about 5 steps ahead. Behind the eye-patch woman, 7 gangsters had drawn their guns. "Nobody move, even twitch a finger and I'll blow your heads off." I issued my warning. One gangster ignored my words and began aiming at me. Bang, my shot was faster. True to my word, I blew apart that gangster's head. There were already 2 corpses now. Combat tension between us surged, ready to erupt. A massacre would soon follow. Enough. Who instructed you to be rude to our guests? A voice emerged as a door opened from an inner chamber. It was an exceptionally beautiful voice. I couldn't tell if it was naturally lovely or surgically modified. This voice probably belonged to Martina Diva. Chapter 57. Martina wore a seductive Eastern-style dress. Patterns symbolizing blue and white waves and seas wrapped around her dress. She covered her mouth and nose with an open fan. Beyond it, the edges of her eyes shimmered faintly. Click, clack, Martina wore high-heeled shoes. The sound quietly echoed. "Who told you to treat our guests like this?" Martina spoke to the woman with the eye patch. "It was my own decision." "I apologize, Diva." The woman with the eye patch replied with an expressionless face, but I immediately sensed it was a lie. I could tell by the way she dragged her words slightly, carefully selecting what to say. She tried to eliminate me and failed. Now she's just bluffing to save face. I knew the truth but didn't voice it. If I openly challenged their dignity here, I'd have to fight the entire La Vie and Rose gang. I could handle it, but it wasn't the best choice. I'd have to clean up dozens of bodies afterward. Causing that kind of trouble would mean I wouldn't be able to return to the lower district for quite some time. My undercover investigation would be completely compromised. My apologies. My subordinate showed excessive loyalty. "Young master's name?" Martina asked me as she took her seat. At the same time, she gestured to another subordinate to remove the corpse. "Luka," I answered briefly. The atmosphere settled into a lull. Martina's subordinates also lowered their guns. Unlike my calm demeanor, Gabriel angrily approached Martina. He slammed the table with both hands and frowned. "Martina, you invited me here only to ambush me. Do you think I'll let it slide? I told you it was my subordinate's mistake." Such shamelessness! Before Gabriel could cause more of a scene, I intervened. "Calm down, Gabriel. We came here to talk." At my words, Gabriel stepped back. Martina must have noticed the hierarchy between us by now. Understanding who she needed to speak to, Martina stared at me. "You're not even from the lower district. Why are you meddling in our affairs?" I had grown used to being treated as someone from the upper district. Anyone who looked at me seemed to assume so. "I have my reasons. None of your business, though. We're La Vie and Rose. Don't think your noble status will guarantee your safety." I let out a scoff. "A bunch of sewer rats form a gang, and now they think they're something special. Ridiculous." My shoulders shook with laughter. A wrinkle formed between Martina's eyebrows. Movement stirred among her subordinates as well. They were preparing to fight at a moment's notice. Even after witnessing my combat abilities, they still considered fighting me. That meant they were either idiots who didn't value their lives or utterly incapable of gauging their opponent's strength. "Wait a moment, Diva." The woman with the eye patch stood by Martina's side and whispered something. Martina's expression shifted. She must have advised her boss not to fight me. Snap! Martina gathered her expression, sighed, and folded her fan. Her lower face was revealed. In a world where touching one's face to become handsome or beautiful was trivial, Martina was nonetheless strikingly beautiful. Beyond just having pretty features, there was an indescribable aura about her. Perhaps it could even be called sensuality. A woman like this is into Gabriel? It was hard to believe. She was a woman who possessed both power and beauty. Compared to her, Gabriel was merely a street thug. I'll cut straight to the point. I have one demand. Gabriel becomes my lover. Naturally, he'll have to join La Vie en Rose. Martina glanced at Gabriel standing behind me and smiled faintly. Gabriel only frowned in response to the woman's bold flirtation. Says who, I hate being under anyone's thumb. But Gabriel, aren't you already working under this young master here? That's different. We were more like partners, and I owe him a debt. Due to Gabriel's nature, he became weak towards anyone he owed. Martina must have tried her hurt-then-heal tactic to put Gabriel in debt to her. That way she could control him. I'm not Gabriel's boss. I'm more like a patron or client who provides funds. Even if Gabriel leaves, I won't shoot or ambush him, unlike certain people. I chimed in. Gabriel became triumphant as if he'd found an ally. Well said, Luka. You hear that, Martina? Luka isn't my boss. Got it now? Martina bit her lower lip lightly, wearing a resentful expression. It was incredibly attractive. Even I, who was typically indifferent to women, felt momentarily drawn to her. Gabriel, how dare a worthless bastard like you reject Big Sis? You're just a street bum. One of the gang members couldn't hold back and spat out. Martina quickly turned her head and glared at the man who had spoken. Who told you to butt in? I'm sorry. It just slipped out without me realizing it. I stood from my seat and said I'd speak privately with Gabriel for a moment. We distanced ourselves from the gang members and spoke quietly. Gabriel, meet that woman for a while, even sleep with her. It'll make things easier. You don't have to join the gang, just maintain a relationship. If you compromise this much, they'll leave you alone. And no way, Gabriel recoiled. Looking at Gabriel's face, I glanced again at Martina's beauty. Hey, what's the problem? Do you think someone like you could normally be with a beauty like her? I asked irritably. In my view, it was a simple matter of closing his eyes and getting on with it. That woman's older than me. So what if she's a bit older? She's older than my dead grandma, damn it. That was indeed a point worth briefly considering. Still, I feigned composure and tried to soothe Gabriel. Well, at least the exterior looks perfectly fine. I can't do it. I'd rather you kill me here. Gabriel firmly refused. With such a reaction, convincing him right now was impossible. I scratched my head and closed my eyes. Beneath my eyelids, my pupils trembled as if struggling with something. I thought deeply, then reached a conclusion. There was a bond between Gabriel and me. It wasn't something that could be bought with money or power alone. It required time and effort to build. Right now, I needed subordinates with whom I'd establish trust. In that sense, Gabriel was irreplaceable. I couldn't simply hand him over to a gang. If negotiation doesn't work, then I'll have to use force. There's no other choice. Returning to my seat, I sat down in front of Martina. I deliberately sat stiffly, making it clear that I was ready to fight at any moment. Gabriel has already formed his own group. Therefore, he can't join you, La Vie en Rose. I stated firmly. Martina's face twisted momentarily. For that instant, instead of a beautiful woman, the old woman trapped within surfaced. Oddly enough, it seemed like her inner self had burst outward. Forming a gang. You think you can operate safely while ignoring us? Young master, perhaps you're not familiar with how things work around here. I may not know, but Aleph from the arena surely understands how things work down here. We've already agreed to maintain friendly relations. With the arena faction's support, Gabriel's gang will have no trouble establishing itself. I've never failed to get a man I wanted before. Well, then this must be your first time. Experiencing a first at your age should be refreshing. Enjoy it. Even I thought it was a pretty good play on words. Secretly, I felt proud. Martina brushed past me and fixed her gaze on Gabriel this time. Gabriel snorted as he crossed his arms. Gabriel, I can give you far more than you can imagine. Please stay by my side. I hadn't expected her to plead so earnestly. Gabriel, evidently flustered, avoided Martina's gaze. It seems Gabriel has already answered. If you still refuse to give up, maybe it's time for a show of force. My warning was met with silence. Tap, tap, tap. I slowly tapped the table with my finger. My foot gently tapped the floor in rhythm. Gradually, I raised my combat senses to their peak. I was ready to kill them all if necessary. If negotiations failed, this would be my only choice. Sigh. Well, I suppose there's no helping it. Since you're already here, let's talk business, young master. You're planning to form a gang? Martina leaned back in her chair, her expression deflated. What? I was caught off guard too. You said you're forming a gang, right? Seeing your courage and skill, young master, I have no intention of making enemies with someone like you. Martina switched her attitude completely, as if she'd never threatened at all. Suddenly, I felt foolish for preparing to fight. And Martina, didn't you say you liked me? You're giving up that easily. Now Gabriel was the one asking questions, looking utterly baffled. Martina tilted her head slightly. Oh, I like clinging to ugly men. It gives me a thrilling sense of lowered self-esteem. Thinking, how dare someone like you reject me, sends chills down my spine, especially when an unbearably hideous man is on top of me. Martina smiled and shivered slightly. I clicked my tongue as I saw her face flush deeply. It seemed that living too long made people bizarre, and clearly that wasn't limited to nobles. Martina was a woman who was difficult for us, who hadn't yet lived half a century, to comprehend. You can stop explaining right there. I'm not interested in your weird sexual fetishes or perverse tastes. At my remark, Martina twisted just one side of her lips upward and covered her mouth by spreading open her fan. Whenever her wrinkles deepened, the old woman inside seemed to peek through. We literally began discussing business. I intended to expand Gabriel's gang to a certain extent. Having influence over the lower district would be helpful for my future goals. Our work primarily involves security and mercenary jobs, exactly what Gabriel excels at. It won't conflict with your business. Rather, I hear you occasionally outsource security for your establishments. We agreed to occasionally handle security at businesses within Lavai and Rose's territory. It was just an extension of the work Gabriel had already been doing. As we talked, Martina waved her hand to summon the woman with the eye patch. Young master, your side must be short-handed for now, right? I'll lend you one of my subordinates. Her intentions were obvious. She wanted a trusted agent by our side to uncover my identity and objectives. It was transparent, but I didn't mind. Besides, she's probably several times more useful than the druggies Gabriel recruited. For me, it was simply acquiring another disposable card. My name is Grace, young master. The woman with the eye patch introduced herself politely, in stark contrast to her previous attitude. Not young master, call me Luka. Understood, Lukanim. Grace and I finished our introductions. Martina proudly glanced sideways at Grace and added another comment. Don't be too surprised, young master. Grace is a former Imperial Guard cadet. She dropped out midway, but it's still quite impressive. I paused briefly, then responded belatedly. Wow, that's surprising. A former Imperial Guard cadet? My reaction wasn't an act. It was genuine. Of course, I was surprised. Who would have thought I'd run into a senior here in this gutter, even if she was a dropout who hadn't managed to finish her training? Chapter 58. Ken Noma sat on the bed like a living corpse. Clink, I was measuring drugs on the workbench. Based on the data copied from the Imperial Guard's database, I combined several drugs required to enhance cognitive ability. I didn't know if it would be effective, but there was nothing to lose. If Ken died because of my mistake, well, that would be the end of it. No one would hold me accountable. I injected the combined drug into the back of Ken's neck. As the drug began to take effect, the trembling in his fingers stopped. Ken had been tortured in virtual reality. According to Aleph, the perceived duration would have amounted to several years. One could not dismiss it just because it was virtual reality. Because it was indistinguishable from actual reality, it was even more horrifying. He couldn't die. Instead, his mind was torn apart as he repeatedly died and revived. Just imagine. Humans are originally meant to die only once. Our brains cannot endure repeated deaths. Even a single death is enough to place an unbearable load on a human brain. But thanks to technological advancement, we could artificially kill and revive a human repeatedly. Few people could withstand this. Ken Noma, do you recognize me? Ken was a man who had barely passed half a century. But the condition of his brain was no different from that of a man over 100. He had numerous memory gaps and reduced cognitive abilities. Swish! I threw a knife toward Ken. He swiftly snatched it, as if he had never been relaxed. When it came to brain functions related to combat, Ken had managed to retain them to some extent. Even if their brains were damaged, musicians could play when given instruments, and cooks would start cooking with ingredients and utensils. Likewise, a warrior could handle a weapon. Let's begin rehabilitation, Ken. Perhaps thanks to the drugs, Ken's condition had improved compared to before. Even his habit of stuttering had significantly lessened. You're someone I can trust. Ken regained consciousness. Though trembling, he stood up from his seat. Thud. Ken gripped the knife in a reverse grip and assumed a stance. For a brief moment, I felt threatened. Clang, I served as Ken's sparring partner. Knives moved between me and Ken, sparks flying. He must have been quite remarkable before he became incapacitated. Even in his ruined state, Ken's skill was fierce. He could still easily cut down one or two ordinary people. Ha ha ha, Ken let out a dry laugh. He seemed pleased. I'm looking for the man who sponsored Tora, more precisely, his trail, what purpose he had in coming to the lower district, and why he supported Tora. I stated my objective. Ha ha. After moving around for a while, Ken practically collapsed into a chair. He gulped down water, and the trembling in his body subsided as if it had been a lie. It was only a temporary effect, though. My head is clear. What did you do to me? Nothing special, just mixed a few drugs. I didn't know you were knowledgeable about pharmaceuticals. Mind giving me a cigarette? As if I had any expertise. It was all thanks to the Imperial Guard's database. There were countless wrecks like Ken Noma in the Imperial Army. The Empire had conducted human experiments under the guise of clinical trials far too many times. No smoking during rehabilitation. Then at least a drink. Do you think that's an option? HMPH, you're as strict as a soldier. That's because I am one. Ignoring Ken's request, I pressed him for an answer. What I wanted was the past buried in his mind. Anyway, if I retrace my memory, Tora called that man Noel. I twisted one corner of my lips. Kinuan really had a nasty sense of humor. Noel Mulliskane, a rebel leader from a distant past, the founder of Aki's combat techniques. Kinuan had used that name as an alias. Noel, I murmured. Even among Tora's close associates, few knew or had met Noel. Now that I think about it, it was quite strange. Tora's a good man, sure, but he achieved success far beyond his abilities too easily. He took control of the arena that everyone coveted and built his business. It was probably thanks to this man, Noel. Just as I expected, Kinuan had expanded his influence in the lower district through Tora. The profits must have been substantial. Anything else unusual? Part of the arena's revenue was funneled through other businesses. Ken trailed off and smirked. But before that, I have a favor to ask, Luka. I sighed, knowing this moment would come. It's because of Aleph, isn't it? As you already know, Aleph is the one who turned me into this mess. I need to take revenge. Aleph and I are in a cooperative relationship. I'm not asking you to help me directly. I'm just asking you to turn a blind eye. I'll handle my revenge myself. What they did to each other was none of my business, but not right now. You're currently under the protection of the Gabriel gang. If you want revenge on Aleph, do it after you leave this place. That's all you need to follow. No need to threaten me. If there's one thing I can be proud of, it's this. I keep my word, unlike Aleph. That's the only reason I stood by Tora until the end. Aleph stabbed Tora in the back. That bastard deserves to die. Keeping one's word? I didn't believe in that. Whether I trusted Aleph or Ken was something I'd decide based on my own experiences. Things were getting complicated. I was growing tired of this mission in the lower district. I was a fighter, not a schemer. But I couldn't climb higher by only doing what I wanted. Managing subordinates, running an organization. It was an area I lacked. It wouldn't hurt to learn from this experience. Someday, I'd need these skills. Aleph should have Tora's old ledgers. Get them and filter out the businesses that start with B. The money flowing there must have ended up in Noel's pocket. I nodded and got up. After finishing my conversation with Ken Noma, I headed downstairs. Crash. As soon as I stepped down, a loud noise rang out. Seemed like something had gone wrong. I didn't know what it was, but I could already feel a headache coming on. Why, you were supposed to be the little master's surprise guest, weren't you? Aye. Gah, Baldy was screaming. Crash. Grace stood over him coldly, her single eye filled with contempt. She kicked Baldy lightly, sending him rolling on the floor, coughing up blood. It seemed like some junkies had mistaken Grace for a prostitute. She strode forward, grabbed the back of Baldy's head, and slammed it into the ground. Please spare me, little master. Save me, Baldy, blood streaming from his face, begged for help. Grace smashed his head into the floor again. Now what do I do? I looked around. Gabriel wasn't here. Only Baldy, Pig Nose, and Grace, just the three of them. Stop, Grace, I spoke as I descended the stairs. Grace let go of Baldy's head and looked up at me. Your subordinates are poorly trained, Lord Luka. It was a mess. Hard to deny that. But I just sighed and rubbed the back of my neck. Thunk, I stepped in front of Grace. Thud, I extended my foot and kicked her in the stomach. She flew backward, slamming into the wall before she could even react. I never gave you the right to train my subordinates. Don't overstep. You're an outsider. No matter how pathetic they seem, they're still under me. Laying a hand on them, should I take that as you looking down on me? Grace stared at me, eyes wide with shock. She knew I was strong, but she didn't expect this much. As a former cadet of the Imperial Guard, Grace must have had pride in her skills. She probably never imagined she'd be taken down so easily. You're right, Lord Luka. That was my mistake. Grace wiped the blood from her lips and stood up. Her military-like demeanor and speech suited my taste, probably because of her background as a cadet. Well, it's partly my fault for not giving a heads up. This woman is Grace, an officer of La Vie en Rose, you idiots. Be grateful you're still breathing. La Vie en Rose officer? Baldy and Pig Nose's eyes widened. They glanced at Grace nervously. Grace and I are heading out. You two stay here and keep watch. And for the last time, no drugs during work hours. Oh, of course, young master. I gestured for Grace to follow. She shot one last glare at Baldy and Pig Nose before stepping out with me. It'll be tough running an organization with men like them. They're bottom tier even by lower district standards. Gabriel, though, he's a decent man. Grace spoke as soon as we stepped outside. I know. But for now, I need even guys like them. It's not like I'm giving them difficult jobs. I planned to take Grace to the arena. I also wanted Aleph to see that La Vie en Rose and I had formed an alliance. The Gabriel gang is part of the arena faction and maintains a cooperative relationship with La Vie en Rose. Once that rumor spread, it would clear any obstacles in my way. It would also attract ambitious talents looking to rise in a new gang. Lord Luka, are you from a military family? What makes you think that? Because you're stronger than me. I never expected to be overpowered so easily by someone who isn't even an adult. Grace had a sharp eye. She was good at assessing her opponent's abilities. I couldn't understand why someone like her was under Martina. You didn't even complete the Imperial Guard training, yet you seem to have quite a bit of pride in yourself. It wasn't due to a lack of skill. My grades at the time were among the top. That piqued my curiosity. If it wasn't because of your skills, then why? I don't think we're close enough for me to share personal stories yet, Lord Luka. As she spoke, she gave a faint smile, so subtle that one wouldn't recognize it unless they observed closely. It felt like a few drops of laughter had rippled across the still lake of her expression. Then, let's each reveal one mystery at a time. I'm from a military family. It wasn't a lie. Not by birth, but by circumstance, I was part of a military family now. After a brief pause, I added, Grace, why are you in a gang? With your background as an Imperial Guard cadet, you could have joined a good security firm in the lower district. I owe Diva a great debt. Until I've repaid it, I plan to remain with La Vie en Rose. Lord Luka, is your sponsorship of Gabriel just for amusement? I don't look like I'm enjoying myself, do I? If you're asking about my purpose, I won't answer. You're skilled at evasion. After dealing with snakes like Kinuan and Hamilas, verbal sparring naturally improved. From there, our conversation continued, but it lacked much substance. I asked about her eye patch, but she didn't give a proper answer. We both kept our real intentions hidden. Still, I felt like I had gotten a little closer to Grace. To be honest, I liked her. Maybe because she was a former cadet, our way of thinking was similar, making it easy to talk to her as if she were an old training comrade. Chapter 59. I received Torah's ledger from Aleph. When I inserted the chip into the terminal to check, I found transaction records spanning over a dozen years. You're as resourceful as ever, young master. To think you've already negotiated with La Vie en Rose. Aleph said this as he saw me off. Even without an introduction, he already knew where Grace was affiliated. Aleph didn't ask me what I intended to do with Torah's ledger. He was a clever man, quick-witted and adept at catering to the powerful. Grace and I left the arena. "Sir Luka, do you trust Olive?" Grace asked bluntly. She was in the middle of grabbing a pickpocket's arm and snapping it. The sound of a cheap prosthetic breaking echoed. "Do I look like I trust that man? If I did, you might as well rip out your remaining eye." "That's exactly why I'm saying this. Diva would be a better? Your boss is no different. An unpredictable, fickle woman." As I spoke ill of Martina, Grace furrowed her brow slightly. Her loyalty was impressive. Why did she quit as a cadet? Grace had an inherently military disposition. That was why she had passed the selection test and been chosen as a cadet. "I don't know what terms you offered, but Aleph is the kind of man who moves toward whichever side the scales tip. If things go south, he'll betray you." "I'm well aware of Aleph's reputation. You can leave now. Today's business is done. I will escort you to your office." Grace said this out of habit. "Haha, who's escorting whom?" I laughed. For a brief moment, Grace's face reddened. She couldn't exactly argue against my words. "Go report today's events to Diva. That's your job, isn't it?" After sending Grace off, I stepped into an alleyway. I linked my terminal with my retinal display and reviewed Tora's ledger once more. Ken told me to look for companies starting with B. I narrowed down the list and accessed the cheap network of the lower districts. My terminal's firewall activated, filtering out viruses. They've all gone out of business long ago. With my level of information access, there was no way to trace the remnants of a defunct company. The lower district's networks and data were highly volatile, riddled with corrupted records and misinformation. If the shell company belonged to Kinuan, he would have undoubtedly planted dummy data. I needed an authoritative and untainted database. The Imperial Guard database I had access to didn't store such trivial records. Nikolaos Castoria. A name surfaced in my mind. Nikolaos, the eldest son of the Castoria family, a high-ranking imperial official and a highly competent man. Technically, he was also my brother. I manipulated my terminal to switch the line. It was a single-use line with the highest security clearance. Using it once would cost a lower-class worker their entire wage. The thought left a bitter taste in my mouth. My sense of money was closer to that of the lower class. Regardless, I sent a call to Nikolaos, and before long, the connection went through. "I've set aside my busy work for you, little brother." I'll give you 5 minutes to talk." Nikolaos spoke from the other end of the terminal. Memories surfaced. There was a time when I told Nikolaos I'd give him 5 minutes to convince me. "I want access to the Empire's central database. I figured you might have the clearance." "I do, but I can't grant you access. I'd still like to keep my head on my shoulders for now." Of course, I had anticipated his refusal. My plan was to follow up with an easier request. "Then could you investigate a few shell companies for me? Think of it as me owing you a favor." "Luka, would this help elevate your status within the family?" "Most likely." "Send me the list." Nikolaos readily agreed. "Just within 2 days would be fine." A quick scan tells me I won't need more than 2 hours. His efficiency was exactly to my liking. "I'll repay this debt. Brothers should help each other. Let me know if you need anything." Nikolaos feigned goodwill as he ended the call. No doubt he would collect on today's favor with interest. He would demand something difficult from me in the future. That was a problem for another time. For now, I had more immediate concerns. Ken Noma, gang syndicates, Lavai N. Rose, Aleph of the arena. I had been handling these matters back to back, and it had been 3 days since I last got proper sleep. At best, I had managed with brief naps and short meditative rests. My accumulated fatigue weighed heavily on my head. Inside the elevator ascending to the upper district, I closed my eyes. It felt like I could finally drift off. I wanted to check the materials Nikolaos had sent, but this was really my limit. My mind wasn't working anymore. It felt as if something foreign was lodged in my cerebral cortex, dulling my thoughts. If I could, I would have cracked open my skull, taken out my brain, and washed it clean with water. I returned to my quarters. On the way, I saw cadets from the lower classes training. I had been like that too. It was only 2 or 3 years ago, yet it felt like a distant memory. Please let no one call for me. Right now, even if Hamilas summoned me, I felt like I would just snap at him. I collapsed onto my bed without even washing up. I was already at my limit, so I could fall asleep right away. I was holding onto my consciousness purely by willpower. My brain was already prepared to shut off the lights at any moment. Let there be darkness. Murmuring softly to myself, I closed my eyes. My consciousness faded. A silence like the void engulfed me. Exactly 6 hours later, I woke up. Not down to the exact second, of course. Checking my sleep time on the wall display, I saw there was only about a 10-second margin of error. My internal clock hadn't gone out of sync. That meant my condition was good. Beep. I linked my terminal to the wall display. Messages and notifications had piled up through the Imperial Guard's internal network. My gaze stopped on the cadet activity records. Ile's name appeared unusually often. Ile, just how many missions did you take on while I was gone? Ile's mission logs remained. Among them were several that were difficult to dismiss as minor. He even volunteered for things he didn't have to do. No wonder I hadn't seen him. Both Ile and I had been busy with our own duties. Since we hadn't been assigned to the same missions, it had been quite some time since we last saw each other. Normally, Ile would have come to find me by now. I wasn't the type to be friendly. I didn't seek people out without a reason, but Ile often came to see me. Now that there had been no contact from him, I felt a slight pang of disappointment. Well, if I was that bothered, I could just go find him myself. All right, just this once, I should be the one to check in on him. With that decision, I stepped into the shower. After quickly washing up, I changed into my cadet uniform and left my quarters. Luka, I don't know what you've been up to lately, but if you keep this up, you'll fall from the top spot soon. There isn't much time left until graduation. A fellow cadet I ran into in the hallway spoke to me. None of your business, I answered indifferently. Ile has been going crazy lately. He might even set the record for the most missions in the history of the training academy. He wasn't exaggerating. Even I was surprised. In cadet evaluations, real combat experience, meaning mission performance, was weighted the most. Then let Ile take the top spot. You're so relaxed now that you've joined the Custoria family, huh? Damn. If I had been adopted by the commander of the Imperial Guard, I'd be taking it easy too. I wished I could be at ease. Not knowing a thing about my situation, my fellow cadet kept running his mouth. I wanted to smash his face in. Out of all our peers, I was the one walking the sharpest edge. I had climbed too high to step down now. One misstep, and all that awaited me was a fall. Wasn't there a saying about riding a tiger and being unable to get off? Now that I had come this far, quitting would only mean being disposed of. The responsibilities I had taken on in exchange for the Custoria name were immense and tangled. Sometimes I missed the old days. Back then, I didn't have to think about complicated things. I only had to sharpen myself and push forward. My superiors decided who was an enemy and who was an ally. All I had to do was swing my blade and pull the trigger. But what about now? Now, I had to judge for myself who was a friend and who was a foe. I had to decide whom to follow and whom to trust in a situation where nothing was clear. It was maddening. More than once, I had wanted to walk away from it all. I know this mission is something I need, I screamed internally. If I wanted to succeed as a member of the Custoria family and as a high-ranking officer of the Empire, I had to develop skills beyond combat. If I could overcome all the challenges ahead, I would become someone far greater than I am now. Someone like Kinuan or Hamilas. They were human too. They weren't born monsters. They must have gone through trial and error just like me as they grew. I have to become like them. If not, I wouldn't survive. Luka, what's with that look? I wasn't trying to mock you. If anyone knows you deserve the Custoria name, it's us who have trained alongside you. My expression must not have been good. His words lightened my mood a little. Even a noble-born kid was watching my reactions. This was the status and power I had wanted. It wasn't granted to me by someone's generosity or mercy. I had seized it with my own strength. I wouldn't let go of even this small bit of power. Like a snowball rolling downhill, I intended to keep growing it. Haven't slept in days. Turns out being a noble's heir isn't for just anyone. I extended my fist, and my fellow cadet bumped his against mine. That was how we greeted each other as we passed. I made my way to Ile's personal maintenance room. I had sent him a message in advance, but he must have been busy. There was no reply. The holographic nameplate on the maintenance room displayed Ile Karthika. That meant he was using it at the moment. Beep. As soon as the sensor recognized me, the door slid open. The first thing that caught my eye was the maintenance arms descending from the ceiling. Beside them, an android was assisting with the adjustments. Ile was lying on the maintenance chair, his limbs fully opened up, exposing the internal components. Precision robotic hands were busily swapping out parts of his prosthetics. "Yo, Luka." Ile turned his head to greet me. "I hear you've been pushing yourself pretty hard lately, Lord Karthika." Leaning against the wall, I remarked casually. My eyes traced over him from his feet to the top of his head. Ile has changed. In just 3 or 4 months, his aura had shifted. His artificial skin, neglected due to his constant missions, was marred with scratches. The exposed parts of his prosthetics were worn. That meant he had been through battle after battle. He's seen it all in such a short time. Ile had always been more talented than me. I'd said it before, Ile had never truly needed to work hard at the academy. Just by putting in a decent amount of effort, he had achieved results equal to mine. Meanwhile, I had trained like my life depended on it, pushing myself to the brink. That was an undeniable fact. Ile possessed a natural talent beyond mine. And now, that lazy genius had finally found a goal. He was honing himself. Ile had thoroughly chewed through his real combat experiences, digesting them until they became a part of his very being. Even without him saying anything, I could tell Ile had grown stronger. Meanwhile, I had been focusing on things other than battle. Facing Ile, a sense of urgency surged within me. I recalled what that cadet had said earlier. The difference between first and second place didn't really matter. But if I hesitated, that bastard might leave me behind for good. During the Lillian Lamons incident, Ile had lost control in the worst way possible. And now, he's losing control in the best way possible. With maintenance complete, Ile's prosthetic arm and leg sealed shut. The robotic arms from the ceiling finished securing the joints, sealing them tightly. "Luka, follow me, I'll show you my trophies." Rising from the maintenance chair, Ile threw on his coat as he spoke. He didn't even ask why I had come. He must have already known that this visit was just to check in on him. Realizing that made me feel strangely self-conscious. The great Luka, coming all this way just to check up on me. Incredible, it's nice to know our friendship actually means something. Even as he left the maintenance room, Ile didn't forget to tease me. "Screw off, dumbass." Cursing under my breath, I followed him. Chapter 60. Ile had been continuously carrying out missions. There were times when he took on assignments back-to-back without returning. It wasn't the method recommended by the training center, but it was actually closer to real combat. In real combat, you can't always maintain your best condition. It was common to fight battle after battle while already battered and worn. That was why military combat prosthetics valued durability just as much as high output. No matter how powerful they were, if they lacked durability and reliability, they were useless in actual combat. Ile proudly showed me the greatest trophy he had obtained from his various missions. The moment I saw what it was, my eyes widened. Beyond the glass window, a metallic creature, covered in countless electrodes and cables, came into view. Researchers bustled around us, busy monitoring the situation. Signals of unknown meaning were forming graphs across the screens. Machine beast. A beast made not of flesh and blood, but of metal and machinery. It was a life form occasionally found on planet Novus, yet its ecology remained a mystery. Grrrrng. The machine beast let out a low growl, sounding utterly exhausted. It had a sleek form, resembling a wolf. However, its long tail split into 3 distinct strands, each ending in a sharp tip. From its shape, it seemed to use its tail as a weapon. "That's something to be proud of," I spoke honestly. Capturing a machine beast was no easy feat. For one, chemical tranquilizers didn't work on them. On top of that, they had electromagnetic shielding exteriors, making electronic neutralization difficult. I'd have to check Ile's report later to see how he managed to capture this thing. I was curious myself. Amazing, right? Ile looked through the glass with an excited smile. In that expression, I could see pure curiosity. Are machine beasts related to the arcane civilization? Though he had changed, Ile was still Ile. His obsession with the arcane civilization remained unshaken. "Well, it's not certain, but the chances are high. Machine beasts are made of mechanical components, but but their structures are as intricate and complex as those of living organisms. Some even say that somehow they grow and reproduce over time. Ile chattered on excitedly. Since I had no interest in such things, I let his words go in one ear and out the other. Ile approached a researcher and started discussing the machine beast. Meanwhile, I observed the creature confined in its glass prison, waiting for their conversation to end. A life form born with a mechanical body. We didn't need to adapt to cybernetic prosthetics gradually like we did. Machine beasts were born with electronic brains and nervous systems suited to their natural bodies. KRRRK. The machine beast lifted its head and looked in my direction. It had 2 pairs of pupils. The wavelengths of visible light they perceived must have differed, as each pair glowed in a distinct color. Just observing it was fascinating. Even though it was mechanical, it was entirely different from a rigid android. It exhibited many involuntary movements, just like a living creature. Its eyelids periodically lowered to clean the lenses, and its 3-pronged tail swayed gently. "Can this thing be tamed?" I asked suddenly. The researcher burst into laughter. "I can't give a definitive answer on the possibility, but there's no precedent for it." "I see." With that, I stepped back from the glass. The machine beast also turned its head away as if losing interest in me. We left the laboratory. "This will be the last time I see that thing. It's being transferred to the Imperial Research Division." Transferred? More like imprisoned. That machine beast would never see its homeland again. It would be confined somewhere unknown and spend the rest of its life as a test subject. I wasn't sympathizing, it was just stating the facts as they were. "Oh, and here's my second trophy. This one's a gift for you. Consider it a congratulatory present for rising to fame as the young master of House Custoria. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or sincere." "I'm serious, you idiot." Ile pulled out a knife. Its sheath was made of black leather, which looked exceptionally thick and sturdy. Swish! Ile drew the knife and spun it between his hands. His movements were swift and dazzling, almost like a performance. Bone, in that brief moment, I recognized the material of the knife. Ile stopped his movements and held the knife out toward me. "It's a weapon from the alien I took down this time. You know about the Equation, right? That mercenary race they're famous for." "I've heard of them." I examined the knife. The handle was wrapped in cord and leather. The blade, made of bone, was an unnaturally pure shade of white. Only Equation commander-class warriors carry these knives. They're rare, but beyond that, they're also considered highly valuable for their craftsmanship. Collectors pay a hefty price for them. I can see why. My artistic sensibility was below average. But even to my eyes, it was clear that this knife was no ordinary item. To put it bluntly, it looked expensive. "It's made from the bone of a native beast that only lived on the Equation's home planet. They say it's extinct now, so even if you wanted to get one, you couldn't. It was an incredibly ferocious and powerful creature, and any Equation who managed to hunt one down with nothing but a spear or sword was honored as a great warrior among their people." Ile explained its origins. I understood that it was a rare item. If it could never be obtained again, then of course, it was valuable. I accepted the knife and ran my fingers along the blade. "It looks more ceremonial. Can it actually be used in real combat?" "I mean, it's still just bone. Watch closely." Ile took the knife back and struck it with his own blade. Kang, a crisp resonance rang out. The bone knife didn't break. However, the edge chipped slightly, leaving behind a fine crack-like mark. "You said it was rare, but..." I stopped mid-sentence. The crack in the blade was healing on its own. Like regenerating cells, the fine fractures and chipped sections filled themselves in. In the Equation language, it's called Graken Vuth. There's no perfect translation, but in our terms, it roughly means immortal. No, more like eternal white. Ile tossed the knife, Graken Vuth, toward me. Since Graken Vuth was too long, I decided to just call it Graken. I didn't really care about the original meaning anyway. Swish. I spun the Graken knife in my hands, gripping it alternately with both. It was astonishingly light. There are dormant, nano-sized organisms living within the bone. When it takes an impact or gets damaged, they awaken and restore the bone to its original form. The Equations used a special processing technique to lock that regenerative ability into the shape of a blade. Sounds like magic. I'm being generous here, giving this to you. I stared intently at the knife, now restored to its pristine white state. The damage had disappeared as if it had never been there. It wasn't an overwhelmingly powerful weapon, but for a warrior, it was undoubtedly a treasure worth coveting. It wouldn't be strange if my eyes gleamed with greed. I'll make good use of it. Graken Vuth, the meaning behind it was eternal white. As a gift, it carried significant meaning. After all, everyone was drawn to eternity and immortality. People want their names to be remembered in history, and they don't want their finite lives to simply come to an end. And they wish for their relationships to be eternal as well, whether it's friendship or anything else. But we know. The reason we long for eternity and immortality is because we cannot have them. Fame, life, and even our relationships with others are all finite. There is one truth in the universe. Even the universe itself is not eternal and is heading toward its end. One day, everything will cease to exist. Let alone us, mere specks upon the stars. Our lives are nothing more than the fleeting glimmer of a life form that is not even worthy of being called dust. You're being sentimental today, Luka. Well, it's understandable. It's the first time I've received a gift with meaning behind it. I belatedly checked the document Nikolaos had sent me via hologram. The startup and closure dates of the shell companies I had requested, along with the names of their registered owners, appeared in sequence. As I moved my eyes and focused on a name, additional personal information surfaced. This is far more information than I expected. He's certainly thorough with his work. There was even data I hadn't asked for. Nikolaos had already investigated whether the listed owners of these shell companies were real people or fabricated identities. It made me feel a sense of duty, like I should do something in return for Nikolaos. The information was that impressive. I refocused on the hologram. Even the money flow, something difficult to track with the lower district's information network, was laid out before me. All the shell companies were laundering money in an intricate, tangled web. Under the guise of cleaning services, supply contracts, security firms, and other operations, these shell companies siphoned funds from the gambling den and converted them into legitimate assets. To avoid tracking and investigation, most of these businesses did not operate for long, shutting down within a year or two. I meticulously reviewed the entire document Nikolaos had sent, from beginning to end. Uncovering this level of detail in the lower district wouldn't have been possible in just a day or two. It was the kind of work that could take months, possibly years. If, by some stroke of luck, I really do become the head of House Custoria, I might just keep Nikolaos by my side instead of purging him. As long as he didn't turn against me, he could be an excellent strategist and advisor. He possessed abilities I did not. Of course, Luka's Custoria, head of House Custoria, was a future with almost no chance of coming true. The walls I had to overcome for that future were far taller than any I had scaled before. P.S. While investigating, I started seeing the outline of where the shell company's money is ultimately flowing. If I dig for a few more days, I think I'll find out. I'm doing this because I find it fun, so don't feel like you owe me anything. This was the note Nikolaos had added at the end of the document. I really do owe him now. Nikolaos had already figured out what kind of person I was, which was why he was willing to give so freely. He knew I wasn't the type to simply take and pretend I hadn't. All right, until Nikolaos sends me the additional investigation results, I'll set this matter aside. I wanted to tackle the assignment Kinuan had left me. The next stage of Aki's combat techniques. Ever since I met Ile Karthika, I had been plagued with a lingering sense of unease. Ile was improving at an incredible pace. He was honing his combat abilities through relentless, real-world battles. I wasn't just idling around either. But right now, the things I was dealing with had little to do with actual combat. It was possible that, at this very moment, I was weaker than Ile, and I knew Ile's talent better than anyone. That bastard was chasing after me at full power. I liked Ile, but I hated the idea of losing to him. If he ever surpassed me, I was confident I could bring myself to despise him with everything I had, at least until I became stronger again. I accessed the Imperial Guard network to book a private training room. Beep. A notification popped up on the terminal. I rarely, extremely rarely, felt shaken. The last time had been on the battlefield, when a comrade beside me had died. My expression was probably even more disturbed now than it had been then. This wasn't a battlefield. The hormones that turned me into an aggressive psychopath weren't surging through my body. Obituary. Someone I knew, someone among my acquaintances or relatives, had died. And it was none other than the man I had just been muttering about to myself. Nikolaos Kastoria. Nikolaos was dead. Chapter 61. Death comes suddenly, even more so for a soldier like me. A soldier stands on the boundary between life and death every time they step onto the battlefield or engage in combat. If I were to die suddenly one day, no one would be too surprised. I'd be grateful if they even mourned me. But the death of Nikolaos Kastoria shocked everyone. No one had expected it. Not even he would have imagined that his death would come this way. Nikolaos, lost in thought, I opened my eyes. The Kastoria bloodline and their vassals, all clad in black mourning attire, stood in numbers. We were at the Kastoria family cemetery. The funeral was solemn. Few openly displayed their emotions. Father, Nikolaos' son, Emilio, was sobbing before the gravestone. He had once pointed a gun at me without a shred of respect, but now he just looked pitiful. I shifted my gaze to his younger brother, Jup. His expression was grave, devoid of any hint of joy. Even if he were pleased, it would be wise not to show it. Or perhaps he truly found it bitter to see his rival perish so meaninglessly. Like it or not, they were brothers after all. Murmur. There were more people around Jup than usual. With Nikolaos, the strongest candidate, dead, Jup was now the most likely successor. The funeral wasn't even over, yet they were already swarming like bees chasing honey. The official cause of Nikolaos' death was asphyxiation from a traffic accident. An aerial vehicle had fallen onto his head. A more detailed investigation was still underway. An unfortunate accident? Not many believed that. It could have been a genuine accident, but the odds were too low. An assassination orchestrated by someone. That was the prevailing theory. Some suspected that Jup had ordered the hit, but I thought differently. No, I had a lead which set my view apart from theirs. Was it because of the investigation I requested? It might have been a coincidence, but the timing was eerily perfect. I wasn't so dull as to dismiss it as mere chance. If he died because of me, it means he uncovered something he shouldn't have. Information so sensitive that even high-ranking officials would be silenced. In my estimation, that information pointed to where the ghost company's funds had ultimately flowed. Even I hadn't realized it was this dangerous. The eldest son of the current commander of the Imperial Guard was dead. This was no ordinary event. A heavy weight settled in my chest. It would be a lie to say I didn't feel responsible. If only my suspicions were unfounded, if Nikolaos' death was just an unfortunate accident, or if Jup had ordered it, then I wouldn't have to bear this guilt. A father who has lost his child. I fixed my gaze on Hemilas. Hemilas stood motionless like a monolith, staring at the gravestone. His side profile, barely visible, was expressionless. He didn't allow himself to show emotions that could be perceived as weaknesses. I have to report my dealings with Nikolaos to Hemilas. I had been investigating Kinuan, and Nikolaos had tracked Kinuan's ghost company at my request. There was a chance his death was linked to Kinuan. Even for Hemilas, can he truly ignore Kinuan after losing his eldest son? Regardless, it wasn't my place to make judgments. My first duty was to report. If the connection was uncovered later, I could end up being treated as an accomplice. Luka. I turned to see Giselle tugging at my sleeve. We stepped away from the crowd, finding shade beneath a tree. This doesn't make sense. No matter how I look at it, Nikolaos' death doesn't add up. Giselle furrowed her delicate brows as she spoke. It seemed confusion outweighed grief. No, more accurately, there was no trace of sorrow at all. The bonds of blood must have been weak between them. Well, Nikolaos had treated even his own children as mere tools. There was no need to tell Giselle about my dealings with Nikolaos. I stayed silent and let her speak. I don't think Jup ordered it. Father's retirement is still far off. Luka, do you know something? She stared at me intently, as if trying to pry the truth from my expression. Sorry, miss, but when it comes to hiding thoughts and emotions, I have the upper hand. If I knew, I'd have told you. More importantly, what's your plan going forward? With Nikolaos dead, doesn't that mean Jup will run unopposed? Earlier, I saw the relatives flocking to him. For now, there's no way to stop Jup. Isn't this more of a problem for you? You humiliated Jup not too long ago. If he's officially named successor, he'll push you out. He might even try to get rid of you. I scratched my neck and merely shrugged. If Jup manages to take me down, that just means I wasn't strong enough. In truth, I wasn't worried. No matter what Jup did, I wasn't going to be an easy target. I wasn't like Nikolaos. They couldn't stage some accident to take me out. But you, what? MMPH. SHH, Jup is coming this way. I extended my index finger and thumb, pressing Giselle's lips shut. Jup was heading straight toward us. What's so interesting that you're chatting away, dear siblings? Mind if I join in? It's nothing much. I was just asking Giselle about funeral etiquette. I'm not well versed in proper manners, you see. Jup's face twitched as if he wanted to grimace, but forced himself to stay composed. He must have remembered the time he tried to lecture me on table manners and ended up humiliating himself instead. Well, if you don't know something, it's only right to ask your siblings. We're always ready to help you. Isn't that right, Giselle? Well, I suppose. Giselle responded reluctantly. She wasn't close to Nikolaos, nor was she particularly fond of Jup. I'm the eldest now. If there have been any misunderstandings between us, I'd like to clear them up. But there's no need for lengthy words. From now on, there will be no more variables, Luka, Giselle. With Brother Nikolaos gone, I will be the next head of the family. If either of you had any rebellious thoughts, discard them today. I'll be generous enough to overlook everything that's happened so far. Jup glared at us as he spoke. It was a blatant threat, an order to fall in line under him. That's quite rude, Jup Oraboni. We're in mourning. Don't you think it's too soon for this conversation? And yet the little wench sneaking off to plot has the nerve to lecture me? Don't make me laugh. Jup shot back. Surprisingly, he wasn't wrong. I had to resist the urge to applaud. For now, my ally was Giselle. And between the two, I liked Giselle better. Not because she was pretty, but simply because Jup was even more insufferable. Well then, since Nikolaos is dead, I might as well say this. I didn't even bother attaching Hyung to his name. Truthfully, I had never considered him my brother, not even once. Besides, this wasn't the kind of situation that warranted courtesy. You little. Before Jup could cut in, I continued speaking. Nikolaos and I were complete opposites, which made him a difficult opponent. But you, Jup, are a soldier like me. And my skills surpass yours to the extent that they can overturn the difference between an adopted son and a legitimate heir. Keep that in mind. I still have plenty of time, more than enough to earn recognition within the military and climb the ranks. I had just declared direct competition. Truthfully, there was no need to go this far. I just wanted to knock Jup down a peg because of the way he was acting. It was a bad habit of mine. Sometimes, I made enemies for no good reason. What the hell did you just say? A filthy street orphan like you dares to run his mouth? Jup's voice was fierce. He wasn't an officer for nothing. He knew how to command intimidation. An ordinary person would have been shaken. Young Master Lukaos, the Lord is calling for you. Just then, one of the household servants approached. It's father's summons, so go, Luka, but don't think I'll forget what happened today. I didn't respond and simply followed the servant. Giselle hesitated for a moment before blending back into the crowd. Hemilas was waiting in a private chamber set up within the cemetery. Creak. I opened the door and stepped inside. You called for me. Hemilas was standing by the window. From his position, he had likely been watching my exchange with Jup. Don't tease Jup too much, Luka, Hemilas said gently. I just got a little heated. Did you summon me because you were worried we might fight? No, not quite. The door is slightly ajar. Close it properly. I turned back and pulled the door shut. The moment I turned my head back toward the room, my eyes widened. Hemilas was suddenly standing right in front of me. I hadn't even sensed him move. Why did my son die? His tone was calm, but the words he spoke carried a weighty ambiguity. I had no idea how much he knew. But I had to tell the truth now. If I lied, I'll die. A chill ran down my spine. It felt as if the Reaper's scythe was hovering over my neck. I could feel the deep, simmering rage within Hemilas. And he was one of the greatest soldiers in the Empire. His fury would not end lightly. 999 Hemilas stood still, listening to my report. I explained everything I had done in the lower districts. How I had used Gabriel to form a gang for the sake of my investigation and to expand my influence. How I had dug into the connection between Kinuan and Torah, eventually leading me to Ken Noma. how I had tracked the ghost company's funding through Tora's ledgers, and how I had entrusted that investigation to Nikolaos Kastoria. Shortly after, Nikolaos had died in an accident. That is all. I pressed my hands firmly against my lower back, standing stiffly as I finished my report. I see, Hemilas muttered as he stroked his chin. His tone was devoid of emotion, yet my heart pounded relentlessly. I didn't know when the quiet embers in Hemilas's eyes would erupt into a raging fire. His eldest son is dead. It was only natural for him to be furious, even for someone like Hemilas, who was a master of separating duty from personal matters. Hemilas was an exceptional soldier, but he wasn't a crazed psychopath. I had glimpsed the humanity that lay dormant beneath his mask of a cold-hearted officer more than once. But we still don't have definitive proof that Kinnuin is Tora's benefactor. It's only a strong suspicion. I wanted to prevent a direct confrontation between Hemilas and Kinnuin. If that happened, it wouldn't bode well for me. Luka, Kinnuin is Tora's benefactor, because that's the conclusion you reached. You trust me more than I trust myself, Commander. I have no reason not to trust a capable subordinate and my son. Should I be grateful for that trust or afraid of it? Then, I will continue the mission without changing course. If you keep digging, you'll be targeted by the same people who went after Nikolaos. Unlike my brother, I am a soldier. Yes, an ordinary soldier. Which means this could be too much for you. Nikolaos was a high-ranking Imperial official, not some low-level bureaucrat. The enemy saw his database access logs. At his words, my brows furrowed. My mind reached a conclusion I could barely stomach. You're saying the Empire's enemies are embedded within the Imperial bureaucracy, at the highest levels. It's not surprising. The Empire's history is long, so is that of its internal factions. We cut out the rot whenever we find it, but there's no end in sight. Rage churned inside me, so intense it made me feel sick. I could, begrudgingly, understand why those in the lower districts or the impoverished masses would turn against the Empire. But for high-ranking officials to be its enemies, that was something I could not tolerate. They were the ones who had benefited the most from the system. We'll use Kinnuin to root out the traitors within, as much as I hate to say it. Nikolaos' death means we were close to something critical. Hemilas had already regained his composure. Personally, I feel indebted to Nikolaos Hyung, and there's only one way to repay that debt. Someone would have to take responsibility for Nikolaos' death. Chapter 62. Nikolaos' funeral was over. Everyone returned to their daily lives. Hemilas did not press Kinnuin, he simply waited in silence. I, too, returned to my duties. I'll take care of what Nikolaos was working on. That's what Hemilas told me. He would find a way to assign the investigation to someone in an indirect manner. He had enough connections for that. And so, I visited the hideout, the gang's office. Bang, the moment I arrived, chaos had already erupted. Gabriel grabbed Pig Nose by the collar and flung him aside. Pig Nose begged desperately for forgiveness. Cuke, Bibo, boss? Buwas. Oh, so the boss words sound like a joke to you now? What's that? Drugs? Are you messing with me? No, I was just taking a little break, just for a change of pace. It was only a little, just a little? It seemed Pig Nose had taken drugs during work hours. Gabriel grabbed Pig Nose by the foot and threw him. Gack! Pig Nose went flying and landed right next to me. Why you're here, young master? Please, save me? Pig Nose clung to my coat as he spoke. I kicked him away and walked further inside. Gabriel looked at me and grumbled in frustration. Why the hell didn't you pick up your phone? While you were gone, there was a family funeral. I cut him off briefly. Gabriel awkwardly scratched his cheek. Oh, really? Sorry to hear that. A family funeral, huh? Well, damn, so while I was gone, what happened? Ken Noma disappeared. He was definitely here last night. You were taking turns keeping watch, weren't you? Gabriel's gaze shifted to Pig Nose. When I came in the morning, Baldy was nowhere to be found, and this bastard was high off his ass. My sharp glare turned to Pig Nose. He, still clinging to my coat, scrambled away to a corner as if crawling for his life. I immediately went upstairs to the room where Ken Noma had been held. The barren room showed no signs of struggle. The lock on the window was broken, allowing the lukewarm air, characteristic of the lower levels, to seep in. God damn it! A curse slipped from my lips. The people in this place were even bigger trash than I had imagined. They couldn't even keep watch over a half-dead junkie. Who could have taken him? Gabriel stood by the window, looking down below as he spoke. That's unlikely. The lock was broken from the inside. If someone had broken in, they would have smashed the window to enter. And if they had come through the front door, they wouldn't have made a scene by exiting through the window. Have you tried contacting Baldy? I quickly assessed the situation and spoke. Gabriel's eyes widened slightly, surprised by my deduction. Yeah, of course I tried. He's not answering. Tell La Vi and Rose to send people to find Baldy and Ken Noma. I'll contact Aleph myself. Do you think La Vi and Rose will do us a favor? Gabriel, you should sleep with Martina sometime. Then she'll lend us a hand. That old woman's libido isn't something to take lightly. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Do I look like some street prostitute to you? Gabriel's voice rang through the room, but I didn't care. Gabriel, Ken disappearing is partly your responsibility. You're the one who brought those idiots in. You were in charge of keeping an eye on them. If one night in bed is all it takes to find Ken, that's a cheap trade. Are you F? I mean, shit, okay, fine. I do have some responsibility, but damn it. Gabriel cursed endlessly before letting out a deep sigh that made his shoulders slump. If you really hate the idea, I won't force you. We'll just rely on Aleph's help instead. I knew Gabriel's personality well. He wasn't the type to shrug off responsibility. If he were, I would have cut him loose and found someone else to do the job. Fine, I'll do it. I'll sleep with her. Happy now? God damn it, this is bullshit. Gabriel clutched his head in frustration and stormed out of the room. Not long after, I could hear him making a call to La Vi and Rose. I contacted Aleph right away. When I told him we had broken Ken Noma out of the hospital, his voice immediately darkened. Young master, I'm not blaming you, but if you were going to extract him, you should have at least given me a heads up. He was absolutely blaming me. If you find Ken, contact me immediately. Sigh, that bastard probably sees me as his worst enemy. Either way, I'll let you know as soon as I find him. Just so we're clear, don't take it upon yourself to get rid of Ken Noma. You owe me for this, young master. Lately, I felt like my debts were piling up everywhere. La Vi, N. Rose, and Aleph had complete control over their respective territories. If Baldy or Ken Noma had ended up in either of their areas, they would be found quickly. After finishing our contact with the gang, Gabriel and I went back down to the first floor. Pig Nose was kneeling with a terrified expression. It seemed the drugs had completely worn off, and he was only now grasping the gravity of the situation. Spare me, B-Boss, why young master? Pig Nose pleaded desperately. Luka, what should we do with him? Gabriel whispered in my ear. I folded my arms, thinking. The military had clear regulations for punishment. Here, I had to make the decision myself. I never had high expectations, but somehow, he still managed to fall short. Pig Nose had likely joined Gabriel's crew with a casual attitude. Pig Nose, just this once. I'll let it slide this one time. Next time. I reached out my hand. His left eye was still biological. This brought back memories, specifically the day Hamilla's gouged out my eye. Press. I pressed my thumb against Pig Nose's left eye. My thumb dug diagonally into the orbit, pushing the eyeball outward. It popped out like a toy. I won't stop at just one eye next time. I ripped out his eyeball. The optic nerve snapped with a series of wet, tearing sounds. GHH, HHK, KHHHHH? Pig Nose groaned, tears and mucus streaming down his face. He was desperately holding back a scream. After this, he would surely hate me. He could hate me all he wanted. Emotions could always be painted over. Hatred could be smothered by fear. Beep. Gabriel's terminal rang. He checked the message and tapped my shoulder. La Vi and Rose found Baldy. Gabriel's voice carried a hint of unease. I immediately picked up on the meaning behind it. He's dead? Yeah. The reason La Vi and Rose had found Baldy so quickly was simple. That morning, a corpse had turned up in their territory. It was him. Gabriel and I entered the crime scene like investigators. Inside the dead-end alley, Grace was standing there. There's an incision on the neck. The carotid artery was severed with precision. A skilled knife user did this. Grace reported. At her feet, Baldy's pale corpse lay lifeless. Could Ken Noma have done this? Gabriel murmured. Ken had been good with a blade in his prime. Ken was in no condition to fight. I had been helping Ken with his rehabilitation, but he wasn't yet at a point where he could move on his own. Neurological damage wasn't something that could be overcome so easily. Even I couldn't be sure if Ken had killed Baldy. "Any witnesses?" I asked Grace. "We're still searching." I exhaled lightly, taking in my surroundings piece by piece, committing every small detail to memory. If I reconstruct Baldy's actions. The dirty wall had a section wiped clean where someone's back had pressed against it. I checked Baldy's back. The stains on the wall and his back matched. Lowering my gaze, I examined the ground. Amid the scattered scuff marks, I isolated only the most recent footprints. A struggle broke out, and Baldy was pushed against the wall. Baldy had tried to escape, but the culprit had grabbed his shoulder and slit his throat. The trail of blood on the ground aligned perfectly with my assessment. I narrowed my eyes. The dead could not speak. We had to interpret their intentions from the traces they left behind. "Luka, we have footage from a nearby camera." Grace activated a hologram from her terminal. The video showed what had happened just before they entered the alley. That bastard Ken. After all we did to get him out. Gabriel was seething with rage as he watched the footage. Ken, Noma, and Baldy appeared on the holographic display. Ken was stumbling, trying to run away, while Baldy, panting heavily, was desperately chasing after him. They entered the alley. Ken likely hadn't realized it was a dead end. Moments later, only Ken emerged from the alley. The conclusion was obvious. Ken had killed Baldy, yet more than anger, I felt a strange emotion. "You fulfilled your duty." Baldy had carried out the task I had given him to the very end. Even when he was gasping for breath, he still pursued Ken. He never abandoned his mission, nor was he under the influence of drugs. I hadn't expected Baldy to act with such dedication. I had thought of him as just another low-grade thug. I was disappointed in Pignose, but for Baldy, I felt a pang of guilt. "Gabriel, if Bald know, if Orgo has any surviving family or a lover, take good care of them. If they run into trouble, make sure it gets handled." I spoke Baldy's real name out loud. Gabriel silently nodded in response. People were complicated. You couldn't truly know them by just looking at a single aspect. Up until now, I had pretended to understand human nature, peering into people's hearts with my laughable sense of insight. But I needed to be more humble. There was far more for me to learn than what I already knew. I was in debt once again. This time, it was the debt that Baldy, Orgo, had left me. "Looks like your rehabilitation training is working wonders. A guy who couldn't even stand on his own is suddenly capable of wielding a knife." Gabriel muttered as he replayed the hologram footage. Ken, though not fully recovered, had moved independently. He had even killed Baldy. Something felt missing, like a puzzle piece had been taken away. "That wasn't because of rehabilitation," I murmured. "Ken Noma was hiding something from us." I furrowed my brows. Logically speaking, a few rehabilitation sessions wouldn't have allowed Ken to recover this much. Yet, it was also true that he had been in a completely disabled state. Luka, a drug dealer's body, was found nearby. Cause of death was excessive blood loss from a severed carotid artery, likely the same culprit. Grace filtered through the endless reports coming in from Lavi and Rose gang members, only relaying the relevant details. My mind worked fast. Before I could even process one thing, new information kept pouring in, making it impossible to reach a conclusion. Beep. My terminal rang with an incoming call from Aleph. Another piece of information was about to be thrown into the mix. "Why, young master? G, get over here, now, hurry, you bastards, stop him." I said stop him. "Ken Noma has stormed in." Aleph was shouting from the holographic display. Before I could say anything, the transmission cut off. Does Ken still have some underlings left, or did he go in alone? One question led to another in a chain of uncertainties. But thinking could wait. I could figure things out while moving. I hailed a black-class taxi and headed straight for Aleph's underground arena. Even in the midst of all this chaos, Gabriel freaked out when he saw the price tag. Chapter 63. The arena was at the heart of the black market. The black market was a place in the lower district where administration and law enforcement had virtually no reach. Above the black market, illegal extensions of buildings were tangled together, making it difficult for aerial vehicles to approach. Kaiying, Keikiik, the black-class taxi we were in squeezed through the cramped buildings. The sound of scraping and bumping was constant. Regular taxis wouldn't even think of approaching the black market from above. It was impossible to keep their vehicles intact if they did. "Our whole house is gonna collapse, you bastards." Some people stuck their heads out of windows, shaking their fists. They were the residents of these illegal structures. No one cared about the cries of those who weren't protected by the law. Quaduk. The black-class taxi forced its way through the tight gaps, even breaking through obstacles. Parts of a building that had been in the way crumbled, revealing its interior. Of all things, it was a bathroom. A man in the middle of relieving himself stared at us in a daze. Wee Wong, Wee Wong. As the black-class taxi descended closer to the ground, it blared a siren as if it had some legal authority. The crowd below cursed at the taxi. Woo Hung. With a short warning, the black-class taxi landed without hesitation, regardless of whether people were in its path. Some were too slow to move and got their legs caught underneath. "Payment, please." We couldn't see the driver's seat. Only a distorted voice came from behind a thick metal panel. It was a job that made plenty of enemies, so they thoroughly concealed their identity. For the record, you couldn't get out of a black-class taxi unless you paid. I had no idea what happened to those who didn't. I entered the amount from my credit chip into the terminal and inserted it into the slot. As soon as the payment was processed, the credit chip was ejected, its balance now wiped clean. "Thank you for using our service." The moment the payment was completed, the door unlocked. Clack! Gabriel and I immediately checked our weapons after stepping out. He loaded 2 heavy pistols and gripped one in each hand. "Grace, you don't need to fight. This is our business." I spoke to Grace, who had followed us. "No, Diva specifically told me to assist you actively, especially to protect Gabriel." Grace lifted the corners of her lips ever so slightly. Gabriel, who had an upcoming night with Diva, spat on the ground. "Damn it, I'd rather just get shot and die here." We turned to face the arena building. It seemed that even the people of the black market knew something had happened in the arena. Murmurs of conversation spread around us. "What's going on? I saw Alep's guys go in there with guns earlier." "I don't know, maybe one of the arena's beasts got loose." The crowd's gaze shifted toward us. We stood at the entrance leading to the office. Bang! Gabriel kicked the door open and extended his gun inside. We had seen this hallway countless times before, yet now it felt strangely unfamiliar, shrouded in darkness. It looked like the power inside the arena had been cut. "Should I go first?" Gabriel asked. "No, I'll go. Your gunshot wound hasn't even fully healed yet." "Wow, thanks for the concern." "Think nothing of it." I took the lead and stepped forward. At the first corner, we found a corpse. It was a guard I had seen a few times before, so his face was familiar. His neck had been sliced halfway through, split wide open. The cut was so clean that blood was still spurting out in thin jets. None of us were the type to be unsettled by a dead body. We were all people who lived side by side with death. So this is why the drug dealer died. I looked down at the ampules scattered across the floor. I couldn't immediately identify the substance, but it was likely some kind of combat stimulant. There were more than just 1 or 2 empty ampules. Is Ken planning to survive just for today? Ken had deliberately been injecting himself with drugs, forcing his failing brain to keep running on borrowed time. If he kept this up, he wouldn't just break, he would be utterly destroyed. Squelch! Squelch! Stepping through the blood pooling on the floor, we continued toward the office. The hallway reeked of blood. More than 10 gang members were already dead. All of them had died from blade wounds. The deeper we went, the cleaner the cuts became. The precision was almost admirable. Was Ken always this skilled? He hadn't even bothered to take the guns from the corpses. He had fought through the entire hallway using only a blade. Even if he had taken a massive dose of combat stimulants, at best, it would have brought him back to his prime. But for a gang member from the lower district, his skill was far too refined. Unlike Grace, he had no extraordinary background as a former Imperial Guard cadet. "This isn't normal, Luka. We'd better be careful." Gabriel's expression hardened. We didn't rush. Judging by the situation, if Ken had truly intended to kill Aleph, we were already too late. Hurrying would only put us in danger. He really tore through Aleph's gang all on his own. At this level of combat ability, he was easily on par with a second-year cadet, a remarkable talent. "Qa-a-a?" A scream echoed from the end of the hallway. We knew exactly who it belonged to. Aleph was still alive. I immediately picked up speed, no longer coordinating my movements with Gabriel and Grace. I left them behind and practically sprinted into Alep's office. "Young master, you've arrived." Ken Noma greeted me with a broad smile, and it wasn't just his smile that was spread wide. "GHH, ugh." I looked at Aleph, who was tied to a chair. It was quite the creative torture. The skin on Aleph's face had been peeled outward like a blooming flower, left dangling in strips. The execution was clean, like a butcher's handiwork. Every fiber of muscle beneath his skin was exposed, glistening with the thick, honey-like blood oozing from between the strands. Click, Ken pulled out another ampule and jabbed it into the nape of his neck. His eyes, once merely bloodshot, were now turning pitch black. "You broke our agreement, Ken." "What agreement are you talking about?" "I've already severed ties with Gabriel's gang. I don't need their protection anymore. I came here to accomplish my own goal. There's an old saying, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Considering modern lifespans and our sense of time, those 10 years should translate to about 20 or 30 in today's terms." Ken spoke fluently. The severe cognitive impairment he had once suffered seemed like a lie. No matter how much stimulant he's overdosed on, this level of combat should be impossible. I shoved the doubt aside. "Hey, Luka, we're here too. What the hell, running off on your own like that?" Gabriel and Grace were about to enter the office. I stretched out my hand to stop them. "I'm taking Ken alive. You'll just get in the way, so stand back." It wasn't that I was ignoring them, it was simply the truth. More people meant more interference. It meant I'd have to process additional variables. I wanted to eliminate all unnecessary factors. "I'll get in the way. I don't care how good you thigh." "Ugh, you goddamn." Grace punched Gabriel in the stomach. He crumpled to the ground, clutching his old gunshot wound. "I will protect Gabriel, Luka." Grace positioned herself in front of Gabriel, raising her shotgun. If I had 3 or 4 subordinates like her under my command, I'd have nothing more to wish for. For the first time, I found myself envying Martina Diva. "I'm giving you this advice as thanks for getting me out, but you'd better give up on capturing me alive. I'm like a poison bug of a man." Ken jabbed another ampule into his neck as he spoke. He picked up the decorative longsword hanging on the office wall and drew it. Kaang, so it wasn't just for decoration. The blade was finely honed, and judging by the crisp ring of metal, its quality was excellent. Kidding. I also drew my sword for the first time in a while. The blade was heavy, making the sound drag on. A high-compression weighted weapon named Crucis. Its form, a sword, this was Crucis' debut. Talk-tack. Before the fight, Ken clicked his tongue. I didn't know what that gesture meant. I did what I always did. I expanded my senses. Aleph's office wasn't large. Even the furniture and trivial objects settled neatly into my mind. I could tell what was in here even with my eyes closed. Capture alive. If I cut off his head, I wouldn't get any answers. Even if he'd overdosed on stimulants, he wouldn't die immediately, so I wanted to extract more information. Ignore any furniture or obstacles in the sword's path. Crucis was different from the swords I'd used so far. It was practically a blunt weapon compressed into the form of a blade. It would smash through anything in its way, so long as the user had the strength to wield it. Sever Ken's arms to disable him. I advanced slowly. The moment one of us began accelerating, the real fight would begin. Logically, I had the upper hand with my ultra-high-performance Imperial combat prosthetics. Ken's prosthetics were mass-produced models, but I didn't let my guard down. I observed, thought, and drew insight from within, just as I would when facing an opponent stronger than myself. Akis, the word meant insight. Esruk. Ken moved with a weighty presence. He wasn't rushing. He was watching me. Even with a heavy dose of combat stimulants, his composure was remarkable. That meant his mental fortitude was above average. Initiative is mine. If a prosthetic's performance is lacking, the user has no choice but to concede initiative and first strike, regardless of their skill. The only way to overcome the disparity in power and specs is to exploit an opening through counterattacks. Kwang, I kicked the desk in my path. The steel desk, anchored to the floor, was torn free and sent flying toward Ken. I blocked Ken's line of sight with the desk. I leaped alongside it, pressing close as if stuck to its surface. My plan was to sever Ken's arms along with the desk. With Crucis power, that wouldn't be a problem. Whoosh. But the tip of Ken's sword pierced through the desk, aiming straight for my forehead. My eyes widened as I tilted my head back. His blade passed right before my eyes. I swung my sword in return. Kwajijijik. The steel desk shredded apart like torn metal. Ken had already withdrawn his sword and sidestepped. His positioning was nearly prophetic. His movements were fluid, free of any wasted motion. I knew that kind of movement well. Before he could counterattack, I kicked off the floor and ceiling in succession, retreating. Aki's combat techniques, damn it. I found the missing puzzle piece. The mystery unraveled. The supposed benefactor, Noel, who was suspected to be Kinuan, his real protege wasn't Tora. It was Ken Noma. Tora was just a puppet leader. The majority of the rebel officers were practically living on lethal doses of stimulants. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they had drugs instead of brain matter. Kinuan's words surfaced in my mind. If Ken Noma had learned Aki's combat techniques, it explained his rapid recovery and resistance to lethal drug doses. So you were the real boss of the arena. Tora was just a front. I pointed my blade at him as I spoke. Ken's smile faded for a brief moment. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. The past is irrelevant. Right now, I just want to indulge in my desires. Let me have an hour alone with Aleph, young master. That'll be enough for me. Tilting my head, I glanced at Aleph, still bound to the chair. If Aleph agrees, I don't see why not. What do you think, Aleph? MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Even in his near-death state, Aleph desperately shook his head. The flayed skin on his face flapped, scattering blood in all directions. You heard him, right? Aleph says no? Tisk, playing hard to get, we'll have our fun together soon enough. Ken gave a chilling smile. A dark stain spread beneath Aleph's pants as he lost control of his bowels. Chapter 64. Ken Noma did not deny my reasoning. The one backed by Kinuan wasn't Tora, it was Ken. I didn't know much about Tora, but Ken Noma seemed to. He had mastered Aki's combat techniques to a considerable level. There weren't many in the lower district who could stand against him. From what I had investigated so far, Tora didn't seem to have the capability to command Ken Noma as a subordinate. Kinuan exerted influence over the lower district through Ken Noma, and Ken Noma put Tora forward as a boss, using him as a shield. This was the relationship diagram that formed in my mind. There are countless ways to kill Ken. I saw myself smashing Ken's skull over and over again, like an afterimage repeating endlessly. No matter how skilled he was still in a ruined state, his brain forcibly awakened through drugs. His limbs were standard-issue prosthetics, and his proficiency in Aki's combat techniques wasn't higher than mine. But there was nothing to gain from killing Ken. Capturing him alive was the only benefit. Even with beasts, capturing them was much harder than killing them. If the target was human, it went without saying. Kidding? Ken steadied his sword with both hands. The blade traced the arc of a half-circle before coming down cleanly to the ground. Ken's stance was precise. Before he had fallen into ruin, he must have been an exceptional fighter. I was curious about what means Aleph had used to subdue him. It was probably something underhanded. That's why Ken was grinding his teeth like this. Thunk! I kicked off the ground and surged forward. Swinging my crucius, I aimed to break Ken's sword. His blade was decent, but my crucius was a high-compression, heavyweight weapon forged in an Imperial workshop. If they clashed, Ken's sword would shatter like glass. Whoosh! Ken was a seasoned swordsman. Instead of clashing blades, he dodged my attack with the smallest possible movement. His ability to read my moves was remarkable. Whether that was his natural talent or the effect of the drugs, I couldn't tell. Swish! Ken's thrusts were sharp, targeting only my organic parts. The tip of his blade slipped through the gaps between my limbs. Maybe I should just kill him. Ken was such a troublesome opponent that the thought crossed my mind. At this rate, I might be the one to fall. Aki's? Ken's question went unanswered. Only now did he seem to recognize it from my movements. Even among Aki's combat technique users, those with high-performance prosthetics displayed its distinctive movements less frequently. Ken had learned Aki's combat techniques from Kinuan. That made us fellow disciples in a way. Though thinking about it like that was ridiculous. What a waste of talent, Ken. If he had used that talent to serve the Empire, he could have risen quite high. Our fight was different from an ordinary battle. Both of us had a high level of mastery in Aki's combat techniques. Our attacks and defenses aligned as if we were moving in perfect sync. Since we could anticipate each other's moves 4 or 5 steps ahead, our positioning wouldn't make sense through normal intuition. Even Grace, a former cadet of the Imperial Guard, wouldn't fully grasp our fight, let alone Gabriel. To capture Ken alive, I need to see farther, read deeper, move higher. I need to grasp the flow. I accelerated my thought process. I recalled Kinuan's advice. I still wasn't using my brain to its full capacity. To operate the Legion, an ultra-high-performance exoskeletal prosthetic, Imperial Guards had to drastically expand their neural resources and bandwidth. I had trained for nearly 4 years to achieve that. I could push further. Scrape the bottom, squeeze out every last drop. Within the field of perception I had already established, I was processing every piece of information at full capacity. And yet there was still untapped cognitive potential. A method came to mind: dual thought. I created a second thought process, like using my left and right hands independently. But this was a difficult technique. The human brain wasn't a computer. Consciously dividing cognition to process 2 separate thoughts simultaneously was extremely challenging. That was why the second thought process needed a set of rules and symmetry. It had to be a simpler, derivative form of the first. The secondary thought couldn't be entirely separate from the main one. It was more like an auxiliary thought. The first thought will handle the immediate battle in front of me. The second, auxiliary thought would focus on the broader flow. The auxiliary thought would analyze environmental data gathered from my sensory organs to devise more efficient combat strategies. It was an extension of the 3-dimensional spatial map I had already constructed. Within that map, I simulated both my movements and my enemies in real time, continuously running predictive calculations. At the same time, the auxiliary thought remained linked to the primary one, integrating real-time updates from the battle to correct any discrepancies between simulation and reality. There was nothing particularly special about this. It was simply the method of Aki's combat techniques. The only difference was that by separating the auxiliary thought process, I could calculate outcomes faster and consider more possibilities. Most importantly, no matter how many calculations were being processed, they wouldn't interfere with the battle-oriented cognition that required immediate responses. Even if the explanation was long, the summary was simple. I had completed the optimization. Pat! Ken's blade sliced across my chest. I was too slow to evade. I couldn't completely avoid being cut because I had been too focused on restructuring my thought process instead of staying fully engaged in the battle. Drip, blood flowed from my chest, soaking into my clothes. The original first thought process is the combat cognition. It handles the battle in front of me, reacting quickly while predicting 2 or 3 moves ahead. The second thought process is the tactical cognition. The immediate combat reactions are left to the first thought. The tactical cognition draws the bigger picture, calculating not just 2 or 3 steps ahead, but up to 3 or 4 seconds into the future. I wasn't sure if this dual thought method was the next step Kinuan had spoken of, but at this moment, this was the best I could come up with. I would use the tactical cognition to drive Ken Noma into a corner. I would push him to a position where he had no way out, then cut his arms and legs. Moving in line with my tactical objective of capturing him, I boldly stepped inside Ken's range, even at the cost of short-term risk. Clang! I blocked Ken's blade with my left arm. Before I could fully trap his sword, he quickly pulled back, retreating with both his body and arm at the same time. Before I knew it, Ken had been pushed back all the way to the wall. To his left stood a half-collapsed cabinet. He wouldn't be able to escape that way. His only options were forward or to the right. I stepped into position to block those routes, swinging my sword in a wide arc. It was a perfect checkmate. Swish! Ken suddenly stepped forward, as if willingly offering his neck to my blade. He knew my intent was to capture him alive, so he deliberately exposed his throat. I expected this too, Ken Noma. I had anticipated he would make such a move. I had used the same tactic before, against a powerful opponent who sought to capture me alive. My accumulated experience in real combat was proving its worth. Rick Kaiser. When I fought him, I had intentionally abandoned my safe options and thrown my life on the line. That was the only way to make the enemy hesitate. Swinging Crucius, a high-compression heavyweight weapon, and then twisting its trajectory was difficult. My body naturally followed the motion of the blade. If I braked improperly, my arm would shatter from the force. V-woom. So instead, I let go of the sword mid-swing. My blade tore through the ground like a boomerang as it flew forward. Whirr! At the same moment, I kicked off the ground. My body shot into the air, swift like a wasp. I soared over Ken Noma's head, completely surpassing him. Completely exposed, Ken. His nape and back lay defenseless before me. Crunch! I dropped, driving my knee into Ken's back. His spine cracked under the impact. Ken didn't even scream. He twisted his body, trying to swing his sword at me, but it was already too late. Crack! I grabbed Ken's right arm and twisted it. The sheer output of my prosthetic was overwhelming. Once trapped in my grip, Ken had no way to break free. Breaking him this easily almost felt unfair. Had Ken possessed prosthetics on par with mine, he wouldn't have gone down so easily. A part of me, deep inside, stirred with the desire to fight him at his full strength. But for now, what mattered was capturing him alive. Crunch! Before Ken could attempt suicide, I forced my fingers into his mouth and yanked down on his lower jaw. His jaw joint shattered and his mandible dislocated. Ken was neutralized. Hooah! A slow breath escaped my lips. A sharp headache pounded at my temples as I lifted my head. With the battle over, Grace and Gabriel were entering the office. I instructed Gabriel to take Aleph and Ken to the arena's infirmary. Gabriel hoisted them onto his shoulders, one on each side, and walked out into the corridor. "You're far more skilled than I expected, Lord Luka." Grace spoke as she stepped closer. I sat in a chair, resting. This dual thought process didn't just double my brain's workload, it multiplied it several times over. Despite the short battle, the neurological strain had built up to the point that my fingertips trembled. "Are you a cadet of the Imperial Guard?" Grace asked cautiously. As a former cadet herself, she must have sensed something familiar while watching me fight. After all, the principles behind my combat techniques were rooted in both Imperial Guard's standard combat tactics and Aki's combat techniques. "You don't need to know," I replied bluntly. I had already expected Grace to recognize it. "I won't tell Diva for now. It seems like dangerous information." Grace made her own judgment. She wasn't just a blindly loyal doll. Rather, she felt more like a guardian who genuinely cared for Martina Diva. I had Ken Noma sent to a hospital for detention and treatment. It was one of the few places in the lower district that provided proper medical care. Ken was locked up, restrained with a gag, and missing all 4 limbs. On top of that, he was completely delirious from acute drug intoxication. Communicating with him properly would be impossible for a while. No, don't," I said, "don't." Aleph screamed from his hospital bed. He was just as broken as Ken. After his torture, his face had been patched together like a rag doll, grotesquely asymmetric. Whether due to psychological trauma or the damage to his lips, his speech had become slurred. The sharp opportunist Aleph was nowhere to be seen. "He's finished," I muttered as I looked at him. Aleph was in no condition to run the arena. Even if he recovered, returning to his position would be nearly impossible. The arena wasn't a legitimate business. It was run by a gang. They wouldn't wait around for Aleph to recover. A gang was no different from a pack of wild beasts. Once a leader weakened, they were cast aside. The moment Aleph became incapacitated, the arena faction had begun to splinter, with the remaining executives scrambling for control. As soon as they studied the organization, they would inevitably start fighting over the role of arena manager. "Can Lavai and Rose take over the arena?" As I stepped out of the hospital room, I asked Grace. She shook her head. "There would be too much resistance from within Lavai and Rose. Even though we're a gang, we have our own traditions and rules. And the moment we take over the arena business, other gangs will move aggressively to counter us. No gang wants to see a single faction grow too powerful." Gabriel doesn't have the skill to run the arena either. Gabriel had no business sense. Neither did I. I pushed thoughts of the arena to the back of my mind. Thinking it over, the future of the arena wasn't really my concern. But I had left chaos in the lower district. My interference had shaken the balance of power. Chapter 65. 3 days had passed since the Ken Noma incident. You bastard, Luka." I was listening to Gabriel's drunken rambling. I wasn't the affectionate type, but this was something I had to endure. Martina, Do you even know what kind of humiliation I suffered there? Do you? Gabriel grabbed my collar and shook me. I felt a surge of irritation, but just this once, I let it slide. Thud. Gabriel let go of my collar and sighed so heavily that his shoulders collapsed. I glanced at Gabriel before taking a sip of my synthetic juice. This one was apple-flavored. I had never eaten a real apple before, so I couldn't say for sure if this was what it actually tasted like. Last night, Gabriel had been dragged away by Grace like a pig to the slaughterhouse. Then, he had spent the night with the boss of La Vie and Rose. In other words, he had rolled around in bed with Martina the diva. You had a rough time? Not knowing what else to say, I responded mechanically. Gabriel took a swig straight from the bottle and raised his voice, on the verge of tears. You should be grateful to me. Do you think I did all this just for the money? Just for the damn money? Damn it! I do appreciate it for many reasons. I was getting tired of listening to his lamentations, so I replied coldly. Is that how a grateful bastard talks? You're cold, so damn cold. I'm freezing to death, damn it. I almost scolded him for whining but managed to hold back. By my standards, an hour of listening was more than enough. As cringeworthy as it was to admit, Gabriel wanted my friendship. But that's not possible. I was someone who had to be prepared to use up Gabriel. I had no intention of getting any closer to him. If we became too friendly, I wouldn't be able to treat him as a tool. Kinuan thoroughly used and discarded Tora and Ken Noma. I had to become that kind of person too. Gabriel kept drinking until he was completely wasted. He was loyal but short-sighted and lacking in self-control. Creak, the door to our gang's office opened. Since I was staying here tonight, I had dismissed the guards. That meant no one was supposed to come. I fixed my gaze on the unexpected visitor. A woman entered, her hood pulled deep over her head. The texture of her clothes was of remarkably high quality. She wasn't from the lower districts. The lower half of the face beneath the hood was obscured by a mask fitted with an air filter. Nobles often wore such masks when visiting the lower districts due to the poor air quality. Giselle? Even from a distance, I recognized her. An unexpected visitor, Giselle Castoria. She pulled back her hood and adjusted her mask. As the hydraulic cylinders along her jaw and ears moved, the mask lowered beneath her chin. Giselle glanced around before slightly furrowing her delicate brow. It smells bad here. Ah, that's just this guy's fart. I nudged Gabriel with my elbow as I spoke. Giselle took one look at Gabriel's rough, menacing face, scrunched up her nose, and covered her mouth. Luka, who is she? Gabriel stammered in surprise, his eyes wide as he stared at Giselle. As I hesitated, wondering how to introduce her, Giselle spoke first. I am Luka's younger sister. Her tone was polite yet indifferent. Why, your younger sister? A sister? Luka, you bastard. Why didn't you ever tell me you had a sister? Gabriel sprang to his feet as if to block my way, eyes widening in disbelief. Why would I need to tell you? That's the kind of thing you share. With someone like me? He was definitely drunk, completely wasted, in fact. I looked past Gabriel and met Giselle's gaze. She subtly signaled with her eyes, asking me to get rid of him. Give us some space. If she came all the way here to find me, it must be something serious. I pushed Gabriel aside as I stood up. He grumbled under his breath but grabbed his bottle and staggered up to the second floor. That man won't eavesdrop on our conversation, will he? Giselle sat down beside me as she asked. He's not that kind of guy. His hearing isn't that good either. You seem to trust him quite a bit. Trust, huh? In a way, you could say that. Gabriel never acts outside of my expectations. In that sense, he's a subordinate I can rely on. Click. Giselle handed me a data chip. Father sent this for you. I don't know what's inside. I had a good idea of what it contained. The final destination of the shell company's funds. Nikolaos died while investigating the flow of funds. No matter how sophisticated a network is, there are always security gaps. If a high-ranking Imperial official is involved, one must be even more cautious when using the network. Delivering it physically like this was the most secure method, and they sent their most trusted daughter as the courier. Hemilas is exercising the utmost caution. No one knew exactly who was involved and to what extent in the mission I had taken on. Even Hemilas could only grasp a vague outline of it. I won't ask why you're staying in the lower district. Giselle was perceptive. She had no intention of prying into the situation. How's the atmosphere at the main house? I shifted the topic of conversation. I was genuinely curious about the current state of the household. As an adopted son, there was no one who would kindly provide me with regular reports. With you gone for so long, Jup has been having the time of his life. Giselle reached for a bottle of alcohol on the shelf. Her movement was so natural that I stared blankly before grabbing her wrist. That's alcohol. I know. I'm not planning to drink juice while having this kind of conversation. I'm not a kid. Brushing off my hand, Giselle glanced at the juice in front of me and smirked. For some reason, I felt a bit embarrassed. Alcohol is a prohibited substance for Imperial Guard cadets. Yes, I'm sure it is. Wow, this tastes absolutely awful. Do people here really drink this and call it alcohol? After taking a sip from the glass, Giselle scrunched up her face. Yet despite her complaints, she poured herself another. Giselle and I talked about Jup and the main house. Jup is practically living at the main house these days. Since you and father have been away for so long, everyone is clinging to him. There's nothing I can do about that. Unlike Jup, who is practically unemployed, I have constant assignments. If you don't like the situation, why don't you check him yourself? I'd like to, but I don't have the power yet. I need to officially become an adult before I can do anything. Only then can I receive a domain and establish a business. I slowly closed and reopened my eyes. That just sounds like an excuse to me, Giselle. At my words, Giselle's eyes turned sharp. I know you think you're impressive, but don't talk like that without understanding what I'm dealing with. What I want to do isn't something that can be handled haphazardly. I need the legal authority of an adult. Giselle, worked up, began explaining things I hadn't even asked about. She planned to start a business after graduating from the Royal Croatia Academy and becoming an adult, bringing along talented individuals she had scouted at school, operating cybernetic prosthetics wirelessly without a physical connection. It's possible even now, isn't it? It's different. With current technology, direct nervous system connections are necessary. Otherwise, responses are slow and only simple movements are possible. Complex motions or combat are out of the question. Brainwave signals alone can't accurately mimic nervous system signals. I silently watched Giselle's profile as she chattered away. Whether it was the alcohol or the excitement of talking about her field of interest, her face was visibly animated. You compress nervous system signal patterns, transmit them via a sender, and reconstruct them with a receiver. It wouldn't be as efficient as a physical connection, but much better than what we have now. Even after hearing the theory, I didn't quite understand it. All I grasped was that it was groundbreaking technology that could attract an enormous amount of investment. As she finished talking, Giselle tried to stand up. Sway. I caught her unsteady shoulder supporting her. It seemed she had accidentally overindulged. Thud. Startled, Giselle slapped my hand away as she stood. I can stand on my own. She staggered like a toddler taking their first steps. Seeing her in that state, I let out a sigh. I'll walk you to where the patrol drones operate. Security gets worse at night. I'm fine. I brought a gun. My shooting scores are pretty good. If any suspicious guys show up, I'll just bam. She made a gesture as if drawing a handgun and aiming it forward. Clack. With a swift motion, I slid my hand past hers and removed the magazine from the gun. It took her a moment to realize what had happened, and when she did, her face flushed red. See that? Don't be reckless. A gun alone won't guarantee your safety. If something happens to you, it becomes my problem too. I reloaded her gun and handed it back to her. We left the office. The lukewarm air, like half-cooled food, drifted through the alleys. As we walked, I pulled Giselle's hood down over her head. Step. After a while, she seemed to sober up and hesitantly spoke. Sorry, Luka, I caused trouble. I originally planned to just drop off the chip and leave, but I got a bit carried away. It's just, I was excited to go out for the first time in a while, and it's my first time coming down to the lower district alone. You don't need to keep rambling. As long as you know you're sorry, that's enough. I spoke indifferently. At some point, Giselle, who had been trailing behind me, adjusted her pace to match mine, walking side by side. From time to time, screams and the sounds of fists landing came from the dark alleys beyond. Unreadable, chilling eyes swept over us. Giselle flinched and grabbed onto my collar. You grew up in a place like this too? I usually didn't go out after dark either. There were kids who went out at night and never came back. Every time I looked into the darkness of the lower district, I steeled myself. If I fell, the only place left for me was the abyss. I was different from the nobles. As we walked a little further, the road widened and the streets grew brighter. Patrol drones moved through the area. This was where those considered middle class in the lower district lived. This is where we part. I stopped in place. At my feet, light and darkness split the street into two. Luka, Jaisel, who had started walking ahead, turned back and called out to me. I simply looked at her in silence. Next time, can I come visit just for fun, not for an errand? Her eyes sparkled. I suppressed my emotions and gazed at her quietly. Startled by my heavy reaction, she shrank back. Get a grip. This isn't a place to visit for fun. I responded coldly. Jaisel's pupils quivered slightly. She bit her lower lip. I was just joking. I wouldn't actually want to come hang out in a filthy place like this. She tugged her hood forward as she spoke, turning her back to me and hiding her face. I watched her retreating figure. I'm not a clueless fool. I cannot afford to become deeply involved with her. I am a member of the Castoria family. Even someone as exceptional as Ile made mistakes because of a woman. Right now, I am standing on a razor-thin edge. Even the smallest mistake could put me in danger. Relationships and emotions that cloud judgment and reason are unnecessary to me. Once I confirmed that Jaisel had disappeared from sight, I turned and left. You don't need to keep rambling. As long as you know you're sorry, that's enough. I spoke indifferently. At some point, Jaisel, who had been trailing behind me, adjusted her pace to match mine, walking side by side. From time to time, screams and the sounds of fists landing came from the dark alleys beyond. Unreadable, chilling eyes swept over us. Jaisel flinched and grabbed onto my collar. You grew up in a place like this too? I usually didn't go out after dark either. There were kids who went out at night and never came back. Every time I looked into the darkness of the lower district, I steeled myself. If I fell, the only place left for me was the abyss. I was different from the nobles. As we walked a little further, the road widened and the streets grew brighter. Patrol drones moved through the area. This was where those considered middle class in the lower district lived. This is where we part. I stopped in place. At my feet, light and darkness split the street into two. Luka, Jaisel, who had started walking ahead, turned back and called out to me. I simply looked at her in silence. Next time, can I come visit just for fun, not for an errand? Her eyes sparkled. I suppressed my emotions and gazed at her quietly. Startled by my heavy reaction, she shrank back. Get a grip. This isn't a place to visit for fun. I responded coldly. Jaisel's pupils quivered slightly. She bit her lower lip. I was just joking. I wouldn't actually want to come hang out in a filthy place like this. She tugged her hood forward as she spoke, turning her back to me and hiding her face. I watched her retreating figure. I'm not a clueless fool. I cannot afford to become deeply involved with her. I am a member of the Castoria family. Even someone as exceptional as Ile made mistakes because of a woman. Right now, I am standing on a razor-thin edge. Even the smallest mistake could put me in danger. Relationships and emotions that cloud judgment and reason are unnecessary to me. Once I confirmed that Jaisel had disappeared from sight, I turned and left. Chapter 66. I moved after confirming the information on money laundering that Hamilas had sent. There were many ruins on the outskirts of Akbaran. Ruins existed for various reasons. Some places had been abandoned due to canceled development plans, while others had been overrun by outlaws so vile that even gangs had driven them out, leading authorities to give up on maintaining order. The place where I stood was one such abandoned ruin. Even the residents of the lower districts never set foot here. It was a lawless zone, devoid of even the minimal order imposed by gangs. Ground destabilized due to reckless development. I looked at the unevenly protruding earth. Some areas had sunken in as I walked. In severe cases, the ground had caved in so deeply that the bottom wasn't visible. As soon as the instability of the ground was confirmed, the companies involved in the development withdrew. Since then, this place had remained in ruins. Originally planned as a business district, high-rise buildings stood densely packed. The further in I went, the more I saw unfinished buildings. Rusted steel frames were exposed in eerie desolation. Is it around here? I walked according to the directions displayed on my retinal interface. Traces of once glorious buildings hinted at the past. Before the ground instability had been discovered, this area had been a highly anticipated business district. Several companies had even announced plans to relocate their headquarters here. Hey you, a hunched old woman in tattered clothes blocked my way. I stared at her before glancing around. Like rats, vagrants, and outlaws skulked in the shadows. What do you want? I tilted my head slightly as I asked. I don't know what you're looking for, but I can guide you. As long as there's proper sea compensation. The old woman said this as she approached me. Her filthy hand reached out as if to cling to my arm. Crack, I kicked the old woman. It wasn't out of some aristocratic sense of pride. Nor was it because I couldn't stand the thought of dirty hands touching me. It was because her intent was as clear as day. That pitifully hunched back of hers concealed a killing machine. Clack, clack, clack. From the old woman's back, 4 spider-like mechanical arms shot out. She used them to latch onto the railing of a nearby building. Heh, heh, heh. She let out a chilling laugh before scuttling up the building's exterior and vanishing somewhere. I meant to leave her half-crippled, but I couldn't hide my displeasure. It felt like kicking at empty air. With reflexes that sharp, she must have undergone extensive illegal modifications, ones that gnawed away at her lifespan and soul. As my ambush failed, a significant number of eyes that had been watching me disappeared. They had realized I wasn't an easy target. Those looking for easy prey would lose interest in me. Step, step. I continued walking, following the directions on my retinal display. The final destination of the laundered funds. Before this place had become a ruin, there had been a security firm office here. According to Hamilla's investigation, this was where the laundered funds had gathered. The firm's name was Dead Ronin, a premium security firm for VIPs in need of absolute discretion. That was how Dead Ronin was described. They didn't accept credits. Instead, they took valuable antiques, artwork, and sometimes intangible assets like information as payment. Because of this, their transactions were impossible to trace. VIPs who required confidentiality would have preferred untraceable payment methods. The shell companies linked to the arena had converted credits into untraceable assets before conducting sporadic transactions with Dead Ronin. Sometimes, they even used intermediaries to handle payments indirectly. Unless someone was a high-ranking Imperial official, it would have been nearly impossible to track this flow of money. That's why Nikolaos wanted to conduct an additional investigation. Now that the full picture was clear, the stench of something rotten was overwhelming. I came to an abrupt stop. The arrow on my retinal display vanished. That meant I had arrived at my destination. I furrowed my brows deeply. Was this really the right place? Woo-wash. The air around me was being sucked underground. Looking down, I saw a massive sinkhole caused by ground collapse. Its diameter had to be at least 100 meters. High-rise buildings, shattered by the impact, had sunken into it together. Beep, beep. I raised my terminal and restarted the map guidance. Even after double-checking, this was definitely the place. God damn it. Cursing under my breath, I stared down below. Broken high-rise buildings lay piled atop one another like discarded toys. Somewhere among them was Dead Ronin's office. With a heavy heart, I looked down, then jumped. Squelch. The bottom of the underground cavity was filled with stagnant rainwater that had yet to evaporate, reeking of decay. I moved around, checking the collapsed buildings. I stood in front of a building covered in moss and mold. The building I was looking for had collapsed diagonally. The main entrance was crushed into a wreck. Swish. I entered through a broken window. As expected, the building's electricity had been cut off. The chaos from its collapse remained intact. Disheveled furniture was piled in the corners of the slanted walls. They didn't even bother with proper recovery efforts after the accident. Several corpses were scattered around. One had a sharp steel rod piercing through from the back of its head to its mouth. Over time, the bones and steel had fused together as if they had always been one. At the tip of the steel rod, a centipede as thick as my forearm clung to it. Sensing my presence, it quickly scuttled into the skull. It was a rather unsettling sight. My head itched for no reason. Dead Ronin's office is on the 9th floor. I searched for the directory sign on the wall. Fortunately, aside from being covered in dust, it was intact. Since the collapsed building was leaning at an angle, the equilibrium was strange. I consciously adjusted my sense of balance as I walked down the hallway. Step, step. Some sections of the stairway were completely broken. I scaled the walls and leapt from floor to floor. On the 7th floor, the building had snapped and bent. Because of that, the hallway was slanted like a steep slide. Losing my footing here would send me slipping straight through a window and out. I carefully placed each step, keeping my footing in check. Soon, I spotted a sign indicating the 9th floor. The tilt was even worse here. What was once the hallway had become a wall, and what used to be the walls had become the hallway. The doors were now positioned above my head. Everything was jumbled, yet there was a strange sense of order to it, almost like a geometric maze. Just standing still here makes me feel nauseous. The human brain prefers stable symmetry. I was no different. This eerily distorted space carried a stifling sense of unease. The structure itself, defying my instincts, was disorienting. I examined the doors on the ceiling, searching for dead Ronan's office. After passing 5 doors, I found a nameplate with a few missing letters. Filling in the blanks, it was unmistakably dead Ronan. Crack! I jumped lightly, grabbed the door on the ceiling, and ripped it off. A pile of junk that had been precariously stacked behind the door came crashing down, sending a thick cloud of dust swirling through the air. The dust, seemingly undisturbed for over a decade, billowed out in heavy waves. Even as someone accustomed to rough conditions, inhaling all of that in one go was the last thing I wanted. I took a filter mask from my pocket and put it on. The mask expanded to fit the contours of my jaw before sealing tightly against my skin. Wearing a filter mask rendered my sense of smell useless. Since it also dulled my combat instincts, I avoided using it unless absolutely necessary. Tap, tap, I brushed off the gray dust that had settled on my shoulders and head, then fixed my gaze on the pile of junk. Scattered among the debris were data chips and documents. Clatter. I gathered anything that seemed useful for the investigation and stuffed it into my waist pouch. Scrape. After searching through the junk, I stretched my arm up to the ceiling and pulled myself into the overturned office. Whir! My right cybernetic eye glowed as it expanded its visible light spectrum. With my vision secured, I scanned my surroundings. It was a typical office, something commonly seen in Akbaran's business district. If an organization powerful enough to assassinate Nikolaos is behind this, they wouldn't have left any traceable evidence. Investigating dead Ronan's office was like grasping at straws. Unless they had made a critical mistake, I wasn't expecting to find much. However, the enemy interfering with my investigation was meticulous. Because of that, they would want to erase all traces by cutting off loose ends completely. Whir! I drew my sword. In the dim ruins, Crucis gleamed as if illuminating the darkness. I had already made my preparations before coming here. I had taken sufficient rest and fine-tuned my cybernetic implants to optimal condition at the Imperial Guard maintenance facility. Right now, I was in perfect form. Click! I placed a hand on my chin and removed the filter mask. The thick air scraped against my windpipe as it invaded my lungs. It felt like smoking dozens of cigarettes at once. I parted my lips and tasted the air with my tongue. The sharp tang of energy particles lingered faintly within the dust, concealed as if trying to avoid detection. Only someone with hypersensitive perception would have noticed even this minute trace. If they want to stop the investigation, the surest way is to kill me. I hadn't come here just to investigate dead Ronan's office. If I come here alone, the enemy will show themselves. Given the circumstances so far, it was almost certain. They had already killed Nikolaos. There was no reason for them not to target me. Swish! I lifted my head and looked upward. A moment ago, the window had been empty, but now someone was perched on the window frame. Even I had barely sensed the faintest presence. Good to see you again, Luka. I recognized him by voice alone. His attire was the same as before, a fully enclosed combat suit. His red, glowing eyes flickered as he looked down at me. His name was Rick Silva Nunez, one of the Empire's most wanted criminals, also known as Rick Kaiser. The man who had broken my neck and left Felix permanently crippled was right above me. I called for backup from the Imperial Guard, but there was no signal inside this sinkhole of ruins. Or perhaps, without my knowledge, the area had already been flooded with jamming waves. I couldn't rely on external support. I had to handle this myself. Whir! I drew my shock pistol, Ruina. It had been preheated, and its energy bound long before. The gun's barrel glowed with blue energy particles coursing through its circuits. This weapon was specifically prepared to fight Rick Kaiser. Since my defeat, I had run countless simulations in my mind, anticipating this battle. There was no need for words with a treacherous revolutionary. Thunk! I pulled the trigger. Crash! The energy-infused bullet detonated upon impact. A shockwave erupted in all directions, engulfing the surrounding area in a circular blast. The walls and windows caught in the explosion blackened and shattered into flying debris. But Rick had already vanished. As expected. Pivoting on my left foot, I swung Crucis in a wide arc behind me. Whoosh! Rick, who had been closing in on my back, was forced to retreat. Even he hadn't managed to dodge completely. The tip of my blade had caught the chest of his combat suit, tearing through it. The fabric shredded apart, leaving a gaping wound in his armor. I adjusted my stance, spinning Crucis in my grip, then raised Ruina in my left hand, aligning Rick diagonally in my sights. Rick ran a hand over his chest, his voice laced with disbelief. "You're a genius in combat. I never expected you to grow this much in such a short time." Praise from the enemy, but it felt good. And I imagined it would feel even better when he died by my hand. Chapter 67. Thunk! The shock pistol, Ruina, roared in rapid succession. Energy particles swirled, mixing with the smoke. Rick moved erratically, leaving afterimages as he tried to slip out of my line of fire. Rick's defense rating can't withstand shock rounds. Shock rounds could damage even full-body prosthetics. No matter how high its protection level, a full-body combat suit couldn't endure them. Whoosh! I leaped in place and flipped through the air. Then, swinging my sword midair, I delivered a weighted strike. Crunch! My sword, Crucis, shattered concrete and tore through metal like it was nothing. Both Ruina and Crucis prioritized firepower and destruction. Because of this, Rick couldn't block my attacks. He could only evade. I had completely shut down one of his combat patterns. Eliminating a pattern made it significantly easier to read the opponent's movements. Thunk! You needed to be faster, Luka. I expanded my nervous system and heightened my senses. Sharpening my mind, I crammed every bit of sensory input into my brain. Chemicals and hormones surged like a breached dam, flooding my mind. Unnecessary emotions dulled. Mercy vanished. Fear no longer existed. An unnatural surge of aggression and combativeness transformed me into a war machine. Combat logic and tactics piled up in my mind like puzzle pieces. I was piecing them together. At the same time, I detached my tactical thinking through dual cognition. A version of me now observed myself. Good. My state was at its peak. Today, I would give everything. VRRRRRRR. Pushing my output to the limit, my combat prosthetics let out a satisfying hum. Everything was perfectly tuned and maintained. There was no resistance, not even for a fraction of a second. The characteristic dullness of cybernetic prosthetics had disappeared. In this moment, this hunk of metal felt as natural as flesh and blood. I could do this. I slid back, lowering my knees and torso as I regulated my breathing. Crack! I kicked off the ground, launching forward. A fissure formed where I had stood. I squeezed Ruina's trigger until the magazine ran dry, restricting Rick's movements. The 6 shock rounds had left the office riddled with gaping holes, like a bug-eaten fruit. Whoosh, my feet barely touched the ground. With minimal movement, I leaped continuously, maintaining my acceleration. As I bounced between the walls and ceiling, I grew even faster. Die, enemy of the Empire. And for Felix's share, too. Crucis caught up to Rick. Screech! The sound of metal slicing through metal rang out. Sparks burst brilliantly. As I advanced, I slipped past Rick's side and exhaled the breath I had been holding. Heated air escaped from my lips. Thunk! Rick's left arm fell to the floor. I had severed his shoulder with Crucis. Shhhh! A shiver ran down my spine. It was exhilarating beyond words. There had never been a strike more satisfying than this. If just cutting off an arm felt this good, how refreshing would it be to take Rick's head? My brain might melt from the sheer euphoria of it. Ha! I must have looked like a lunatic, but I couldn't stop myself from letting out a pleasure-filled chuckle. Then, straightening Crucis once more, I fixed my gaze on Rick, now missing an arm. Click! I spun Ruina in one hand and reloaded. The spent coolant casings from my earlier shots still glowed red-hot on the floor. You are now a fully realized Imperial Guard, beyond any doubt. Rick spoke as he touched the severed edge of his shoulder. Tiny components clattered to the ground. For His Majesty the Emperor and the citizens of the Empire, I will now pass judgment upon you, Rick Silva Nunez. I suppressed my rising excitement and spoke mechanically. Even with victory in my grasp, I remained vigilant, observing Rick closely. Something nagged at me. He wasn't using a sword, a spear, or any kind of weapon. More than that, he didn't seem to be hiding one either. There was no reason for him not to use a weapon. A warrior of Rick's caliber would be even more formidable if armed. Even now, after losing an arm, he still refused to draw a weapon. That could only mean one thing: there was a reason. Luka, as a gift for your growth, allow me to show you one of my tricks. With those words, Rick's combat suit began to glow. Woo-wang. A thin, thread-like light emerged along the seams and edges of his suit. My cybernetic eyes attempted to analyze the phenomenon, but all they returned were endless errors. I had seen this kind of occurrence before. Flash, Rick vanished. This wasn't high-speed movement. His physical existence had literally evaporated. Luka, I won't bother with obvious words. That the Empire isn't worth your loyalty, that the people's voices matter, none of that would mean anything to you. You are an utterly individualistic person, after all. The voice came from about 5 steps behind me. A chill ran down my spine. This was an ability I had never anticipated. Force power? Rick had teleported. The energy wavelength pattern resembled the technique used by the Holy Knights of the Holy Korite Alliance. Whoosh! I spun around, slashing my sword. Rick blurred and vanished. My blade cut through nothing but the afterimage of light. Rick reappeared exactly where he had been before. My mind reeled. This unexpected variable had completely shattered my predictions. I had to discard all the combat logic and strategies I had prepared and build a new one from scratch. It was hopeless. No matter how many times I ran the scenarios, the conclusion remained the same. There was no way to defeat Rick if he had teleportation abilities. Seeing my rigid expression, Rick scratched the back of his helmet. Now that you've seen this, I can't just let you walk away. Don't count on luck. This time is different. I'm going to crush your brain and kill you for sure. This is my final offer, Luka. Will you live as a machine, or will you live as a human? You still have a choice. Rick extended his remaining arm, palm open toward me. I didn't care for abstract questions about being a machine or a human. I shut my eyes in this desperate moment. The thought lasted only a fraction of a second. My chances of victory were slim. My chest trembled. Rick had made it clear, if I refused his offer, he would kill me. My loyalty to the Empire had been pure, like a child's unshaken belief that their parents were always right. But now I knew better. The Empire was not always right. There was plenty of ugliness, plenty of darkness. Yet the Empire had acknowledged me. Hemilas had accepted me. Ile Karthika was my friend, Jaisel. She was family for now. And well, there was Gabriel and Gilda, too. No matter what anyone said, the Empire was where I belonged. My place was mine to claim and protect. My name is Lukaus Castoria, the sword and shield of the Empire. The Empire's enemies are my enemies. I holstered Ruina. Extending Crucis forward, I braced the blade with my other hand. Are you really going to spend your life doing dirty work, only to be discarded in the end? Rick sneered. There was no hesitation in my gaze. I stared him down. Do not give up on possibilities, Luka. Aki's combat techniques, no, the skills I had honed, were what I had to trust. If someone has to do the Empire's dirty work, then that will be my role. I had never thought of myself as someone driven by grand ideals or convictions. But maybe, just maybe, I had found something close to one. Rick placed his remaining hand on his hip, sighed, and looked down at the floor. Then, slowly, he lifted his gaze. So, that's his answer. You hear that. Kinuan, I know you care about him, but he's a lost cause. The ironclad resolve I had forged threatened to crack. Why? Why was Kinuan's name being mentioned here? I followed Rick's gaze upward, my eyes widening. A man who should not have been here stood at the broken window frame. Kinuan's coat fluttered in the night breeze. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, letting himself fall freely. Tap. Like a crane descending with effortless grace, Kinuan landed beside Rick. His half-lidded eyes glanced downward. The first emotion I felt was betrayal. I knew this day would come. I had always known that one day, Kinuan would become my enemy. But knowing it in my head and being ready for it in my heart were two different things. You were an enemy of the Empire after all? I tried to suppress my emotions. I wasn't sure if I had succeeded. There was no way for me to see my own face. Kinuan stood firmly beside Rick, making it clear whose side he was on. The way he looked at me was cold. Luka. Hearing my name from his lips made me flinch, my attention snapping to him like I was responding to a superior. Habits were a terrifying thing. Are you an enemy or an ally? That's the only conversation that matters. I want to be on your side. Kinuan gave me an ambiguous answer. He always did. But today, I wasn't going to let it slide. Rick, who had been listening to our exchange, interrupted with irritation. Kinuan, why him? Wouldn't Ile Karthika be a better choice? He already resents the Empire. It'd be easier to recruit him. As expected, Rick and Kinuan were working together. And Rick even knew about Ile in detail. Just how many dissidents were embedded within the Empire? Ile is exceptional, but he's not an Aki's-compatible candidate. Is Aki's combat technique really that important? If you're going to play a double agent, you need to think like Aki's victima. Finding someone as compatible as Luka isn't easy. The fact that he found his way here, even amid all this chaos, is proof of that. Kinuan revealed a critical secret right in front of me, as if it were nothing. Today, I had learned a lot. Rick had teleportation abilities. Kinuan was a double agent. Now that I had heard this, there was no way I would be allowed to leave here alive. Unless, however unlikely, I managed to kill them all and walk out. But at this point, it wasn't a question of whether it was possible or not. There was no other path for me. Like scraping at the bottom of a dried-up well, even if the outcome was meaningless, I had to wring out every last drop of possibility, clinging to the hope of a miracle. Rick, let me speak with Luka for a little longer. Just wait a bit. As a friend, I ask this of you. Kinuan spoke as he sank lazily into a tattered sofa. I didn't want to talk to him, but buying time wasn't a bad option for me either. Rick took a step back, giving us space to talk. I won't take long, Luka. I need someone to take my place. I don't have much time left. I have no intention of betraying the Empire. You know that better than anyone. And I also know you're constantly wavering. If things continue as they are, you'll become an Imperial Guard, the most prestigious soldier of the Empire. You'll receive honor, status, and every material support you could need. But in return, you'll have to become part of a machine. The Imperial Guard was granted the ultra-high-performance, full-body prosthetic Legion. Becoming part of a machine is just a matter of perspective. We don't become Legion, we use it. Like any other prosthetic, it's just a tool. Hearing my words, Rick let out a small laugh. Kinuan shot him a glare before continuing. It's not a matter of perspective. It's a clear fact. Legion isn't like other full-body prosthetics. It's not a weapon that can be controlled by a human brain. The training process for the Imperial Guard is essentially about stripping away humanity, leaving behind only the personality and cognition necessary for war. The core component of Legion, the biological computer, is the brain of the Imperial Guard. Artificial intelligence can't respond to rapidly changing situations as efficiently. Suddenly, I recalled Hemila's words. To endure for a long time, you need something irrational and inefficient inside you. That's the key to opening the box of humanity. Commander of the Imperial Guard, Hemilas, my father, had given me that advice with genuine concern. He didn't want me to be consumed by Legion. You're smart, Luka. You know exactly what I mean. I can see it in your eyes. You've already understood. Even if that's true, it's not a reason to betray the Empire. All I have to do is make sure I don't lose to Legion. I steeled my resolve. Kinuan, that's enough. Let's end this. He's not someone who can be swayed. I respect that about him, but it's a shame. Rick stepped forward as he spoke. Kinuan also rose from his seat. A shame, truly a shame. Kinuan spoke quietly, his voice tinged with regret. As if leaving my fate to Rick, he walked past him. Flash, it happened in an instant. Kinuan's arm moved smoothly. His palm opened, revealing a hidden blade that shot forward. Ka! Kinuan's dagger pierced through Rick's chin, driving straight up through his skull. Rick trembled violently, his blood-filled eyes shifting to look at Kinuan. To think I'd have to kill you here, Rick. What a pity. Kinuan twisted his arm. The blade churned through Rick's brain. Thunk! Rick's body sagged. His limbs twitched sporadically as Kinnuan withdrew the dagger. Rick dropped to his knees, then collapsed forward. Rick Silva Nunez, the Empire's most wanted criminal, was dead. Chapter 68. I looked down at Rick's corpse. Gray matter and brain fluid seeped out from the penetrating wounds on his chin and crown. His death was certain. Even after witnessing Rick's death, I couldn't let my guard down. Clutching Crucis, I fixed my gaze on Kinnuan. What happened? As you can see, I killed an enemy of the Empire. Kinnuan feigned innocence as he rummaged through Rick's body. That's not what I'm asking. Ignoring my words, Kinnuan continued searching Rick's belongings. When he didn't find what he was looking for, he stroked his chin, lost in thought. Click. Having reached a conclusion, Kinnuan removed Rick's helmet, revealing a face hardened by countless battles. The numerous scars were proof of a life steeped in struggle. Snap! Kinnuan pressed his thumb against Rick's eyeball and popped it out. Then he shoved his fingers deep into the empty socket. A squelching sound echoed as he dug through the soft tissue. Rick, you must have cherished your treasure quite a bit. Were you planning to take it with you even in death? Kinnuan pulled out a small orb from Rick's brain. Stained with blood, it emitted a faint blue glow. Upon closer inspection, intricate circuits were etched densely across its surface. That unique pattern and blue radiance were unmistakable. An arcane artifact. Rick had embedded an arcane artifact inside his own head. It seemed his teleportation ability came from that relic. If you had accepted Rick's offer, I wouldn't have needed to kill him. I could have just put you under surveillance as a new recruit for the terrorists and reported the situation as it unfolded. Kinnuan didn't take his eyes off Rick. It was true that those two were friends. Rick had believed in Kinnuan's loyalty without question. That was why he had let his guard down. When the blade of a trusted friend pierced his chin, what had gone through Rick's mind? You were a double agent, instructor. But he hadn't been on the terrorist side, he was with the Empire. There's no need to stress that. I already told you I'm a double agent. A hollow laugh escaped me. I have no idea where the truth ends and the lies begin with you. You mean that as criticism, but to me, it's a compliment. Your confusion is proof that I'm still an active and capable double agent. I tried to sort through the chaos in my head, but it refused to settle easily. Kinnuan's past words and actions resurfaced in my mind. At times subtly, at times openly, he had expressed his resentment toward the Empire. Was it all an act? Do you think mere acting could have fooled both you and Rick? It's true that the Empire isn't perfect. My criticism of it was sincere. But the Empire cannot be allowed to fall. Tearing down the breakwater just because it isn't flawless is utter nonsense. Kinnuan spoke calmly. He had deceived everyone. That was his role. Clench. Before I realized it, I had tightened my grip on my sword. My cybernetic body had received a combat signal. I still hadn't exited battle mode. Who are you? Before I answer, there's something I need to say. Luka's Custoria, you have walked a precarious path in a world where right and wrong blur into ambiguity. You have navigated through an abyss of chaos where nothing could be seen, confronted death that left no room for retreat, and endured despair where even hope had vanished. Yet, you never lost your compass. Understanding the fear and turmoil you must have faced, I offer you my sincere respect. Like a well-mannered noble, Kinnuan placed his palm over his chest and bowed gracefully. And now, you have finally chosen the Empire's side. Even knowing that the Empire is not just, even understanding that the world is not so simple. This was a decision you made through your own experiences and will. Kinnuan waited for my response. It's not such a grand reason. The tension drained from my shoulders and arms. I didn't know what to say. Ha! Praise be to humanity's protector, the father of our nation, and the first emperor of the Empire, Dino Accrescia. Kinnuan muttered, then continued speaking. I couldn't tell if his words were genuine or mocking. He stepped in front of me. I am a servant of the current emperor, Yuri Accrescia, his eyes, his overseer, and a bearer of the title Aki's Domini. My words are the emperor's will. Kneel before me, Luka's Custoria. His voice shifted midway, deeper, more resonant, overwhelming. It even carried a sense of sanctity. I closed my eyes. Countless thoughts passed through me in the moment before my knees touched the ground. I still did not know what was right or wrong. I was merely wandering. The Empire, the terrorists, the upper and lower classes, the privileged and the impoverished. Wherever I looked, I saw nothing but twisted injustice. But surely the Empire was not the only one. Even with my limited knowledge, I could understand that much. Such is the nature of the world, of this universe. Thud. My knees touched the ground. You, born as Luka and now Lukaus of Castoria, I proclaim by decree, fulfill the duties of Acquis Domini. We are nowhere, yet we are everywhere. Nowhere, yet everywhere. I repeated the final phrase. It came out naturally, as if I had rehearsed it beforehand. Rise, young overseer. Kinuan and I spoke at length in the ruins of the building. It felt like one of those old tales where a master passed down knowledge to his disciple through oral tradition. The emperor's eyes and overseers, Acquis Domini. Their rank and existence left no records behind. They were nothing more than ghosts. Even the title of the emperor's servant was an unofficial position. If anyone asked, even the emperor himself would deny the existence of Acquis Domini. I had no idea how many of us there were. Perhaps it was just Kinuan and me. Either way, there couldn't be many. If there were hundreds or thousands, maintaining secrecy would be impossible. At most, a few dozen. The reach of the empire is vast and deep. No matter where I look, I cannot see its end. Kinuan was an untrustworthy member of the Imperial Guard. His origins were suspicious, and his records were riddled with inconsistencies. There was even considerable circumstantial evidence linking him to the terrorist group, Nemesis. In reality, he had indeed been working as a double agent, maintaining ties with anti-imperial factions. All of it was a ploy for surveillance. The Empire had not failed to identify its internal enemies. In fact, it was well aware of their every move. The Empire has learned from history. A rigid social structure and strict rule only breed fierce resistance. If that resistance is crushed too thoroughly, the entire order is eventually overturned. So instead, you monitor and regulate them from within. It was like draining small amounts of water before the dam could burst. You really are an easy student to teach. You grasp the essence quickly. People like Nemesis and Rick Kaiser are allowed to run wild, just enough to be noticeable, but never enough to threaten the Empire's stability. This approach actually helps alleviate discontent and rebellion. The majority are satisfied with minor acts of defiance. Very few truly wish to overturn the Empire. Kinuan was a generous teacher with his praise. As I listened, a question arose in my mind. Did Rick Kaiser truly wish to overthrow the Empire? I didn't voice my curiosity. It might sound strange, but Kinuan was Rick's friend. He had just witnessed his friend's death mere minutes ago. Now was not the time to ask such questions. Kinuan took out a canteen and poured himself a warm cup of tea. The fact that he had brought tea all the way here spoke volumes about his obsession. After taking a sip, he continued speaking. When people hear about the assassination of a bureaucrat as replaceable as mass-produced goods, or about riots and terrorist attacks that don't even dent the Empire, some of them start believing that the Empire is slowly changing, and so they suppress their discontent day by day. His gaze drifted toward Rick's corpse. He stared at him for a long while before finally turning to me. Luka, remember this well. When people feel that things are changing for the better, their dissatisfaction eases. No matter what anyone says, the human brain feeds on hope, not despair. The belief that things will improve is what allows people to endure misfortune and pain. It helps them push through even the most horrific realities. I had many questions. Our title was Acquis Domini. How was this related to Acquis Victima? Was Noel Mulliskane, the leader of the first rebellion, truly a traitor? Or had he, too, been serving the Empire under some political arrangement? But at this moment, one question mattered more than the rest. The commander of the Imperial Guard doesn't know about the overseers, does he? Commander Hemilas wouldn't know about the Emperor's secret watchers. I wanted to hear Kinuan confirm it himself. Hemilas' flaw is his excessive loyalty. If he were a bit more lenient, my life would be much easier. Keep pretending to investigate me. And now that things have turned out this way, take Rick's body with you. It'll help your reputation and your chances for promotion. You'll go down in history as the cadet with the most achievements in the history of the Imperial Guard. I looked down at Rick's corpse. A warrior who once seemed capable of turning the world upside down now lay still. Death was this silent. If I had accepted Rick's offer. The mere thought sent chills down my spine. I would have joined the anti-imperial movement without ever knowing Kinuan's true identity. And one day, just like Rick, I would have been quietly eliminated. Instructor, did you let Nikolaos Castoria die knowing full well what would happen? The death of Nikolaos Castoria, the eldest son of the commander of the Imperial Guard and a high-ranking bureaucrat, has brought great comfort to the dissident forces. Killing someone of that stature gives them the illusion that they've accomplished something, but in reality, he was just another replaceable figure. In any case, with Nikolaos dead, they'll likely lie low for a while. As Kinuan spoke, he carefully observed my expression and demeanor. So you let Nikolaos die because it was the more efficient option. Are you saying Rick ordered the assassination? My voice was colder than I expected. Good boy, Luka, but you're still just an apprentice overseer. You won't get all the answers from me. Know your place. Right now, you stand at the edge, and it wouldn't be strange if you were disposed of at any moment. Even with Kinuan's warning, I didn't bother hiding my conflicted emotions. It was only natural that I felt this way. Trying too hard to conceal it would be even more suspicious. Nikolaos was caught in the chaos and died. Again, it wasn't as if I had grown attached to him. Yet I still felt a sense of responsibility. With things tangled this badly, who was I supposed to blame? Kinuan, the terrorist group? Rick, or the Emperor himself? Kinuan rose from his seat. He patted my shoulder twice. When the time comes, His Majesty will summon you. Until then, no matter how many doubts and grievances arise, keep them buried deep. I nodded stiffly. Kinuan's cold, piercing gaze swept over me as he walked past. Soon, his presence disappeared entirely. Chapter 69. I moved out of the underground cavern to a range where communication was possible and called for a support unit. Kinuan, who had been with me, had long since disappeared. He was the Emperor's overseer and the Empire's ghost. The fact that Kinuan was here today must never be revealed. I have eliminated Rick Silva Nunez. I reported the current situation to Commander of the Imperial Guard, Hemilas, via communication. The flow of the report was as follows. While investigating the dead Ronin, I encountered Rick. After an engagement, I killed him. Before long, the Imperial Guard's aerial vehicle appeared overhead. At the sight of the Imperial forces, the vagrants in the ruins were quick to retreat deep underground. So it really is Rick of Nemesis. Quite an achievement, Luka. The arriving Imperial Guardsmen performed a genetic match on Rick's corpse and then looked at me. Their heavy uniformed capes dragged long along the ground. From a distance, they could have been mistaken for a flock of crows that had found a corpse. They were surprised, but not suspicious. They knew my record and my combat capabilities. Aside from his teleportation ability, Rick was a foe I could fight on equal footing. There was nothing strange about me killing Rick. My combat ability had already surpassed that of a cadet. Thanks to Aki's Victima combat techniques, I was practically on par with an elite Imperial Guardsman. If I wore Legion, I'd be just another regular Guardsman. Aki's Victima combat techniques couldn't be applied to the full-body prosthetic Legion. My strength didn't come from Legion, it came from using combat prosthetics. Creak, creak. Androids were loading Rick's corpse onto a stretcher for transport. This is worthy of a 4th-class Cross Blade Medal of military merit. If that happens, you'd be the first cadet in Imperial Guard history to receive one. Congratulations on successfully completing your mission. The Guardsmen had assumed I had been assigned to a special mission. It seemed they believed this was it. It is over, in a way. I would only pretend to be investigating Kinuan's trail. I already knew his true identity. I boarded the aerial vehicle. As soon as I entered, I flinched. Update? An update notification popped up on my retinal display. To my surprise, the data server was linked to the Empire's upper network. This was a network accessible only to high-ranking Imperial officials. The Imperial Guard's aerial vehicle was acting as a relay for the upper network. That was why the update had begun the moment I boarded. My access privileges have been raised. I really have become an overseer. I checked my retinal display. The augmented interface even displayed personal information about the other Imperial Guards. Their names, ages, affiliations, and specific expertise appeared in small text beside them. If I focused, I could see detailed records of their histories. Luka, what's the matter? The Imperial Guard sitting in front of me asked. His name was Rain Voltegasaurs. He had been an Imperial Guard for 14 years, had received 2 fourth-class Cross Blade medals of military merit, and had so many lower-ranked medals that counting them would have been a hassle. His specialties were electronic warfare and ultra-long-range sniping. He must be loosening up. That guy's nervous system is probably shredded right now. It wouldn't be surprising if he passed out on the spot. Another Imperial Guard answered in my place. And that statement was true. I was barely holding on to my consciousness. I would probably need more than half a day of sleep. I apologize, I responded out of formality. They soon shifted their gazes away from me and continued their conversation amongst themselves. There was a lot of talk about Rick. It seemed he was a well-known figure among the Imperial Guards. Well, he was a traitor who had once been one of us. The new vision felt unfamiliar. The density of information entering my sight was overwhelming. It would take some time to adjust. Click. I moved my pupils to lower the exposure level of information. Right now, I desperately needed rest, so much so that I could fall asleep snoring in front of a superior. When I woke up, I stared at a familiar ceiling. This was my room. I still couldn't believe any of it. Kinnuin had deceived and misled everyone. But that was precisely why it had been so effective. Even Hemillas believed he had been colluding with terrorists. Terrorist Rick Kaiser had considered Kinnuin a close friend. Thanks to overseers like Kinnuin, the Empire had been able to effectively control dissident factions. Even the very outlets for discontent and resentment toward the Empire were under its watchful eye. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it is. Commander of the Imperial Guard, Hemillas, had a history of infiltrating the Nemesis organization using the witch, Barbara. And yet, even he hadn't realized that Kinnuin was a double agent. Is the Emperor the only one who fully understands all this chaos, these tangled relationships, and the intricate schemes? Even if he wasn't the only one, how many within the Empire truly grasped the entire web of its complexities? Probably just a handful. I slept for a solid 16 hours. I checked the time. For me to have slept this long, it was practically the equivalent of an ordinary person being unconscious for 3 or 4 days. Tap. I tapped the table, bringing up a hologram. A list of accumulated schedules appeared. The topmost item was a summons from Commander of the Imperial Guard, Hemillas. That was to be expected. There were many reports that couldn't be left on record. I stepped outside. Several cadets were moving through the hallway. Every time my gaze shifted, detailed information and histories about them appeared before me. I came to a stop. I had arrived at Hemillas's office. As always, I straightened my uniform before stepping inside. Hemillas Custoria. Hemillas was seated, going through his work. A slight sense of anticipation stirred within me. I wondered if I'd be able to access his personal information. As expected, the commander of the Imperial Guard is on another level. I couldn't access his data. The commander of the Imperial Guard was one of the Emperor's closest military officers, after all. Take a seat, this will take a while. Hemillas pressed a few holographic panels, systematically organizing his work. I was close to Hemillas. Saying that out loud felt strange, but after all, we were father and son. From what I had seen so far, even if I rose through the ranks, I didn't want to become the commander of the Imperial Guard. That position didn't suit me. The overwhelming workload, especially the endless administrative tasks, defined the life of the commander. A battlefield where bullets rained down seemed preferable. Begin, Luka. Hemillas crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. I started my report with the things I knew he was already aware of. You confronted Rick alone? There was no one else. Rick urged me to betray the Empire, but I refused. The fight began immediately. Rick Silva Nunez, a high-priority fugitive the Empire has failed to capture until now, and once an exceptional Imperial Guard. I managed thanks to Aki's combat techniques. Even then, it was a close call. If I hadn't trained under instructor Kinnuin, I wouldn't have survived. Hemillas paused, as if deep in thought, before speaking again. Any other information on Kinnuin? My tongue tingled. I wanted to reveal everything I knew right then and there. The truth was too heavy to bear alone. I wasn't able to secure anything. Not even proof that his benefactor, Noel, is actually Kinnuin. The chip and documents I had retrieved from the dead Ronin office contained nothing of significance. I see. Still, I believe taking down Rick was a major success. I accomplished something beyond my capabilities. I spoke with confidence, though in truth, I wasn't the one who had killed Rick. Your achievement deserves praise, an unexpected gain, almost to the point of feeling alien. Don't let your emotions show, Luka. I desperately controlled my thoughts and emotions, keeping them as neutral as possible. Hemilas didn't need to learn Aki's combat techniques to possess a superhuman level of insight. If there was even a slight shift in my emotions, he would notice instantly. He's testing me. That was Hemilas's specialty. The moment he sensed even the smallest inconsistency, he would strike without hesitation. I had experienced his methods many times before. Don't feel guilty about Hemilas. If he knew everything, he would understand. This is for the Empire. Hemilas liked me, but only as a valuable tool. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to discard me. As I said earlier, my victory was thanks to Aki's combat techniques, and a soldier shouldn't be interrogated over an exceptional achievement. I let my irritation show. Hemilas finally smiled and leaned forward, as if relaxing. Luka, as you well know, it's unprecedented for a cadet to be awarded a 4th-class Cross-Blade Medal of Military Merit. There's no prior example. But given your contributions, the approval will go through without any opposition. This will also elevate the prestige of the Castoria family, so the main house will be hosting a celebratory banquet. Prepare yourself. If you have anyone you'd like to invite, you may do so. I was more surprised by the mention of the banquet. Invite acquaintances? Not many people immediately came to mind. Ile Karthika was a clear candidate. Thinking about it further, I realized I could just invite all my fellow cadets. As for other acquaintances, only Gabriel and Gilda came to mind, but it was unlikely that anyone from the lower districts would be allowed to attend. A banquet? I spoke with clear reluctance. You're the guest of honor. I frowned, and the wrinkles at the corners of Hemilas's mouth deepened. He seemed to find my reaction amusing. I hope you learned social dancing well at Kracia Academy. He added one last remark. Snakes always knew how to speak in the most irritating way. Time passed quickly. After going through the necessary formalities, I was officially awarded the 4th-class Cross-Blade Medal of Military Merit. The engraving on the medal read, IV, in sharp relief. Elimination of high-priority fugitive Rick Silva Nunez. A new line had been added to my record. Even though I've been running all over the Empire, knocking out missions left and right, you crushed the scores with just one. As expected of you, Luka, looks like you're locked in as this term's top cadet. Ile spoke teasingly, a cigarette between his lips. Even though an instructor passing by in the distance noticed him smoking, they didn't say much about it. Ile and I were practically Imperial Guards rather than mere cadets. The Imperial Guard had enough flexibility to overlook minor transgressions. Just like how the Empire turns a blind eye to dissidents, even when they know they exist. Allowing small acts of defiance helped ease greater dissatisfaction. It was the same for Imperial Guard cadets. By the 4th year, strict oppression had practically disappeared. We enjoyed our freedoms within the unspoken boundaries. So, are you coming to the celebration banquet or not? I invited Ile first. He was the perfect person to solidify my standing. If I showed that I was on close terms with the heir of the Karthika family, my reputation within the family would rise, and Jup would be forced to shrink back. Of course, I have to go. I wouldn't miss a spectacle like that. Aside from Ile, I also handed out invitations to my fellow cadets. I had a decent reputation among them. I wasn't particularly warm or friendly, but I never shied away from difficult tasks. Besides, a Castoria family banquet was an event no noble offspring wanted to miss. Except for those with prior engagements or missions, most of my peers confirmed their attendance. Time passed, and at last, the grand banquet where I was the main figure began. Chapter 70. The celebratory banquet was grand, starting with the venue itself. It was held in the Imperial Banquet Hall, located at the heart of the Upper District in the capital, Akbaran. Naturally, not just anyone could rent the Imperial Banquet Hall. It was a choice that reflected the prestige of the current commander of the Imperial Guard, Hemilas, and the long-standing reputation of the Castoria family. Like being swept away by the tide, I moved according to my family's instructions. Since I was the protagonist of the event, I had to be mindful of my attire and familiarize myself with numerous details in advance. Luka, you've memorized the names of all the officials and officers attending, right? Giselle spoke. I nodded. No problem. Throughout the banquet preparations, Giselle assisted me as if acting as my aide. Imperial attire was generally practical, but banquet attire was a hassle to wear. There was even a set order for putting it on. And the brooch should be placed more to the left. No, I'll do it myself. Giselle stepped closer and meticulously adjusted my outfit. As I looked down at her, our eyes met. We held each other's gaze for a moment. I kept my expression neutral. Giselle's face also remained devoid of emotion. Then, she moved her hands again. She parted her red lips as if to lighten the mood. Jup must be incredibly nervous right now. Even though he knows how exceptional you are, he never would have imagined that a cadet would receive the 4th Class Cross Blade Medal. Neither did I was just lucky. Oh my, I didn't realize you were the humble type. It wasn't humility. It was simply the truth. If it weren't for Kinnuan, I would be dead. Seeing my indifferent response, Giselle continued speaking. Jup will be pulling every string he has for this banquet. He'll be trying his best not to be overshadowed by your achievements. It should be quite the spectacle. Most likely. I had crossed paths with Jup several times while preparing for the banquet. His words and actions betrayed his anxiety, which he failed to conceal. Unfortunately for Jup, he was ordinary. He wasn't lacking, but he wasn't particularly exceptional either. Even in a privileged environment, Jup never managed to achieve much. A noble of the Empire couldn't afford to be just average. They needed to possess something outstanding, especially if they had a great father. Nobles had to prove their abilities just the same. Their hurdles were merely lower, and their opportunities more abundant. This should do. Now you really look like a noble young master. Giselle took 3 steps back and remarked. So you're saying I didn't seem like one before? Everyone in the lower district called me young master. Those stuck in the middle are always treated as something in between. They never truly belong anywhere. A strangely cutting remark. I shrugged. I'll take that as advice. It's not advice, it's the truth. Giselle spoke coldly. It reminded me of the first time we met. She was never the warm and friendly type. Neither was I Creek. The waiting room door opened. Right on cue, Hemilas entered. Sensing the moment, Giselle stepped aside. She passed by Hemilas and left. Now it was just the 2 of us in the waiting room. Giselle is a sharp one. If she had the aptitude to be a soldier, it would have been ideal. Hemilas spoke as he took a seat. He was a man like an ancient tree, solid and unshaken. There was no doubt he was more than capable of leading both the organization and the family. And she has ambition. She seems to want to become the head of the family. Haha, that would be difficult. She's not a soldier. Traditions in a noble house are far stronger than you might think. The older the lineage, the stricter the rules. Even the shrewd Nikolaos struggled with those traditions. I hated those outdated rules, traditions, customs, all of it. Still, Giselle is better than Jup. Even at his age, he hasn't earned a single military medal. Haha, no one knows what the future holds. Tonight is about celebrating your achievements. No need to be so sharp-edged, though I suppose that's part of what makes you who you are. I glanced at the wall clock. The banquet would start soon. There's something I want to ask. Go ahead. Jup and I will clash sooner or later. Regardless of my intentions, he already sees me as a rival. If this continues, I might end up destroying him. If you truly want your son to become the head of the family, say it now. Tell me to step back and let him win. Nikolaos was dead. Now, I needed to know Hemilas's true intentions. If he only saw me as a tool to push Jup to grow, then this was where I would stop. The head of a family is the one who leads and protects their kin and house. If you are prepared for that, then I don't care who it is. But as I see it, neither you nor Jup are ready. You are not someone who would lay down his life for the Castoria family. Don't speak of becoming head so lightly with such a weak resolve. Hemilas calmly stood up and patted my shoulder. With a faint smile, he left the waiting room. Thud, the door closed. I mulled over his words. He was right, I wasn't qualified to be the head of the family. From the beginning, I had defined myself as an outsider. How could someone who saw themselves as an outsider be the center of the family? It was a ridiculous notion. And yet, Hemilas had never treated me differently from his other children. On the contrary, he acknowledged my abilities more than anyone and kept me close. Now I just felt petty. The banquet began. Attendants moved gracefully through the hall, carrying trays of food. Well-trained as they were, they never obstructed the guests' movements. Even if someone staggered from drinking, they wouldn't so much as brush against them. "A pleasure to meet you, Luka Custoria." A high-ranking officer from a distinguished family addressed me. He was the 13th notable figure to greet me. My patience was being put to the test. There was still a long line of people I had yet to be introduced to. "It is an honor to meet you. Your reputation, General, is..." I had no idea what I was even saying anymore. Meaningless words spilled from my mouth, a stream of pre-programmed pleasantries flowing through my throat and past my lips. Hearing that from you makes me feel like I still have some worth left. But in the end, I'm just an old man past his prime. You, on the other hand, are the young blood of the Empire. Even though they knew my words were insincere, the nobles I spoke with feigned exaggerated emotions. The theatrical display was so artificial it was nauseating. Forcing a smile made my head ache. This wasn't suited to my temperament. I would have preferred to line up all the people who wanted me dead, arm them with guns and swords, and let things play out. That would have been much simpler. Tap. Hemilas placed a hand on my shoulder and whispered softly, "Tonight, you are the face of Custoria." I had to endure this night. This banquet isn't for me. It was for the Custoria family. If I truly wanted to be part of it, I had to do what was necessary, even the things I despised. Hemilas stood by my side for over an hour, personally introducing me to high-ranking nobles. Hemilas is a soldier and a warrior by nature. I had seen him fight once. He reveled in battle, as if breaking free from chains that bound him. He missed the battlefield. To fulfill his duties as both the commander of the Imperial Guard and the head of the family, Hemilas has spent decades doing work that doesn't suit his nature. I followed Hemilas toward an elegantly designed terrace. Even from a distance, the lively laughter of men and women filled the air. On the terrace, nobles stood, enjoying the night breeze and their amusements. Even without checking any background information, it was obvious they were accompanied by women who were not their wives. "Oh, the commander of the Imperial Guard has arrived." A man dressed in blue showed no sign of deference even before Hemilas. VMMM. In the man's palm, a luminous mineral glowed faintly. Holostone. I only knew that it was a resource with immense military and economic potential. "Director Jin, this is my son Lukaus." Hemilas introduced me with respect. I recalled the man's name and title. He was one of the key figures at this banquet. Jin Ga, director of the 4th Imperial Research Institute. The Imperial Research Institutes conducted various studies under the direct command of the Emperor. The machine beast Ile had captured was likely being held in one of their facilities. "So, you're the star of the banquet. Ah, never mind that, take a look at this." Jin Ga's reaction was different from that of other nobles. He didn't try to win my favor. He spoke in a curt, indifferent manner, as if he barely cared. Some might have found his attitude offensive, but after enduring the attention of so many others, I actually welcomed it. His uninhibited and straightforward demeanor was far easier to deal with. Hemilas merely gave a faint smile, unbothered by Jin Ga's casual treatment of him. In truth, there was nothing strange about his attitude. Jin Ga had been the director of his institute long before Hemilas was even born. A major figure in the empire, yet a recluse with no children, entirely devoted to his research. That was how people described him. Jin Ga opened his palm, displaying the holostone. He tossed it into the air and caught it repeatedly. I didn't even know why the mineral was called holostone. Ile would probably know. Fascinating, isn't it? Even a piece this small can generate enough energy to power a spaceship. Keeping unshielded raw ore nearby is dangerous, Hemilas warned, maintaining a cautious distance. "It's fine." I applied a thin layer of a newly developed shielding film. Unlike before, it's in a liquid form, making it easier to process and more versatile to use. Well, since it's still in the testing phase, some energy might leak out, but brief contact won't cause any issues. Upon hearing Jin Ga's explanation, the surrounding nobles paled and subtly stepped backward. Jin Ga chuckled before rising from his seat. Bringing a prototype from the research institute outside isn't a wise decision. It's practically a state secret. if there were Korite or Bellado spies in this banquet hall. Oh, don't be so rigid for someone so young. Hamilas, if we manage to extract energy stably from raw ore, everything will change, everything. And I guarantee you, this research will become a joint effort between all three nations. Do you know why? How would I? Even Hamilas let his irritation show. He seemed thoroughly fed up with Jin Ga's unpredictable behavior. Because I want to see the results before I die? Seeing how healthy you look, you'll probably live another 100 years. Not at all. I won't even last another 50. I know my own body. My mind is starting to decay. I'm not the same as before. Even I feel like I'm not the same every time I wake up in the morning. Jin Ga laughed so hard his shoulders shook. I get what you mean, but that's not it. I'm contaminated. Ah, my girlfriend's here. Anyway, it was nice seeing you, Hamilas, and Lucasith. It's Lukaus. I corrected him. The mention of contamination piqued my interest, but I didn't get to hear more. Jin Ga's lover had approached from behind. I'm back, darling. The automatic cleaning system in the restroom here is incredible. My thighs feel so fresh and dry right now, you're gonna love it when we… A sultry voice teased from behind me. Startled, I snapped my head around. The voice was very familiar. It made sense why. A woman in a dress stood with a light grip on a wine glass. She had a sly smile until her gaze landed on me. Her eyes widened slightly. Both of us were caught off guard. Neither of us expected to run into each other here. Martina Diva from La Vie en Rose. Jin Ga's lover was her. Don't waste your efforts on that again. I prefer a little scent over being completely fresh. Jin Ga pushed past us and pulled Martina into an embrace. He slipped his hand deep into her dress. Chapter 71. The long and tedious formalities had finally ended. I had finished exchanging pleasantries with the key figures attending the banquet. Talking to them had been exhausting, to the point where I felt like my brain was cramping. It was the kind of fatigue that came from dodging and deflecting 100 bullets. You've done well, Luka. Now enjoy yourself freely, Hamilas said as he left my side. Sigh. Feeling drained, I leaned against the wall and took a moment to catch my breath. All that talking had made my throat dry. I gestured, and a servant extended a tray with drinks toward me. Only alcohol, huh? After hesitating for a moment, I picked up a glass. It was my first time drinking. Not that a sip or two would be enough to get me drunk anyway. As I brought the glass to my lips, I frowned. Ugh. My heightened senses picked up the strong scent of alcohol, almost as if it had stabbed straight into my nose. The more I thought about it, the less I understood why people even drank this stuff. The liquid that touched my tongue had an unpleasant taste. I merely wet my lips before shifting my gaze toward the terrace. What is Martina, the diva of La Vie en Rose, doing here? Jin Ga was a renowned figure in the Empire. From a young age, he had served as the director of the Research Institute for over a century. Even Hamilas respected his achievements. Martina Diva isn't a noble. I used the overseer's eye to check Martina Diva's background. Her age was higher than I expected, and her origins were from the very bottom of the lower districts. A man of Jin Ga's influence can bring someone from the lower districts to a noble's banquet, huh? It was only natural. Jin Ga, in particular, seemed like someone who didn't care about others' opinions. If people tolerate his arbitrary ways, it must mean he's that capable. As I pondered, I habitually tilted the glass in my hand. I winced again. Alcohol really wasn't to my taste. I shifted my gaze. The Imperial Guard cadets who had accepted my invitation were gathered in small groups. They blended into the banquet naturally, as if they belonged here, unlike me, who felt out of place. Luka! A fellow cadet approached me. He glanced toward Giselle, who was wearing a dress in the distance, and whispered, Does Giselle have a fiancé or a boyfriend? Not sure. Come on, your family. Don't pretend you don't know. She probably doesn't have a boyfriend. Her temper's too nasty for that. That doesn't matter. Finding a noble lady with a good personality is about as hard as finding a noble young master who isn't a playboy. Just introduce me so I can say hello. My fellow cadet nudged my arm with his elbow. I felt a little annoyed, but there was no reason I couldn't introduce them. I approached Giselle with him. Giselle, this is… I introduced my fellow cadet to Giselle. She looked at us with an expressionless face and only exchanged a brief greeting. Could I have a moment to talk? My fellow cadet tried to keep the conversation going. Apologies, I'm a bit busy right now. Giselle spoke coolly and walked away. I felt awkward for even making the introduction. I told you she had a nasty temper, didn't I? I said as I watched Giselle disappear into the crowd. This much is nothing. My fellow cadet laughed cheerfully despite being rejected. Before long, he was chatting up another noble lady, effortlessly continuing his social endeavors. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. It seemed like only a few of us weren't. I observed the banquet from the perspective of an outsider, studying the flow of the event. So this is the noble society I have to navigate and live in. How many more banquets would Luka's Custoria have to attend before he could become one of them? I had no idea. I wanted to be a part of the Custoria family. But the wall of my origins loomed large, not because of others' disregard or discrimination, but because of my own inner struggles. Lavish banquets and feasts felt endlessly uncomfortable. A small space where I could relax with Gabriel or Gilda was much better, even if it meant eating spoiled food and getting sick the next day. My feelings wouldn't change overnight. Maybe they never would. If I have to endure this uncomfortable feeling every time I attend one of these gatherings, just imagining it was unbearable torture. I was suited for the Imperial Guard, not for nobility. I felt like screaming right then and there. Of course, if I did, the nobles would whisper among themselves that I had lost my mind. Hiya eahuwu, I feel like I can fly ye. I widened my eyes. There actually was someone here acting out my thoughts. Director Jin. No, stop, Jin Ga's attendant shouted in panic. Jin Ga stood on the terrace railing, flapping his arms as if he had wings. Then, from the 4th floor, he leapt straight down. Crash, the sound was deafening. The terrace floor below was solid marble, but since he had a full-body prosthetic, he would probably be fine. He's at it again. He always does that when he gets drunk. The nobles barely reacted. They seemed accustomed to Jin Ga's sudden outbursts. Impressive. At the very least, he had a distinct personality, a rare type within the Empire. Hey, protagonist. Taking advantage of the commotion, Ile approached me. Protagonist, my ass? Don't be so grumpy. Try smiling a little. Do you know how many women wanted to talk to you but ran away? I counted at least 5. Ile, dressed sharply, gestured with his eyes toward a group of noble ladies. Standing beside me, he handed his empty glass to a servant and took a fresh one. Now that I was in the same space as Ile, I finally felt a bit more at ease. Ile, do you know anything about Director Jin Ga? I didn't expect someone like him to exist in the Empire. I was genuinely curious. Of course, Director Jin is one of the top authorities in arcane research. I studied Ile's face. His clear expression gleamed with admiration. If you have something to ask that eccentric, you should go now. Ha, it's too late for that. It's rare enough to even get a chance to meet him, but even when you do, it's hard to hold a conversation. He gets drunk and becomes completely incoherent in no time. The Karthika family was respectable. Yet even Ile, a direct descendant, found it difficult to meet Jin Ga in person. So if you're recognized for your abilities, even that kind of free-spirited behavior is tolerated. I couldn't help but envy Jin Ga. He was the only one in the Empire's rigid and solemn noble society who didn't care about others' opinions. Director Jin is special. Did you know? He's even authorized to travel to Bellato. I didn't bother hiding my surprise. Bellato? No matter how much of a potential enemy state it is, interactions must continue. We're in the Three Kingdoms era, after all. If 2 of the nations decide to form a technological alliance, the third one gets left behind. Not to mention the civilian-level exchanges. Many people secretly cross back and forth, especially in Border City. I had heard of Border City before. It was the Bellato city that Lillian had wanted to visit. Ile trailed off mid-sentence. The music in the banquet hall slowed into a familiar melody. Even my ears recognized it. The song we had listened to endlessly in the fundamentals of social events class at the Royal Kratia Academy. It's time to dance, protagonist. Go find yourself a lovely lady. Ile said that before slipping away. He found a suitable partner, offered a polite greeting, and began to dance. Not everyone was dancing. Many, like me, stood along the outskirts of the banquet hall. Click, click, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching between the notes of the music. Giselle. She glanced around before standing beside me. Luka, instead of just standing there staring, you should be dancing. She spoke sharply. I'm terrible at dancing. I'd probably just step on my partner's feet. That was a lie. With my reflexes, I could adjust to any dance, even one I'd never learned, just by following my partner's movements. If the guest of honor doesn't dance, people will think it's strange. It's also improper etiquette. Giselle pointed out. Now that I thought about it, she had a point. So? I looked at her blankly. Giselle avoided my gaze and hesitated before parting her lips. If you really don't have a part. Before she could finish, a deep, alluring scent drifted toward us. Giselle also stopped speaking and turned to look behind her. A mature woman swayed her slender waist as she walked toward us. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Martina Diva. She stopped right in front of me. As if planned in advance, the music momentarily paused. The guest of honor seems to be without a dance partner. Would I be acceptable, young master? Mine just got carried off after falling from the terrace. Martina cut in and asked me to dance. I turned to Giselle as if seeking permission. Perfect timing. If you didn't have a partner, I was going to find you someone suitable. Since you have one now, that's a relief, Luka's Oraboni. Giselle spoke dryly and left. I watched her retreating figure and rubbed the back of my neck. I feel bad for Giselle, but I need to talk to Martina right now. Martina also seemed eager to speak with me. After all, we had encountered each other in quite an unexpected place. When I first heard the name of the banquet's guest of honor, I could hardly believe it. Young master, you turned out to be a much bigger deal than I expected. I was shocked. Martina extended her hand toward me as she spoke. I took it, stepping into the dance floor with her. The music resumed. Martina and I danced. Her movements were remarkably skilled, guiding me with practiced ease. I simply followed her lead, letting my body move with the rhythm she set. How did you end up at this banquet? No, more importantly, what's your connection to Director Jin? Martina curved her lips into a knowing smile. You don't have to interrogate me. I'll tell you everything. Martina's voice was smooth and unbothered, as if she had nothing to hide. La Vie en Rose's diva has always played the role of a lover to powerful figures in the Empire. It's one of the diva's hidden qualifications, to be the mistress of an imperial authority. There's even a legend that the first diva was the emperor's concubine. Though, of course, it's just a legend, so who knows if it's true. Now I understood where La Vie en Rose's confidence came from, and why they had dared to attack me, knowing full well that I was a noble. La Vie en Rose maintains ties with imperial nobles through seduction. There must be many high-ranking nobles' lovers within La Vie en Rose, both women and men. Most nobles who operated in the lower districts weren't from high-ranking families. If they were involved in the power struggles of the lower districts, they were likely minor nobles or the lowest-ranking members of their houses. If they have direct connections to people in power, they wouldn't need to fear low-ranking nobles, and any incidents that occur in the lower districts are easy to cover up. I found myself developing a slight fondness for the La Vie en Rose gang. In their own way, they were trying to overturn the rigid structure of power. Some might look down on their methods, but I wasn't one of them. If you have a unique weapon, you should use it to the fullest. Just as I was naturally aggressive and excelled in combat, Martina had her own talents. Since I answered your question, shouldn't you answer one of mine? If it's something I can answer, I murmured in a low voice. Martina raised herself onto one toe and spun gracefully. Her dress was cut in a way that left her back entirely exposed. My gaze followed the smooth curve of her toned, yet supple back, leading up to the stark white nape of her neck. So Gabriel rolled around with a woman like this. But I had seen glimpses of Martina's true self before. Remembering that cooled my blood instantly. Now that I think about it, Gabriel must have sharp instincts, too. For a young man to feel an instinctive repulsion toward Martina, he would need to see the old crone lurking inside her. That required a keen eye. Why would someone as influential as the son of the commander of the Imperial Guard be running around the lower districts, indulging in some unsavory hobbies? Martina Diva. I paused for a moment before opening my mouth to answer. Answering your question isn't difficult, but once you hear the answer, you'll no longer be part of this world. Not even Director Jin will be able to protect you, and I can't guarantee that La Vie en Rose will survive either. Someone as wise as your age suggests should understand what I mean. Martina's lips trembled slightly, the wrinkles deepening. For a brief moment, the old woman inside her surfaced. It was fascinating. No matter how beautifully she dressed up her exterior, her true self still bled through. With the overseer's eye, I knew her exact age. It was quite old, much older than Gabriel had estimated. Crunch. Martina stepped on my foot mid-dance, pressing down hard. I staggered slightly but quickly regained my posture. You shouldn't tease a lady, young master. But don't worry, I understand perfectly. La Vie en Rose's survival always comes first for me. At some point, the dance had ended. Martina released my hand and stepped back with graceful movements. As I watched her walk away, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu. It was absurd, but for a brief moment. Martina reminded me of Hamilla's, and I thought I understood why. Martina and Hamilla's were both people willing to do anything for their gang and their family, even if it meant sacrificing their one and only life without hesitation. Chapter 72. The banquet was coming to an end. Before I knew it, half the people had already left. Martina Diva was nowhere to be seen in the hall. I took a moment to catch my breath and looked around. No one seemed to be paying attention to me anymore. Seems like a good time to slip out. I pushed myself off the wall and scanned one side of the hall. That was where the loudest group had gathered. Jup and his followers were gathered there. He mingled with various nobles, flaunting his influence. Jup and Ile were talking. Ile, ever sociable, maintained a gentle smile even in front of Jup. Our eyes met. "Help me, Luka." Ile moved his lips quickly, mouthing the words. It looked like Jup was keeping him from leaving. For Jup, bringing Ile, a strong contender for the next head of the Karthika family, over to his side would be ideal. What a pain. I had wanted to avoid speaking with Jup at this banquet, but I couldn't just leave Ile stuck there either. I walked over to Jup and his group. Their gazes immediately turned to me. "Ile, there you are, got a moment?" As I called out to Ile, Jup frowned. "Luka, can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation?" "How rude." "I know it's rude, but this concerns Imperial Guard business. It's urgent and important." "Business? During a banquet?" Jup narrowed his eyes, waiting for me to explain. "I can't discuss details with an outsider who isn't part of the Imperial Guard." I replied calmly. This was exactly why I hated talking to Jup. He always tried to pick a fight. I barely held back the urge to punch his front teeth in. "What kind of important duty would a mere cadet?" Jup stopped mid-sentence, realizing his mistake. He must have momentarily forgotten what this banquet was celebrating. There are plenty of important duties, like tracking down a top-priority fugitive, for example. Confidentiality is fundamental in Imperial Guard matters, brother. I know that. Ile, we'll talk again next time." Jup finally let go of Ile and left. Ile let out a breath once Jup disappeared. "Thanks, Luka, your brother's pretty persistent. You're partly to blame. You kept entertaining his conversation with that smile of yours. Of course he stuck around. You were lying about the important business, weren't you? What do you think? Now go home. The banquet's over." I walked toward the banquet hall entrance and spoke. "Aren't you curious about what Jup and I talked about? It was probably something trivial. I don't care." He meant it. And I could already guess what their conversation had been about. He was asking if you had any weaknesses. Be careful. Looks like he's planning to keep you in check more seriously now. Ile didn't sound particularly concerned when he said it. He had likely gauged Jup's character after just a few conversations. Jup was a true nobleman in the worst sense of the word. As a courtesy, I saw Ile off before returning to the banquet hall. Before leaving, I needed to report to Hamilla's. "You did quite well today, son. Get some rest." Hamilla's offered a brief compliment. The high-ranking officials and generals standing beside him murmured among themselves. Their gazes briefly fell on me. Their eyes were so devoid of emotion, they seemed almost inorganic. Each of them was an extraordinary figure, to the point that even my overseer access couldn't pull up information on them. These were the people who truly moved the empire. No, calling them monsters would be more accurate. I left the banquet hall and walked down the corridor. I had been quenching my thirst with alcohol throughout the banquet, and now my senses felt strangely off. Disgusting. I couldn't understand the people who enjoyed this. Why would anyone deliberately dull their body and brain functions? Muttering to myself, I stared at the walls. The imperial banquet hall rented by the Castoria family was one of the palace's annexes. Because of that, the corridor was adorned with portraits of past emperors. The paintings of the first emperor, Dino Accrescia, were particularly numerous, almost like a series. Dino Accrescia? I stopped in front of a full-body portrait. It depicted the first emperor raising his sword high. The radiant paint used for the background created a glowing halo effect around him. Moving my gaze to the next painting, I saw the first emperor holding a flag, surrounded by his followers. It seemed to symbolize the founding of the empire. Step. As I walked down the corridor, I observed the paintings. They depicted savage alien species and the emperor's valiant struggle against them. Holy and divine. Other emperors' achievements and records were also illustrated, but none carried the same level of grandeur as the first emperor. Emperor Yuri Accrescia. I stopped in front of the latest emperor's portrait. Every past emperor bore a striking resemblance to the first, as if to evoke his image. Yuri Accrescia was no exception. The mere fact that he looked like Dino Accrescia granted him an air of authority. That was how revered the first emperor was as the father of the empire. Click. Footsteps echoed against the marble floor. I lifted my head and gazed toward the end of the corridor. So, you're the star of tonight's banquet, Luka's Castoria? The voice was clear and refreshing. It had a neutral tone, making it difficult to determine whether it belonged to a man or a woman. It wasn't just the voice. I watched as the figure emerged from the corridor's shadows. Their straight, neatly trimmed purple hair reached the nape of their neck. Their features were sharp yet delicate, giving them an androgynous appearance. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were a boy. Click. My cybernetic eyes activated. I attempted to access his information, but nothing appeared, not even the slightest detail. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around my age. I quickly reached a conclusion. It is an honor to meet a descendant of the founder. I lowered my head and dropped to one knee. Oh, you catch on quickly. No wonder you were able to earn military merit as a mere cadet. He spoke with admiration, stepping closer. A minor whose information is inaccessible even to the overseer. And this was an imperial annex. The boy before me is highly likely to be royalty. He could even be one of the emperor's children. The imperial family was shrouded in secrecy, except for those who held official positions. Only the emperor and his successor occasionally appeared in public. Currently, only Emperor Yuri Accrescia and the famed Crimson Crown Prince, Francesc Accrescia, had been seen by the public. You may rise, Lukaus. Without a word, I stood up. No matter how arrogant I could be, I would never dare to question a member of the imperial family. One must never ask anything until the royal themselves chooses to speak. Follow me, I'll show you the garden. What kind of whim was this? Regardless, I followed behind him. There's no one around. The banquet had only recently ended, yet the corridor was eerily silent. Apart from the boy and me, there was no sign of life. They cleared the area ahead of his route. The control of the crowd had been so seamless that even I hadn't noticed. A royal's personal information is one of the empire's highest-level secrets. Without prior authorization, it was nearly impossible to see a royal's face, even by coincidence. For some reason, this boy specifically sought me out. I tried to read his intentions but quickly gave up. Deduction requires prior information. No matter how advanced a computer is, it cannot reach a conclusion without input. There was only one piece of information I had about the boy. He was royalty. Clatter. The boy opened the double glass doors. Beyond them lay a garden. At the center of the garden was a pond, reflecting the crescent moon as if it had sunken into the water. Surrounding it were countless flowers and plants, thriving in a delicate balance between chaos and order. I wanted to talk to the one everyone's been gossiping about. The boy walked to the pond and stretched his hand over the water's surface. Splash, the fish in the pond poked their mouths above the water, following his hand. The boy wiggled his fingers as if scattering feed. Splash, splash, the fish eagerly gathered, thrusting their mouths toward his hand. They're fools. Just reaching out my hand makes them think I'm feeding them, so they rush over in a frenzy. And the ones following from behind, they don't even know what's happening, yet they still gather. No one cares about truth or reality. They just drift along, following others. I opened my mouth slightly, then closed it again. It wasn't time to speak yet. If you want to say something, go ahead. The boy had given me permission. But they only gather like that because they've actually been fed before. They learned from experience. That's right, Lukaus. If they never received real food, they wouldn't keep coming. That's why I feed them sometimes, just enough to make them think their efforts are meaningful, to make them believe they got food because they diligently followed my hand. I kept my expression neutral. His words were layered with metaphor, but I didn't grasp them entirely. Still, I felt deeply unsettled. But even if it's nothing more than their master's whim, those who give up and stay motionless won't receive even that small reward. Haha, I'm glad I talked to you. You're right about that too. Since you're already here, take a look around. These koi, as well as the flowers and trees, are all original species from Earth. Not even the slightest genetic modification was made to help them adapt. This garden is like a miniature Earth. I felt nothing in particular. To my eyes, they were no different from any other plants or animals. Splash, I stepped closer to the pond. The school of koi swam toward me, their dull faces opening and closing their mouths. What do you think? The boy spoke as he looked down at the koi beside me. The more I look at them, I suppose they are somewhat cute. Really. Then, as your order, Lukaus Castoria, kill them all. He gave the command as if making a simple request. If I said I wasn't taken aback, I'd be lying. But an order was an order. Splash. I stepped into the pond, the water reaching my navel. The gathered koi scattered in all directions, but in such a small pond, there was nowhere for them to escape. Calmly, I carried out the command. The moonlit pond turned red with the blood of the koi. The reflection of the moon rippled as crimson spread like drifting clouds. The lifeless bodies of fish, their skulls crushed in my grip, floated to the surface. Well done. The boy praised me as he grabbed one of the dead koi. Crunch, crunch, burying his face into the fish's belly, he devoured it ravenously. The blood smeared around his mouth, an eerie contrast to his refined, noble appearance. His act was nothing short of savage. Want some? He held out the dead koi toward me. If it's an order, I will eat it. I spoke while still standing in the pond. That sounds like you don't want to. The boy wiped his blood-stained lips with the back of his hand. The streaks of blood trailed down his cheek like smudged lipstick. I did not deny it. Even if it made me seem arrogant, I had no intention of flattering him with empty pleasantries or indulging in his grotesque dining habits. You may go, let's meet again, Luka. Stepping out of the pond, I bowed deeply in a respectful farewell. Drip, drip, drops of blood-tainted water fell at my feet. Squish, squish, I walked down the corridor. The eerie silence had ended, and people had begun to reappear. Crowd control had been lifted. Some of the banquet attendees were among them. I could feel their gazes on me as I walked. Exhausting. It felt as if I had been possessed by a ghost. Chapter 73. It was only a week after the banquet ended that I finally had time to visit the lower district. I boarded the elevator that led down to the lower district. Since I was alone, I had time to immerse myself in thought during the descent. The cadet who took down Rick Silva Nunez, Lukaus Castoria. With this incident, I had secured the top rank of this class. No one else would achieve a greater accomplishment. And Aki's Domini, that was an unofficial title. I was the Emperor's eyes and an overseer, even if I was only an apprentice. The unofficial mission is to monitor the enemies within the Empire. My mentor and predecessor, Kinuan, deceived everyone with his genius-level cunning. I had to become someone like that. But the mission I received from the commander of the Imperial Guard was to monitor and investigate Kinuan. I had to carry out two conflicting missions. Amusingly enough, both were technically unofficial. My position was still precarious, dangerously so. Unofficial missions sometimes required even the erasure of an operative's existence through death. I had already braced myself for that possibility multiple times. If I lack the qualities of an overseer, or if the higher-ups decide my existence must be erased, I will be disposed of. Not even the Castoria family's shield could protect me. The world I had stepped into was that deep and dark. I have to keep pretending to investigate Kinuan while deceiving Commander Hemilas. It was an incredibly difficult task. Hemilas was no ordinary man. He had attempted to dismantle my lies multiple times. There were even instances where he might have known the truth and chosen to let it slide. Creak. The elevator came to a halt and the doors opened. I passed through the security checkpoint and entered the lower district. A rough-looking Gabriel was waiting for me. I had summoned him in advance. Upon spotting me, he immediately grumbled. "Why'd you have to call me all the way here? This isn't even my turf." Everyone's staring. Even the drones won't stop tailing me. The area that connected the upper and lower districts was a sort of middle ground. Administratively, it was classified as part of the lower district, but in practice, it was a distinct middle-class zone separate from the lower district. Simply put, it was far from Gabriel's usual domain. BZZZZ, a patrol drone followed Gabriel, its sights locked on him. If he made a wrong move, it would open fire on him without hesitation. Get used to it. You might have to come here more often from now on. I've got an allergy to rich people, so I can't stand places like this. My throat's already itching and swelling up. I'll probably need a drink to settle it. Cut the nonsense. Just give me your report. Oh, yes, boss. I preferred to gather information verbally whenever possible. I had learned well that messages sent through terminals carried a high risk of exposure. Even Commander Hamilas had relayed information to me through JCell. No matter how well guarded, networks were inherently vulnerable. The arena gang's been taken over by some nutjob named Julek. That bastard gathered up all the arena's executives and started shooting, so all the key personnel are dead. Right now, Julek's the only one left who can run the place. It seemed Aleph wouldn't be returning to the field, ever. Do you think Julek will be favorable toward us? On the surface, yeah. We're the ones who stopped Ken Noma's raid, after all. He's outsourcing part of the arena's security work to us. Keep an eye on things for now. Handle any issues on your end first. If you can't, then call me. Gabriel tilted his head at my lukewarm response. That's it? Yeah. To be honest, I had lost interest in managing the lower district. Since I no longer needed to dig into Kinuan's background, there was no reason to stay fixated on the lower district. Someday, I might need manpower from here, but not right now. As I was thinking, Gabriel handed me a printed list of gang recruit candidates. I quickly scanned the names, memorized the details, and then tore up the paper. Looks good, but drop Bayan. He seems too smart. Isn't being smart a good thing? We're struggling as it is with all these dumbasses. It's still the early days of the gang. If someone smarter than you joins, they'll eat you alive. You'll lose control. I wanted Gabriel to be able to run the gang even without me. For that to happen, the organization had to be built on a solid foundation, just like La Vie en Rose. It wouldn't be easy. I went with Gabriel to the hospital where Ken Noma was being treated. He was under medical detention. Since it was a proper hospital, the treatment costs were coming out of my pocket, and they were starting to add up. I'm no saint. If I decided Ken Noma was no longer useful, I would send him back to one of those bottom-tier hospitals. I walked down the hallway and stopped in front of Ken's hospital room. Just as I was about to open the door, I flinched. My intuition sensed something was off. A trained instinct sends signals to the brain through feeling first. The brain then processes the detailed information afterward. It was a sort of act first, analyze later response. Someone got here before us. If Ken Noma had a visitor, the hospital would have informed us. This was an unofficial visit. Gabriel, wait outside. I'm going in alone. Stop anyone who tries to enter. I spoke firmly. Gabriel read my expression and the mood immediately, following my orders without question. We were starting to sync well. He was becoming an extension of myself, someone who understood my intentions without needing explanation. Chiik, the hospital door was electronic, meaning any entry or exit would be recorded. But there were plenty of people in this world who could deceive machines and computers like ghosts. Kinuan was one of those people. Kinuan was in Ken's hospital room. He was sitting in a chair, watching me. Take a seat, Luka. Kinuan invited me as if it were his own room. I sat across from him and turned my gaze to Ken, who remained restrained. Ken is not in his right mind, but he is an Aki's combat technique user. As you saw in the last incident, given the chance, he could act unpredictably. I determined that we couldn't just leave him be. So, instructor, you were Tora and Ken's benefactor, and you were the one who taught Ken Aki's combat techniques. It was such an obvious fact that asking felt pointless. I used Tora and Ken to run the arena gang as a financial source for Nemesis. That's also how Rick was able to rise as a key figure within Nemesis. At the time, Rick and I were given an unofficial mission: to infiltrate Nemesis by posing as anti-imperialists. Rick truly defected during the mission. Meanwhile, you only pretended to defect while maintaining contact from within the Empire. Rick worked from the outside, while I worked from within the Imperial Guard. Together, we swore to bring down the Empire. Of course, I never had any intention of actually doing that. Kinnuin had likely been an overseer even back then. Just how long had he been one? Maybe even before he became a cadet. There was also the case of Barbara, the witch who had infiltrated Nemesis recently. With the Empire and the Imperial Court's resources, such things were more than possible. Ken had a talent for combat. If his life had gone well, he would have risen through the ranks as a soldier. That's exactly why I chose Ken. He was cautious, just as expected of an Aki's Victima candidate. When he put Tora forward as the boss to spread the risk, even I was impressed. I liked Ken. But you left his side, knowing he was doomed to destruction. Because my mission ended when Rick truly defected. The higher-ups rushed to recall me, fearing that I might also turn. Even now, they continue to suspect me. Aside from the Emperor, no one knew Kinnuin's true identity. He had endured countless suspicions cast upon him. It was a dangerous balancing act. One misstep could mean death. Seeing him like this, I realized that Kinnuin was the true loyalist, SRRRK. I turned my gaze back to Ken. He only muttered incoherently with vacant eyes, unable to recognize either me or Kinnuin. Today, you're planning to kill Ken, because if I interfere, there's a chance he might regain his senses. That was why Kinnuin had come here. He intended to kill Ken and erase all traces of his past involvement. I felt somewhat heavy-hearted. I was the one who had pulled Ken Noma up from the abyss. Sensing my hesitation, Kinnuin smiled faintly. You don't need to feel responsible. For a brief moment, Ken roamed the outside world with a clear mind. Before that, he was as good as dead. I know Ken well. Even if he had a choice, he would have chosen this path. In fact, he already did. Ken had knowingly risked death to take revenge on Aleph. His determination was remarkable, and it was precisely because of that determination that he was going to die here. SRRRK. Kinnuin rose from his seat and stood before Ken. As I watched them, I couldn't stop thinking about Gabriel and myself. No matter how much I tried to push the thought away, I kept seeing our reflections in those two. Kinnuin doesn't forge bonds through lies. He simply suppresses his emotions for the sake of duty. He was someone who could kill even a true friend if the mission demanded it. It's difficult to deceive people by forming fake bonds, especially with someone like Rick, a figure of his caliber. The same applied to Ken, who had mastered Aki's Victima and possessed exceptional insight, just as Rick and Kinnuin had been close friends. Ken Noma had been Kinnuin's friend as well. Instructor, I parted my lips and stood up. Taking a steady breath, I moved to stand beside him. I'll handle Ken Noma. This is my responsibility and duty. Kinnuin must have known for a long time that Ken Noma had to be eliminated. Yet, he had left him alive under the excuse that he was beyond recovery. Even someone as meticulous as Kinnuin had chosen to take that risk. Now, I understood. I had finally caught a glimpse into Kinnuin's inner thoughts. Letting a dangerous element like Ken Noma remain for so long, that was Kinnuin's conscience at work. No matter how much of an instructor you are, killing two close friends with your own hands in such a short time wouldn't sit well with you. It wouldn't be good for your mental health either. I spoke and waited for Kinnuin's permission. As I always say, you're a good student. You grasp 10 things from being taught just one. Sometimes your rapid growth is terrifying. Kinnuin took a step back. With his approval, I began flexing my fingers one by one, loosening them up. Crack, crack. A menacing sound escaped from my joints as I raised my output. Ken Noma, for the peace of the Empire, I will dispose of you. Kinnuin turned his back. My hand moved. Crunch, I ended Ken's life. Chapter 74. Gabriel's gang was growing smoothly. Their main businesses revolved around minor security work, including brothels and the arena. If their revenue continued to expand, they might need to get registered as an official enterprise soon. When that time came, they would need someone capable of acting as the organization's strategist. Grace. I looked at Grace, who was staying at the gang's office. She was teaching basic combat techniques to some of our gang members, serving as a sort of external instructor. Whoosh, Pignose lost his balance due to Grace's maneuver and fell flat on his back. Your lower body is always too loose, Pig Nose. Grace tapped his calf a couple of times as she spoke. Pig Nose grinned as if he had been waiting for this moment and cracked a joke. Oh, that's because I use my hips a lot every night, you buy? Grace kicked him square between the legs. Pig Nose groaned in pain, rolling on the floor. Next, she gave him a kick to the rear and gestured for another gang member to step forward. Come on now. Why bother learning all these troublesome moves when we can just use guns? Beard grumbled. Grace turned to look at Gabriel. Gabriel sighed, grabbed a fistful of Beard's chest hair, and yanked hard. Beard let out a whimper, tears welling up in his eyes as he got dragged closer. Shut up and practice properly. If we go around shooting every troublemaker in the brothel, we'll run out of customers. You need to be able to subdue them barehanded, too. Gee, got it, boss. With Gabriel's pressure weighing on them, the gang members obediently followed orders. By lower district standards, Gabriel's combat skills were above average. In the arena, he was registered as a high-tier fighter. For an ordinary gang, that was a significant force. But that's not enough. Plenty of gangsters in the lower district had combat skills on par with Gabriel. Running a gang required power beyond that level. If only Gabriel could learn Aki's combat techniques like Ken, but he doesn't have the talent for it. For Gabriel to master Aki's combat techniques, he would either have to become addicted to stimulants or undergo nervous system modifications. Neither was a good option. If I weren't around, there was only one person who had both the ability and the motivation to take care of Gabriel. Martina Diva. I tapped the table a few times before speaking. Grace, arrange a meeting with Diva. Grace didn't even ask why. She immediately contacted La Vie en Rose and set up an appointment. The meeting was scheduled for tonight at one of La Vie en Rose's establishments. As evening approached, Grace and I stepped out onto the street. We walked in silence for a long time. Neither of us were particularly social. What others might perceive as an awkward silence was comfortable for us. It was Grace who eventually broke the quiet. Luka, have you had any contact with Diva recently? She was perceptive. She must have assumed that Martina Diva and I had met somewhere before. She was right, I had spoken with Martina at a banquet in the upper district. So, it's true that you were among the top-ranking cadets. I don't like to brag, I have no reason to lie about something like that. I thought for a moment before speaking. Then let's make this interesting. If you tell me why you left the Imperial Guard Academy, I'll tell you about my meeting with Diva. It didn't matter if she refused. This was just curiosity on my part. I was an irregular from the lower district who managed to become a cadet, and I wasn't even from one of the single-digit orphanages. It was like listening to my own story. You caught quite the opportunity. That kind of chance doesn't come often. That statement applied to me as well. That's right, I was much more desperate than the other cadets. Because she had nowhere to return to, I felt a strong sense of kinship. She was like me. Irregulars who made it into the Imperial Guard Academy probably shared similar mindsets. That's just how the selection process worked. So why did you leave? For the first time, Grace hesitated. I walked alongside her, waiting for her response. There's something I should explain first. A year above me, there was another irregular. Normally, cadets from different years don't interact much, but since irregulars appearing in consecutive years is extremely rare, we ended up having a lot of contact. I would have done the same. Irregulars usually have outstanding records. Not a single one has ever been dismissed due to lack of ability. The only ones who leave are those who quit of their own will, like you. Luka, you don't seem like the blindly loyal type. Grace spoke cautiously, as if treading on dangerous ground. It seemed that was how others perceived me. Ironically, that was precisely why I had become the Emperor's overseer. No one's ever called me obedient before. That irregular senior and I became as close as siblings. If I were to put it emotionally, we were close enough to die for each other. Time passed, and they officially became a member of the Imperial Guard. Even after that, they often came to visit me. The irregular she was talking about was likely still in the Imperial Guard, assuming they hadn't died. I listened as she continued. Whenever the Imperial Guard had important missions or battles, they deployed in full-body prosthetic suits, the Legion. To use a Legion, one had to endure an overload dozens of times greater than that of standard combat prosthetics. Even Imperial Guards had to attach multiple signal dampeners and auxiliary processors just to withstand its effects. So, if you have something to say it clearly. Don't dance around the subject, it's not like you. I don't have the time to report a mere lower district gangster as a dissident. Grace was hesitating on something important, so I gave her a direct answer. I was telling her that whatever she said, I'd just hear it and let it go. Whether she believed that or not was up to her. Every time they went out in a legion, their mind started to crumble. To be precise, their humanity was disappearing. The last time I saw them, they were crying, telling me they were afraid. That if they kept going like this, they would lose themselves. I listened calmly. Yeah, that wasn't exactly a shocking revelation. If I had heard this a year or two ago, I might have been shaken. But not now. The Legion eats away at the mind. It's not a weapon that just anyone can endure. That person simply lacked the resilience for it. Even Hemilas had deployed in a legion countless times without losing his sense of self. Plenty of other Imperial Guards had used it just as much and remained human. It was a matter of endurance. You're right, Luka. Not everyone ends up like that. But I just knew that I'd walk the same path as my senior. At that point, I voiced a question that had been on my mind. But cadets are the Empire's assets. You couldn't have just left because you wanted to. If you do me a favor, I'll answer that question. I won't ask about your private meeting with Diva. Instead, I want to know what happened to my senior afterward. It's nearly impossible for me to obtain information about the Imperial Guard from the inside. Their name is Rosen. A glimpse of Grace's hidden humanity surfaced. She still cared about that irregular senior, Rosen. If I meet Rosen or find out anything, I promise to tell you. Grace looked at me intently with the eye beneath her eye patch. She held my gaze for a moment before slowly nodding. Even as a cadet, I was allowed to go to the nearby upper district with special permission. And as you already know, some members of La Vie en Rose occasionally get dispatched to the upper district as well. Grace was certain that I had met Martina Diva in the upper district. I was one of Diva's regulars. I never had much interest in men. She was someone I shared a deep connection with over a long time, and perhaps because I let my guard down, I ended up confiding in her about my fears and weaknesses. I had already suspected as much. Grace's loyalty to Martina Diva had affection mixed into it. So Diva pulled you out of the Imperial Guard Academy after hearing your story? Diva went to great lengths, calling in every favor she could. Even I never imagined it would be possible. That part surprised me. I hadn't expected Martina's network of connections to be that powerful. She made the investment because having an ex-cadet as a subordinate was worth it. It wasn't pure goodwill or sympathy. You were someone who could fill the gap in La Vie en Rose's need for muscle. I'm well aware of that calculation, but it doesn't change the fact that I owe her a debt I can never fully repay. Until the day Diva dies, I will stay by her side. Considering Martina Diva's age, that wouldn't take too long. That was an interesting story, Grace. I'll settle the price for it later. I can wait as long as needed. Grace gave a faint smile. She seemed noticeably lighter, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. The irregular of the Imperial Guard, Rosen, I repeated the name in my mind. Now, I was curious about his whereabouts as well. Grace and I arrived at the meeting place with La Vie en Rose. It was one of their establishments, but for me, it was a rather uncomfortable space. Ha ha, how cute. My type. If you've got time, I'll give you a discount. Make sure to stop by. If you only listened to the words, it was something you could tolerate. The problem was that every single person saying such things to me was a man. This place was a men-only establishment. There were all sorts, from slender young men to ones as burly as Gabriel. I frowned deeply. The instinctive surge of physiological disgust was something I couldn't suppress. Martina had probably brought me here just to enjoy my reaction. Cut the flirting. This young master is Diva's guest. You wanna die? A gang member managing the place shoved the men aside, clearing a path. Hey now, don't be so scary. He only talks tough. He's actually pretty gentle. Even with the gang member's warning, none of the men seemed intimidated. That said a lot about the atmosphere of La Vie en Rose's gang. Grace and I entered the VIP room in the back of the establishment. On a wide sofa, Martina sat with 4 male escorts draped around her. Their outfits caught my attention in the worst way possible. They were wearing nothing but leather straps covering only the essentials. This was insane. From here on, I'll stand by Diva's side, Luka. Grace whispered to me before moving behind Martina, standing as if guarding her. Noticing our exchange, Martina smiled seductively. It looks like you and Grace have gotten pretty close, huh? Luka, young master, you two haven't been sharing a bed behind my back, have you? Just the thought of it makes me jealous. Oh yeah? Well, you've slept with Gabriel too. I was so irritated I just threw it out there in resignation. Gabriel? Honestly, he wasn't as strong as I expected. Doesn't live up to his looks. I mean, he's built like a breeding stud and everything. Cut Gabriel some slack. Look at who he was up against. A grandam, young master. I told you before you shouldn't tease a lady. Martina sharply cut me off. You brought me to a place like this. You should have expected at least this much. I'm not exactly mild-tempered. Coincidentally, all the other venues were fully booked tonight, so this was the only VIP room left. No bad intentions, really. I stared into Martina's eyes. That was a lie. She just wanted to mess with me. Noticing my displeasure, Martina put on a deliberately fake smile. Go on now, pretties. She lightly tapped the escort's privates and backsides with her folded fan. The ghastly-looking men disappeared from my sight. Chapter 75. The only ones left in the VIP room were Martina, Grace, and me. I have just one request, Martina Diva. Hee, go ahead, young master. Martina unfolded her fan, smiling with her eyes. It was the kind of smile that could captivate many men, but not me. Even if I'm not around, I want you to look after Gabriel. Make sure he and his gang don't collapse. If necessary, you can bring Gabriel's gang under La Vie en Rose. With your skills, you can manage that, right? Martina's pupils widened, as if she hadn't expected that. I hadn't expected myself to make such a request either. It almost sounds like, you're worried about Gabriel? Think whatever you want, but as you know, I can't always stay in the lower district. There will be times when I'm gone for long periods. If I ever need influence in the lower district again, it'll be a problem if Gabriel isn't there. I spoke in a dry tone, revealing not a trace of emotion. Keeping emotional signals locked inside was second nature to me. If you need influence in the lower district, La Vie en Rose can handle it for you. I don't trust you. One of La Vie en Rose's sources of income is information trade, isn't it? If necessary, you'd sell my information to others too. The high-class courtesans of La Vie en Rose mingled with high-ranking nobles. The careless ones tended to spill secrets in bed. I haven't said a word about you to anyone, I swear. For now, maybe, but I couldn't be certain she'd keep quiet forever. Let's drop the small talk, Martina. So, will you protect Gabriel or not? Just give me an answer. And what do I get in return? There was only one thing I could offer. A connection with me, my potential. A promising cadet of the Custoria family's Imperial Guard. Anyone could see that my chances of success were high. Confident, aren't you? I am, I kept my reply short. Biep. The rims of Martina's pupils glowed. She had shifted her consciousness inward, deep in thought. Snap. Finishing her thoughts, Martina closed her fan. It feels like I'm taking a slight loss, but I'll consider it an investment. Even if you're away, Grace will keep an eye on Gabriel's gang. Our deal was sealed. I stood up and left the VIP room. Following Martina's order, Grace trailed behind to see me off. You must have quite the status, Grace remarked. There's nothing special about it, I replied. To be honest, I was remarkable. But it was a status I had earned with my own strength. I refused to be treated like some noble brat flaunting his family's power. We walked down the corridor of the establishment. Many people passed by, and business seemed to be thriving. Every time I came to the red light district, I was reminded of how diverse people's tastes were. Beep. I heard the call signal from my terminal. The caller was Hemilas. For once, Hemilas wasn't waiting for me in his office but in the training room. Swish. Hemilas smoothly spun his spear, adjusting his stance. In front of him stood 5 active Imperial Guards, each wielding a melee weapon. It was a rare sight, an opportunity to witness Hemilas in combat. During the air vehicle crash incident, I had been too busy trying to keep myself alive to properly see him fight. You came at just the right time. Wait a moment. Hemilas glanced at me as he spoke. The 5 Imperial Guards spread out, surrounding him. They were members of the 1st Centuria, one of the elite units within the Imperial Guard. Even among the guard, they were the best of the best. Clack! One of the guards, armed with a sword, lunged at Hamilla's. As if that were the signal, the others attacked simultaneously from multiple directions. Whoosh! Hamilla's swung his spear in a wide arc, deflecting an incoming strike and creating space. Lowering his upper body, he slipped back in a gliding motion. Now free from their encirclement, Hamilla's struck the nearest guard's neck with the shaft of his spear. If this had been a real battle, it would have been an instant kill. His movements were both dazzling and precise. The calculated rotations of his spear seamlessly deflected each attack. Using the centrifugal force gained from his defensive rotations, Hamilla's launched his next assault. Offense and defense as one. His attacks and defenses were not separate, they flowed as a single movement. I couldn't begin to fathom how much training and experience it would take to reach such a level. This is the strongest soldier of the Empire. Even with my knowledge of Aki's combat techniques, I couldn't see a single opening in Hamilla's form. There was no obvious way to counter him. One by one, the Imperial Guards collapsed, almost too easily. It was unreal. They weren't weak, each of them was a seasoned warrior, but in front of Hamilla's, they seemed utterly powerless. Thud! Hamilla's struck the final guard's chest with the base of his spear. The guard's chest plate shattered. If Hamilla's used Legion, just how strong would he become? Legion, the very name meant a one-man army. The Imperial Guards who had finished their sparring quietly withdrew. Hamilla's remained standing, still gripping his spear. After catching his breath, he gestured toward me with his chin. "Luka, pick up a weapon and come up here. Let's have a light spar while we talk." I felt my heart pounding. This was an incredible opportunity. "Ah, use your personal weapon," Hamilla's added. "That much is necessary for me to feel at least a little tension." His words scratched at the competitive fire inside me, provoking me. "Bzzzt." I drew Crucis, my high-compression heavy weapon, and stepped forward to face Hamilla's. "I'll be learning from you." My tone was sharp, like a tongue laced with thorns. Even if just for a moment, I wanted Hamilla's to feel a real sense of danger. That was my goal for today. Simply put, I was going to fight as if I intended to kill him. Hamilla's training spear had reduced lethality. Among those with combat prosthetics, delivering a fatal injury was difficult. If it clashes with Crucis, that spear will shatter instantly. How does he plan to counter that? I charged in, swinging Crucis with full force. By the time I reached Hamilla's, I had already built enough momentum to eliminate the one weakness of heavy weapons, the slow initial strike. Hamilla's observed me with slightly narrowed eyes as he stepped back. Crucis tore through the air viciously, missing him by a hair. Keep accelerating with rotational force. A heavy weapon isn't meant to stop and reset between swings. Once momentum is gained, it must be maintained. That's what makes it so difficult to wield. The true efficiency of Crucis only emerges when attacks flow continuously. Ride the momentum, Luka. I widened my eyes and instantly pushed my prosthetic output to its peak. Closing in on Hamilla's, I swung my sword once more. This would be difficult for even him to evade. In my mind, I already pictured my blade carving through his torso alongside his spear. At that moment, Hamilla's spear blurred. By the time I registered it, I had already been struck. Beep! The sound of his attack trailed behind, as if struggling to catch up. Hamilla's had stabbed my left shoulder. His speed was beyond my ability to react. My grip loosened, and I stumbled backward, overwhelming speed. Even with Aki's combat techniques, I couldn't respond. So this is the Empire's way. I clutched my shoulder and looked at Hamilla's. A faint light flickered in his pupils. Hamilla's was a perfect combat machine. He controlled his ultra-high-performance combat prosthetics as if they were a part of his natural body. I had no idea how many people in the Empire possessed a brain like his. I could fight him 100 times and lose 100 times. Kinuan always said it. Aki's victima wasn't some miraculous combat technique that made the impossible possible. It only worked against an opponent I had a real chance of defeating. Against an opponent with this much of a skill gap, Aki's combat techniques were useless. You're not giving up just because you got hit once, are you? Persistence is one of my few strengths. I massaged my numb shoulder. His strike had targeted the junction between my organic body and my prosthetic. The impact resonated deep, momentarily disrupting my nervous system connection. It felt as if my arm had been severed. So there are attacks like this too. I had learned something new. Hemilas was teaching me, showing me various ways to fight. It was an incredibly considerate sparring session. I knew how ridiculous that sounded, but there was no other way to describe it. Heavy weapons have immense destructive power. As long as you can maintain momentum, there's no better weapon. But you're still inexperienced, both in skill and experience. It had been a while since someone pointed out my shortcomings so directly. It irritated me a little. I had grown too accustomed to praise. Aki's combat techniques artificially enhance insight, but at its core, it's a technique for the weak to fight the strong with inferior prosthetics. Use it as a tool, but don't rely on it too much. That was good advice. I made sure to etch it into my mind. I called you here today to assign you a mission. A member of the Imperial family personally requested you. Any idea who it might be? I hadn't answered until now because I had been too focused on trying to keep up with his attacks. This time, Hemilas stepped back, waiting for my response. I finally caught my breath and spoke. I do. I told him about the young prince I had met after the banquet. The image of the violet-eyed boy was still vividly imprinted in my mind. Looks like you've caught his interest. Not surprising, your record is quite unique. Even among irregulars, you're an irregular. That sounded like a compliment. What's the mission? It's a security detail. The duration could be as short as a day or two, or it might last several days. It all depends on his whims. But remember one thing, this is an Imperial Guard mission. Your judgment is the Imperial Guard's judgment. I will keep that in mind. Even after the mission briefing, the training continued. I sparred with Hemilas until my limbs were completely battered. Hemilas cleared his schedule for me. I knew better than anyone how busy the commander of the Imperial Guard was. I pushed my concentration to the extreme, treating every moment as if it were real combat. I committed every movement of Hemilas to memory. This knowledge might one day save my life. A member of the Imperial family had personally assigned me to a security mission. Logically, it made no sense. There were plenty of guards within the Imperial Guard with more experience and skill than me. If efficiency were the only factor, there was no reason to choose me. Curiosity. That was why the young prince had picked me. It wasn't a reason I particularly welcomed. Feeling uneasy, I stood at the Imperial Guard airfield, absent-mindedly checking my weapons. Crucis and Ruina were secured at my waist and inside my coat. I had also prepared ample ammunition. Vroom, a 6-seater aerial vehicle, impossible to identify by affiliation, descended from the sky. The exterior was black. As it landed, the vehicle's door lifted upward. Following the instructions I had received beforehand, I stepped inside. Inside, the violet-eyed prince sat with his legs crossed. I kept my expression neutral and waited for him to speak. Nice to meet you, Luka's Custoria. Luka sounds a bit stiff and long. Do you have a nickname? You may call me Luka. Luka. It has a nice ring to it. Have a seat. The prince rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. From the outside, it was opaque black glass, but from within, the view was crystal clear. Is there really no one else here? Aside from the prince and me, the vehicle was empty. I would be the only one guarding him. Luka, the prince, still looking outside, moved his lips. Yes, your highness. I want to choose a name to use for now. Nero, Ivan, Selim. Which one do you think suits me best? There was likely a common thread between those names. But with my knowledge and perspective, I couldn't figure it out. Ivan seems the most fitting. Actually, I liked that one too. But hearing you choose it makes me like it even more. The prince, Ivan, smiled. Chapter 76. The imperial capital, Akbaran, was practically a living city. Its boundaries expanded every year due to continuous reconstruction and growth. The lower district surrounded the upper district like a belt. The middle-class residential area lined the border of the upper district, while the further one went into the outskirts of the lower district, the more disorderly the slums became. The aerial vehicle that Ivan and I were in landed in the lower district. It was a public airfield set up in the middle of a bustling commercial area. Even though it was a public airfield, it wasn't free, so the moment we landed, credit fees were charged. Click. As the lock disengaged, the door of the aerial vehicle lifted upward. Step. I stepped out first to scan the surroundings. Since it was a public airfield, the place was teeming with people. No one paid attention to Ivan or me. Even a member of the Imperial family was just another face in the crowd here. Luka, I'll leave security to you. If it's about safety, you can speak to me as if you're giving orders. Ivan said as he stepped out of the vehicle, pulling a hat down over his refined features, as if to conceal them. Given his aristocratic appearance, this was probably the better way to avoid attracting attention. "Where would you like to go first?" I asked, and Ivan pressed a finger to his lips in thought. "Anywhere my feet take me. I'll leave that to you as well. You're originally from the lower district, aren't you?" It seemed I wasn't just responsible for security, I was also his guide. If he weren't a member of the Imperial family, I would have groaned out loud. Damn it, my chest felt heavy. I thought I had nerves of steel, but the fact that he was royalty made the pressure overwhelming. This was no ordinary task. A descendant of the founders. That bloodline was standing right beside me. He was someone who could end my life on a whim. If he were just a naive young master, I'd hold my tongue and humor him, but the Ivan I saw was no ordinary person. I had no idea what was going on in his mind. I couldn't let myself be fooled by his innocent words and boyish looks. Stay calm, keep your reasoning cold, I must not get agitated. This was a mission where I couldn't afford mistakes. Ivan descended the steps of the public airfield and curiously looked around. He stopped in front of a street vendor selling cheap synthetic food. Without even paying, he grabbed a skewer and walked over to me. "Look at this. This is my favorite food." It didn't seem like this was his first time visiting the lower district. "There are too many thieves here, so you should be careful to pay properly." I sighed as I spoke. I could already see the vendor chasing after him. I considered tossing a credit chip to send him away. "Luka, that man is noisy. Kill him." Ivan turned around, forming his fingers into the shape of a gun and aiming at the street vendor. Ivan had given an order. This was different from killing a fish. The street vendor was a human being. All he had done was chase after a food thief. He had done nothing wrong. No, that wasn't entirely true. Even if he hadn't realized it, he had dared to raise his voice at a member of the Imperial family. But was ignorance really a crime worthy of death? Don't make personal judgments, Luka. Just follow orders. I was a soldier of the Empire. A descendant of the founders had issued me a command. My thoughts stretched long, but in reality, only a fleeting moment passed. "Haha, I'm joking. You really thought I'd order a man killed over something like this? Just go pay for it." Ivan lowered his hand with a smile. I had no idea if he had noticed my hesitation. I handed the street vendor a credit chip. While I was paying, Ivan was already chewing on the skewer made of rubber-laced meat. Ivan had entrusted me with guiding him through the lower district. It seemed he wanted to sightsee. I took him to areas with relatively good security, places that still had a lower-class atmosphere with pickpockets here and there, but no armed robbers. This should be good enough for Ivan. Ivan found amusement in everything he saw, dragging out time as he showed interest in every little thing. Sometimes, he even spent 2 or 3 hours in a general store that didn't seem to sell anything of real value. "The sun is setting, Ivan Nim." "Just call me Ivan." The Nim makes it sound too stiff. "Understood, Ivan? And loosen up a bit, no need to be so tense." "Well, I guess it's just in my nature as a soldier." I trailed off mid-sentence. My tone could have come across as slightly sarcastic. "Damn it, Luka, you couldn't hold it in, could you?" "That's exactly it, Luka. Talking back like that makes it feel like we're closer." Ivan clapped his hands in delight. Well, if it made him happy, I could do it from time to time. It was better than constantly holding back. The problem was that I never knew when this Imperial boy might suddenly decide my words were rude instead of amusing. "It's late. Find us a place to stay. We'll be spending the night here." He wanted to sleep in the lower district. I immediately searched all the nearby lodging options. Naturally, there was nothing suitable for a member of the Imperial family. The best option I could find was a hotel with strict privacy protections, an unmanned hotel. When we arrived at the hotel, I swiped a credit chip and entered the room. Everything, from payment to check-in, was fully automated. This place was unfamiliar even to me. Shhhhhh. The sound of running water came from the shower. While Ivan washed up, I inspected the room. There were no unusual devices. Clunk. Ivan stepped out of the shower, still dripping wet. I kept my back turned, knowing that he was naked. "Luka, look at me," Ivan spoke calmly. I blinked, then turned around. "You changed. Isn't it fascinating?" Ivan smiled brightly. The change referred to gender. His body was fully cybernetic. The prosthetics were so intricately crafted that, until now, I couldn't tell whether he was entirely cybernetic or only partially enhanced. Were. His chest expanded and then flattened again. The subtle skeletal differences between a boy and a girl shifted with mechanical sounds. His reproductive organs transformed as well. This was an advanced, variable cybernetic body, something far beyond what was available on the market. Ivan's body settled into a feminine form. He spun around me as if showing off his naked body. Thud. He sat down on the bed, picked up the towel that had fallen to the floor with his toes, and tossed it at my feet. "Come here, Luka. Let's have some fun." Ivan whispered sweetly, beckoning me. I knew exactly what he meant. Even if I had no experience, I wasn't ignorant of sex. "My duty is security, Ivan," I replied stiffly, almost aggressively. "I'm royalty. My orders are absolute to you. Do you intend to defy the Empire?" I closed my eyes briefly. Hemila's words came to mind. "This is the duty of the Imperial Guard. Your judgment is the judgment of the Guard itself." I exhaled slowly, narrowing my eyes. How would Hemilas have handled this? After a moment of thought, I spoke. "If you need a courtesan, I can introduce you to someone. I know people, both men and women." "Are you joking? Luka, this isn't a joke. This time, I'm serious. It's not like I'm asking you to kill someone." Ivan raised his voice, his tone growing authoritative as if his pride had been wounded. "You know my personality well, making unreasonable demands. Do you want me to disobey and reject your orders?" Ivan was not some naive royal. He was someone with a cold, calculating mind. Even in this short time, I had come to realize that much. There had to be a reason behind this strange behavior. Click, creak. Ivan's cybernetic body shifted back to a male form. He crossed his legs, resting an elbow on his knee and propping his chin on his hand. "You're so rigid. I think I'll start liking you even more." "I think I'm starting to dislike you," I spoke insolently, but instead of being offended, Ivan burst into laughter. His smile was so bright it was almost unsettling. I spent the night sitting on the sofa. Going without sleep for 3 or 4 days was nothing to me. With nothing else to do, I ran combat simulations in my head dozens of times. "Luka, I have somewhere to go today." Ivan, who had slept naked, lazily gathered his clothes and dressed. "If you tell me the destination, I'll call a taxi." "No, I want to walk. I like the air in the lower district." "It's lukewarm and unpleasant, isn't it?" The more he spoke, the more bizarre he seemed. Liking something because it was unpleasant, we left the unmanned hotel. The sun had already risen and people were moving about the streets. I kept Ivan safe, kicking away pickpockets who were busy working from the early morning. Each time, Ivan chuckled as if he found it entertaining. "Wee, Ian." A streetcar screeched loudly as it cut through the lower district streets. The old tracks groaned under the weight, making people wince at the noise. I turned my head toward the road. Large transport vehicles were lined up, cramming people inside like cargo. Their faces were blank, soulless, as they headed to work. Most lower-class citizens like them would only get to ride an aerial vehicle a handful of times in their entire lives. It's a sight you rarely see in the tidy upper district. I quite like this chaotic atmosphere. Don't you? Ivan yawned as he walked past me, striding ahead as if he had a clear destination in mind. From above, the lower district might seem romantic, but the people living here are desperately clawing their way up, struggling to escape. What you're feeling right now is nothing more than the arrogance of the privileged. Of course, even I sometimes felt a sense of freedom when returning to the lower district. But I was born here. Hearing someone from the upper district, no, from the very pinnacle of power, romanticizing the lower district made my stomach turn. "Thanks for your honesty, Luka. I'm glad I brought you along." Ivan spoke without the slightest hint of displeasure. He walked on, weaving through the dense crowd. I followed closely, keeping up my guard. The further we walked toward the outskirts of the lower district, the more dangerous it became to travel on foot. As long as I was handling security, there wouldn't be any major issues, but it was still a hassle. We had been walking in silence for about 2 hours. Eventually, the surroundings became familiar. These were streets I had seen countless times as a child, and in the distance, a certain building came into view. Orphanage 72. This was where I was born and raised. Relax your face. It's your childhood home, after all. I don't have many good memories of it. That's how it goes. An unhappy childhood is the key to success. There was some truth to that. But just like before, hearing those words from royalty left a bad taste in my mouth. Shall we go in? Ivan approached the orphanage building like he was on a casual outing. The orphanage director, who had been in the first-floor office, spotted us through the window. His face, which I had broken with my fist, seemed to have undergone reconstructive surgery. It looked a little better than before. The surgery must have been expensive. It seemed he had quite a bit of hidden wealth. Luka, WIRUH, here again? I haven't embezzled anything since then. I swear, the orphanage director stammered, sounding like a thief caught red-handed. Right now, he should be more afraid of Ivan than of me. He had just admitted to embezzlement in front of a member of the Imperial family. Relax. I'm not here for anything in particular. You look well, so that's good to see. Saying that, I stepped back behind Ivan. Director of Orphanage 72, Don Arkin? Why yes, sir. The orphanage director, still confused, immediately tensed up. Ivan's pupils glowed brightly. His voice, though still youthful, dropped to a lower frequency, carrying a predatory pressure. Even the orphanage director could tell at a glance that this boy was someone extraordinary. You're nothing but a parasite feeding off the empire. Ivan spoke as if he already knew everything about the man. No, he likely did know everything. Has, I'm not sure why you mean, but if why you need anything, please just say the word. The orphanage director, drenched in cold sweat, instinctively resorted to flattery. That was his survival instinct. Ivan stepped forward, closing the distance. The director fell silent, as if overwhelmed by something. Click, Ivan moved his arm. With a swift motion, he struck the director's neck with the edge of his hand. Swish! Ivan's hand sliced cleanly through the orphanage director's neck. I didn't know what kind of mechanism it was, but the cut was as smooth as if it had been made by a monomolecular blade. The orphanage director only realized belatedly that his head had been severed. His face contorted in horror. He tried to scream, but all that came out were ragged, choking sounds. Luka, from your perspective, you probably hated the orphanage director, but found it difficult to kill him yourself. The cleanup would have been troublesome after all. Ivan lifted the still-conscious head of the director. Smooch. He kissed the man's forehead. Then he clenched his fingers. Crunch! The director's head burst apart like a rotten fruit. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered across the floor, an almost surreal sight. Don Arkin's death is my gift to you. I've already arranged for an excellent replacement, highly competent and impeccably honest. Ivan, drenched in blood, smiled. I stared at him with an expression devoid of emotion. The emperor was akin to a god in the empire, and the royal family was his divine lineage. And Ivan, he was no benevolent god. The only gifts and affection a god of death could offer were the deaths of others. Thank you, Ivan. I placed a hand on my chest and bowed. Beep. A message appeared on my retinal display. My security mission had been completed. Chapter 77. Hemilas and I were riding in an airborne vehicle. It wasn't an Imperial Guard vehicle, but one belonging to the Castoria family. How was the escort mission? Hemilas asked me casually. It was strange, I answered honestly. There was a lot of meaning behind those words. If I were to give you some advice, don't think in terms of our common sense or standards. I'm sure you already know that, but I say it just in case. Hemilas didn't say anything more than that. After a brief moment of thought, I spoke. The investigation into Kinnuan is currently stalled. It's getting harder to find any more traces. It would have been good if we had captured Rick alive, but there's nothing we can do about it now. We still have time. Since Rick is dead, the terrorists are bound to take some sort of action. They might even try to assassinate you. We talked about the mission. In reality, the investigation into Kinnuan had come to a standstill. The leads and momentum had been cut off. More than anything, my own determination had cooled. We're not heading to the main estate right now, are we? I asked while looking out the window as the sky darkened. The Castoria estate wasn't in this direction. Luka, from now on, we're not moving as members of the Imperial Guard, but for family business. I am acting as the head of the household, and you as a member of the Castoria family. Saying that, Hemilas handed me an electronic mask. It was designed to cover my entire face. The surface was smooth, with only a few visible circuits. Yep. Without a word, I placed the mask over my face. It adjusted to the contours of my face, shifting minutely as it wrapped around my jaw and temples. Wearing the mask and dressed in plain clothes, it would be difficult for any outsider to recognize our identities. If this is family business, shouldn't Jup be called as well? My voice, filtered through the mask, had its frequency altered. Hemilas, who was also wearing a similar mask, sounded the same. Jup isn't suited for matters that require confidentiality. He belongs more in the light than the shadows. Hemilas let out a low chuckle. His words made it clear what kind of work this was going to be. The airborne vehicle we were in landed in an open area. Since we didn't use a checkpoint or a public airstrip, there would be no record of our visit. Beep. As soon as Hemilas and I stepped out, the vehicle disappeared somewhere into the distance. Step, step, footsteps were approaching us. I gripped the hilt of my sword, remaining on guard. It's fine, Luka. Hemilas placed a hand on my shoulder as he stared into the dark alley ahead. A beggar, looking like a homeless man from the streets, walked toward us. Beneath the hood he had pulled down deeply over his face, a single-lens goggle replaced his eyes. It's been a while, master. And the young man beside you? He's my son. Ah, the rumored adopted son. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Pagon. The man with the single-lens goggle bowed deeply to me. Before I could even attempt to guess his identity, Hemilas introduced him himself. Unofficially, he serves me personally. He's in charge of operations in the lower districts. Think of me as Lord Hemilas's eyes and ears, young Master Lukaus, Pagon said with a grin. A strong stench emanated from his body. He looked so ragged and unkempt that it was hard to believe he was in service to the head of the Castoria family. Hemilas's overseer, Pagon? If Kinuan was the emperor's overseer, then Pagon was Hemilas's. For those in power, unofficial retainers were inevitable. People in such positions had to handle matters they could never publicly acknowledge. Pagon was likely one of the most trusted confidants Hemilas had. There are too many eyes watching here. Follow me, Pagon said as he stepped into a side alley. This place was the outskirts of the lower district, a lawless zone where even gangs didn't dare to tread. Gangs operate based on profit. They deal mainly with businesses that straddle the line between legal and illegal. A desolate ruin like this had no businesses worth fighting over. The only ones who lived here were outlaws and vagrants with nothing left to lose. The dominant forces in this area were nothing more than bands of thieves. They were entirely different in nature from structured groups like La Vie en Rose or the Arena Syndicates, which is precisely why the most oppressed people in the Empire live here. People like terrorists. There were hardly any decent human beings in this place, making it an ideal hiding spot for criminals. Luka, the person we're tracking now, is a nemesis contact. He was active on the day Nikolaos died. If we lose him this time, I can't guarantee when we'll get another chance to track him. We cannot afford failure. This isn't training, and it's not a cadet mission. Let me make it clear once more, this is the duty of a Castoria family member. Hemilas emphasized his words firmly. Various thoughts ran through my mind, but I pushed aside all distractions and speculation. For now, I would focus solely on the mission at hand. I'll open the entrance. Please wait a moment. Pagon stopped at a dead-end alley. He rummaged through the ground before prying open a sewer cover. Steam rose in wisps from the sewer, damp and stagnant. The stench of lukewarm, geothermal-heated filth was overwhelming. My stomach churned. Jup really wouldn't be able to handle a mission like this, I muttered. Ahead of me, Pagon was already climbing down the ladder into the sewer. "Haha, it won't be easy for you either," Hemilas said as he followed. He was right. Even as someone from the lower districts, I hesitated at the entrance. Squish. This wasn't just any sewer. The waste had pooled into a sludge, forming something more like a swamp. It was a passage so revolting it defied description. Insects will stick to you, and your skin will itch, but you'll have to get used to it, young master. If you stop to brush them off one by one, you'll never get anywhere. Pagon's voice carried a hint of amusement. He seemed to enjoy watching me go through this. Russell. Pagon pulled out a hand-drawn map of the sewer. It was an intricate maze, navigating without it would be impossible. We followed Pagon's back, wading through the sewage swamp. Now I have a confession to make. I couldn't hold it in any longer. Erg, wretch! My stomach convulsed, and bile surged up my throat, making a spectacular exit. In the end, I threw up once. Bleeg? No, twice. Possibly 3 times. Your body is still biological, so the gag reflex is unavoidable. Hemilas offered some words of consolation as I finished vomiting. Right, this wasn't a matter of weakness. Hemilas and Pagon, both fully cybernetic, had mechanical organs that effectively suppressed physiological reactions. By the time the sour taste of stomach acid faded from my mouth, Pagon finally came to a stop. Hemilas and I followed suit, holding our breaths as we waited for his instructions. BZZZT. Pagon's single-lens goggle lit up, casting bright beams as he scanned the surroundings, pausing momentarily at various points. Wherever his gaze halted, an entrance leading to the surface was visible. Master, you'll breach from this side. Young Master, you'll enter from that one. That way, we can block off all exits. I'll provide cover from the rooftop. Pagon moved his fingers in a deliberate pattern before curling them into a fist. His left cybernetic hand flipped open, revealing a built-in firearm. We need to move fast. If they think they have no chance of escape, they'll kill themselves. Hemilas said. He handed me an electronic pistol, loaded with electric stun rounds. BZZZT. I brushed the electronic pistol against my terminal. Recognizing my data, the weapon's sight adjusted itself minutely, automatically calibrating for optimal aim. Capture the Nemesis contact and extract information. That was the objective of this mission. This isn't an Imperial Guard operation. This is Castoria family business. Hemilas has been investigating Nikolaus's death on his own. The eldest son of the Castoria family had been killed. Apparently, Rick's death alone wasn't enough retribution. Hemilas was planning an even greater retaliation, to ensure that no one ever dares to touch the Castoria family again. From Hemilas's words, it was clear that this was a rare opportunity. If Hemilas had been able to track Nemesis so easily on his own, the terrorists would have been eradicated long ago. The target changes his face frequently, so identifying him by appearance is impossible. You'll have to recognize him by his physique and movement patterns. Pagon projected a hologram from his terminal. A humanoid model appeared, repeatedly demonstrating various walking patterns and movements. Hemilas and I absorbed the 30-second footage without blinking. Who? After processing the information, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. A brief moment of meditation helped steady my nervous system. Soon, I would expand my sensory range, and my brain would start screaming from the influx of excessive data. I did this every time, but the pain was undeniable. I probably wouldn't enjoy a peaceful old age. At best, I'd end up like Kinuan, living with neurological dysfunction. At worst, I'd live like Ken Noma. We're going in. Hemilas spoke as he pushed open the sewer cover and climbed out. I did the same, pressing my hands against the cover and lifting myself up. Clatter. As I emerged, I saw a boiler system. The low hum of machinery filled the space. This was the back entrance to the building, doubling as a boiler room. Be careful, young master. Pagon followed me up and slipped toward the emergency staircase. He would scale the walls and position himself on the rooftop. Hemilas is infiltrating from the sewage treatment room near the front entrance. Hemilas had taken on the most difficult role. He would arrive about 5 seconds later than me. 3, 4, 5. As I counted, I pushed open the boiler room door. Who's there? A man standing idly in the hallway turned to me in surprise. Judging by his appearance, he wasn't the Nemesis contact. Pishat, I pulled the trigger. The electric stun round lodged into his neck. Sparks flickered and he collapsed unconscious. One advantage of electric stun rounds was that they worked on both biological and cybernetic bodies. This building was a long-term lodging facility, not even worth calling a hotel. The rooms were nothing more than tiny, single-occupant spaces, and the shower facilities were communal. It was the kind of low-class accommodation where people with uncertain identities stayed. Still, since it was a lodging facility, unauthorized entry wouldn't be easy. There was probably a security system at the front entrance. That was why we had taken the sewer route, to ensure absolute secrecy. Failure is not an option. To increase our chances of success, we had waded through that revolting sewer. Now, my determination burned stronger than ever. That experience had been so nauseating that even I couldn't hold back my vomit. The mere thought of failing after enduring that made my blood boil. BZZZT. My right cybernetic eye was probably glowing. I had already mapped the entire interior of the building in my mind. I could navigate it without hesitation, as if I had lived here for years. Crash, clatter. As I moved through the hallway, I kicked open every door I passed. Fortunately, there were no windows in this building, meaning it was also used for confinement. As I checked each room, I caught glimpses of things I shouldn't have seen. Keek! An alien, a rare sight in the Empire, screeched upon seeing me. The bipedal creature looked like a mix between a pig and a reptile, flaring its nostrils in alarm. An incredibly ugly species. Then again, by our standards, most alien races had grotesque appearances. They probably saw us the same way. Pishut, I fired twice in quick succession. The alien was large, so a single shot didn't seem sufficient. After taking 2 electric stun rounds, it collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Hemilas has already finished and moved up. The opposite side had already been cleared by Hemilas. He had moved up to the 2nd floor ahead of me. I was about to follow him. The building had a total of 3 floors. KRRRRNG? I froze. The ceiling collapsed, sending chunks of concrete crashing down. Through the thick cloud of dust, a shadow staggered forward. Someone had broken through the floor and dropped down. The contact? I wasn't sure. This kind of lodging was full of criminals and fugitives. Some might try to escape the moment they heard the commotion. Creak! I pulled the trigger. Whether it was the contact or not, I would knock them all out first and ask questions later. Pishut? The target dodged. My electronic pistol had auto-aim correction, so I knew I hadn't missed. They had tracked the bullet's trajectory through the dust and evaded without even using their vision. Talk-tack. The target clicked their tongue. I had seen that gesture before. Ken Noma had done the same thing before fighting me. They're using Aki's combat techniques. Now I was certain the figure in the dust was the nemesis contact. SHHHHHH. A smoke grenade burst open. Thick, acrid smoke filled the narrow hallway, making it impossible to see. Breathing became difficult, but despite the blinding smoke, the enemy knew my exact location. I saw the faint outline of their gun barrel aimed directly between my eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out. I had raised my palm in front of my face. Ding! The bullet struck the back of my hand and clattered to the floor, flattened. Through my slightly spread fingers, I watched as the shadow lunged toward me. Not bad. I holstered my gun. This was not someone I could take down with a mere pistol. Chapter 78. I wanted to pull out my shock pistol, Ruina, and blow up the entire hallway. With Ruina's destructive power, there was nowhere to escape in such a narrow space, no matter how fast the enemy was. But the objective of this mission was capture and interrogation. I couldn't kill him. Hold it in, Luka. Chi, the smoke grenade the enemy had deployed was still billowing thick fumes. Combined with the concrete dust from the collapsed ceiling, it made it nearly impossible to breathe. Thunk! I lunged into the dense smoke. The distance between us closed in an instant. Swish! The enemy inside the smoke also adjusted his stance, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. I had reached arm's length. A collision was inevitable. Whoosh! Our arms crossed as his sharp fingers shot toward my face. I barely avoided them by tilting my upper body back just enough. Just after a few exchanges, I was already pissed off. This sneaky bastard. I couldn't kill him. I couldn't aim for his vital points. That meant my targets were limited. He knew this well, so he attacked boldly, making snap decisions that were almost unfair. So this is what it must have felt like for those who had fought me before. SRRRK. The enemy feinted a kick but then retreated, vanishing into the thick smoke, leaving not even a shadow behind. Talk, tack. That tongue-clicking sound again. I had finally realized what it was. Echolocation. He was perceiving his surroundings by interpreting sound reflections. That wasn't something you could just pick up overnight. He can map out the terrain without moving his eyes. In a high-speed battle like this, where vision was restricted and even turning one's head was a luxury, it was a damn useful skill. I should practice it myself. What a pain in the ass. The enemy wanted to escape. Even if he hid in the smoke and lay in wait, I had no choice but to chase him down, accepting the risks. I was fighting under every possible disadvantage. Even with my superior skills, the conditions for victory were too strict to end this quickly. BZZZT, BZZZT. I kept adjusting the visible light spectrum of my right cybernetic eye. The repeated shifts in vision made my head feel like it was going to split open, and the flickering in my right eye made me want to puke. Finally, I found the wavelength that gave me the clearest view. You son of a bitch. There you are. His figure appeared sharp and distinct. He was clinging to the ceiling, poised to pounce on me. Crack! I put all my strength into my legs. Raising the output of my right leg, I kicked the concrete debris. Thujujudu. The shattered concrete scattered like buckshot, pelting the enemy. Letting out a groan of pain, he began to fall. Whoosh! I dashed forward, spun midair, and kicked off the wall. I leaped behind the falling bastard. Got you, you son of a bitch. His defenseless back was exposed. Crunch! I landed with my knee pressing down on his back. Then, without hesitation, I grabbed both of his shoulders and tore them apart. Krrrak. With his arms ripped off, mechanical components and wires came loose. He wasn't fully cybernetic, blood splattered from the joints, and chunks of flesh were torn away. Gwa, ahi! A scream burst from his mouth. I smiled. Hearing his cries of agony made my headache subside. But it wasn't time to celebrate just yet. I swiftly drew my pistol and pressed the barrel against the back of his neck. If this bastard was the contact, he'd try to kill himself. PSSHT? Zap! The stun round embedded itself in his neck. As the electric current surged through him, the light of consciousness faded from his pupils. Target secured. Catching my breath, I spoke while glancing toward the stairs. Clatter, clatter. Hemilas was descending from the second floor. He was also dragging an unconscious man by the hair. It seemed he had captured another suspect who might be the contact. Which one is the contact? It's either the one you caught or the one I did. What if it's neither? Hemilas scratched his chin before replying. We're not that incompetent. Fair point. Hemilas and I slung the two captured men over our shoulders and left the wreckage behind. The commotion had begun to draw a crowd. Creak. We entered the sewers, retracing our steps. Hemilas, sir, all traces have been wiped clean. No footage was recorded on any cameras. Pagan spoke as he manipulated his terminal. Despite his ragged appearance, he seemed quite skilled in electronic warfare. Good work, Pagan. And you too, Luka. Hemilas gave no further instructions to Pagan, showing absolute trust in him. If there had been even the slightest doubt, he would have asked for verification. Interrogating this one won't be easy. I tapped the unconscious man's temple with my finger. The guy I captured had mastered Aki's combat techniques to a significant degree. Those trained in Aki's combat techniques were also well-versed in psychological defense. Extracting information from him wouldn't be easy using standard methods. You don't need to worry about that. There are plenty of ways, Hemilas said with a smile. I didn't ask what those ways were. Nothing out of the ordinary happened as we walked through the sewer. It looked like we would make a smooth return. I let my guard down a little, and it seemed Pagan and Hemilas did too. There was a time when Master was young too, just like young Master Lukaus now. Back then, I wasn't young, I was just a child. Well, I suppose so. I remember when you had me investigate the young lady of the Itanori family. Ahem. Hemilas and Pagan chatted about the past. I couldn't even imagine Hemilas as a boy. There must have been a time when he was inexperienced and made mistakes, when he wasn't the hardened man he was now. He had to have been born human, with flesh and blood, both in a literal and figurative sense. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't picture a young, inexperienced Hemilas. To me, he was the perfect superior officer, an exemplary soldier. Swish! Pagan moved closer to me. Master Hemilas must care about you a great deal, young master, enough to risk exposing my existence. Or maybe he just knows he can silence me anytime. I knew Hemilas could hear me, but he wasn't the kind of man to be offended by such words. If anything, he'd appreciate my caution. Starting from the worst possible assumption, that was one of my specialties. It was how I survived. I always had to prepare for the worst of the worst. Impressive, young master. That's exactly how a Castoria soldier should be. These days, a lot of noble brats seem to believe the world will always work in their favor. Blind optimism with no foundation whatsoever, heh? Pagon grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Pagon, now that you're getting older, you sure talk a lot of nonsense. That's because a certain someone refuses to let me retire. What choice do I have when there's no one as competent as you? At a fork in the sewer, Hemilas came to a stop. He handed the unconscious man over to Pagon. I followed his lead and passed my captive to him as well. Finish processing them before I return. Hemila's words lingered. I had a vague idea of what processing meant. A rather grim thought crossed my mind. Understood. Pagon slung the two men over his shoulders and disappeared into the darkness. A sense of unease crept over me. I wasn't sure about the one Hemilas had captured, but the man I had taken down was quite formidable. If anything unpredictable happened, Pagon might struggle to handle it. If Pagon fights at full strength, even you wouldn't take him down easily. As if reading my thoughts, Hemilas spoke in a low voice. Couldn't we have Pagon investigate Kinnuan instead? He seems capable in many areas. I voiced my doubt. With someone like Pagon around, was there really a need for me to investigate Kinnuan? Luka, the reason you're still alive is because Kinnuan took a liking to you. Even Pagon would be killed if he dared to dig into Kinnuan's background without permission. And Pagon is to be used only for Custoria family matters. He must not be deployed for official assignments. That's the rule. Hemilas stressed his words. I nodded and grabbed the ladder leading up to the surface. Ha! As I emerged, I let out a deep breath, inhaling the air above ground. I finally felt like I could breathe again. After being in the sewers for so long, even the gritty, sand-laden air felt refreshing. Instead of returning to the clearing where we had landed, we headed toward a different ruin. Before long, an air vehicle from the Custoria family arrived to pick us up. Another mission for the Custoria family, completed. Hemilas would believe this was a covert operation, but the Empire would soon learn of what happened today, because I was the Empire's overseer. 3 days had passed since the secret mission ended. Our efforts hadn't been in vain. The man I had captured turned out to be a wanted criminal in the Empire, while the one Hemilas had caught was a contact for Nemesis. Since Hemilas was busy with his duties as commander of the Imperial Guard, I went to meet Pagon in his place. The meeting location was a dark underground chamber. There, I saw firsthand how our captured contact had been processed. Bubble, bubble. I stared at the cylindrical container. It was filled with a textured green liquid, and inside was a human brain. Electrodes were embedded across its surface. A brain in a vat, a rather delicate method of processing. But there are few who can endure interrogation in this state. Pagon tapped on the cylinder as he spoke. At the top of the container, a holographic display flickered. Sections of the brain diagram on the screen pulsed in response to the impact. I narrowed my eyes. He's still alive like that. A brain without a body was incapable of affecting physical reality. All external stimuli and sensory input it received were completely under Pagon's control. That's certainly effective. I covered my mouth with one hand as I spoke. A mix of admiration and disgust surfaced at the same time. Keeping a human alive in that state required incredible skill. Humans go insane without a proper level of external stimulation. A brain floating alone, without a body, wouldn't last long. Pagon's skill is remarkable. He subjected them to just enough stimuli to keep them from losing their minds, yet ensured the torture was relentless. The key to effective interrogation wasn't simply inflicting pain. It was pushing the subject to the brink of death without letting them die. In that regard, Pagon was a master. He monitored real-time data, fine-tuning the stimulation signals with precision. Just how many people has Pagon turned into that? It was a level of expertise that could only be gained through extensive experience. This device can even extract memories and information from the unconscious mind. Young master, humans know far more than they consciously realize. Pagon spoke with a hint of pride. Even though he was an ally, he was unsettling. Ah, my apologies, young master. I suppose I've grown too accustomed to this work. Pagon seemed to gauge my reaction. It's fine, I spoke in a low voice. Pagon draped a cloth over the container, concealing it, and then held out a data chip to me. Deliver this to Master Hemilas. I nodded and took the chip, leaving without another word. Even with my training in the Imperial Guard, which had drilled emotional control into me, I couldn't shake the unpleasant feeling. It clung to me like the residue at the bottom of a cup, stubbornly refusing to wash away no matter how hard I tried to shake it off. Chapter 79. A vast amount of data traveled through the Empire's networks at the speed of light. However, we conveyed important words from mouth to mouth, and information was passed from hand to hand, because networks were vulnerable to security breaches. No matter how much technology advanced, that fact remained unchanged. Upon returning to the Imperial Guard, I handed the data chip to Hemilas. It contained the memories of a nemesis contact. Clink. Hemilas took the data chip and dropped it into a glass filled with liquid. TSSSSSS. The chemicals coded on the data chip reacted with the liquid in the glass, neutralizing it. So that's the Castoria family's seal. Only the head of the family and a select few would know that chemical formula. If someone connected the chip to a terminal without breaking the seal, it would end in disaster. Not only would the terminal malfunction, but the chip itself would be destroyed. The data seal was one of the many security measures noble families used to protect their secrets. If they were forced to store classified information digitally, they would always add at least one layer of analog security. The Castoria family used a method that involved coating chips with a chemical compound. If I had accessed the contents of that chip first, I would have been interrogated immediately. Hemilas hadn't given me any warning. He might have simply assumed I wouldn't look, or maybe he had been testing me. That should do it. If it's soaked for less than the required time, the seal won't fully neutralize. Too long and the chip gets damaged. Hemilas explained kindly. He dipped his fingers into the glass and retrieved the chip. Click. The lens of the terminal opened. The moment the chip was inserted, a bluish light swirled around the lens and a holographic interface appeared. Well then, I'll take my leave. I said this to avoid seeing classified information. No, you have the right to watch. You carried out this mission with me. Hemilas's trust often felt heavy. I knew far too many secrets and classified matters. Each one held enough weight to threaten my life. BZZZZ. Hemilas reached into the hologram and manipulated the data. Only after a tedious security process did the memory video begin to play. Visualizing a person's memories was an incredibly difficult task. Even now, the footage was merely a forced assembly of fragmented scenes. The low-resolution images were as dark as the deep sea, and the scattered sounds were so jarring that they hurt my ears. The voices of people, occasionally audible, were muddled as if distorted, and even then, they were frequently cut off. Even after watching the holographic video, it was difficult to grasp the context or content. It felt like looking into the brain of a schizophrenic patient. A sense of futility washed over me. Had a human really been dismantled just for this crude information? Memories squeezed from a brain. Pagon must have wrung the contact's brain dry like a rag, using it and discarding it. In reality, once all the information had been extracted, the person would be disposed of immediately. Whether Hemilas noticed my disappointment or not, he continued explaining. Now, we'll input this data into an AI that mimics human cognitive algorithms to accelerate processing. The video and audio will be degradation corrected. Humans, too, reconstruct fragmented old memories on their own, filling in gaps to create plausible recollections that make sense. This follows the same principle. It was a method I had never heard of before. Wouldn't memories corrected this way be inaccurate? By definition, it's still degradation. The older a human memory is, the more unreliable it becomes. That's why cross-verification is necessary. But at least it will become clear enough to observe and understand. Accuracy doesn't matter. What we need are traces to continue the pursuit. At Hemilas's gesture, the memory data in the hologram accelerated. With each replay, the arrangement of scenes shifted and the audio changed. It was as if a vague, skeletal story was being fleshed out through the mouth of a liar. Deliver and, carefully, 2 days blank, I started to feel like I could grasp the context. This complicates things. This man was a mementori. A mementori? It seemed I would be learning a lot today. Mementori, humans whose long-term memory function has been drastically impaired. They retain only fragments of their past, while their current memory lasts anywhere from a few minutes to a few days. They make ideal contacts for delivering classified information. Hemilas spoke casually, but I couldn't stop myself from frowning. The fact that they have a specific designation and usage, does that mean they were deliberately brain damaged and turned into cripples? Usually, yes, I haven't seen one in a long time. It's a security measure that's almost extinct nowadays. Then, we did something meaningless. I spoke to Hemilas in a confrontational tone. Ever since becoming part of the Custoria family, I had been getting more comfortable dealing with him. Damn it, I wasn't sure if that was a good thing. Regardless of my poor attitude, Hemilas showed neither surprise nor displeasure and continued speaking. Even computers struggle to completely erase data. Complete memory loss in a human brain is nearly impossible. There must be some trace we can recognize. Hemilas accelerated the memory video. Our pupils glowed as our brains began high-speed processing. We had to find a trace. Blurry images and fragmented voices passed by repeatedly. It was just barely enough to grasp the context. Warm memories and horrific traumas surfaced alike. A person's entire life was being dismantled before our eyes, even if it was just a heavily distorted video. This time, important SHH cuss mine, I sharpened my focus. This wasn't the first mention of the Custoria family, but something about this part unsettled me. Creak, creak. Hemilas manipulated the holographic interface and replayed that section. A woman was speaking in the video. That much was barely discernible. Her voice came through maybe one word in 10. Can't we make it clearer? If we enhance it any further, it'll become completely different from reality. It would cross the line from falsehood into pure imagination. This is the limit. Then could you send just this part to my terminal? Something about it is bothering me, but I can't quite figure out what. That's easy enough. Hemilas edited the holographic video. Before long, the footage was transmitted to my terminal via short-range communication. If you figure something out, come find me anytime. No need for prior permission. This isn't Imperial Guard business, it's family business. I left Hemilas's office. This time, important SHH cuss mine. I listened to the voice the entire way back to my quarters. Even when I lay down to rest, I kept replaying the video over and over. Eventually, even with my eyes closed, the short clip replayed in my mind, and the voice echoed like an auditory hallucination. Another day passed. I felt like I was going insane with frustration. It was like trying to pick up an object that had fallen between iron bars. My fingernails could barely reach it, but I just couldn't grasp it. I wasn't just blindly, stubbornly listening to the video. My intuition told me there was something there. If I let this go unresolved, I felt like I would lose my mind. Crunch, crunch. I loosened up my body, moving not only my neck and waist but also each part of my prosthetics. I'll finish this today. I exhaled in steady intervals. Meditation. I directed all my focus inward, shutting out external sensations completely. Right now, even if someone ambushed me, I wouldn't be able to react. That was how much I had suppressed my awareness of the outside world. Within my conscious world, I spread out the memory video frame by frame, laying it out in a long sequence. I examined each frame carefully, as if admiring a piece of art. This time, the faster I walked through my consciousness, the quicker the voice played. When I slowed down, the pronunciation stretched endlessly. No matter how much I've mastered Aki's combat techniques, I won't catch something even Hemilas missed. Then I had to think about why I was so fixated on this video. This was the realm of intuition, something difficult to explain. This time, important SHH cuss mine. Intuition wasn't a supernatural ability. Something from my experiences, memories, or knowledge had triggered it. Something Hemilas doesn't know, but I do. My thoughts deepened. As my mind accelerated, a headache flared up. It felt like my nervous system was burning. TZZT. A sharp, grating noise rang inside my head. It lasted only a moment, but a name surfaced in my mind. Barbara, I muttered as I opened my eyes. Hemilas had likely never met Barbara in person, and if he had, it would have been a long time ago. In contrast, I had met Barbara recently. I overlaid my memory of Barbara onto the woman in the video. There was no physical evidence, but I was certain. The woman in the memory video was Barbara. It wasn't strange for Barbara to appear in the contact's memories. She was an Imperial spy embedded within Nemesis. I checked the time to ensure Hemilas would be in his office and immediately went to see him. "It's Barbara," I spoke briefly upon arrival. There was no need to justify my reasoning with circumstantial evidence or intuition. Hemilas didn't require explanations like that. He was an exceptional superior who understood the abilities of his subordinates. His pupils trembled faintly. Even I could tell he was contemplating something. "Understood. Wait for further instructions." 2 more days passed after my report. The evidence and connection found in the contact's memory video pointed to which Barbara. Hemilas seemed to be hesitating on whether or not to contact Barbara. The Empire had spent a long time embedding her into Nemesis. Barbara is monitoring Nemesis from the inside for the Empire. For an Imperial soldier to reach out to Barbara first was extremely dangerous, which meant it was dangerous for Barbara. She hasn't been embedded in Nemesis for long. It's not enough time to have earned complete trust. Even a slightly suspicious move could get her eliminated. For now, we had to wait until Barbara solidified her position within Nemesis. Reckless contact was out of the question. But without contacting Barbara, there was no immediate way to dig into Nikolaos Kastoria's death. Would Hemilas use the Empire's resources for a personal matter? I had my doubts. The Hemilas I knew was a man who drew a strict line between duty and personal affairs. As an exemplary soldier, he wouldn't cross that line, and I was right. "Luka, this is where it ends. Until we find more evidence or traces, focus on your duties as part of the Imperial Guard." Hemilas and I were having this conversation in an aerial vehicle on our way to the Kastoria estate. From time to time, we had meals at the estate before returning to our posts. As members of the family, we had to make appearances. I didn't respond right away, letting the silence stretch. Hemilas was watching me intently. There may be a way to contact Barbara naturally. After some thought, I finally spoke. "A way?" Hemilas's gaze was sharp and heavy, as if scrutinizing me. "If Giselle goes outside Akbaran, Barbara is highly likely to make the first move. From what I remember, Barbara was excessively obsessed with Giselle. That emotion wasn't an act. I wasn't sure if Hemilas would accept this plan. It was a kind of loophole. In the end, we would be using bait to draw in Barbara, who was an Imperial asset. I quickly added, Nemesis is also aware of Barbara's obsession with Giselle. After all, they tried to kidnap Giselle at Barbara's request. Even if Barbara makes an aggressive move toward her, they won't find it suspicious. There's a risk Giselle could get hurt. Are you suggesting we put her in danger? On the surface, his words could have sounded like an interrogation or anger. But Hemilas wasn't the type to be overprotective of his children. He was simply asking about my intentions. "You used Giselle as bait once before at the academy, Commander. And even if we don't deceive her, if we explain the situation, she'll willingly accept the role. It's family business. Giselle has the sense of duty and responsibility to do it." Hemilas fell silent, rubbing his chin. The aerial vehicle continued moving steadily. It wasn't until we were nearing the estate that he gave a slow nod. Hemilas had given his approval not as commander of the Imperial Guard, but as the head of the family. Chapter 80. The Kastoria estate was as solemn as its old architectural style. Even the maids passing by kept their mouths shut and their gazes lowered, as if silence was a virtue. In the estate, if one had something to say, they did so behind closed doors. Even among family members, there were many secrets. It was probably not much different for other noble households. Hemilas and I waited after summoning Giselle. Creak thud, Giselle opened the door and entered Hemilas's study. When she saw me, her expression flinched in surprise. She hadn't expected me to be here. "Sit down first, Giselle." I spoke in place of Hemilas. Hemilas was lost in thought as he stared out the window. He was likely formulating plans and devising strategies, accounting for variables we weren't even aware of. Giselle approached me and whispered, "What's going on?" Father looked serious. "There's a mission, a family matter." I kept it brief. Only then did Giselle, her face now stiff, take a seat. "Because of Nikolaos," I nodded silently. Swish. Hemilas turned from the window and looked at us. Fixing his gaze on Giselle, he spoke carefully. "Giselle, Luka and I are tracking down the one who ordered Nikolaos' assassination. We've already gotten quite close." "Isn't that Nemesis's doing?" Giselle's words carried a lot of meaning. "Eradicating Nemesis is impossible. Even the Empire had failed to wipe out the terrorist group. On top of that, their decentralized cell structure made a sweeping purge difficult. We need to make sure they never touch the Custoria family again. We need to demonstrate our power to them. At the very least, we would track down and kill those involved in Nikolaos's assassination. It's a matter of the family's prestige, as well as our safety. I understood why Hamilas was investing so much time and effort into this. Wasn't the instigator Rick Silva Nunez? Luka killed him. Rick was an officer of Nemesis, but everyone knows he wasn't the one planning and giving orders. He was just following orders from above. That was true. If Rick had been the mastermind, he wouldn't have shown up at the scene so often. Rick had been a skilled warrior, but to Nemesis, he was replaceable. The ones truly irreplaceable were those hidden away, surrounded by people like Rick, ensuring their protection. So, I have a role in this as well? Giselle read the situation and went straight to the point. We need to lure out Barbara from Nemesis, Giselle, the same girl who attended Kracia Academy with you. Hamilas spoke calmly. The fact that Barbara was an Imperial spy remained classified for Giselle. As far as she knew, Barbara was nothing more than a psychotic terrorist. Barbara! Giselle flinched. Her trembling hands, which had been barely noticeable at first, started to shake more visibly. I placed a hand on her shoulder as if to suppress her trembling. She jolted slightly at my touch, but it seemed to help. Her agitation gradually subsided. Giselle is still afraid of Barbara. Barbara was an unnerving person, a woman with a nature far too overwhelming for Giselle to handle. Luka said you could be used as bait to lure out Barbara. Do you agree with that? Giselle's gaze turned to me. I didn't avoid her eyes. She bit her lower lip slightly. At first, I expected her to lash out in anger or frustration, but her emotions were sorrow. It's true that she was strangely obsessed with me. I don't know if she'll show up just because of me, but Luka is probably right. He has better instincts than I do. Giselle raised her thumb to her lips for a brief moment before lowering it. Even in such small gestures, I could sense her anxiety and unease. But Hamilas remained unfazed by his daughter's emotional turmoil. Whatever he felt inside, outwardly he was as unyielding as steel. We need to make contact with Barbara, Giselle. Hamilas looked down at her as he spoke. No further explanation was necessary. The three people gathered here were all sharp-minded, even including myself, though I found it a bit embarrassing to admit. Giselle closed her eyes as if sorting through her emotions. When she slowly opened them again, the sharp light of intelligence had replaced her uncertainty. Tell me the plan, and I'll prepare accordingly. The plan was simple. Find a plausible reason to send Giselle outside of Akbaran. If Barbara was still keeping an eye on her, she would attempt to make contact, either personally or through an intermediary. Whoever shows up will interrogate them about Nikolaos's death. Of course, Giselle couldn't give off any hint that she was being used as bait or walking into a trap. But at the same time, sending her out without protection was out of the question. If I were assigned as her escort, it would strongly signal that this was a Custoria family operation. And on top of that, if I officially assign you as Giselle's escort and send you outside of Akbaran, there will undoubtedly be an assassination attempt. They'll come after you, the one who killed Rick. Rick was well liked. They'll want revenge just as much as we do. Many were after my life. If anything, I was in a more dangerous position than Giselle. But I couldn't send her out without an official escort. Hiring private mercenaries would be an odd choice for a military family led by the commander of the Imperial Guard. It was difficult to find the right person to guard Giselle. I'll assign Ile Karthika to escort Giselle under a cadet mission. This is something I can authorize at my own discretion without an internal meeting. It won't seem suspicious. Ile, what if? There was a chance things might require silencing. Ile being my friend was already an issue, but worse, I wasn't confident I could handle him if it came to that. Luka, doesn't Ile owe you a great deal? He'll keep most secrets for you. I won't say any more than that. Hamilas spoke as if it were nothing. I barely held back the words rising to my throat. How much do you actually know? The past resurfaced in my mind. Ile and I had committed anti-imperial acts to save Lillian Lamons. Even then, Hamilas had prodded at me as if he knew something. Is he testing me again? I forced myself to stay composed and open my mouth, sensing the need to change the subject. Then I'll keep my distance and follow after Giselle and Ile. No, that won't do. This mission requires immediate response. I've already prepared another identity for you. There was a tinge of excitement in Hemiles's voice. My unease grew. This felt familiar. I had been in a situation just like this before. Back when Hemiles sent me to Cratio Academy. Hemiles handed me a document. The electronic ink glowed faintly. This is Sai. The moment I saw the document, I scrunched up my face with every muscle I had. A curse almost leaped past my teeth but got caught on my tongue, circling there instead. Are you serious? I barely kept my emotions in check and forced myself to speak as politely as possible. I don't joke about family matters. No, fuck, what kind of bullshit operation is this? Ah, I let it slip. If I had said something like this in front of the commander of the Imperial Guard 3 years ago, I would have been executed on the spot. It's not a bullshit operation, it's a dickless operation. This is the most foolproof disguise, Luka. Hemiles grinned, the wrinkles on his lips deepening in amusement at his own joke. That's right, I had to pretend to be a woman. As Giselle's handmaiden, I want to die. I stared out of the window of the airborne vehicle in motion. My thoughts turned more specific. I wanted to open the door and jump out. If I went head first, I wouldn't feel any pain. Open your eyes wider and look this way, Kesa. Giselle spoke in a voice laced with amusement. Inside the automatically piloted airborne vehicle, it was just the two of us. Kesa, that was my alias. On paper, I was a servant employed by the Custoria family. The mission hasn't even started yet. If you call me Kesa one more time, us. Before I could finish my threat, Giselle clamped a strange tool onto my eyelid. If I call you that, then what? She rummaged through a bag filled with makeup tools, completely unfazed. Holding another peculiar instrument between her fingers, she continued. And I need to get used to saying the name so I don't slip up later. Unlike you, I'm not used to these kinds of missions. Isn't thorough preparation what being a soldier is all about? Or are you the kind of person who increases the risk of mission failure just because you're in a bad mood? Kesa. Giselle spoke smoothly, leaving no room for argument. Fine, I surrendered. You have decent features, but you're still too masculine. I'll have to be meticulous if we want you to pass as a woman. She spread a cool liquid over my face. The unfamiliar sensation made me frown. Swish. The liquid, warmed by my body heat, adhered to my skin, solidifying into a texture that closely resembled flesh. This will compensate for the lack of fat on your face. It'll soften and slim down your sharp angles. Since your features are naturally sharp, it works really well. Giselle's makeup skills were impressive. I could see my face changing in the mirror. Swish. Like she was painting a portrait, Giselle moved the brush across my face. My lips turned red, my eyes looked significantly larger, and thanks to some unknown liquid cosmetic, my forehead, cheeks, and jawline formed smooth curves. I can't change your build, so I prepared loose-fitting clothes that don't reveal much. You'll need to cover your Adam's apple, so here's a choker. She pulled out the outfit she had prepared and tossed it onto my lap. A skirt. Women wear pants too, you know. And what part of those legs looks even remotely feminine? Shut up and put it on. Are you gonna keep whining like a little brat, Luka's Custoria? No comeback for that one either. Giselle hadn't prepared just one outfit. She held each garment up against me, eyeballing the fit. Honestly, to me, it all looked the same. Giselle, I get that you're enjoying this, but this is a mission. I was starting to get annoyed. Oh, I know that, says the brother who came up with a plan to throw me out as bait. Her sharp words hit me right where it hurt. There wasn't another way, and besides, I owe Nikolaos. Tracking down the one who ordered the hit and settling that debt is the least I can do. Right, tossing me in as bait is the most efficient method, isn't it? How noble. Truly befitting of a decorated soldier. Should I give you a round of applause? She raised her hands to clap, but I caught her wrist before she could. I'm just as much at risk. If we ever end up in danger, I'll die before you do, so don't worry, I won't ever let you die alone. I spoke firmly. I wasn't the only one acting immature here. Giselle was smart. She knew she was being childish. She let out a sigh, her voice softening. You don't have to go that far, Luka. This should do. Don't forget to attach the signal jammers to your arms and legs. Giselle placed the clothes beside me and moved to the front seat. Chapter 81. The aerial vehicle carrying Giselle and me arrived at Akbaran's first airport. The airport was on a completely different scale from an airfield. Among them, the first airport was the largest. The airfields we commonly used in the city could only accommodate small to medium-sized aircraft. Large aircraft, such as warships or airships, took off and landed at airports located on the outskirts rather than inside the city. Because of this, despite being in the outskirts, Akbaran's airports had security and facilities that were just as good as those in the upper districts. Wuwung, even now, a colossal cargo ship, responsible for the Empire's logistics, cast an immense shadow as it moved through the sky. The massive thrusters attached to its underside numbered in the dozens. If that thing were to fly at low altitude, the entire city would be engulfed in flames. This is driving me crazy. But the reason I felt like losing my mind lay elsewhere. The overwhelming presence of the unrealistically enormous airship didn't register with me at the moment. Swish! The skirt swaying around my lower body felt unfamiliar. Relax your face. Your makeup's going to get messed up. Giselle, who had stepped out of the aerial vehicle first, spoke. I took a deep breath to calm myself. This is a mission, and I am a soldier of the Empire. I am not some fool who lets a petty sense of pride ruin an operation. My mind cooled. I flushed out any unnecessary emotions, like water down a drain. I was not defective. I was not subversive. Yes, my lady? I spoke in a modified voice, altered by the function embedded in the choker. It had a somewhat androgynous tone, but since my appearance was unmistakably female, it was sufficient. Now, let's recall my identity. My name right now was Kesa. I had entered the Castoria household as a maid 2 months ago. Kesa was from the lower district, but she had been designated for a noble household service and educated for it from a young age, because she was deemed suitable as an attendant to a noble family in the selection exam. Kesa was obedient, patient, and diligent. From now on, I had to become that kind of woman. My lady? Ah, well, yeah. Sure, Giselle seemed more surprised by my sudden change in demeanor than anything else. Click, click. I stepped down from the aerial vehicle, letting my heels announce my presence. A servant must always make their position known to their master. That's why they wore shoes that made pleasant sounds. A master could recognize their attendant's approach just by hearing it. It was similar to putting a bell on a cat's collar. Shortly, the Karthika families. I hesitated for a moment as I checked the time. Damn it, I had to speak like this to Ile as well. Even the resolve I had gathered felt like it was starting to crack. Young Master Ile will be arriving shortly. Since I had already started, I had no intention of doing this half-heartedly. Right, Lu, Ki, Issa. The one who needed to pull themselves together wasn't me, it was Giselle. Giselle is not a soldier. She was different from me. Giselle was someone I had to observe and protect. If there were any mistakes in this mission, they would come from her. And as a soldier, it was my job to cover for those mistakes and make sure they didn't affect the operation. I had to stay sharp. Click, click, I stepped in front of Giselle. Amid the bustling crowd of the airport, I spotted Ile. Unlike me, who felt strangely empty in many ways, Ile was fully armed as he walked toward us. He wore a chest guard to protect his vital organs, and a thinly folded variable helmet hung around his neck. Flinch, Ile hesitated for a brief moment, because he had seen me. The glowing edge of his cybernetic eyes flickered rapidly as he analyzed me. My disguise was thorough, but deceiving Ile's sharp eyes, after spending years together, was no easy task. Damn it, realizing who I was, Ile desperately tried to hold back his laughter, but his cheeks were so red and puffed up that it was obvious. Sorry, if you're here that means, yeah. Ile muttered quietly as he walked up to me. He didn't ask why I was dressed as a woman. The surface-level mission was to escort Giselle Castoria, but beneath that, there were private affairs of the Castoria family involved. If it was Ile, he would have already figured it out. Do not seek knowledge beyond your authority. That was one of the virtues of an imperial soldier, and Ile followed it faithfully. Brushing past me as if I were nothing more than a maid, he approached Giselle and greeted her. Ile Karthika, dispatched from the Imperial Guard for escort duty. From his appearance to his demeanor, Ile was the very model of a noble young master. Giselle Castoria. We've seen each other several times, but this is the first time we're properly speaking. Giselle and Ile weren't particularly close, but they undoubtedly knew a great deal about each other. Because of me, I had told Ile about Giselle, and I had told Giselle about Ile. I wanted to arrange a separate meeting to speak with you, Giselle. I feel the same way. This is a good opportunity, and this here is Kesa, my attendant. A pleasure to meet you, Kesa. Ile looked at me as he spoke. His expression was unnaturally neutral, his smile so mechanical it was almost unsettling. The laughter from earlier felt like an illusion. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Ile. I grasped both ends of my skirt and bowed. My expression and tone were just as mechanical as Ile's, but that didn't mean they were lifeless. Like his smile, my demeanor layered artificial, insincere emotions over a machine-like facade. That was what we were, beings who could, if we wished, become machines wearing the shape of humans. Is that all? Giselle hesitated at the bland exchange. She must have expected two close acquaintances to chatter away upon meeting. But Kesa and Ile were meeting for the first time. That was how we acknowledged each other. And right now, there were too many eyes watching. Completing the mission was our priority. My lady, I believe it would be best to proceed with the boarding process before we are further delayed. I urged Giselle forward. Thank you, Kesa. It's been a while since I last came to the airport, so I got a bit distracted. Yes, I need to focus. Giselle quickened her pace, and I followed closely behind her. The first airport had over 50 terminals. Domestic flights using personal aerial vehicles departed from the 30s section. In the Empire, only nobles and the wealthy used aerial vehicles for intercity travel. The lower class primarily relied on ground vehicles or trains. Even so, even the privileged needed official authorization to enter or leave Akbaran's airspace. Without a permit, departure and entry were, in principle, impossible. Of course, that was only in principle. In reality, it was impossible to prevent all unauthorized flights and movement, and those with real power could ignore the rules entirely. But if you have nothing to hide, there's no reason not to get a permit. Giselle, having completed the process, walked toward us, an entry permit in her hand. Another privilege of the nobility. We had applied on the same day and obtained approval within minutes. The family's prestige guaranteed her status, eliminating the need for any thorough verification. If a lower-class citizen had applied, it would have taken days just to issue the permit. By now, Giselle's travel records and destination had been registered in the airport's database. All that was left was for Barbara to take the bait. With the permit in hand, we pushed through the crowd and returned to the aerial vehicle we had arrived in. Switching to manual operation mode. As Giselle operated the controls, a system voice announced the change. When she moved to sit in the driver's seat, Ile hurriedly stepped forward. I can drive. No, I'll do it. I enjoy handling machines. Giselle spoke firmly. What she said was true. Her academy major was mechanical engineering. I had often seen her working with cybernetic prosthetics and machines. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Ile backed off without protest and took a seat inside. As you probably already know, Ile, my destination is a research facility in Autonovis. A new prototype vehicle has been released. Anyone with even a slight interest in this field will be visiting to take a look. Giselle methodically operated the aerial vehicle, preparing for takeoff. A prototype from Autonovis would certainly draw attention. Even I'm curious. Ah, by any chance? Ile feigned interest, using his social skills to steer the conversation. Though he had no real enthusiasm for the topic, he asked about mechanical engineering to get Giselle to talk. Autonovis. I knew the name well. It was a massive corporation specializing in ground vehicles. While it was slightly behind in aerial and flight technology, its ground vehicles boasted overwhelming reliability and advanced engineering. Nothing about this feels unnatural. It's just the kind of well-arranged plan Hamilas would set up. Many nobles would be attending to see the Autonovis prototype. Giselle's visit blended in perfectly. Perhaps Barbara had even expected Giselle to attend this exhibition and had been waiting for this exact day. Quadrupedal tracked vehicles are rare in Akbaran's urban areas, Ile remarked. They're not well suited for city environments. He kept the conversation flowing with Giselle, but I've heard their usage is increasing in rough terrain. That's why people are speculating that Autonovous's prototype might be a quadrupedal tracked vehicle. I prefer classic four-wheeled vehicles. I wish they'd release more of those as well. Their discussion was completely beyond my interest. I closed my eyes and let my mind wander. My only weapon at the moment was the dagger strapped to my thigh. I reached under my skirt, brushing my fingers over the dagger's handle, recalling its feel. Graken Vuth, a dagger with a cumbersome name. Unlike the shock pistol Ruina or the high-compression heavy weapon Crucis, Graken Vuth was something I almost never needed to use. A gift from Ile. According to Ile, it was an extraordinary sword. A treasure that only commander-class warriors of the alien Equestrian race were allowed to possess. If things go south, this is the only weapon I'll have to rely on. Ruina and Crucis were stored in the aerial vehicle's compartment. Both were high-powered weapons produced by the Empire's workshops, far too conspicuous for a mere maid to be carrying around. Well, Ile is here, so it should be fine. I narrowed my eyes, observing Ile. Over the past few months, he had been living at an intense pace, pushing himself relentlessly as if to make up for wasted time. I could sense it. Ile was growing stronger. Is there something on my face, Kesa? Noticing my gaze, Ile flashed a smug smile, his tone laced with amusement. It was only for an instant, but through subtle glances and expressions, we had already exchanged an unspoken understanding. You just seem to be an exceptionally handsome man. It's hard to look away. I spoke slowly and composedly. Screech, clunk, the aerial vehicle jolted violently as if we had just crashed. Giselle, who was in the driver's seat, had nearly lost control after hearing my words. KHH, KKK, Yile please, I need you to take over the controls. She gripped the steering lever with one hand while desperately covering her mouth with the other. Perhaps our little joke had gone a bit too far. Before the vehicle could completely spin out, Ile took the driver's seat. As Giselle switched places, she barely managed to compose herself, then turned to glare at me, silently mouthing, "Weren't you the one saying we should take this mission seriously?" I tilted my head, pretending not to understand. She wasn't wrong. That was a moment where we shouldn't have been joking around. It was a lapse in judgment, an impulsive mistake on both mine and Ile's part. But we weren't perfect machines. Not yet. Yes, we weren't perfect. That's why, for now, we were still just humans close to becoming machines. Chapter 82. Our aerial vehicle arrived at the research facility in Autonovis. Dozens of aerial vehicles were already visible at the airstrip. Beep. From the airstrip, a guidance signal was transmitted to our aerial vehicle, indicating the designated landing point. A green dotted line appeared at the front of the vehicle. Ile maneuvered the vehicle, following the guidance line to land. Chiik. As soon as the door of the landed aerial vehicle opened, an android with glowing green eyes poked its head inside. Welcome, Giselle Castoria, Ile Karthika, and Kesa. I am Autobot, Autonovous's in-house android. Autobot was not a standardized android of the Empire, but an independent spec model. While its upper body was not particularly different, its lower half was unique. Instead of bipedal legs, it had 4 limbs, and instead of feet, it had wheels. If Autobot were a commercially available model, its independent specifications would pose issues with expandability and compatibility. But since it was used exclusively within Autonovis, that wouldn't be a problem. Or so Giselle explained. We will now proceed with security procedures in accordance with Autonovis's internal regulations. We ask for your understanding. Autobot's glowing eyes flashed brightly. A net-like green light swept over Giselle and Ile. It was verifying whether their registered data matched their actual identities. Beep, beep. Each time a verification was completed, Autobot's glowing eyes flickered red. It happened twice for Ile. In accordance with our regulations, we recommend that Ile Karthika disarm. I'm here as security detail, and those people over there are disembarking while still armed. Ile spoke while gazing at another aerial vehicle. Just as he said, armed guards carrying firearms and protective gear were passing through Autobot's security procedure. By our standards, an unarmed Ile Karthika is classified as a red-tier risk factor. Those individuals, even fully armed, are classified as green-tier risk factors. This is a relative assessment, and we ask for your understanding. Ile's cybernetic body itself was as good as a weapon. As Autobot implied, Even if that entire group of armed guards attacked him at once, they wouldn't be able to handle Ile alone, even unarmed. Considering the difference in combat capability, Autobot's assessment wasn't unreasonable. Fine, thank you. Arguing further would be pointless. Ile obediently removed his protective gear and stowed his sword and pistol in the aerial vehicle. Witting, Autobot's gaze turned to me. The net-like green light scanned me up and down multiple times, lingering slightly longer than usual. Signal jammer. Autobot's sensors would perceive my body shape as that of a woman. That was because I had adjusted the distortion value of the signal jammer to create that appearance. Of course, since it was merely a distortion and interference at the signal level, the deception would fall apart if I were to remove my clothes. However, no one would make such a rude demand of a servant of the Castoria family. That would be equivalent to admitting that Autonovis did not trust the Castoria family. On behalf of our company, we appreciate your understanding and cooperation. Autobot said that and backed away. Its four-wheeled lower body smoothly reversed with ease. It's been a while since I've walked around without even a pistol. Feels a bit empty. Ile stepped out of the aerial vehicle, now unencumbered. Giselle and I followed behind him. The 9th Research Facility was established 21 years ago, beginning with the assault vehicle Salamander. Autobot continued its guide-like speech, but no one was really paying attention. Those who were interested already knew this information, and those who didn't know had no interest in it to begin with. Quang! A deafening mechanical roar erupted from the distance. The people at the airstrip turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Outside the research facility, the terrain was as rugged as a rocky mountain. A tracked vehicle was moving aggressively across it. Its undercarriage smoothly adjusted to the uneven terrain, absorbing shocks as it went. The way it moved almost resembled a giant insect scurrying at high speed. To ensure optimal performance in even the harshest terrains, we conduct our product tests in the most extreme environments within the Empire. It was no exaggeration to call it a harsh environment. This was precisely why a major corporation's research facility was located in a remote region far from Akbaran. With the entire surrounding area being undeveloped rough terrain, it was an ideal location for test drives. Autobot led us to the exhibition hall of the research facility. More people had gathered, many of whom were also being guided by other Autobots, creating a bustling crowd. Ah, Giselle. You're here too. A noblewoman greeted Giselle. Others who recognized her also stopped to say hello before moving along. Meanwhile, Ile and I carefully scanned the surroundings, keeping an eye out for any suspicious individuals. Ile Karthika, fancy meeting you here. I didn't think you were interested in vehicles. This time, a middle-aged man approached Ile. I am here on a security mission. Ile responded curtly, subtly rejecting the conversation. Come on, this is Autonovis's private property. Relax a little. There are plenty of others handling security besides you. Ile forced an awkward smile. The middle-aged man persistently clung to him, and he wasn't the only one. The strongest candidate for the next head of the Karthika family. A crowd of people was eager to strike up a conversation with Ile. From his perspective, it was difficult to coldly brush them off. In noble society, making enemies unnecessarily could only lead to trouble. I was the most at ease in this situation. Looks like the disguise is working well. No one recognizes me. I observed the people approaching Giselle and Ile. Some had attended Castoria's banquet before. They glanced at me as they passed by, seemingly assuming I was just Giselle's attendant. Well, who would expect a promising adopted son of the Castoria family to be here in this state? Even I found it hard to believe, but it was worth enduring the humiliation and disgrace. No one paid me any attention. I was completely outside the scope of surveillance and suspicion. If I were Barbara, where would I attempt to kidnap Giselle? I tried thinking from Barbara's perspective, but there were too many flaws in my reasoning. Barbara was an electronic warfare specialist. Her expertise was completely different from mine. It was difficult to predict how she would approach. About 40 hours until we returned to Akbaran. The Autonovis tour was scheduled to last 2 days. The first day consisted of product demonstrations in the exhibition hall, while the second day involved test driving in the field. If Barbara makes a move, it'll likely be tomorrow. But if she wanted to catch us off guard, she might act today instead. I closed my eyes briefly and recalled Barbara's personal information. Normally, even as a trainee overseer, I wouldn't have access to such classified data, but Hamilla's had shown it to me for this mission. Strictly speaking, it was an overreach of authority. Barbara is an irregular among irregulars. No, calling her an irregular doesn't quite fit. She was designed for this. The witch, Barbara, was a genius beyond my expectations. For years, the Empire had sought the ideal candidate for Operation Juliet, a plan to infiltrate Nemesis with an elite hacker. Barbara was the product of that meticulous selection process. According to Hamilla's, Barbara was an even rarer talent than me. Barbara possesses extraordinary talent, but she has a personality disorder and antisocial tendencies. Shockingly, the Empire was fully aware of Barbara's unstable mental state. But that instability made her the perfect candidate to infiltrate Nemesis. To recruit a sociopathic Barbara, the Empire must have offered a reward she couldn't refuse. Just how many spies does the Empire have inside Nemesis? Kinuan, who had long colluded with Nemesis, was also on the Empire's side. Barbara, whom they had painstakingly recruited, was another Imperial spy. Aside from them, there were likely numerous others planted within Nemesis by the Empire. So even the largest terrorist organization in the Empire operates under its surveillance. No, if I thought about it, the only reason Nemesis could maintain its size was precisely because it was under the Empire's control and watchful eye. If the Empire ever determined that Nemesis had slipped beyond its control, it would mobilize every asset it had embedded within the organization to annihilate it. No one would escape the purge. Murmur, murmur. While I was lost in thought, our group entered the exhibition hall. The atmosphere quickly became lively. I told you, it's a quadrupedal tracked vehicle. Now hand over your credits. It's not quadrupedal, you idiot. If it's not quadrupedal then. Huh? Who? It seemed some nobles had placed bets on the identity of the prototype. The vehicle unveiled by Autonovis defied their expectations. The highlight of this public exhibition, a transformable multi-legged walking vehicle. Arachne, an Autonovis executive, stood on the podium and proudly made the announcement. Withing. Simultaneously, the guiding Autobots projected holographic screens in front of the attendees. Detailed specifications of the Arachne were displayed. Under normal conditions, it operates with 4 wheels. In rough terrain, auxiliary legs with high traction extend. Before people could finish reading, Arachne's auxiliary legs extended. With those included, it had a total of 8 legs. Arachne was a vehicle that could switch between different numbers of legs depending on the terrain. It was designed for both speed and stability, but its transformable nature meant lower reliability and higher costs. A vehicle purely for the wealthy. It would be difficult to use in the military. On the battlefield, reliability was paramount. That was precisely why transformable weaponry, prone to malfunctions and failures, was rarely considered. There were 8 prototype vehicles on display, including Arachne, each designed for a different purpose. How many of these would actually make it to mass production was anyone's guess. Whirr. Apart from Arachne, a construction robot vehicle also caught my attention. It was a collaboration with Roman, a robotics company. Its upper body was a piloted humanoid robot, while its lower half used Autonovis's continuous track technology. Since the upper body had 2 arms, it could be utilized for multiple purposes. This type of robot vehicle had existed before, but according to the murmuring crowd, its performance and responsiveness had greatly improved. Not that I really understood the technical details. Have you considered developing a system where only the robot's arms are directly linked to the nervous system? Giselle asked a researcher standing in front of the prototype. With this level of output and size, the response time isn't much different from manual operation. Right now, it's not cost-effective to research and develop such a system. Besides, if we want to enhance operational freedom, it's better to install sensors that mimic human movements. I see. That makes sense. Giselle seemed highly interested in the Autonovis exhibition. She would have wanted to attend even if it weren't for the mission. She eagerly explored the exhibition hall, asking questions as she went. While Giselle was enjoying herself, I found the exhibition dull. As I idly scanned my surroundings, I noticed a man intently staring at Giselle. It wasn't our first time meeting. That said, he wasn't a threat either. I let out a wry smile. Enrico Lagan, a student from Kratia Academy who had confessed to Giselle. Thanks to my little push, he had been utterly rejected. Even now, he was watching Giselle from afar with a wistful expression. You can see her at the academy, yet you followed her all the way here? Are you really a stalker? Enrico clearly had no interest in the Autonomous exhibition. He was only looking at Giselle. I almost feel bad for him. He didn't even have the courage to greet Giselle, let alone approach her. Not that I blamed him. I recalled what Giselle had said to him back then. I am not interested in you. No, it's beyond mere disinterest. I find your presence uncomfortable. I would appreciate it if you stopped hovering around me without reason. Her cold words must have been etched into Enrico's heart. In any case, the exhibition was coming to an end. Accommodations had been arranged for the visitors. It seemed the staff dormitories had been vacated for us tonight. It was only when we arrived at our rooms that I realized something important. Well then, I'll be in the room next door. Have a lovely night, ladies. Ile flashed us a smile before stepping into his room. The sight of his grin sent a chill down my spine. Giselle and I hesitated. We had to share a room. That was how Autonomous had assigned the accommodations. It made sense, after all, I was her personal attendant. Right, it wasn't a big deal. We were siblings, even if not by blood. No, it was a big deal. To be honest, this was a problem. Lady Giselle, perhaps we should ask Autonomous for a separate room. What are you talking about? Of course, we have to share a room, Kesa. I can't even change my clothes properly without you. Giselle's words snapped me back to reality. This was the whole reason I had gone as far as cross-dressing in the first place, to stay by her side 24/7 without arousing suspicion. The fool of the day was me. Creak. We opened the door and stepped inside. Thud. The door shut behind us, sealing us in our own private space. This was going to drive me insane. Chapter 83. As soon as I entered the room, I scanned the interior. There were no surveillance devices like cameras in sight. If I couldn't detect any, it was safe to assume there weren't any. Of course, that didn't mean I was perfect. Just in case, I maintained the speech and demeanor of a maid, prepared for the possibility of wiretapping. There are 2 beds, but there wasn't even a partition to divide the space. The room was completely open. I'll rest on the sofa. I said as much. Sitting on the sofa allowed me to face the entrance while turning my back to the bed and bathroom. It was the best position to ensure both Giselle's privacy and security. You can make yourself comfortable. A night or so is fine, really? I emphasized. I had no problem staying awake for a day or 2. Ile probably wouldn't be sleeping tonight either. All right. Giselle reluctantly dragged out her words. She hesitated for a moment before stepping into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the room. The dripping sound pounded in my ears. My stupid brain kept picturing Giselle's bare skin beneath the cascading water. Focus on the mission, Luka. I narrowed my eyes and steadied my breathing. If Barbara makes a move, it'll be during the test run of the prototype tomorrow or on the way back. The worst-case scenario was Barbara doing nothing. That would mean all my current actions amounted to nothing more than a clown's performance. The mere thought was unbearable. I'd gone through all this trouble, there had to be something to gain. Please, approach us, Barbara. I desperately willed it. SHHH. With each sound of water, my senses kept drifting toward Giselle. It was for her protection. Nothing could be allowed to happen. Click. The water stopped and the door opened. I didn't need to turn around to picture the scene. Giselle stepping out, her body still damp. Droplets trickling from her skin, tapping softly against the floor. Rustle. The faint sound of her changing into comfortable clothes. Naturally, I didn't wash up. I had to maintain my makeup, more of a disguise, until tomorrow. You can look this way now. Giselle's voice called out. I turned. She was wearing flowing pajamas made from a luxurious fabric that shimmered with a soft luster. Whirr. Sitting comfortably on the bed, Giselle activated her terminal, bringing up a holographic display. It was detailed specifications of the Autonomous prototype. I didn't realize you were interested in vehicles. Are you considering a future in that field as well? She met my gaze and spoke. As if. My main interest is cybernetic prosthetics. That's what benefits the family, after all. I don't know much about it, but Autonomous doesn't seem to have much to do with prosthetics. It's a company specializing in vehicles. But if you want to dig deep into one field, it's good to have a broad understanding of related areas too. You know what I mean, Kesa? That made sense. I was a soldier. But I wasn't just trained in combat. To fight well, you needed all sorts of miscellaneous knowledge and skills. A broad yet shallow understanding of various fields was necessary. Kesa, you know Luka's, my older brother and our family's adopted son, right? Giselle suddenly brought me up in conversation. I nodded with just a slight movement of my chin. Of course. I always thought he was prideful and reckless, but this time he surprised me. I saw him in a new light. I think I understand why Father values him so much. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know him personally. He swallowed that fierce pride of his for the sake of the family. Isn't that just because he's a soldier? I've heard that Imperial soldiers follow orders with absolute obedience. I spoke calmly. From what I see, Luka isn't someone who simply follows orders. He moves of his own will. I don't think that's a good quality for a soldier. It wasn't my imagination. My tone had turned a little colder. For a moment, we silently observed each other. I was the one who broke the silence. Standing up, I walked over to the table where drinks and snacks were placed. Would you like a warm drink before bed? No, I'm fine. Giselle turned off the hologram display on her terminal. One by one, the bright lights in the room dimmed. Now, only the soft glow of a single light, faint as moonlight, barely outlined the shapes of objects. Kesa, more than that, come here and give me a hug like a nanny would. I left behind the doll I always sleep with. Her voice was unusually sweet, enough to make my ears tingle. She must be feeling anxious because of Barbara. I hesitated but answered with my steps. Standing beside her bed, I leaned forward slightly and extended my arms. Giselle lifted her body just enough to wrap her arms around my neck. She smelled nice. Our chins and the nape of my neck brushed lightly against each other. The hug was brief. Her hands, which had been gripping my back and shoulders, gradually loosened and fell away. Even in the dim outlines of the darkness, I could see Giselle's expression. I think I'll have a good dream tonight. Thanks, you're too kind. I walked slowly back to the sofa and sat down. Soon, the quiet rhythm of Giselle's breathing reached my ears. Even if it weren't for the mission, I probably wouldn't have been able to sleep. Morning finally arrived. The room's lighting gradually brightened, matching the color temperature of the sunrise. Right, this place. Giselle groaned as she woke, shaking off the remnants of sleep. She looked at me, then quickly averted her gaze. Seeing me the moment she opened her eyes must have flustered her. She wasn't used to situations like this. I didn't bother speaking to her either. She needed a moment to collect her thoughts, but the time for leisure was over. From now on, it was back to the mission. Once we were both ready, Giselle and I stepped out of the room. Did the ladies sleep well last night? Ile greeted us, placing a hand on his chest. His face was filled with a smug smile, and I wanted nothing more than to punch it. It was obvious what kind of thoughts were running through his head. Good morning. The temperature this morning is... An Autobot approached and began delivering its briefing. The tour proceeded smoothly as scheduled. After a light breakfast, we followed Autonava's staff to the outdoor testing ground of the research facility. Clunk, clunk. At the test site, the prototype vehicle Arachne was on display. Engineers and researchers were clustered around it, performing maintenance and adjustments. Even from a tactical standpoint, this terrain is extremely challenging. Vehicle entry would be difficult. Ile commented as he observed the vast testing ground. The landscape stretched endlessly, filled with jagged rock formations. Large and small boulders were scattered unpredictably across the ground. The first person to navigate through the rocky terrain with Arachne in the shortest time will receive a special prize prepared by our company. Please enjoy this as a lighthearted challenge. The Autobot projected a holographic map before us, displaying multiple possible routes through the rocky expanse. This is my chance to show off my skills. Skills. You'll probably crash and burn halfway through. Excited chatter rippled through the crowd. They had come here simply to enjoy the tour. An Autonomous employee boarded the prototype Arachne. The vehicle's four-wheeled legs accelerated, and in an instant, it lunged into the rocky terrain. VRRRRRRRR. The four legs absorbed the impact, allowing the vehicle to traverse the rough terrain smoothly. When faced with large boulders, it raised its legs to climb over them, and for narrow gaps, it lowered itself to slip through. Oh, this is way better than I expected. Its rough terrain traversal capabilities were impressive. The speed barely dropped even on difficult terrain. As Arachne moved farther away, those with subpar cybernetic eyes had to rely on visual enhancement equipment, either wearing goggles or using binoculars, to keep track of its movement. Arachne approached a massive boulder. Everyone assumed it would go around it. VRRR, the vehicle's power output surged. The sound was loud enough to be heard even from a distance, and auxiliary legs extended rapidly. Thud. Arachne leaped and latched onto the boulder. Despite the steep incline, its auxiliary legs maintained traction. From a distance, it looked like a giant spider. For a moment, the crowd fell silent. Then, exclamations of awe erupted. "This is quite impressive." Ile unfolded his arms, clearly amazed. I was just as surprised. Arachne had exceptional mobility. With some refinements, it could be viable for military use, despite the usual drawbacks of transformable designs. Clinging to the massive rock, Arachne used all 8 legs to climb upward before leaping down the other side. Beep! Upon reaching the finish line, Arachne came to a halt. The recorded time was approximately 4 minutes and 32 seconds. After completing the test run, Arachne circled the perimeter of the rocky terrain and returned. Some people clapped as it arrived. The vehicle had exceeded expectations. A few nobles were already approaching the staff to place pre-orders. "Giselle, will you be taking a test run?" Ile asked, standing beside her. "Of course, that's why I came." Giselle nodded readily. Arachne was a 2-seater. Maintaining such high mobility while ensuring stability inside the cabin likely made it difficult to accommodate more passengers. "Then, I'll ride with you, as part of my duty as a guard." Ile glanced at me as he spoke. "I leave my lady in your care, Sir Ile." Even if Barbara didn't strike, it was better for Ile to handle any unexpected incidents. Watching me run around with a billowing skirt wouldn't be ideal in a crisis. And for that reason, I trusted Ile. If it came down to it, he would prioritize Giselle's life over his own without hesitation. VRRR, VRRR. The tour participants boarded Arachne. Autonovis staff clustered around them, providing a brief explanation. Arachne operated in groups of 4. Naturally, this created an unspoken sense of competition among the riders. I focused on Arachne number 2, where Giselle and Ile had boarded. The chances of Barbara making a move here are low. There are too many eyes watching. Even if Barbara was antisocial, she was still affiliated with the Empire. She would likely prefer to operate in secrecy. I shifted my gaze to Arachne number 3. There, I spotted Enrico Lagan, who had hastily volunteered upon seeing Giselle board. Is he a fool, a hopeless romantic, or both? I then studied the man next to Enrico. He was armed with a firearm, seemingly a bodyguard. Thinking about it, it was almost laughable. Even with all that weaponry, he was still far less dangerous than bare-handed Ile. VRRR. Using my overseer privileges, I accessed the upper-tier network and verified the bodyguard's identity. Netter Along? He wasn't an unknown figure. In fact, his record was so clean that there wasn't a single flaw to point out. Even his full-body prosthetics registration number was neatly logged in the Empire's database. Following my gaze, detailed information was highlighted in my retinal display. Lived in the lower districts with his mother, but his biological father was a retainer of a noble family from the upper districts. He received ample financial support. An illegitimate child, but he lived comfortably in the lower districts. His education was decent, too. Netter Along had completed a selection exam and entered a vocational school suited to his aptitude. Twitch. My eyes paused for a moment. Netter Along had undergone a basic office administration training program at his vocational school. His background had nothing to do with being a soldier or a mercenary. Sure, it wasn't strange if he had decided to switch to security work later on. With his father's backing, he had obtained a high-performance, full-body prosthetic. But something about this didn't sit right with me. That detail kept gnawing at my mind. I didn't know Enrico's exact standing within the Lagan family. But would a noble house really assign someone like Netter Along, a half-qualified bodyguard, to protect him? As I pondered this, the hum of Arachne grew louder. It was about to depart. Wow, that's amazing. That's Arachne, right? A familiar voice pierced through the noise and engine roar, stabbing into my ears. My pupils darted toward the source of the voice. In the crowd, I spotted a girl. Her striking red-gold hair stood out. Barbara! My right cybernetic eye instantly confirmed her identity. Every detail matched, down to the smallest biometric data. It was Barbara, without a doubt. Despite being a wanted terrorist, she had appeared in broad daylight, utterly unbothered. She was only about 30 meters away from me. I moved quickly, pushing through the crowd without hesitation. Chapter 84. To me, a few dozen meters was a short distance. If I could gain enough speed, I could cover it in just a few leaps. But right now, the path was blocked by a crowd. As I pushed through the people, I never took my eyes off Barbara. She had been watching Arachne, but then she suddenly turned around and bolted off somewhere. Her steps were strangely unsteady. Damn it, they're in the way. My long skirt kept getting caught and stepped on by people. I wanted to rip this inconvenient piece of fabric apart and throw it away. Barbara, with her small frame, slipped through the crowd and went straight into the rest area designated for visitors. Despite being called a rest area, the building had 5 floors and was quite large. It had everything: bathrooms, a dining hall, and lounges. What is she up to? As soon as I broke free from the crowd, I quickened my pace. Barbara entered the building first. Inside, it would be empty. Since it was still early in the test run, most people were too busy watching Arachne to go inside. Only a few passed through to use the restroom. Haha, miss, are you in a hurry for the restroom, or? Hey, you there. A middle-aged nobleman had just exited the entrance and called out to me. He was shaking off the water from his hands, likely having just finished his business. I ignored him and tried to walk past, but seemingly offended, he grabbed my shoulder. Whoosh, I reacted instinctively. Seizing his wrist, I twisted it back and restrained him. Wasting time on something like this was annoying. If you want to keep your limbs intact, mind your own business and move along. If you understand, nod twice. As I applied more pressure, there was a cracking sound from his elbow joint. Ugh, all right. I get it. Only then did I release him and step into the building. As the door was closing, I heard his angry warning. I'll find out which house's maid you belong to and teach you a lesson. How dare you? I shut out his words as if closing my ears. Where did Barbara go? The hallway leading from the entrance was silent. There was no sign of where she had disappeared to. Trust in my senses and intuition. I closed my eyes and placed my hand on the floor, listening carefully. Drip, tap, clack. Among the faint noises, I had to pick out the one I was looking for. Good thing I've been keeping up with my auditory enhancement training. Auditory enhancement had been my personal training focus lately. I wanted to master echolocation, the ability to identify and perceive my environment by using sound reflection. Of course, it wasn't a skill that could be learned overnight. Tap, tack, I opened my eyes. I had pinpointed the direction and immediately moved, following the traces of the sound. There were distinct footsteps on the stairs between the 2nd and 3rd floors. I leaped between the stair railings, covering the floors in an instant. Ha, ha. In the middle of the hallway, Barbara was panting heavily. The moment she saw me, she squeezed out the last of her strength and started running again. But her movements looked dangerously unsteady, as if she was barely holding on. Is this a trap? I had caught up to her far too easily. That alone put me on high alert, sharpening my senses. The Barbara I knew was beyond strange. She was bizarre, even eerie. Her darkness ran so deep that even I found it unsettling. Yet there was no foreign sensation or unnatural presence in the surrounding environment. The only thing that felt off was Barbara herself. Ha, ha, ugh. Barbara tripped and fell hard. She turned her head toward me, her pupils shaking with fear. Right now, I was nothing more than a mere maid. There was no reason for her to be afraid of me. Even if she had somehow seen through my disguise, she wasn't the kind of person who would fear me. Are you really that Barbara? I looked down at the fallen girl and studied her closely. Even when I analyzed the patterns in her irises, she appeared to be Barbara. But my instincts were screaming, that girl is not Barbara. I am. Be Barbara? I didn't have time to drag this out. I reached deep into the dark desires festering within me. I had wanted to half-kill Barbara for a long time. Crack! I grabbed her pinky and snapped it. I didn't even bother breaking it cleanly. The fractured bone tore through her skin, protruding outward in a jagged mess. Ah, AHH. Yeah, if this girl was really Barbara, she wouldn't be screaming so weakly. If anything, she'd be laughing at me for resorting to torture and violence. You're not Barbara, speak properly. Not that it matters, I already feel like smashing that face of yours flat. Ooh, oog. Please, she didn't seem to have a particularly strong will, but still, she stubbornly kept her mouth shut. Like I said before, I didn't have time for this. If there was a trap, I needed to find out now. Crunch, crack. I twisted and snapped 2 more of her fingers. Flesh and muscle contorted and tangled together. With the output of my prosthetic hand, a flesh and blood body could be crushed like a mere toy. A natural body was just this fragile. Crunch. I wrapped my fingers around her broken ones and squeezed. Thick, viscous blood dripped from my clenched grip. She was about to let out a gut-wrenching scream. Smack! I scraped my palm across her cheek, striking her. Her skin peeled away, leaving it ragged and torn like a tattered cloth. Scream later. Answer me first. Who are you and where is Barbara? My name is Barba. That was enough. Swish. I lifted my skirt and drew my dagger, Graken Vuth. Without hesitation, I drove the blade under the girl's eye and flicked it. Pop! Her eyeball caught on the edge of the blade and bounced up. Since it was organic, it felt soft and squishy. I didn't ask any more questions. I was going to destroy her body in silence with sheer, relentless violence. I would keep going until she decided to answer of her own will. There was a limit to the pain an untrained civilian could endure. And it seemed this girl had realized just how serious I was. I'll talk. My eye, it hurts so much. No, I don't care whether you talk anymore. I'm going to start peeling off your skin slowly, until you beg me to kill you, because you pissed me off. Her remaining eye widened in terror. Her trembling tongue finally forced out the truth. My name is Netter along. Please, stop, it hurts too much, I can't take it. Please, sob. Netter, along? Even I was taken aback. What the hell kind of nonsense was this? Netter along was currently assigned as Enrico Lagan's bodyguard. His full-body prosthetic registration number matched, too. If the girl in front of me, wearing Barbara's form, was actually Netter along, then who was the Netter along standing beside Enrico Lagan? Could it be that Barbara? If my suspicion was correct, then Barbara was an even more unhinged lunatic than I had ever imagined. Whoosh, I grabbed the girl, Netter along by the hair and yanked her head back. My horrifying suspicion was confirmed. A faint surgical scar ran along the edge of her forehead, tracing a long line. The mark of a skull that had been opened and closed again. You crazy bitch! The curse slipped from my lips. I looked down at him, the man trapped inside a girl's body. I felt both pity and disgust. Barbara implanted her own brain into Netter along's full-body prosthetic, while placing his brain into her original flesh. Just to use him as bait. She discarded her natural body? A natural body was like baby teeth, worn down or broken, it could simply be replaced. But no one treated their entire physical form as something so disposable. Even those who transitioned into full-body prosthetics often kept their original bodies in cold storage. Barbara, however, had swapped her flesh for Netter along's prosthetic. A full-body prosthetic that wasn't custom-fitted to its user caused severe side effects, both physically and mentally. Barbara had undergone a transformation so grotesque it made me want to vomit. Compared to that, my disguise was mere child's play. So, the full-body prosthetic standing beside Enrico Lagan right now, that's actually Barbara? He said. If I just followed orders, I'd get my real body back. Netter along choked out his words between sobs. I threw him aside and steadied my breath. Right now, Giselle, Ile, Enrico, and Barbara are all on Arachne. Enrico would maneuver his Arachne closer to Giselle. And she wouldn't find it strange. Enrico's obsession and personality made such behavior expected. Just as we carefully staged everything to lure Barbara in, she made her own revolting sacrifice to get close to Giselle. I raised a hand to my ear and attempted to communicate. Neither Ile nor Giselle responded. It's already happening. By now, Enrico's Arachne should have reached Giselle's. There was no way to know what was unfolding out in the rocky terrain from here. Yet strangely, I didn't feel overwhelming anxiety. Because the one standing beside Giselle right now is Ile. No matter what preparations Barbara had made, Ile would surpass her expectations. Barbara could never truly measure Ile's skill. Right now, he was growing faster than anyone else. Barbara isn't going to return your body. If you want to live, stay put and wait here. With those brief words, I left Netter along and descended the building. Murmur, murmur. Outside, the crowd was in an uproar. No one even paid attention to the commotion I had caused inside the rest area. Did they crash? Wasn't the young lady of the Castoria family on board? A mechanical failure? What's going on? Thick, hazy smoke was rising from the rocky terrain. Autonomous employees were moving frantically, their faces stricken with shock as they operated the drones. An accident had occurred in the middle of the exhibition. Worse, the young lady of the Castoria family might be injured or even dead. Autonomous reconnaissance drones zipped swiftly across the rocky terrain. An aerial emergency vehicle, carrying paramedics, was preparing for takeoff. Screech! I grabbed the closing door of the emergency vehicle and held it in place. The motor responsible for opening and closing it roared as if about to explode. "What the hell are you doing? This is an emergency," the paramedics shouted at me. "I am a Castoria employee. My lady was involved in the accident, so I have the right to board." I spoke calmly. At the mention of Castoria, the paramedics hesitated and made space for me. "What kind of maid has that much strength?" They whispered among themselves, casting wary glances my way. The door had bent under my grip, bearing the imprint of my hand. The vehicle soared over the rocky terrain. The paramedics monitored the accident site in advance through the reconnaissance drone's feed. Tension was thick in the air. If things had gone terribly wrong, the exhibition officials would face severe consequences. "Luka, I've secured the situation. Giselle is safe." Ile's message appeared on my retinal display. Of course, I had expected as much. I let out a shallow breath, feeling a wave of relief. Chapter 85. A massive boulder jutted out like a rocky mountain. Beneath it, 2 Arachne units lay wrecked and entangled. One belonged to Giselle, the other to Enrico. Judging by the impact, the legs of the Arachnes were twisted and bent at odd angles, scattered haphazardly. Descending. 1-2. Before the rescue team even landed, they jumped down. Sliding down ropes with ease, the first thing they did was check on Giselle and Enrico's condition. I grabbed a rope with one hand, sliding down and setting foot on the ground. Ile refused the paramedic's examination. Dusting off his palms and clothes, he walked toward me. Looking closely, faint traces of battle remained on his body. Others would assume they were just signs of an accident. As Ile approached, he explained the situation. Our Arachnes suddenly lost control and flipped over on their own. The moment a blind spot was created as we tumbled beneath the rocks, they attacked me. I got hit by 3 or 4 shock tranquilizer rounds. I nearly died. Despite his words, Ile wore a relaxed smile. He forcibly pulled the tranquilizer darts from his arms and legs, then stuffed them into his pocket. He must have taken the shots while shielding Giselle. Our high-performance combat prosthetics wouldn't be neutralized by just 1 or 2 shock tranquilizer rounds to the limbs. At most, they would cause some sluggishness. For real effectiveness, they had to hit the central nervous system. A sudden accident, being unarmed, prosthetics dulled by shock tranquilizers. Ile must have had a tough time. Bringing Ile was the right call. If someone else had witnessed the fight, covering it up would have been a hassle. Giselle and I were on an unofficial private mission. What happened here had to be passed off as a simple accident. We swiftly disguised the attack as a mishap. Ile, quick to catch on, coordinated with us, hiding and disposing of the evidence. The only ones left were Enrico, Lagan, and Barbara, who was disguised as Netter along. Both lay unconscious in a corner. Ile's precision was impressive. I didn't kill them. Giselle told me to take them alive. Not killing them made things a lot harder. Ile gestured toward Netter along with a nod. Ile, head to the rest stop building. The Empire's wanted fugitive, Barbara, is there. Use the Imperial Guard's authority to confirm her identity and bring her here. I'll explain later. To be precise, it was Netter along trapped in Barbara's body. A high-ranking executive from Autonovis even arrived at the scene of the accident. The moment he stepped out of his aerial vehicle, he rushed over, wiping away cold sweat in a panic. I sincerely apologize. We'll find out exactly what went wrong and hold the responsible party accountable immediately." He repeatedly bowed an apology, which made me feel a little guilty. There had likely been nothing wrong with the Arachne units. Barbara must have manipulated them by some means to cause the accident. Thanks to her little stunt, several people were about to lose their jobs. The paramedics were approaching to transport Enrico Lagan and Netter along. "Ah, wait a moment. We'll take custody of Enrico Lagan and his bodyguard." Ile stepped in, stopping the paramedics as they unfolded a stretcher. They looked at him in confusion. "Our medical team should at least—" "It was your company's mistake that led to this accident in the first place. I'd be uneasy entrusting them to you as things stand. Or do you have some other motive? I've heard rumors about groups across the Empire that specifically target nobles for abduction." Ile's tone turned icy toward the end. "We are certified medical professionals under Autonovis. We'll conduct a thorough examination first, then hand them over to you." The man who seemed to be the lead paramedic refused to back down easily. Ile's expression hardened even more. Just as the situation was about to escalate, the high-ranking executive rushed back over to intervene. "W8, do as they ask. You can still perform a basic examination here, can't you? They just seem to be unconscious, so there shouldn't be any major issues. But if something happens later..." The lead paramedic continued to argue persistently. I respected his professionalism and sense of responsibility. But right now, he was just an obstacle. "If anything happens to Enrico Lagan or his bodyguard, we'll take full responsibility. You can even record this conversation as official proof." Giselle stepped forward. At those words, the executive's face lit up, and he immediately pressured the paramedic. "They said they'll take responsibility. That's enough." His strong sense of duty was drowned out by short-sighted self-preservation. And with that, the situation was resolved. We successfully took custody of Enrico Lagan and Netter along, seizing them from Autonovis. Ile then left to secure Barbara. 999 Autonovis prototype exhibition ended in complete disaster. Even after the accident, they continued the Arachne demonstration runs, but almost no one was willing to ride them. The Arachnes involved in the accident were transported to the research lab in their entirety. Autonovis would review the internal records of the vehicles, but if Barbara had tampered with them, all data would have been wiped. She wouldn't have left any traces of herself behind. We boarded an aerial vehicle with Enrico Lagan, Netter along, and Barbara. All of them were still unconscious. "The Lagan family is on their way to retrieve Enrico. They'll be here in an hour. If you need to cover anything up, do it now." Ile spoke while operating his terminal. He was reporting the situation through various channels, including the Imperial Guard. "You never ask us anything, Ile. Even though you know this isn't just a simple escort mission." Giselle watched Ile in silence. He shrugged and turned his gaze toward me as if passing the question along. "I owe Luka a lot. I don't know what's going on, but as Luka's friend, I'll keep my mouth shut. For the sake of my own future career, too." Ile firmly promised confidentiality. He wouldn't reveal anything about the Castoria family's private mission. "Giselle, how much does Enrico know and remember?" I asked calmly. It was time to organize the situation, and covering up things for Enrico was the priority. "I'll handle it. He was the first to pass out, so he barely remembers anything. And honestly, Barbara looks like a mess." Giselle looked at the restrained Barbara with a mix of unease and caution. Barbara lay unconscious, her ankles and fingers broken, traces of the torture I had inflicted. That fake Barbara's real identity is Netter along, but the one I was truly keeping a close watch on was Barbara, who was using Netter along's full-body prosthetic. That was the true mastermind behind this incident. For now, let's start with Enrico. I lifted Enrico and moved him outside the aerial vehicle. Giselle followed me. She pulled out a stimulant injection and pressed it against the back of Enrico's neck. Though called a stimulant, it was actually a mixture of cardiac and wakefulness agents. Hiss! The liquid rippled as it seeped into Enrico's body. His fingers and toes twitched first, then his eyebrows began to tremble rapidly. "Enrico, wake up, I am Giselle Castoria." Giselle spoke in a gentle voice. "Hhchuiwa, ha ha ha." Enrico woke up gasping, nearly screaming as he sucked in deep breaths. Clutching his pounding chest, he scanned his surroundings. "It's me, Enrico. G. Giselle, what happened? There was an accident during the test drive. How much do you remember? I'm asking because I was worried. Worried. My bodyguard? What about my bodyguard? Still in shock, Enrico couldn't fully grasp the situation. Giselle's warm and affectionate demeanor probably only added to his confusion. Netter along unfortunately just passed away. Were you close? No, not particularly. I hadn't known him long. He offered his services at a low price, so I just hired him. I suppose he was trying to win favor and become part of my household. Hearing his explanation, it was clear that Enrico's judgment had been unbelievably careless. He didn't seem to understand just how dangerous the world truly was. If someone had set their sights on him with ill intentions, he could have disappeared without a trace. We'll handle the remaining matters, so you should return to the Lagan household. It's unfortunate that an accident occurred, but I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt. Let's have a meal together sometime. Oh, of course. Giselle. I'm perfectly fine. Regaining his composure, Enrico stood up. That's when he finally noticed me, staring in brief surprise. She's my handmaid. Giselle swiftly interjected. Ah, I see. She looked strangely familiar. I thought I might have seen her somewhere before. Enrico's eyes weren't just for show, it seemed. She's a child who only recently came up from the lower districts. You wouldn't have seen her before. Well, that's true. There's no way I'd know some low-district commoner, ha. He was still the kind of person who made me want to punch him. Before long, the Lagan family's aerial vehicle arrived. As the doors opened, 2 of their retainers stepped out. The retainers approached us. They looked like they had a few questions, but wisely chose to remain silent, merely bowing their heads. Ah, Giselle. About that meal you mentioned earlier, when would be a good time? I'll contact you soon. Giselle replied with a practiced, artificial smile. That alone seemed to satisfy Enrico, who nodded eagerly. He and his retainers boarded their aerial vehicle. You've become quite the sinner, Giselle, I muttered casually. Now that we had secured Barbara, there was no need for any more acting. You're no different, Luka. Giselle replied curtly as she stepped into the aerial vehicle. It was time to interrogate Barbara and Netter along. Creak, the door of the aerial vehicle shut. So, what's the plan now, Luka? Just say the word, I'll help. Ile, who had been keeping an eye on Barbara and Netter along, leaned against the wall as he spoke. There's something I need to explain first. I approached Barbara's body, lifting a handful of her red hair to expose a faint surgical scar. Brain surgery? Ile tilted his head slightly. It's surgery, yes, but... Even I hesitated to explain. It was something that could only be done by someone far beyond the limits of sanity. Taking a deep breath, I spaced my words out deliberately. Barbara removed her own brain and implanted it into Netter Along's full-body prosthetic. Meanwhile, Netter Along's brain was placed into Barbara's biological body. She swapped bodies to deceive us. Do you understand now? The moment I finished speaking, Ile's expression hardened. Giselle, on the other hand, merely widened her eyes before covering her mouth. Stagger. Realizing the full implications, Giselle nearly lost her balance. I reached out and steadied her. This man, is Barbara? I'm sure of it. She went as far as swapping bodies just to meet you in person. I'm going to wake her up now. If it's too much, you can step out for a while. Giselle had deep-seated trauma when it came to Barbara, and now that same Barbara had reappeared through an utterly grotesque method. To Giselle, Barbara must have seemed like a monster from her worst nightmares. I'll be fine. You're here with me right now. She gripped my hand tightly, her trembling clearly reaching me. I'm waking up Barbara, meaning the full-body prosthetic that houses Netter Along's brain. Saying that, I ran my fingers over the back of Barbara's neck. Since this was a full-body prosthetic, the drug had to be administered in a rather forceful manner. I retrieved a syringe that looked more like a weapon and loaded it with the necessary stimulant. Crunch! The needle, long and rigid like an awl, pierced deep into the back of the prosthetic's skull. Gurgle. The drug coursed through Barbara's brain. Twitch. Her eyelids fluttered before slowly opening. Her pupils spun wildly, as if experiencing a malfunction, before finally settling. However, her eyes remained unfocused, with each pupil looking in a different direction. And nice to see Yao. Everyone, Barbara spoke. It was the voice of a man, yet both Giselle and I could see the woman lurking beneath it. Chapter 86. The airborne vehicle we were on was returning to the capital, Akbaran. It took quite some time before Barbara, who had regained consciousness, could fully communicate with us. Barbara was using someone else's full-body prosthetic. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to move properly in that state. Creak, creak. Barbara tried to push her cybernetic eye into place with her finger to fix its position. However, its focus quickly drifted again, and it wasn't just an issue with the focus. Errors kept occurring because Barbara's brain's nervous system wasn't fully compatible with the full-body prosthetic. I'm already at my limit, Barbara muttered as she leaned against the wall. Her limbs twitched intermittently, as if no longer under her brain's control. I crouched down in front of her to meet her eye level. Your body is over there. At least you're still alive. I extended my thumb backward, pointing at Netter along wearing Barbara's shell. He was still unconscious, as if in deep sleep. You can just discard that, a body you're born with. It's meant to be used and thrown away. So, you already have another full-body prosthetic prepared? More importantly, you look great, Luka. At first, didn't even recognize you. Even in her muddled state of consciousness, Barbara dodged the question and changed the subject. What I did is nothing compared to what you've done. Hoo-hoo. Is that a compliment? The corners of Barbara's lips struggled to curl up. No, it's contempt, body thief. But are you sure it's okay to keep me restrained like this? You know what my role is, don't you? Barbara brought her lips close to my ear. Her raspy voice was dreadful. Barbara is a spy the Empire planted in Nemesis. Ile and Giselle must not find out about this. Once the conversation was over, I would have to release Barbara. Giselle and Ile would question my decision. I needed to come up with a plausible reason in advance for letting her go. This is a deal, Barbara. Tell me everything you know about the people involved in Nikolaos Kostoria's assassination. Then I'll let you go. At the mention of letting her go, Giselle and Ile reacted in surprise. However, I quickly raised my hand to stop them from voicing their doubts. Hoo, haha, I see. So that's what this is about. That's what you wanted to know? No wonder, you really got me good. The noble lords of Kostoria. I knew you'd target Giselle. So that's why you used Giselle as bait. Look at this, my dear Giselle. Even your own family treats you as a tool. So come to me. I can truly cherish you. We were such good friends, weren't we? I didn't bother checking Giselle's expression or reaction. The trauma she had regarding Barbara was something she had to overcome on her own. Cut the nonsense and just answer the damn question. I grabbed Barbara's chin, forcing her to look at me. All right, I lost this round. I'll admit it. Come closer. Barbara whispered just softly enough for only me to hear. I engraved her words into my mind as if recording them. Once she finished delivering the information, Barbara let out a heavy, murky breath before continuing. That's all. If you want to dig deeper and interrogate them, be prepared for a hell of a time. That's none of your concern. You're not lying, are you? This whole situation is personal for both me and your side. If we can end it here, that works just fine for me. Handle my biological body however you want. Might as well take this opportunity to erase my identity completely. I got to my feet. Understood. The deal is done, Barbara. I'll drop you off wherever you want. A scrapyard will do. Just dump me anywhere. I'll take care of the rest. I followed Barbara's request. The outskirts of Akbaran had multiple abandoned scrapyards. With no proper disposal or maintenance, the landscape was a desolate mess. VRRRR, we brought the airborne vehicle to a steady hover at an appropriate altitude. The thrusters pulsed at regular intervals, keeping the craft in place. I shoved Barbara, wrapped in a blanket, out of the vehicle. To an outsider, it would have looked like I was discarding waste. Carry on with your mission for the Empire, Barbara. But remember, if your madness consumes your purpose, the one who'll come to cut you down will be me. I gazed down coldly. As Barbara fell, she shrank into a mere dot in the distance. Thud. She landed on a heap of scrap metal with a dull crash. If it was her, she'd survive and make her way back to Nemesis somehow. I turned around. Giselle and Ile were staring at me, demanding an explanation. I know you're questioning why I let Barbara go, but this was the best course of action. Barbara isn't someone who would break under torture. She probably had a few trump cards hidden away as well. A deal was the only option. Whether Giselle and Ile understood or not didn't matter. I couldn't tell them Barbara's true identity. Besides, what I said was mostly true. Barbara underwent a high level of training and education to become an Imperial spy. Handling another person's full-body prosthetic wasn't something one could do with sheer willpower alone. Barbara had to have an extreme tolerance for pain as well. If she were someone who would break under torture, the Empire wouldn't have sent her to infiltrate Nemesis in the first place. Luka, does that mean the mission is complete? Ile set aside his complaints and asked only about the results. I nodded and peeled off the makeup, which was practically a disguise. The hardened gel came off along the contours of my face, leaving a slight stinging sensation on my skin. Yeah, it was a successful mission. As I spoke, I glanced at Giselle. She was staring at me with displeasure. Unlike Ile, a soldier who accepted results at face value, she wasn't convinced by my explanation alone. One of the key principles was to never seek information that wasn't provided by the higher-ups. But I didn't always follow that principle. 2 days had passed since the contact mission with Barbara. I was currently at the Castoria estate, walking toward the annex with Hamilas. The Castoria estate had a separate residence called Silver Moon Pavilion. The residence of the family elders, Silver Moon Pavilion. Aside from the head of the household, no one was allowed to enter freely. Even the attendants here weren't human but androids. I had visited the Silver Moon Pavilion once when I was officially adopted. This was my second visit. Entry to the pavilion was a rare privilege, and upon hearing about it, Jup had seethed with jealousy and grown even more wary of me. Lately, Jup's excessive hostility had been exhausting, so I had been avoiding actions that would draw attention. But this time, I had no choice. The matter at hand could only be discussed inside the Silver Moon Pavilion. It was an extremely critical report. Even Giselle, who had carried out the mission alongside me, wasn't allowed to be here. The number of secrets shared only between Hamilas and me is increasing. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, I couldn't say yet. If I'm the only one holding so many secrets, that meant eliminating me would be enough to keep those secrets buried. I was always considering the worst-case scenario. How was Barbara's body handled? I asked from the first-floor hall of the Silver Moon Pavilion. It was disposed of. I see. For the record, that means Netter Along is dead. I'm aware. Netter Along died trapped inside Barbara's body. I had wanted to save him if possible, but there had been no other way. To minimize unnecessary risks, Netter Along had to die. There was no reason for us to take on additional danger just to save him. An innocent Netter Along. But he was weak, and that was why he died. Hate me if you want, but I was in the same position as you, Netter Along. If I had been weak and without value, I would have been silenced long ago. To the left of the first-floor hall in the Silver Moon Pavilion, a corridor led to the reception room. The door barely opened, as if it hadn't been used in a long time. Step, step. With every step, thick dust stirred in the air, swirling around us. Sit. This might take a while. Hamilas and I sat across from each other with a table between us. As I adjusted to the stale air, I began to speak. There's no way to know for sure if Barbara made it back safely. If something happened to her, then we've lost a valuable Imperial asset. There's no need to worry about that. This morning, Netter Along's full-body prosthetic was found. The head was crushed, but the registration number confirmed it was his. In any case, Barbara seems to have returned. That woman probably had another full-body prosthetic ready to switch into. I methodically reported what had happened at the Autonovis exhibition. Giselle still doesn't know that Barbara is an Imperial spy. Ile might have figured it out, but he won't go around talking about it. You handled the mission more cleanly than I expected. That's thanks to Barbara handing over the information more easily than I anticipated. Hamilas smirked slightly, his lips twitching. In the end, Barbara is one of ours. She set up the trap to ensure a natural contact. Once that was achieved, she wasn't going to be uncooperative. Her obsession with Giselle is another matter, though. From what I saw, it's at a very dangerous level. We need to pay closer attention to Giselle's safety. It may not be my place to say this, but I believe we should send Barbara a warning through the higher-ups. That, as you said, isn't your concern. But I'm aware of the issue. This time, I pressed him boldly. This was something that needed to be addressed. If we only act after something happens, like with Nikolaos, it'll be too late. Just as it is now. For a brief moment, Hamila's expression hardened, turning deadly serious. I didn't expect you to bring up Nikolao's name here. I already told you, I'm aware of the situation. This isn't the same as what happened with Nikolao's. Hamila's tone was sharp, pressing down on me. He was telling me to drop the subject. Normally, I would have taken that as my cue to shut up, but not this time. I'm not speaking as a cadet of the Imperial Guard right now. I'm speaking as a member of the Custoria family, just as father would. I saw Barbara's obsession with my own eyes. I can say with absolute certainty, one day Barbara will try to get close to Giselle, and when that happens, neither I nor you may be there to stop her. Hamila's was a fair man, I believed that. If I laid out my argument rationally, he wouldn't dismiss it. Then let me make this clear, right here and now, with my name on the line. As long as Giselle is within xperrif, Barbara will not lay a hand on her. Trust me. I've already taken precautions. What happened with Nikolao's will not happen again. Do you understand, Luka's Custoria? Yes, sir. I met Hamila's gaze head-on and nodded. To be honest, my nerves were beyond rattled. My heart nearly pounded out of my chest. To put it bluntly, I had talked back to Hamila's. It seemed he wasn't entirely devoid of emotion, as he glared at me for a moment before letting out a sigh. Then he pulled a small, flat flask from his coat. Luka, for the record, not just Giselle, but Nikolao's and Jup as well. None of them have ever confronted me like this. Don't think I'm letting this slide just because you're my son. He took a swig from the flask, exhaling the scent of strong liquor before tucking it away. Now, let me ask again. Are you certain that the one who orchestrated Nikolao's assassination was Bao Zakanin? It's not that I don't trust you. I want you to review your memory carefully. This is an extremely important matter. There was a reason Hamila's was asking so cautiously. Even when I had investigated Bao Zakanin myself, there had been a moment when I wondered if Barbara had been messing with me. Bao Zakanin? He had been Nikolao's direct superior. Chapter 87. I spent my time in my room at the Custoria estate. As expected of a military family, the room was equipped with training facilities. Holding onto the pull-up bar with one hand, I slowly pulled my body up. SRRRK. Without any momentum, I raised my entire body using only my left arm, positioning myself upside down. Since my torso was still biological, the muscles in my abdomen and back stung as if they were about to tear. Eventually, my body and toes aligned vertically to the ground. I remained still, holding my posture like a machine. Whew! Counting silently in my head, I exhaled. Thud. I pushed against the pull-up bar with my left hand, lifting my body slightly into the air. In that brief moment, I placed my left arm behind my back and reached out with my right arm to grab the bar. Now it was time to descend. Using my firmly extended right arm as an axis, I lowered my body toward the floor like the hand of a clock. The descent was slow, as if unaffected by gravity. Tap. I landed cleanly, feet first. After confirming my movement execution, I wiped the sweat off my face with a towel. Today's condition was good. My balance and control were excellent. This meant that the integration of my nervous system and the feedback signals were functioning properly. Had my condition been even slightly worse, I would have wavered significantly or even fallen. Cybernetic implants, like a living body. I had to use my cybernetic implants as if they were my natural limbs. That was the purpose of this training. I took a fighting stance and swung my upper body from side to side. Gaining momentum, I threw a punch. Whoosh! The heavy prosthetic hand moved swiftly. The intricate components forming my cybernetic limb responded organically to the signals from my brain, interlocking in perfect harmony. We're. Cybernetic implants had more components and a far more complex structure than androids. That was why it was difficult to integrate artificial intelligence into them. Even if an AI were installed in a cybernetic implant, it would quickly encounter errors or malfunction. The reason for these errors was simple. Cybernetic implants mimicked the human body, and as such, they could only be controlled through a human nervous system. While artificial intelligence had achieved remarkable advancements in specialized fields, fundamental structural differences meant that it still fell short of the human brain in terms of versatility. For now, our brain remains the most superior computer. If a computer or AI surpassing a biological brain exists somewhere, then it wouldn't be of human creation. This, too, was something I had heard from Ile. The implication was clear. If it wasn't a human creation, it could very well be a product of the arcane civilization. Crack! The marble floor beneath my outstretched foot cracked. I had been lost in thought and unconsciously applied too much force. This was another mistake a computer or AI would never make. Well, that's enough. I muttered to myself, adjusting my breathing. Consistency in training was key. Combat prowess didn't suddenly improve overnight. It was the crystallization of steady effort and accumulated sweat. No one became strong simply because they decided to. Even if one spent a fortune on acquiring a better cybernetic implant, it would be useless without training and effort. This had been proven countless times in real combat. And today, there was a reason I was rambling to myself like this. Jup really is taking on a meaningless challenge. I threw on my coat and stepped out of the room. My retinal display brought up today's schedule. Sparring with Jup Custoria. It was set to take place in 20 minutes. I heard Jup emptied his assets to buy a brand new, state-of-the-art combat prosthetic. I had no reason to refuse, and declining would only lead to people whispering that I was scared. A real combat specialist would immediately recognize the difference in ability between Jup and me, but most people were clueless. Jup is a soldier too. Does he not understand the gap between us? Or does he have something up his sleeve? This sparring match with Jup was nothing more than a minor event to me. Ah, young master, you're awake. I heard a noise earlier. A servant passing by my door spoke up. I accidentally cracked the floor. I see, I'll have it repaired. The servant bowed deeply. As I walked down the corridor, my gaze lingered on Hamilas's study. He hadn't come out. According to Barbara's intel, the one who conspired with Nemesis and orchestrated Nikolaos's assassination was Bao Zakanin. Bao Zakanin was a high-ranking Imperial official. His official position was something like Chief Secretary of the Intelligence Security Department. Though his rank was lower than the commander of the Imperial Guard, it was still a considerable position. He wasn't someone I could just barge in on and interrogate. His head must be a mess right now, especially since Hamila's is the cautious type. There was also the possibility that Barbara's information was false, and the Empire might already know that Bao Zakanin is the mole and is just pretending not to. They could be saving that knowledge for a bigger plan down the line. There were countless plans within the Empire that even Hamila's was unaware of. If Hamila's interrogated Bao Zakanin and exposed him as a collaborator, it could end up ruining a plan that the higher-ups had carefully put in place. The Empire is so intricately woven that even the commander of the Imperial Guard cannot move freely. Acting recklessly could lead to being labeled a traitor. I felt a chill run down my spine. I am a cadet of the Imperial Guard and the adopted son of the Custoria family. But there was another, unofficial position I held. A sudden shiver coursed through my body. Aki's Demini, the Emperor's overseer. Before long, I would have to report everything that had happened to Kinuan. Once I report this, the Custoria family's private mission, the one they tried to keep hidden from the Empire, will reach the ears of the Imperial Court. I, too, was part of the Empire's surveillance system. The Empire sees and hears everything. Perhaps even my and Ile's past transgressions were already known. To be honest, the more I learned, the more fear crept in. If this were mere oppression through brute force and violence, I wouldn't be this afraid. The Empire's dominion did not come from force or suppression. It was built upon absolute surveillance and control. Even identifying allies and enemies was uncertain. Those you trusted could be traitors, while those you opposed might actually be allies. This kind of deception and misdirection must have been commonplace within the Empire. There was only one person who could see through all the hidden truths within the Empire, the Emperor. As I was lost in these heavy thoughts, a more trivial matter demanded my attention. I had arrived at the Custoria family's training hall. Jup was already there, stretching as he waited for me. Around him stood his followers. Luka, thank you for granting your brother's unreasonable request. Unreasonable? Not at all. I've been looking forward to having a session like this with you, brother. This wasn't just polite talk. I truly wanted to show him the stark difference in our abilities. Thud, thud, I lightly stomped the ground. The synthetic metal flooring had excellent rebound. The Custoria family's training facilities were no less impressive than those of the Imperial Guard. The metal floor was durable enough that even if I exerted my full strength, it wouldn't break. The ceiling was as high as a typical two-story building, ensuring that even if I leaped with all my might, I wouldn't hit my head. Murmur, murmur. People were beginning to gather inside the training hall. Among them, I spotted my adoptive mother, Eva Castoria. She watched us quietly. Her eyes had a gentle curve, but the gaze within them was always cold. I found Eva incredibly uncomfortable. I felt no sense of connection to her. She was a complete stranger to me. In fact, I found Jup, who constantly clashed with me, to be more familiar and easier to deal with. Kidding, king. A loud mechanical whirring filled the air. Jup repeatedly increased and decreased the output of his new full-body prosthetic, as if flaunting it. A combat prosthetic tuned to extract maximum performance right up to the threshold of neural overload. It had been calibrated with precision, teetering at the edge of its limits. This was the kind of thing only a wealthy noble could afford to do. Kang, Jup stepped forward and smashed his fists together. The artificial skin on the back of his hands tore apart, scattering sparks. Luka, are you ready? Jup bared his teeth in a fierce grin. Whenever you are, brother. I stepped toward the center of the training hall. My body was already fully warmed up. My nervous system was activated, and my senses were at their peak. We closed the distance, taking our stances. I observed Jup carefully. Jup relies on standard-issue combat techniques, staying true to the fundamentals. His form is solid. He's been training diligently. I could tell just from his posture that he wasn't lazy. He had been putting in the effort in his own way. Jiang, our limbs moved, engaging lightly at first, exchanging blows in a controlled rhythm. His ability to adjust intensity is impressive, and he's precise with his braking at the end of each movement. This is enough to call him a proper Imperial soldier. I analyzed Jup's movements coldly. Swish. As our attacks and defenses flowed together seamlessly, the speed of the exchanges gradually increased. Soon, one of us would start falling behind. Of course, that wouldn't be me. Ki-eyeing, Jup raised the output of his prosthetics. Ka-ang. Each time our cybernetic limbs clashed, a harsh metallic sound rang through the hall. Whoosh! I saw his fist flying toward my face. Tilting my head back slightly, I dodged it. Jup was targeting my biological weak points. Unlike him, who had a full-body prosthetic, my head and torso were still flesh. A direct hit could either kill me instantly or render me unable to fight. A smart choice, Jup. There's no need to hold back just because this is a sparring match. If he didn't come at me with this level of aggression, he'd have no chance of winning. So he does have some reason for challenging me. By Imperial Guard cadet standards, Jup had the skills to defeat someone in their first or second year of training. Judging purely by the performance and calibration of his combat prosthetic, he was on par with cadets close to graduation. But that's all. Jup had a fatal weakness, his lack of real combat experience. He would crumble easily in unpredictable situations or against unconventional tactics he had never encountered before. I've entertained him long enough. The blade Jup had painstakingly sharpened was, unfortunately, far too dull to reach my throat. It was time for the noble family's young master to face reality. I locked eyes with Jup and feinted a punch. His shoulder flinched in response, bracing for defense, but my real attack was aimed lower. Tack. Without even looking, I swept at Jup's ankle, hooking my foot around it. A simple trick diverting his gaze and striking from a blind spot. Kyug! Jup stumbled and fell. His inability to fully control his cybernetic body made him susceptible to such an attack. I waited for him to get back up. KH? Jup sprang to his feet, eyes burning with determination. His full-body prosthetic let out an ear-piercing mechanical roar, the vibrations almost visible in the air. At this point, I no longer played along. I sidestepped Jup's attack and countered by shoving my shoulder into him. As his balance wavered, I swiftly followed up with a punch. My fist slammed into Jup's chest. Quagic, only a few metal fragments scattered from the impact, my fist didn't sink in as deeply as I expected. That surprised even me. So the latest models are something else. At least in terms of durability, his prosthetic was worth the price. Yue! Jup seized the moment and yanked my arm, attempting to hurl me to the ground. Keying. I reacted faster than I could think. This was instinct, combat experience, and training etched into my body. Swish! Few people in the room fully grasped what had just happened. In one fluid motion, I twisted my body and locked my arm around Jup's neck. Crack! Then, I wrenched it. There was no need for flashy moves. Metal components twisted, and I heard the sound of his spine misaligning. Since he had a full-body prosthetic, snapping his neck wouldn't be fatal. I released him and stepped back. Soon, Jup would collapse, but I was very wrong. Whoosh! A fist flew past my face, barely grazing my nose. If not for my reflexes, my skull would have been crushed. I had let my guard down. Pathetic. You're still not there yet, Luka. Huff, huff. Jup stood there, his neck half twisted. That's quite a lot of features. I almost want one myself. I murmured in admiration. It wasn't sarcasm, I meant it. It seemed Jup's prosthetic had a secondary system that rerouted neural signals through an alternate pathway, bypassing his damaged artificial spine. With a function like that, he had another way to turn the tide in a disadvantageous situation. Creak, creak, an unpleasant grinding noise came from Jup. Moving around wouldn't fix his twisted neck. Not over yet, Luka, Jup's full-body prosthetic was clearly deteriorating. The auxiliary nervous system was merely a temporary measure. The murmurs from the spectators grew louder. Even Jup's own followers looked unsettled. We were, at our core, human. No matter how mechanical one's body became, people were still unnerved by a form that strayed too far from human appearance. To them, Jup's refusal to surrender must have seemed grotesque. Enough. Let's end it here for today, my sons. Eva, unable to watch any longer, stepped in. She gestured to Jup's followers, silently ordering them to take him away. If this continued any further, it would only damage Jup's reputation. Luka, seeing you in action, I'm even more impressed. Knowing that you're using that talent to help your father puts me at ease. He's getting older after all. Eva spoke as she approached me. Then, unexpectedly, she pulled me into an embrace, close enough that her chest pressed against me. On the surface, it was an affectionate gesture. But this is as far as it goes. No more, you're smart. I trust you understand what I mean. Her honeyed voice clung to my ear, sickly sweet. It was a warning. The reason I always felt distant from Eva was simple. She never saw me as family. Not even as a rival. Father Hemilas, the late Nikolaus, the jealous Jup, and even Giselle, all of them, for better or worse, regarded me as an insider. But to Eva Castoria, I was nothing more than an outsider. She refused to acknowledge me. Chapter 88. The schedule at the Castoria estate was coming to an end. Jup had suffered a humiliating defeat at my hands. The difference in skill was made crystal clear this time. To make matters worse, near the end of our duel, Jup had displayed an unsettling sight. His reputation must have taken a severe hit. I was gathering my belongings, preparing to head to the airfield, when my uncle, Arthur Castoria, paid me a visit. When the time comes, I will support you. Even though you're an adopted son, you're more Castoria than anyone else. You have the makings of an outstanding soldier. The head of House Castoria must be strong, just like you. Arthur placed a firm hand on my shoulder and nodded resolutely. He was also the pathetic older brother who had lost the position of family head to his younger sibling, Hemilas. And I have a daughter who is 10 years older than you. Though you're cousins, you're not related by blood, so. Arthur lowered his voice, glancing around cautiously. That was his real reason for supporting me. He wanted to secure the next family head position for his grandson through me. I understand your intentions, uncle. However, it's difficult for me to give an answer right now. Perhaps we can discuss it later. I evaded giving a direct response with a politely rehearsed turn of phrase. As I tried to take my leave, Arthur quickly continued, forcing a mechanical smile. Of course, there's still plenty of time. I'll inform my daughter soon as well. I can offer you a great deal of support. You have something I lack, and I can give you something you don't have. His persistence was on another level. I gave him a brief nod and walked past him. My response could have been considered rude. However, it was Arthur who was the desperate one, not me. If things remained as they were, his descendants would eventually become nothing more than distant branch family members. Given enough time, they might not even be recognized as nobility. Luka, are you leaving? At the estate's entrance, I ran into Giselle. She had been waiting for me. I've finished my business here, so it's time to go. I'll come visit the lower district soon. I already told you that place isn't a playground. I responded indifferently, but Giselle shook her head. I'm not going there for fun. It's for business. Business? I had just stepped outside when I turned back to ask. You'll find out soon enough. Giselle said this as she gave me a push, sending me out of the estate. Creak, thud. There was no time to look back before the door shut behind me. Feeling somewhat awkward for no reason, I rubbed my neck and headed toward the airfield. VRRRRRR. The hum of the air vehicle's engine was loud. Below it, Hemilas had finished his preparations and was speaking with some family members. Upon noticing me, Hemilas boarded the air vehicle without a word. I followed him inside. As soon as the door closed, the vehicle lifted off. The Custoria estate quickly shrank into the distance. Is the family's private mission temporarily suspended? I had been looking out the window, but then turned to Hemilas and asked. It's on hold for now. You will return to your original mission, the task assigned to you. He was referring to the background investigation on Kinuan, but it was a meaningless mission, because Kinuan was acting under Imperial orders. I know things that Hemilas doesn't. If I said I felt no guilt toward Hemilas, who had given me so many opportunities, it would be a lie. But Hemilas hasn't always told me everything either. Our relationship was one of mutual use. I had proven to Hemilas that I was valuable. That was why he had given me opportunities. Ours was not a bond sustained by goodwill alone, so I had no reason to feel guilty. I sorted my thoughts and reflected on them. I have no interest in becoming the head of House Custoria. Announce Jup as your successor and hand it over to him. Otherwise, Jup will destroy himself out of jealousy and insecurity. This was my way of doing right by them. As an overseer, I may have to do things that could harm the family. I was not qualified to be the head of House Custoria. Luka, the right to name a successor is mine, not yours. I understand, but I believe you have me in mind as a potential heir. If my assumption is arrogant, then feel free to laugh at my arrogance. What I'm saying is, even if you choose me, I will refuse. I won't laugh, but this isn't like you. Luka, the Imperial Guard cadet, was always ambitious, even before he became Lukaus. Leading a household doesn't suit me. I realized that even while building an organization in the lower district. In what way? Hemilas asked in a calm, emotionless tone. I parted my lips slightly, but the words didn't come out right away. I don't want to talk about it because it makes me sound weak, but if it's an order, I'll answer. Hemilas remained silent. He seemed to be contemplating something, but did not press further. If I were speaking as the commander of the Imperial Guard, I would insist on an answer. But right now, this is more of a conversation between family. I don't think it's right to pry too deeply into the complicated feelings of a teenage son. I believe I've already passed that stage. I spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Haha, if you had truly outgrown it, you would have laughed it off just now. You're still in a sensitive period. And because of that, you can continue to grow. Hemilas chuckled openly. I enjoyed this brief time we spent in the air vehicle. It allowed me to have conversations like this with Hemilas, just the two of us. Sometimes I even thought I could die for Hemilas. Not for the Empire, but for Hemilas as an individual. That was how great a leader he was. He had a charisma that could make one willingly sacrifice their life. Is this something Hemilas planned as well? Was our bond something that formed naturally, or was it part of Hemilas' design? A bitter taste lingered in my mouth. I took a sip of water, even though I wasn't thirsty. Before long, Akbaran stretched wide beneath the air vehicle. The familiar landscape came into view. I felt as if I could navigate it even with my eyes closed. SHHHHHH. The air vehicle landed at the Imperial Guard's airfield. Click. As Hemilas disembarked, the waiting lieutenant and Imperial Guardsmen greeted him with crisp salutes. They showed him the utmost respect. We had returned to the Imperial Guard. Hemilas resumed his role as commander of the Imperial Guard, and I had to fulfill my duties as both a cadet and an overseer. Kinuan always drank tea. His tea was an incredibly expensive luxury made from tea leaves cultivated from earth seeds. I still didn't understand the appeal of tea. The same went for coffee. I brewed it a little lighter this time. How does it taste? Kinuan asked, watching my reaction. Right now, I was in his office. Shouldn't you have stopped offering it to me by now? No matter how many times I drink it, I still can't appreciate it. I barely touched the liquid before grimacing. Haha, that's because you still don't know how to truly enjoy it. You have to savor it, let the depth of the flavor unfold. Don't just use your tongue, engage your sense of smell as well. I suppress the urge to throw the scalding tea in Kinuan's face. It tastes so bitter that I can't help but suspect you made it this way just to mess with me. If you want to practice, I won't stop you. That kind of ambition is exactly why your superiors favor you. But remember one more thing. Ultimately, the key is to temporarily block out visual information and convert auditory input into a visual representation. In other words, you have to close your eyes to use it. You won't be able to process both sight and echolocation at the same time with your eyes open. I'll keep that in mind. After finishing his words, Kinuan set down his empty teacup. Crossing his legs, he interlocked his fingers and rested them on his knee. For a brief moment, his pupils flashed coldly. A lot must have happened, Luka. Here it comes. I had to report everything that happened at House Castoria. House Castoria had not committed treason against the Empire. However, it was true that they had carried out certain actions without the Empire's knowledge. Hemilas entrusted me with the family's mission because he trusts me. But that trust was Hemilas' mistake. From now on, I would have to reveal even the details that were unfavorable to House Castoria. The depth of the Empire's reach was unknowable. I couldn't risk deceiving them with a lie. Perhaps Kinuan already knew everything and was only asking to test me. Akis Domini, the Emperor's overseer. What a terrifying title it was. Even a single omission in my report could result in disposal. Kinuan liked me. That was an undeniable fact. But he had eliminated Rick Silva Nunez, his friend of decades, without hesitation. A mere few years of acquaintance with me meant nothing in comparison. There's no need to waver, Luka. Remember the essence of your loyalty. House Castoria, my position as an Imperial Guard cadet, these were all just passing backdrops. It was the Empire that had chosen and acknowledged me. House Castoria and its head, Hemilas, have. Kinuan listened to my report in silence. I poured out everything that had happened, the words spilling from me as if I were truly vomiting them out. The Empire was watching House Castoria through its eyes, and those eyes were me. That concludes my report. Kinuan rested his elbow on the armrest and propped his cheek against his hand. His posture exuded arrogance. As the sun set, the light outside the window faded away. Shadows cast themselves over Kinuan's face, leaving only the rim of his pupils glowing an eerie blue in the darkness. Click. Kinuan lightly clicked his front teeth together as he opened his mouth. His breath escaped in a quiet exhale. I couldn't tell whether it carried relief or lament. It seems you're ready to meet His Majesty. I had just crossed the boundary between life and death, perhaps. Chapter 89. The current emperor's name was Yuri Akresha. He was regarded as the emperor who ushered in an era of stability for the empire. Under Yuri Akresha's rule, the empire expanded and grew without major conflicts. Even when there were localized clashes with Bellato or Korate forces, Yuri skillfully resolved tensions through diplomacy. Furthermore, he discreetly opened the black market, allowing some of Bellato and Korate technology and resources to flow in. With the empire's tacit approval, traces of Bellato and Korate influence seeped into its foundations. As I listened to Kinuan's explanation, I asked a question. Wouldn't opening up lead to seeds of discord and conflict? But without openness, there can be no progress. The reason our Akresha Empire surpassed the other sibling nations and gained the most superior engineering technology is because we accepted extraterrestrial science and technology before Bellato and Korate did. I flinched. The Empire rejected extraterrestrials. It was nearly impossible to find them within Imperial borders. Only a few alien species, those deemed useful, were granted residency permits or permanent stay rights. And yet, this empire was the first to accept extraterrestrial technology. Kinuan saw my expression and chuckled. It's an event from the distant past. A past so long that we'd have to die and be reborn at least 10 times over to bridge that gap. In any case, the empire doesn't blindly reject change. You should know that. Something came to mind. I once met Director Jin Ga at a banquet. I heard he engages in technological exchanges with the Bellato Federation. You've seen him yourself, so you know Director Jin is an unusual kind of person. He fits in better with Bellato than with the Empire. That's why he's in charge of technological exchanges with them. He was such a unique figure that I wondered how he even managed to survive within the Empire all this time. Haha, isn't the answer obvious? Irregular, Luka? That's right, there was only one answer. He must have been exceptionally talented, enough to overshadow any personality flaws or weaknesses. An irreplaceable individual isn't easily cast aside, no matter the organization. Like you, instructor? I shot back sharply. You've already grasped the secret to my survival. As expected, you're exceptional. Kinnuan only smiled smoothly and let it slide. Click, click. Our footsteps echoed through the hallway. I had entered a building whose name I didn't even know. But from the simple yet grand golden decorations, I could tell this place was one of the Imperial family's private estates. Creak. I scanned the corner of the hallway. The camera that had been operating just moments ago suddenly went still and drooped. It was the source of the unease I had felt since earlier. At some point, all the surveillance equipment stopped functioning. It seemed that the Empire's surveillance system had been paralyzed around Kinnuan. His movements weren't recorded anywhere. Luka, this is the privilege of an overseer. You'll be able to have it soon as well. No Imperial agency can track or monitor me. Any electronic device connected to the Empire's network will ignore me, even if it sees me. That was why Kinnuan could maintain such a secretive existence. It was only natural that even the Imperial Guard had failed to investigate his tracks. A literal ghost of the Empire. But if an overseer were to turn traitor, who would be able to handle them? There must be someone we don't know about, someone whose role is to execute a traitorous overseer. You understand by now, don't you? No one except His Majesty the Emperor can see the entirety of the Empire. That includes me. Even the overseer's sight was narrow. We weren't omniscient beings. We were merely one of the Emperor's many eyes. I was crushed under an overwhelming sense of pressure, thinking at high speed. My sensory functions were even starting to dull. The perfectly straight hallway seemed to warp before my eyes. I barely managed to walk straight, suppressing my dizziness. Soon, I will meet the Emperor. I would rather be thrown into the middle of a battlefield swarming with enemies. That would have been easier. I was used to fighting against overwhelming odds with little chance of victory. For the past 4 years, I had learned how to fight. But the Emperor was not someone to be fought and defeated. He was an absolute being to whom I had to offer blind loyalty, someone for whom I was expected to lay down my life without hesitation, no matter how absurd the command or request. Luka, try to relax a little. Even if you display a seditious attitude or make a mistake here, you won't die immediately. Kinnuan teased me. If I were in his position, I'd probably act the same way. There weren't many chances to look down on and toy with someone like me. That makes it even more unsettling. If I couldn't grasp the Emperor's intentions, I would be left trembling, constantly wondering whether I was to be spared or executed. Step. Kinnuan came to a halt in front of a door. The golden embossing of the Accretia Empire's emblem, shaped like an eye staring straight ahead, was engraved upon it. The emblem of Aki's Victima was also an eye-shaped symbol, but its presence carried an entirely different weight. If the emblem of Aki's Victima was an eye that stole glances from the side, the emblem of the Accretia Empire was an eye that bore down on its target with an oppressive force. Kinnuan placed his palm at the center of the Imperial emblem. Luka, if you can't trust yourself, then trust me. I judged that you were someone fit to become an overseer. For today, don't believe in your own abilities, believe in the depth of my insight. Kinnuan was an extraordinary person. A monster in a way different from Hamilla's. He saw through everything and never lost his composure, no matter the situation. And such a man had chosen me. For the first time today, I felt like I had received genuinely helpful advice. The turmoil in my mind cooled as if ice had been dropped into it. Thank you, instructor, I nodded, steadying my breath. The panic that had blurred my vision cleared. Creak. Kinnuan opened the door. I walked forward without raising my head, my gaze fixed on the floor. Thud. Kinnuan, who had stepped in ahead, knelt in reverence. I couldn't hear what he was saying. I only focused on the words I had rehearsed hundreds of times, repeating them in my mind. The words I had drilled into myself finally left my lips. Lukaus Castoria greets His Majesty Yuria Kresha, leader of the people and guardian of the Empire. I did not lift my head. Even my unseen soul was bowed in submission as I waited for the Emperor's words. "It is good to see you, child." The emperor's first words were shockingly gentle, so much so that it felt like a reward for all my past struggles. There wasn't a single imperial citizen who didn't know the emperor's face. His sculptures and portraits were scattered throughout the empire. Even at the orphanage where I had grown up, there had been portraits of past emperors. Among them, the largest had been of the first emperor, Dino Accrescia, and the current emperor, Yuri Accrescia. I knew Yuri Accrescia's features well. I could paint his portrait purely from memory. "Raise your head." I had glimpsed the emperor from afar before, separated by frosted glass, but now I was only a dozen meters away from the ruler of the empire. This was my first time facing him directly. I lifted my head. Yuri Accrescia. The emperor sat upon an ornate throne, and beside him stood a familiar-looking man. The Crimson Crown Prince, Francek Accrescia. In principle, information about imperial family members who had not entered public office was classified. However, the Crown Prince, as the designated heir, was widely known to the public. No matter how legitimate one's bloodline or claim to the throne, even the most loyal subjects would struggle to accept a complete stranger suddenly declaring themselves emperor. That was why the Crown Prince assisted the emperor from an early age, accumulating achievements and merits of his own. I hadn't expected the Crimson Crown Prince to be here with the emperor. He was always dressed in red, earning him that nickname. It was likely a political act, a way to make himself easily recognizable to the people. Before me, I could see only two figures, the emperor and the Crown Prince. However, as I stepped into the room, I felt an unsettling sense of foreignness. There were at least 2 or 3 guards stationed somewhere, behind the pillars, behind the curtains, or perhaps even outside the window. By principle, the emperor's security is the duty of the Imperial Guard. But the ones caught in my sensory net were not Imperial Guardsmen. On the surface, the Imperial Guard was the military unit closest to the emperor. In official settings, the emperor was always accompanied by them. In situations like this, he would bring bodyguards with unofficial titles. To put it in a somewhat embarrassing way, they were the emperor's shadow guard. Did Hamilas know about their existence? I was a member of the Imperial Guard myself. A bitter feeling welled up inside me. There was a force closer to the emperor than we were. A small doubt crept into my mind. The emperor and the crown prince aside, is it really acceptable for those guards to know about the rank and duties of an overseer? Suddenly, the emperor laughed. "Ha ha, how endearing, Luka. They can neither see nor hear without my permission. I mean that in a very literal sense, so you need not worry." He spoke as if he had read my thoughts. His words and demeanor were strangely disarming, tempting me to let my guard down. True to his title as the Crimson Crown Prince, Francek was dressed in red today as well. He regarded me with a confident smile. "So, you're the next overseer, just as Kinuan has spent many years with my father. You and I will be spending a great deal of time together. If I lived as an overseer of the empire, I would inevitably spend an extensive amount of time with Francek." He was aware of that as well, which was why he addressed me so warmly. How was I supposed to respond? Every moment felt like torture. "Thank you, Your Highness, from now on." Before I could finish my sentence, Francek stepped forward. He leaned in and patted my shoulder. "Enough with the formalities. I know very well that you're not the type to flatter your superiors. What I expect from you is steadfast loyalty and exceptional ability. I don't care about your curt attitude or occasional slip of the tongue. If you wish, you can speak to me as rudely as my nanny does. She never stops nagging about my habits or my affairs with women. I swear right here, I will listen to your words just as I do hers." Francek was a popular crown prince among imperial citizens. Those who admired the imperial family from afar naturally liked him. Now that I had met him in person, I understood why. A man of easy charm. The kind of person anyone could find appealing. "Francek, have you gotten a good look at the boy who will one day be your attendant and overseer?" The emperor's voice came from behind Francek. Francek smiled broadly and spread his arms wide, then placed one hand on his chest in a show of respect. Seeing him in person, I like him even more. It makes me eager to ascend the throne. "I still have a long way to go, Francek." A light-hearted exchange. It almost sounded like an ordinary conversation between father and son. To think that the figures standing at the cold heart of the empire could speak so warmly and familiarly with one another. There was even a hint of genuine warmth in their voices. Well then, I'll take my leave. Even the crown prince cannot interfere with an overseer's duties. Francek disappeared through the rear door. At the same time, the presence that had surrounded the room also vanished. Prince Francek is as spirited as ever, Kinnuin remarked. Well, I think I raised him well. Thanks to that, he's grown into a man beloved by all. He's also grown just enough to serve as a proper trigger. His death will turn everything upside down. For a moment, I thought I had misheard. Trigger? Death? The warmth that had briefly filled my chest vanished in an instant. The stark contrast in temperature made my heart feel like it was about to shatter. When the time comes, I will carry out my orders. What the hell were they talking about? They were speaking as if Crown Prince Francek were nothing more than a tool for some grander purpose. The Emperor and Kinnuin were discussing Francek's disposal, his eventual consumption. Do not waver, Luka. The real Crown Prince is someone else. Kinnuin turned to look at me. I couldn't hide my reaction. They must have expected me to be shaken. This cursed empire. No matter how deep I peered into it, I could never see its bottom. Chapter 90. I felt my vision distort. It felt like I was about to get dizzy. The Crimson Crown Prince Francek was a prepared sacrifice. Emperor Yuria Kresha intended to kill his own son in the future. A father not only using his child but planning to kill him. If a lowly commoner at the bottom of society had devised such a plan, I could understand. But for it to come from the imperial family, the pinnacle of the empire, and from the emperor's own lips at that, I kept my mouth firmly shut. If I opened it, I felt like my agitation would spill out. Luka, you may have to carry out the Crown Prince's assassination. An overseer's primary duty isn't combat or assassination, but there are times when it must be done. Kinnuin looked at me as he spoke. If it is for the Empire, I will gladly take on the task. The response came out mechanically. Rational thought was nearly impossible. Let me ask you one thing, young overseer. Upon hearing my answer, the Emperor smiled faintly. That smile resembled the countless portraits of the first emperor that I had seen. As the emperors of history aged, they gradually came to resemble the first emperor, Dino Akresha. Yuria Kresha was no exception. The traces of the first emperor were etched into his mature, middle-aged face. No doubt his face had been deliberately crafted to appear that way. Then, if not for the empire, but for my personal reasons, would you still be able to kill the crown prince? The emperor slowly gazed into my eyes as he continued speaking. His pupils swirled with light. There was an almost surreal sense of pressure, as if he were something other than human. It felt like all 5 of my senses were being crushed. My body wanted to submit to the emperor. I was excellent. I knew well the model answer I was supposed to give here. However, my chest creaked and my throat felt dry and rough. I often veered off course at crucial moments. That filthy nature of mine, which despised bending to power, sometimes reared its head. No matter how much I tried to suppress it, a person's true nature does not change so easily. Your Majesty is the Empire, so one could say that too is for the Empire. However, you couldn't hold back, could you, Luka? However, the Emperor's response carried a subtle hint of displeasure. Had anyone ever dared to contradict him before? If so, it certainly wouldn't have been someone as insignificant as me. At most, it would have been a chancellor or a high-ranking minister. A guiltless child dying by his father's command is an unpleasant thing, even if it's for the Empire. Not just me, I'm sure the people of the Empire would think the same. I lowered my head as if bowing and closed my eyes. There was a chance I might die here. Had I clawed my way to survival all this time just to die after saying something so foolish? I was nothing short of an idiot. A voice in my head screamed in frustration. But I wasn't a fool who would recklessly throw myself off a cliff. I wouldn't die just from saying that. I was certain of it, an instinctual feeling. Kinnuin, I've always trusted you. This child is still young, but he does have the qualities of an overseer. The Emperor laughed, brushing away even the faintest trace of anger. My instinct had been right. He's sharp. Even more than me. You've always had a slippery side to you, ever since the old days. Kinnuin and the Emperor spoke as if I wasn't there. Every word and action of mine was being scrutinized. The Emperor was testing me against some unknown standard. and just now, I had barely passed. But what exactly were the qualities and criteria of an overseer? It didn't seem to be just about aptitude for Aki's victima. There was something beyond that. Nevertheless, Crown Prince Francek must die. It is a matter tied to the future of the empire. The emperor emphasized his words. He and Kinuan did not elaborate further in my presence. They merely gazed at me with cold, resolute eyes. I may not want to, but if I must bear the disgrace and do the dirty work, then I believe that is my role. That was what I said. My voice did not waver. Because, at least in this, I was telling the truth. Haha, that is enough. Excellent. I suppose it's time for an introduction. The emperor tilted his head slightly and rested his chin on the back of his hand. Snap. He flicked his fingers lightly, producing a sharp sound. And then, a presence stirred behind him. Click, click. Footsteps rang clearly against the floor. I knew the owner of those footsteps. A part of me had already anticipated this. When I heard that the Crimson Crown Prince was a fraud, a certain figure had come to mind. A boy with violet hair emerged. His youthful face belied the seductive glint in his eyes. He carried an androgynous allure, his gender almost indiscernible, but his beauty was so eerily striking that my instincts warned me. Danger. Excessively beautiful flora and fauna often carry poison. A saying I had heard somewhere in the past surfaced in my mind. It's truly a pleasure to meet you face to face like this. You've managed to keep your head attached? How impressive. You should be proud to have survived this long Luka's storia. The violet-haired boy spoke words brimming with hostility, yet his tone was warm, almost affectionate. Today, I must have crossed the threshold between life and death several times, perhaps even without realizing it. It is an honor to be able to meet your highness with my head still on my shoulders. I am relieved that I do not appear before you in disgrace. I told you to call me Ivan. You were the one who chose that name for me, and I like it. Even when I become emperor, I plan to keep using it. I glanced at the emperor's face. He was merely watching the exchange, a faint smile lingering on his lips as if entertained by it all. Do you approve of the one who will be your overseer? If I were a woman, I'd make him my consort. The mere thought of it was nauseating. I furrowed my brow slightly. Haha, Luka's doesn't seem to like you very much. I understand. I wouldn't like someone like me either. Cruel, capricious, and eccentric, it would be strange to be fond of such a person. Ivan was well aware of how others perceived him. That made him all the more terrifying. That, too, is a quality of an emperor. The emperor affirmed Ivan's nature without hesitation. Luka, no matter what happens, survive and stand by my side. Then all the pain you've endured will be repaid in full. Ivan stepped closer, standing right in front of me. His voice was androgynous, and his breath carried the scent of flowers. Yet he was a snake, a venomous serpent luring its prey with dazzling patterns. I intend to, even if my soul and mind rot away in the process. But I have no intention of letting you people use me up as you wish. If I die, it will be by my will and my choice. Just as I had once chosen to resist and face death before Rick Kaiser, instead of clinging to certain survival. This was the only form of rebellion I had left. After my audience with the emperor, I returned to my quarters. On the way back, Kinuan said nothing. Aki's Demini, the emperor's overseer. I was merely a young apprentice, a provisional overseer. If I fail to meet the imperial family's standards, I will be disposed of. At least the fact that a submissive personality isn't the standard is a relief. Then again, if obedience were the criteria, they wouldn't have considered making me an overseer in the first place. They must know well enough that I have a rebellious nature. A commonality between Kinuan and me. If that's part of the qualification for an overseer, then so be it. The aptitude to master Aki's victima quickly. Nothing else came to mind. I could feel my nerves on edge. Even after returning to my quarters, I couldn't truly relax. Even if I wanted to rest, my trained instincts were already moving quickly for survival. From now on, my every action would reach the ears of Kinuan, the emperor, and Ivan. I had to be cautious at all times, being evaluated without knowing the criteria. It was similar to learning Aki's combat techniques. The initiation process involved stealing and mastering the techniques on one's own. It must be the same for overseers. Figuring out the evaluation criteria for oneself was probably part of the test. What should I trust and what should I doubt? Not only the Emperor but even Ivan treated me favorably. Kinnuan also cared for me, but there is no guarantee that their attitudes and emotions are entirely genuine. Look at the Crimson Crown Prince Francek. He doesn't harbor the slightest doubt that he will become emperor. Throb, throb, it felt as if my skull was cracking. I placed a hand on my forehead, sensing the heat through my synthetic skin. My temperature was high, as if I had caught a fever. The overload was severe. Thinking further with this narrowed and sluggish mind would be pointless. It would only deteriorate my condition. I needed to regain focus and temporarily push away my anxiety. What I need is rest, but even for someone as trained as me, it wasn't easy to erase the unease. Still, I had to sleep. One fortunate thing was that I was an exceptional cadet. A battlefield is littered with extreme anxiety and stress, like stones on the roadside. I had been trained to sleep soundly even in such places. Slowly, I exhaled and closed my eyes. Right, I must be exhausted. My nervous system felt parched and brittle. The moment I relaxed even slightly, fatigue washed over me. Hoping that no one would disturb me, I sank into deep sleep. Beep. At first, I ignored it. My shallow consciousness quickly faded away again. Beep, beep. It must be something urgent. But if it were an Imperial Guard summons or an important mission, the message would have been forcibly displayed on my retinal interface. So I should just ignore it and sleep a little longer. Beep, beep, beep. Suppressing the urge to smash my terminal, I forced my consciousness to resurface. God damn it. My eyelids felt heavy, as if they were about to shut again. My head prickled, as if needles were sporadically piercing into it. Checking the time, I saw that I had slept for about 3 hours. Normally, that wasn't a short amount of sleep for me. But right now, I need at least 4 or 5 more hours for my nervous system to function properly. My mind was sluggish, my thoughts thick and murky. They started forming only to get stuck and break off midway. Gabriel. Seeing the sender's name, I let out a sigh. This better not be anything serious. I opened the holographic message. Luka, your little sister is here looking for you. Gabriel only had one person he would refer to as my little sister. Damn it, Giselle Custoria. Shit, what should I do? Should I at least bring her a drink? I'd rather just throw a bucket of cold water on her and send her away. Hey, why aren't you answering? Damn it, she's asking a lot of questions. Can I answer them or not? You always go missing at the worst possible time, S. I could understand Gabriel's frustration, but my own irritation was rapidly rising. After checking the messages, I immediately threw on my coat. Giselle, of all the damn days, why today? I went straight through the security checkpoint and boarded the elevator descending to the lower district. Didn't I tell you not to wander down into the lower district, Giselle? She wasn't answering my calls. She was ignoring them on purpose. Stepping out of the elevator, I ground my teeth in frustration. Just leave me alone already. I'm struggling enough as it is. The weak words nearly escaped my throat. I stalked through the lower district with a venomous stride. My face must have been so vicious that even the usual pickpockets and thugs, who always lingered nearby, instinctively backed away like frightened dogs. Screech, bang, I kicked the gang office door open and stormed inside. Hey, you goddamn! I was already preparing to curse before the door had even fully swung open. Bang, the sharp crack of gunpowder exploded through the air. My frayed and exhausted nervous system instantly detected danger, sending a desperate alarm through my body. My combat reflexes took over. Clack! I reversed my grip on my knife as I unsheathed it in one fluid motion. With my other hand, I drew my shock pistol and activated its preheating sequence. My crossed hands and wrists shielded my face, while my forearms and elbows protected my heart and lungs. Even if a sudden gunfight erupted, I wouldn't die. Thud, only then did the door fully swing open, revealing the first floor of the gang office. Oh, you're here. Then, let's celebrate. Hey, put the gun away. Gabriel, wearing a gaudy, multicolored party hat, spoke. He had birthday poppers stuck between each of his fingers, ready to set them off one by one. So that gunpowder sound earlier, it must have just been party poppers. I scanned the room. Gabriel, along with 8 gang members, stood in ridiculous outfits. On the table sat a cake, its origin unknown. No matter how I looked at it. This was a birthday party. Godot Briel, is it your birthday or something? I asked, bewildered. Luka, what are you talking about? It's your birthday today, your dear sister said so. For the record, I don't have a birthday. My gaze landed on Giselle, who was leaning against the bar. She stood with her arms crossed and merely shrugged. What the hell kind of nonsense is this, Giselle? Hey, you! I was about to start cursing again when I sensed movement behind me. Oh, I heard today was your birthday, Lord Luka. This is a gift from Diva. Grace, the one-eyed woman, walked past me, carrying a stack of gift boxes piled higher than her own head. Whatever's going on, your sister went through the trouble of celebrating your birthday. Everyone's here to congratulate you. Quit frowning already and have a birthday drink. Gabriel strode over, casually draping an arm around my neck and shoulder. With his front teeth, he boldly popped open a bottle cap before handing the bottle to me. Ha, fuck. I let out a sigh, laced with curses as I took the bottle from Gabriel. Screw it. Maybe I've already lost my mind from all this stress. Might as well just go along with it for now. Chapter 91. I am the most amazing man in the world. Man, Gabriel sang, scraping his throat harshly. As he thrust his arm forward like he was holding a microphone, the drunken gang members joined in the song. Kia huu? Overcome with excitement, Pig Nose climbed onto the table and pulled down his pants. He exposed his ugly lower body and swayed his hips. Pig Nose was a gang member who had lost one of his eyes as punishment from me. Because of that, he was still wary and afraid of me. I sat at the bar, glancing around. Beard and Dog Eyes, whom I had recruited into the gang early on, were also present. I quit drugs, for real this time. I swear I'm really done with them. Beard spoke, his thick facial hair soaked in beer foam. He hadn't always been this hairy. He had developed hypertrichosis as a side effect of using body-enhancing drugs. Think you can really pull that off? It's not like we're gonna live forever, so who cares? Boss said we just need to stay clean while we're working. Dog Eyes chimed in. He had failed an eye implant surgery, leaving his pupils permanently misaligned. It was a nerve-related issue, meaning even if he underwent another transplant, he would have to live like that for the rest of his life. By now, I even knew the personal circumstances of the gang members. Whether I liked it or not, their stories reached my ears. Gabriel's gang was slowly growing, steadily establishing itself. But it was less because of Gabriel's abilities and more thanks to the support from Martina Diva and Grace. Diva is keeping her promise to Lord Luka. One day, you will have to repay that trust. Grace, wearing an eye patch, sat next to me. She had been drinking as well, making her face seem softer than usual. There was even a faint, blurry smile on her lips. My deal with Diva. Martina Diva would take care of Gabriel in my absence. With her protection, Gabriel wouldn't suddenly collapse one day. Even if something happens, at least he'll survive. In return, I had given Martina my acquaintance. By the time I rose higher in status, she would surely ask me for a personal favor. And as someone indebted to her, I wouldn't be able to refuse. Lord Luka, is there any new information on Rosen? Grace asked. To be completely honest, I had completely forgotten about Rosen. There were simply too many things more important to me. Irregular Rosen. Grace had left the academy because of Rosen. After becoming an Imperial Guard, Rosen's personality had gradually changed until it completely collapsed. Witnessing this, Grace sought Martina Diva's help to leave cadet life behind. She had been able to do so thanks to Martina Diva's connections with high-ranking officials. I organized my thoughts and looked at Grace. It's fine. I'm not pressing you, so don't worry about it. Just look into it when you get the chance. True to her background as a former cadet, Grace was quick-witted. She must have realized that I had forgotten about Rosen. I'll let you know as soon as I find out anything. It may not be your real birthday, but still, let me pour you a drink. It's also a gift from Diva. Grace pulled a glass from the cupboard and handed it to me. She then poured a liquor she had prepared separately. Even just the smell made it clear, it was incredibly strong. Who do you think was the first person to ever drink alcohol? If you think about it, it's basically poison. It tastes bad, numbs the mind, and dulls the body. I said as I lifted my glass. Perhaps it was someone who wanted to die, someone who drank poison with the intent to end their life. Grace filled her own glass as well. The liquid rippled as our glasses clinked together. We emptied our glasses in one go. It felt like my throat was burning. It made me question whether this was something humans were even supposed to drink. HMPH. I grimaced slightly, but Grace remained composed. Feeling like I had somehow lost, I grabbed the bottle and quickly refilled both of our glasses. But the first person who drank alcohol didn't die, did they? Instead, they must have found a way to momentarily forget the suffering that made them want to die. So, they kept drinking every day, ruining their body. But somehow, they found the strength to make it to the next day. It was an irrational act. But right now, it felt like exactly what I needed. I raised my glass again and clinked it against Grace's. We kept drinking the strong liquor in quick succession. The alcohol slowly seeped into my nervous system, unraveling the senses that had been sharpened through training. You're a coward, Grace. You ran away just because Rosen was consumed by Legion. Were you that scared of a mere machine? I spoke harshly. I was young back then, but I'm satisfied with my life now. Even if I could go back, I would still choose to stay by Diva's side. That's just a loser's way of rationalizing things. You threw away all the honor and status you could have attained with your own ability. You ran away out of fear, nothing more. I spilled out the words I had been holding back. My relationship with Grace wasn't bad. In fact, it was rather good. That was precisely why I usually didn't speak to her this aggressively. Yeah, the alcohol was the problem. However, Grace only smiled, as if she was used to dealing with drunken ramblings. She had probably drunk as much as I had, yet she seemed completely composed. Recognizing one's own weakness is important too. I wouldn't have been able to defeat Legion, just like Rosen. So, in the end, you were just another loser from the lower districts. You didn't even try, yet you decided it was impossible and shut yourself off from your own potential. That's the kind of person I despise the most. Even as I insulted her, Grace showed no sign of offense. Instead, she simply lifted the bottle and calmly refilled my glass. Seeing her composed smile, I snapped back to my senses. I felt ashamed of what I had just said. Damn it. Honestly, Grace seemed more mature than I did right now. Embarrassed by how unraveled I had become, I put down my drink and opted for water instead. Lord Luka, I lack both the talent and the mental fortitude that you have. However, there is one thing I do have over you: age. I've lived at least 10 years longer than you. That idiot Gabriel is older than me too. Is being older something to brag about? At my outburst, Gabriel, who had been singing, flinched. Then he grinned and brought the microphone to his lips. That's right, I'm your elder. Call me Hyung. Luka, I'll even let you call me Gabi Hyung. You're the first person I've ever given a nickname to who isn't a woman. Shut up, you idiot. I grabbed the nearest plate and hurled it at Gabriel. He tilted his head to the side, dodging it with ease. The sound of breaking ceramic rang out. What a temper! Gabriel shrugged and continued singing. I turned back to Grace. She was calmly bringing her glass to her lips, tilting it ever so slightly. The way she drank was so refined and poised that I half wondered if she was secretly pouring the alcohol somewhere else instead of actually drinking it. Grace exhaled, releasing a breath laced with the scent of the strong liquor. The rich aroma pleasantly brushed past my nose. Without realizing it, I found myself silently gazing at the side of her face. Grace slowly turned her head, looked at me, and smiled. It was the most expressive smile I had ever seen from her. Suddenly, I felt awkward drinking alone with her. Well, it was a good conversation, Grace. I tried to stand up. Snap. Grace grabbed my wrist. For the first time in a while, I feel like spending the night with a man. What about you? If I'm not mistaken, Lord Luka, you. Shut up. Grace let go of my wrist. She rested her elbow on the bar and propped her chin up with her hand. You blushing just now was rather cute, so you do have reactions like that. In any case, this is what experience is, Lord Luka. Since I've lived a little longer than you, I naturally have more experience in many areas. Sexual experience is one of them. No matter how talented or mentally strong someone is, when faced with an unfamiliar situation for the first time, they often respond late or inappropriately. I couldn't come up with a rebuttal. She was right. I had been caught off guard in that moment. I hadn't responded with the composure or skill I prided myself on. I had acted like an innocent, inexperienced boy. I'll keep your advice in mind. Have a good night then. I'll be on my way. Grace gave a slight nod and stood up, leaving the gang's office. There were multiple reasons why I had been flustered just now. The weight of the Imperial audience, my lack of sleep, and the effects of the strong alcohol had left my nervous system in a precarious state. That was the first reason. The second was simply that I had never been in this kind of situation before. A woman's direct proposition wasn't something my training or education had prepared me for. I had no protocol to follow. I had to rely on my own judgment. And the last reason was that I found Grace attractive. If I were to build a family in the future, a woman like her wouldn't be a bad choice. Our personalities would likely be compatible. I felt someone's gaze on me. 5 seats down at the bar, Giselle was sitting there. She was staring at me with a cold expression. Her eyes were so frigid that they reminded me of our first meeting. As soon as our eyes met, Giselle sharply turned her head and started talking to someone else. She was engaged in a long conversation with an unexpected person. Gilda. Gilda had come late after hearing it was my birthday. She had practically become the gang's dedicated mechanic. With more customers coming her way, it was a benefit to her, and for the gang, it was reassuring to have someone reliable handling our equipment. Gilda and Giselle had been engaged in a long conversation. Neither of them seemed to have drunk much. Clatter. After their lengthy discussion, the 2 women stood up. Then, like business partners, they shook hands. "I'll visit you properly next time, Gilda. You're today's greatest find." Giselle spoke politely. Their conversation had come to an end. After parting ways with Giselle, Gilda approached me, her bright smile beaming as she stared straight at me. She was a woman as radiant as sunlight. "Happy birthday, Luka. You know, you're really starting to give off a manly vibe. If before you were a boy-boy man, now you're more of a man-man boy." I wasn't exactly sure what the difference was, but it seemed like a compliment. Well, time has passed. Gilda placed both of her hands on my cheeks. Her arms weren't mechanical but flesh and blood, making them feel even warmer. "I know I've said this before, but I'll never forget that you saved me. If I ever have a child, I'll name them Luka, whether it's a boy or a girl." The mention of children suddenly made me wonder about something. Gabriel and Gilda had been close for quite some time now. "You're not dating Gabriel, are you?" No way. Gabby's just not my type. I care more about looks than personality. But don't tell him that." Gilda covered her mouth with one hand and laughed before giving my back a few firm pats. I see. Oh, by the way, is the old man busy these days? He hasn't been visiting at all." By old man, she meant Kinuan. "He's probably busy." I kept my answer brief. Gilda didn't press for more details. After finishing our conversation, Gilda walked over to Gabriel and the gang members. She shoved Gabriel aside, snatched the microphone from him, and started singing herself. Gabriel, momentarily flustered after having the microphone snatched from him, scratched his head. Then, settling into his seat, he quickly joined the other gang members in clapping along and singing to Gilda's song. Her choice of song was much softer. From the lyrics, it was clearly about love and romance. Tap. Giselle placed her glass in front of me with a firm thud. Then, she sat down beside me, perfect timing. I had something to say to her as well. We spoke at the same time. Both of us paused, waiting for the other to continue, leading to a brief silence. Go ah, most likely. We had both intended to say, "You go first." Flick. Giselle extended her hand and began cycling through rock, paper, and scissors. Without a word, I nodded and stretched out my own arm. She often forgot what I was capable of since she wasn't a trained soldier. I simply observed her movements and reactions, ensuring that I got the result I wanted. It wasn't difficult for me. Flick. I played rock. She played scissors. Damn it, I'm an idiot. Giselle made a belated grimace of realization. "The loser speaks first, young lady." I gestured toward her with an open palm, as if offering food. Taking a deep breath, Giselle parted her lips. Her lipstick was darker than usual today. "That woman, Grace. Is she your lover?" Of all things, that's what she was curious about. Chapter 92. The night of my fake birthday grew deeper. I tapped my glass repeatedly, flicking it lightly with my finger. Gilda's singing was excellent. Her clear voice soared effortlessly. Perhaps thanks to her gentle melody, the gang members drank more quietly than before. Giselle asked if Grace was my lover. I hesitated before answering. Of course, it wasn't because Grace was actually my lover, but calling Grace my lover, it seemed like it would help me keep some distance from Giselle. "Grace is I spoke while watching Giselle. She was running her fingertip along the rim of her glass. Her fingers looked strangely sorrowful. "One of my business partners." In that brief moment, I changed my mind. If Giselle was determined to ask, she would see right through a lie. It could unnecessarily complicate things. For just a business partner, you seem pretty close, don't you? She was an Imperial Guard cadet, so we think alike. She doesn't get on my nerves like you do. She doesn't interrogate me either. Giselle frowned at my words. She emptied her glass and then, insistently, poured more into mine. I didn't touch my glass. It's your birthday drink from me. Drink it. Or are you saying you don't want something I give you? Giselle looked like she might cry if I didn't drink. For a moment, I was tempted to see her break down, but I forced that dark desire back into its cage. I tilted my glass and emptied it. Now it's my turn to ask. Why throw a fake birthday party all of a sudden? You even lied. Was there a reason for all this? I wanted to see you struggle, but it wasn't as fun as I thought. You're surprisingly social. Then it's a half success. I was struggling a lot at first. That's all. You lied just for that and dragged me out here? I voiced my frustration, and Giselle snapped, grabbing my collar roughly. You lie to me all the time, so I can't lie to you. Fine, you used me as bait, I'll let that go. But later, you didn't even bother to explain the situation properly. It felt like I was just a tool to you. Still gripping me, Giselle lowered her head, her shoulders trembled. We let Barbara go. Barbara was the root of Giselle's anxiety. The witch's obsession with her was chilling, even to me. But Barbara had to be set free for the Empire's sake. I couldn't tell Giselle everything. That meant she wouldn't understand why we let Barbara go. In the end, we're all someone's tool. You, me, everyone, if you hate being used. Then gain the strength to get even. Stop being the one who gets used and start being the one who uses others. That's what I intend to do. That's not what I meant. It's not all that different. I grabbed Giselle's hand and pried it off my collar. There's another reason you let Barbara go, isn't there? Something I'm not supposed to know. I already told you the reason back then. The deal was the best option. Cornering Barbara would have put us in danger, too. If she felt everything was falling apart, she might have just blown herself up. I kept my stance until the end. It was the best way to keep Giselle safe. Yeah, you're so damn brilliant, aren't you? It's not like I'm wrong. Anyway, what were you talking about with Gilda for so long? You two just met. I tried to change the subject. I was genuinely curious, too. Giselle turned her gaze toward Gilda. Noticing our eyes on her, Gilda, who was still singing, gave us a playful wink. We just clicked while talking. Gilda has an incredible understanding of machines and cybernetics. She even knows about engineering. Honestly, it's surprising she's stuck in the lower districts with skills like that. I already knew Gilda was skilled. She's here because she was born here. There are plenty of mechanics as good as her in the upper districts. Being a little talented isn't enough to climb up. You have to be exceptional. I doused her excitement like cold water, but it was the truth. Either way, I'm going to work with Gilda. This time, I frowned. Work with her. A noble like you, with someone from the lower districts. If I want to start an official business in the upper districts, I need to graduate from the academy and become an adult first. But the lower districts don't care about that kind of red tape. If I ever need legal authorization, I'll just use Gilda as my proxy. Giselle calmly laid out her plans. As I listened, it reminded me of myself and Gabriel. Thinking about it, this was just a smaller version of the relationship between the upper and lower districts. The lower districts are dangerous, no matter what you do. I can't always be there to protect you, I warned her. I never asked you to protect me. How irritating. Whether Giselle asked or not, I had to protect her. For now, she was family. What's your angle? Trying to annoy me? Even to my own ears, my words came out harsh. You're the one who said it. That waiting until adulthood is just an excuse. So I did what you told me. I looked for something I can do right now. Giselle responded logically. Thinking back, I did recall saying something like that to her before. I traced my memories. I can't do anything until you officially become an adult. I need that to receive a vocation and establish a business. That just sounds like an excuse to me, Giselle. Yeah, we definitely had that conversation. I want to go back in time and sew my mouth shut. I lifted my glass and drank. As soon as it was empty, Giselle refilled it. Looked like she was intent on getting me drunk. I was looking for a business partner anyway. Even if I hadn't met Gilda, I would have found someone else suitable. What exactly are you planning to do in the lower districts? I'm going to apply my theoretical designs and technologies to people's cybernetic implants here. Planning to run human experiments? I'm installing high-performance parts and modules that people here could never get their hands on. I'll be covering all the credit losses myself. Problems I never even anticipated will pop up everywhere, I'm sure. I'll gather that data in advance here. So it is human experimentation. I smirked, curling my lips. In my view, it's a fair deal. Everyone in the lower districts is already operating cybernetic implants with one risk or another. Or did you think I was going to do charity work? Giselle pressed the point. I had nothing to say to that. Be the one who uses, not the one who gets used. I was the one who said that. Not being able to start a business until adulthood is just an excuse. I was the one who said that too. This was the seed I had sown. I had to deal with it. Fine. If you need anything, talk to Gabriel. He can help with errands or security. As useless as he looks, he's actually pretty capable in this world. I listened to more of Giselle's business plans. Most of it was complicated and far removed from my field, so I just nodded along, pretending to understand. By the way, Luka, when's your actual birthday? I want to get you a proper gift later. Giselle's face was flushed, likely from the alcohol. I scratched my chin and shook my head. I don't really have a birthday. I don't even know when I was actually born. Today's the first time it has ever been celebrated. This is your first time? Giselle's eyes widened. It's nothing surprising. It's common around here. I felt no particular emotion. Birthdays held no meaning for me. In a world where surviving tomorrow was uncertain, what did the day I was born matter? Celebrations were a luxury for those with the time to spare. Giselle seemed to be thinking about something. After a pause, she spoke. Then why not make today your birthday? That's not a bad idea. I replied calmly, and Giselle smiled. Before I knew it, the party was coming to an end. Gabriel and the gang members were sprawled out, drunk. Gilda, after roughly tidying up the area, headed up to the second floor. She probably planned to sleep there. A wise decision, given the late hour. Gilda always knew how to take care of herself. Then again, there wasn't a single person in the lower districts who didn't. You should head back, too. It's late. I grabbed Giselle's arm as I spoke. She staggered, clearly quite drunk. I know. Just take me to the nearest airfield. Giselle clung to my arm, leaning against me. It seemed she could barely walk on her own. I headed toward the nearest public airfield. The Castoria family's aerial vehicle I had called should be departing from the estate right about now. Tired. But rather than irritation, a pleasant kind of exhaustion settled in. When I got back, I felt like I could sleep peacefully. For a brief moment, I could even forget the worries that constantly surrounded me. To be honest, tonight had been enjoyable. Unexpected, but a good time nonetheless. Whatever her intentions, I was grateful to Giselle for putting this together. Step, step, the streets were quiet. Giselle and I walked in silence. I could feel the warmth of her body against my arm. The lights of the public airfield came into view. There were people coming and going, mostly wealthy individuals who had come to the lower districts for entertainment. Giselle, we're here. I watched as the Castoria family's aerial vehicle descended. Are you going back to the Imperial Guard dorms? Why not stay at your family's estate tonight? Giselle's words were slurred. It wasn't a bad suggestion, but if I went to the estate, I would have to be alone with Giselle in the aerial vehicle. That would be troublesome. I have Imperial Guard duties tomorrow. I spoke in a businesslike tone. So I called a busy person out, my bad. No, I had fun too. I pushed Giselle away from my arm. She flinched and stepped aside. If that's how you feel, then that's good. The Castoria family's aerial vehicle landed in the public airfield. The door opened upward, waiting for Giselle. I watched as she walked toward the vehicle. Her steps were a little unsteady, but I didn't bother to support her. I simply stood still and waited for her to make it on her own. Suddenly, Giselle stopped in front of the aerial vehicle and turned to look at me. So that's the end of tonight, Luka. It's the end, I answered shortly. All right then, I'll be going. Without replying, I gave her a nod. She looked at me for a moment longer, then stepped into the vehicle. The sound of the door closing followed. Whoom! The aerial vehicle lifted off and disappeared over the city. Ha! I let out the breath I had been holding. I already had enough problems weighing me down. I had no intention of adding more. I wasn't an idiot, but today I almost became one. Tonight, spending time with Giselle, Gilda, Gabriel, and well, the others. It had been nice. But that wasn't the world I belonged in. Remember how you got here, Luka. Sharpen your mind and body like a blade. Dullness means death. As I walked down the airfield stairs, I closed my eyes for a moment, then opened them again. The haze of alcohol was gone. A short break had ended. Chapter 93. My life as a cadet was nearing its end. I had spent 4 intense years. The youthful look on the other cadets' faces had almost completely disappeared. The same was true for me when I looked in the mirror. A lot had happened. I had faced death multiple times. Thinking back on it, it was a wonder I was still alive. Swoosh! I let the shower water run over me. My mind was clear today. Next year, I'll be an Imperial Guard. After finishing my shower, I stood in front of the mirror again. Surgical scars and battlefield wounds were etched into my body like tattoos. Compared to 4 years ago, my body had grown significantly. My physical development was reaching its peak. My shoulders had broadened and my torso had solidified. I trained to survive, but this body will be discarded. Flesh and blood had their limits. Even now, in combat, I had to protect my biological parts, my vulnerabilities. If I want to get stronger, I need to replace my body with a full-body prosthetic. That way, I wouldn't have to constantly worry about dying from minor attacks. The combat prosthetics used by the Imperial Guard offered overwhelming defensive capabilities. It was essentially like wearing battle gear at all times. Abandoning my flesh. I blinked. In the Empire, there were plenty of people who wanted a full-body prosthetic but couldn't afford one. Yet, there were also those who rejected the idea. Even among the nobility, some chose to keep their biological bodies, enduring social disdain and personal disadvantages. But there's no reason for me not to transition to a full-body prosthetic. The benefits of making the switch were immense. Nobles who properly maintained their prosthetic bodies could live for nearly 200 years, twice the average biological lifespan. Aside from the brain, they were immune to diseases and injuries, and any damaged parts could simply be replaced. The decline in physical ability due to aging was also significantly reduced. Most chose to adjust their appearance with age, typically settling at a middle-aged look, one that exuded both dignity and experience. Being too young or too old often led to being disregarded. The brain's aging is unavoidable, though. A person with a full-body prosthetic was, for all intents and purposes, immortal until their mind collapsed. I, too, would break free from the confines of flesh and blood. VRRRRR. I stepped out of the shower room. Warm air blasted from the door's vents, drying off any remaining moisture. SHFF. Dressed in my Imperial Guard cadet uniform, I stepped out of my room. The hallway was filled with the sound of footsteps. Hey, haven't seen you around much lately. Well, yeah. The hallway was filled with cadets from my cohort. Normally, due to differing mission schedules, it was rare to see so many of them at once. But today, most were in the dormitory. As if we had all agreed beforehand, we walked in the same direction. Familiar faces joined one by one. It had been a long time since our entire class gathered like this. I would march alongside these people, shoulder to shoulder, across the battlefield. Decades from now, I wondered how many of us would still be alive. Those who survived until then would occasionally reminisce about those left behind, Claude Lamons, Felix Eigen. Someday, perhaps even Ile and I would become mere figures of the past. Step. We left the cadet dormitory and headed toward the Imperial Guard headquarters. The active-duty guards watched us with sharp, scrutinizing eyes. Hey, Luka. Ile, who had arrived ahead of us, waved at me. After exchanging greetings with some of our peers, he came to stand beside me. Back from another mission? I asked him. He could have taken a day to rest, but he was as diligent as ever. What else would I do? I've already lost my shot at being the top cadet, but I might as well keep going. The top rank of this cohort was already decided. It was me. Eliminating Rick Silva Nunez had earned me that title. Even if a cadet completed all their assigned missions flawlessly, it was nearly impossible to achieve the same level of merit. I wonder how much stronger Ile has gotten. I wanted to test myself against him, properly, not just in a spar, but in real combat. The memories of the underground fortress in Arcane were still vivid. Back then, I had completely overpowered him. Are you Lukaus Castoria? a stranger from the Imperial Guard, stepped in front of Ile and me. Yes, I am. As I answered, I examined his uniform. His rank wasn't visible just from his attire. Accessing the upper network with my overseer privileges, I pulled up his service record. Vice Centurion of the 10th Centuria, Arakan Philidias. In other words, the 10th Vice Centurion. Philidias was one of the prominent military families. There were cadets from the Philidias family among my peers as well. And you must be Ile. I've heard a lot about you. I am Arakan Philidias, Vice Centurion of the 10th Centuria. The 10th Centuria was the lowest-ranking unit within the Imperial Guard. However, within such a unit, a centurion was equivalent to a top cadet among students. He was one of the few who might one day become commander of the Imperial Guard. If he's a 10th Vice Centurion, he's probably only 3 or 4 cohorts ahead of us. He must be here to establish some connections. It meant that we had now become part of the Imperial Guard community. One of you two will probably be my successor. Considering both the timing for my promotion and your abilities, you two are the most suitable candidates. For now, as for my lieutenant, Ile Karthika, you're the right choice. I, who had been listening beside him, interrupted. I'm not any less capable than Ile. The moment I said it, I realized I might have sounded too defensive. I don't have the skills to handle a wild horse like you, Arakan said, baring his teeth in a fierce grin. You need a superior who can firmly keep you in check. I, on the other hand, prefer a lieutenant who moves on their own as long as I hold the reins. Hearing that, Ile chuckled and patted my shoulder. That's definitely my specialty. See, Luka, you need to tone down your temper a bit. It'll make climbing the ranks easier. As frustrating as it was, Arakan's insight was correct. I also preferred a superior who could convince me of their strength. I feel like I've taken up too much of your time. You should get going. Today is an important day for you. With a dramatic flick of his coat, Arakan stepped aside. We continued walking and soon arrived at one of the annex buildings of the headquarters. The structure, designed with sharp geometric lines, appeared simple at first glance, yet its grandeur was undeniable. Armament Exhibition Hall. The Empire was generally straightforward in its naming, but military facilities were particularly direct. Just from the name, it was clear what this place was for. We entered the exhibition hall. From the outside, it looked dimly lit, but as soon as we stepped in, the interior brightened. The lights hadn't suddenly turned on. It was the result of anti-glare particles floating like a curtain near the entrance, making it difficult to observe the inside from outside. The soon-to-be Imperial Guards have arrived. From the entrance hallway, Hemilas greeted us. He was standing with 4 other guards. Hemilas scanned the cadets entering the building and nodded. As you all know, this is a top-class security facility of the Empire. Just in case, if anyone has a recording device on, turn it off now. The area fell silent. Thankfully, no one was foolish enough to disobey. This will be the first and last time I guide you so kindly. With a smirk, Hemilas turned his back to us and continued walking. He stopped in front of the first exhibition room. This is Bestia, one of the early general-purpose combat prosthetics from the founding days of the Imperial Guard. Beyond the glass, a full-body prosthetic hung wide open, headless. Its intricate components were tangled together in a complex network. Though it was nothing more than a collection of mechanical parts, it gave off the unsettling impression of a dissected human body. Next to Bestia, detailed specifications were densely written. It might have been cutting-edge in its time, but by today's standards, it was little more than a mass-produced model. Hemilas slowly introduced the combat prosthetics that had shaped the history of the Imperial Guard. You are the Empire's elite soldiers, different from all others. He occasionally mixed in remarks meant to bolster the pride of the Imperial Guard cadets. We don't just use top-tier full-body prosthetics, we also use the best combat prosthetics. We were unlike ordinary soldiers, that much was true. No matter the cost, we were equipped with the finest gear and prosthetics available. And this is Caligo, the current generation general-purpose combat prosthetic of the Imperial Guard. The cadets stopped in front of Caligo for a long while. Hemilas, as if giving us time, leaned against a wall and chatted with the other guards. Caligo was designed primarily for survival and defense, allowing its user to continue missions even after sustaining severe damage. The auxiliary nervous system that was attached to Jup's prosthetic is included as a standard feature. In other words, to kill a guard using Caligo, you had to destroy their head completely. Until then, they would persist in combat with the help of numerous auxiliary functions. In many ways, it was the epitome of what a combat prosthetic should be. We moved past Caligo. After passing through another door in the hallway, the ceiling ahead of us suddenly stretched to twice its previous height. VRRRMMM. The sound of ventilation systems rumbled through the metal walls and floors. The deeper we walked inside, the louder the pounding in my chest became. The symbol of the Imperial Guard revealed itself before us. Full armor prosthetic legion. The legions stood behind glass, as if imprisoned. Their helmets were hollow, empty of any glow from within. Though similar in appearance, each legion had subtle differences. I focused on the one I was most familiar with. Melee Specialized Legion, model name, Hector. I had seen it before. It was the legion that had fought against the Holy Knights of Korite. Compared to other legions, Hector had higher output and superior defense. Its structure and functionality were also simplified, making it more reliable. It was the most durable and rugged legion available. I glanced to the side and saw Ile intently studying another model. Lightweight Legion, Achilles. Standing beside him, I also turned my gaze toward Achilles. They call it lightweight, but it's actually a versatile model. High mobility means being able to adapt flexibly to any situation. Ile spoke as if explaining things to me. He seemed particularly drawn to Achilles. I had to agree, it suited him well. In fact, Hector and Achilles together made up half of the Imperial Guard's legion units. While Hector was specialized for melee combat, it still belonged to the category of general-purpose legions that could be used in a variety of situations. I continued examining the other legions. Remote Specialized Legion, Heracles. It was a legion designed for artillery and sniping. Its shoulders and sides were equipped with additional mounts to carry heavy cannons, and its legs were noticeably thicker than the others. On top of that, in emergency situations, stabilizers would deploy from its legs, anchoring it firmly to the ground. For a ranged model, it's even bulkier than Hector. Since Heracles already sacrificed mobility, it compensated by reinforcing its armor even further, opting for sheer defense instead of evasive maneuvers. I scanned the other legion models as well. The cadets around me were staring at them with excitement. Legions were an object of admiration. But legions were different from other weapons. Legions erode the mind. By now, I understood that well. Among all the cadets here, no one grasped the true nature of legions better than I did. Aki's Victima combat techniques and legions, at their core, there was no real difference. That's why they couldn't coexist. Both pushed the human brain to its limits, over and over, until it broke. Even the great Kinuan was dying from the aftereffects of Aki's Victima, and Hemilas had warned me to be wary of legions. I shook myself from my thoughts as a member of the Imperial Guard approached me. "Luka, the commander is calling for you," the guard informed me. Ile glanced at me briefly. It wasn't unusual for me to be called out like this. No one considered it special treatment anymore. I was the adopted son of the commander of the Imperial Guard. And unofficially, I was also the leader of my cadet cohort. If someone needed to gather or relay information to my class, it was natural to go through me. Hemilas, who had summoned me, silently led the way into a separate lounge within the exhibition hall. I followed him inside. Creak. Thud. The door closed behind us. "I need to talk to you about Bao Zakhanen, Luka," Hemilas said as he took a seat. Bao Zakhanen, the man suspected of orchestrating Nikolao's assassination. But was this really the place to discuss such matters? There were 4 Imperial Guards standing around us. As I hesitated, Hemilas spoke again, his tone serious. "You can trust them." Since it was Hemilas speaking, it couldn't be a lie. Then, do these Imperial Guards here owe their loyalty to Hemilas more than to the Empire? I felt strange. I couldn't decide whether to be pleased or angry. These were guards who had served the Empire for at least a dozen years, some for decades. And yet, they would keep secrets for Hemilas, who wasn't even from their family. "Did you cover up Ile's transgressions because you weren't loyal to the Empire? You and he have spent years together, and yet, we who have spent decades rolling through battlefields together share an even deeper bond with each other than you two do, not less." Ah, I see. My eyes widened. I was still inexperienced. Grace's words resurfaced in my mind. I was young. That truth had just struck me with overwhelming clarity. Hemilas must have had many more Ilays of his own, comrades who shared dangerous secrets and could be trusted. I'll speak openly. Are you aware of the reckless actions Ilay and I took at the arcane fortress? Considering the circumstances, it's obvious. That much is within my discretion to overlook. Your intent wasn't rebellion against the Empire. And frankly, you two are too valuable to be discarded for something like that. I lightly bit my lower lip and flicked it away. I barely restrained the self-destructive urge to chew my lips raw until they bled. Our desperate struggle suddenly felt like nothing more than childish mischief. Bringing up Bao Zakanin in this setting, can I take it to mean that you intend to invoke the authority of the Imperial Guard? The Castoria family attempted to handle it on their own, but they found no clear solution. We plan to gather evidence proving Bao Zakanin's collusion with terrorists and formally arrest him. That way, it becomes an official matter. Hemilas had broken the balance. He was using public power for a private matter. I'll overstep my place and say something. I'm already used to your overstepping, so go ahead. At Hemila's remark, one of the other guards gave a low chuckle, shoulders barely shifting. Barbara's information could be false. And Barbara has already reported to the Empire that Bao Zakanin is a traitor. Perhaps the higher-ups are deliberately leaving him in place as part of some larger plan. If we interfere, we might disrupt that plan. Are you willing to take that risk and continue investigating Bao Zakanin? The Imperial family was already fully aware of the Castoria family's movements. I had reported it myself. And even without my report, it was highly likely they already knew. End it here, Hemilas. You're a wise man. This much effort should be enough to satisfy Nikolaos. I desperately wanted Hemilas to stop. You're absolutely right. An excellent insight. If I were to honestly report to the higher-ups that I'm investigating Nikolaos' death, they would tell me to stop. If someone as high-ranking as Bao Zakanin is a traitor yet hasn't been purged, then it's safe to assume there's another plan at play, one that I'm unaware of, operating beneath the surface. It seemed my reasoning was getting through to him. In that case, Luka, Nikolaos was my son. With just that single sentence, Hemilas overrode everything. I closed my mouth. His son had died. I could never fully grasp the depth of that grief. And since Hemilas was not someone who openly displayed his emotions, it was even harder to tell. He had been holding himself back all this time. He must have been restraining an overwhelming urge to tear through the Empire in search of answers. If he had used his full authority and intelligence network, he would have tracked down everyone involved long ago. But he hadn't, because he was the commander of the Imperial Guard. He understood the Empire's tangled complexities even better than I did. If you were to die like Nikolaos, I would act the same way. Hemilas added those words. I wanted to believe they were true. If there's anything I can do, I will help. There was no other way I could respond. An overseer can do nothing but watch. Chapter 94. The tour of the armament exhibition hall had come to an end. Experimental combat prosthetics laden with uncommercialized technology, and the Legion, an embodiment of the Empire's cutting-edge science and technology. We had the privilege of experiencing the Empire's gifts in advance. In essence, it was an event meant to inspire cadets on the verge of graduation. Excitement was evident on the faces of the cadets as they exited the exhibition hall. Being a member of the Imperial Guard is an honor even for nobles. The Imperial Guard was deployed only to battlefields where failure was not an option. That was how much trust the Empire and the Imperial family placed in them as a combat unit. I pondered my future as an Imperial Guard. Even after completing the mandatory 30 years of service, it was rare for an Imperial Guard to be transferred to another unit immediately. Most continued renewing their contracts in 10-year increments, often serving 50 or 60 years before moving on. To someone who hasn't even lived 20 years, that seems like an eternity. At its core, the Imperial Guard was a combat unit. No matter how well one maintained themselves, after a century of life, brain function inevitably began to decline. The aging of the brain signified the deterioration of mental resilience. Once an Imperial Guard entered the stage of aging, they could no longer control a legion, and eventually, they had to downgrade the performance of their combat prosthetics as well. By that point, even if they wished to remain active in the Guard, retirement became inevitable. The real question is whether I can even survive intact until retirement. Fortunately, the Imperial Guard did not rely heavily on legions. The Guard was well aware that legions eroded the minds of their wielders. Hamilas probably has at most another 10 or 20 years left as commander of the Imperial Guard. Once his prime as a guard was over, Hamilas would transition into the upper echelons of the military as a high-ranking general. Most commanders of the Guard followed the same path. The military always had positions available for retired commanders of the Guard. It wasn't just the commanders. Even throughout the military, retired Imperial Guards held key positions. Even at an age when cognitive decline set in, the capabilities of an Imperial Guard remained formidable. The value of the Guard's network is immeasurable. There was a powerful bond among Imperial Guards. The camaraderie forged over decades of service was not easily severed. Perhaps it was stronger than blood itself, a sense of belonging and unity. I was beginning to recognize the value of that as well. I still remembered Felix. Even when he had become irreparably broken, he mustered the last of his fading will to wish me luck in my path ahead. I had seized success. The name of the Castoria family, the affiliation of the Imperial Guard, both were now mine. But I was also burdened with the weight of being an overseer. The moment I faltered, that weight would crush me completely. The higher one climbed, the less room there was for mistakes. I had come to understand that all too well. I have to survive no matter what. Kinuan's retirement was not far off. As his successor, I could inherit his authority as an overseer. Luka, Ile caught up beside me. He studied my face for a moment before smiling. If you ever need help, just say so. You have a bad habit of trying to handle everything alone. It's not a bad habit, it's called strength. I retorted brusquely. Ile was used to this kind of response from me and simply smiled. I got a call from my family a while ago. Out of nowhere, he brought up his household. There had to be a reason. He wasn't the type to talk about these things without purpose. Your family? I asked out of courtesy. My father collapsed. He probably doesn't have much time left before retirement. At the very least, he needs to hold on until I secure my place in the Imperial Guard. It was a cold but realistic statement. Ile still had to undergo full-body prosthetic surgery, complete rehabilitation, and adapt to the Legion. At this stage, taking on the role of the Karthika family head would be too much. Didn't you say your older brother is irreversibly crippled? That makes you the clear successor, doesn't it? If my father falls before I'm ready, things change. He has brothers, and I have older, competent cousins. They've started showing their faces around the family estate, thinking now is their chance. I could already predict what Ile would say next. The one who actually needs help isn't me, it's you, Ile. You owe me one from last time. If I show that I have a special relationship with the Castoria family, those half-hearted challengers will back down. But I'm just an adopted son. Come to the Karthika family banquet with Jaisel, and I know this is a delicate request, but could you ask Jaisel to pretend to be my fiancé? Not for real, just enough to suppress any resistance for now. Ile's smile grew awkward. He was well aware that this was an unreasonable request. That's beyond my ability. My voice was cold. Even I was surprised by how detached I sounded. In my opinion, if it's you asking, Commander Hamilas or Jaisel would agree to a fake engagement. They both care about you and like you. He was right. Hamilas would likely nod without hesitation, and even if Jaisel got angry, she would still grant my request. For Ile to go this far, it was clear this was a serious matter. If things went wrong, a civil war within the Karthika family could break out. I'll discuss it, but don't expect too much. Saying that, I pushed Ile away. Hamilas planned to use the strength of the Imperial Guard to investigate and capture Bao Zakanin. Although Imperial Guards would be mobilized, the operations still had to be led by someone from the Castoria family. That was why I was needed. This time, you won't be able to act on the field yourself. But the Castoria family must have a presence when Bao Zakanin is taken in. For this mission, you'll be my representative. That was what Hamilas had told me. What did that mean? It meant that I would be carrying out the mission alongside the Imperial Guard as Hamilas's proxy. Not just any Imperial Guards, either. I would be working with the elite of the elite, the first centuria. Luka, you may still be a cadet, but don't hesitate to speak your mind. I trust you're not foolish enough to withhold critical information out of deference to authority. The words came from Iskin, an Imperial Guard dressed in plain clothes instead of his uniform. He was a monster who had already been a veteran long before I was even born, and like me, he was an irregular. Iskin never married. He must have received plenty of offers to become a noble family's son-in-law, yet he remains single. He had risen purely through his own strength. His record alone was enough to earn my respect. Together, Iskin and I were tasked with monitoring Bao-Zekanin. Along with him, 2 other Imperial Guards were also participating in the mission. This isn't for the Empire, it's for Hamilaz's personal revenge. Yet Iskin and the Imperial Guards willingly assisted him. It was a mission that could potentially stain their careers. Bao-Zekanin has appeared. I reported as I spotted Bao-Zekanin stepping out of a building. We had been tailing him in 2-man shifts, keeping a constant watch on his every move. Ideally, we would catch him in the act of conspiring with terrorists or subversives. If that wasn't possible, we would seize an opportunity to abduct and interrogate him through torture. Click. I pressed an electronic mask to my mouth. As it expanded, it concealed the lower half of my face. Simultaneously, my right cybernetic eye and the lens in my left eye activated. Even the color of my irises and the pattern of my pupils changed. Iskin didn't need to go through the hassle of elaborate disguises like I did. He had multiple full-body prosthetics designed specifically for covert operations. No one would be able to identify him. You take the left. I'll follow from the right. Iskin issued his instructions with practiced ease. The finer details of command were best left to a veteran like him. Murmur. Bao-Zekanin entered the bustling district of the upper sector. The contrast with the lower sector was striking: pristine streets, neatly arranged high-rise buildings. Below them, the dense crowd formed a living barrier, shielding us from sight. Beep. I activated the tracking function in my right cybernetic eye. Even if Bao-Zekanin disappeared from my line of sight, his predicted path immediately appeared. Heading straight home again today? Bao-Zekanin was a textbook Imperial bureaucrat. Responsible, composed, and living a mechanical life, commuting solely between work and home. We had been tailing him for 3 days, but his routine never wavered. He was an unremarkable man. Suspiciously so. That was what made him stand out. I had observed countless individuals across the Empire, from high-ranking officials to the lowest commoners. Humans couldn't be perfect machines. Our unstable desires and insatiable cravings made us flawed beings. I sank deeper into thought. How could I push Bao-Zekanin into breaking from his routine? Tap, tap. I quickened my pace and, in a fluid motion, snatched a drink from someone's hand as if I were a pickpocket. The startled victim glanced around in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Pushing through the crowd, I picked up speed as I closed in on Bao-Zekanin. Thud, I slammed into him with my shoulder. Stumbling from the impact, Bao-Zekanin lost his balance and fell. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was in a hurry. He lifted his head and looked at me. His face was well-defined, as if sculpted from stone. If you were in a hurry, then I suppose it couldn't be helped. Even in an unexpected situation, he didn't show anger. He merely dusted off his clothes with a faint smile. His emotional control was remarkable, truly fitting for a high-ranking Imperial official. I don't usually act like this, but I really had an urgent, oh no. I'm so sorry. Feigning clumsiness, I let go of the drink in my hand, spilling it all over Bao-Zekanin's head. Well, looks like my acting skills have improved, Luka. Since it was my mistake and your clothes got dirty, at least let me cover the cleaning fee. Bao-Zekanin extended his palm forward, refusing my credit chip. It's fine. However, if you're truly apologetic, wouldn't it be proper etiquette to remove your mask and at least show your face? At last, a faint trace of irritation seeped into his voice. As a high-ranking official of the Intelligence Security Bureau, he wanted to confirm my identity here and now. Later, he would undoubtedly find a refined way to take his revenge. Haha, that would be a bit troublesome. The moment I reveal my identity, people start clinging to me because of my family. Ah, not that I'm saying you would, of course. Anyway, judging by your attire, you must be an imperial official. I'll make sure to remember your face and mention you to my father. If you suddenly receive a promotion, consider it my doing. Well then, farewell. Perfect. That was an insufferably obnoxious way to speak. If someone had said that to me, I would have broken their nose on the spot, no matter who they were. Arrogant, oblivious, and completely lacking self-awareness, the worst kind of person. Of course, I was merely imitating Enrico Lagan. W8, Bao Zakanin tried to grab me, but I smoothly evaded his hand and disappeared into the crowd. Once I was out of his sight, I regrouped with Iskin. He had been watching my entire stunt unfold. In my experience, the more meticulous a person is, the darker their buried desires tend to be. With the stress I just put on him, he won't last long before he seeks an outlet. I briefly explained my reasoning. Iskin slowly curled his lips into a deep smirk. I think I understand why the commander is so fond of you. His gaze drifted toward Bao Zakanin, who was now irritably stripping off his soiled coat and crumpling it into a trash bin. You can call me Uncle when we're off duty. I call the commander by name when we drink, too. Iskin reached out and gave my head a couple of light taps. Chapter 95. The night in Akbaran grew deeper. Iskin and I were keeping watch over Bao Zakanin's house. His residence was a penthouse in a luxury apartment. The penthouse on the 52nd floor was so large that it occupied an entire floor, but even that was merely a place for Bao Zakanin to come and go from work. It was a testament to his status and wealth. We were positioned at the top of a skyscraper, high enough to look down even on Bao Zakanin's penthouse. The spot where I stood was a passage that had been temporarily used during construction and then abandoned. The passage was so narrow that only one or two people could barely pass through. The floor was made of metal grating, creaking with every step, and the railing, with its half-loosened screws, was so flimsy that leaning on it felt outright dangerous. And of all times, it had to start pouring rain. Swoosh! The weather was miserable. There were likely few citizens of Akbaran who liked rain. Rain was harmful to prosthetics and machinery. Akbaran's rain, in particular, was thick with foreign substances, making it even murkier. If left uncleaned, it would leave behind black stains. Lukewarm rain. I watched as the black rain trickled down my shoulder. The condition of the rainwater was even worse today. Unrefined chemicals and microscopic metals were heavily mixed into it. Dust wasn't even worth mentioning as a contaminant. Akbaran has changed a lot. Luka, do you know why the upper and lower districts were divided? Iskin gazed wistfully down at the city. The building we were on was the tallest in the area. If the weather had been clear, we would have been able to see all the way to Akbaran's outer boundary. To ensure the safety of those idiotic nobles from the vermin below? Iskin was an irregular from the lower district. He would laugh at such a remark. After spending a few days with him, I had gotten a rough grasp of his personality. And sure enough, haha, that's not wrong. But the biggest reason is to leave room for chaos. The Empire has an overly refined system, like a machine that doesn't tolerate errors. But true innovation, the kind that changes an era, can only be born from unpredictable chaos. The Empire integrates irregulars who emerge from that chaos into high society, fostering change instead of stagnation. It was a complicated explanation, but it struck a chord. After all, I, a mere irregular, had entered the Empire's high society, stirring up countless changes and incidents in the process. The Empire is not perfect, but imperfection alone is not a reason to bring it down. Kinuan's words came to mind. If something is perfect, then there's no need for change, is there? I spoke while staring at the window of Bao Zakanin's residence. There was still movement inside. No matter how sophisticated a machine is, no matter how flawless a society or system appears, with time, it all becomes outdated and imperfect. In a way, change is the word closest to perfection. I didn't realize you were a philosopher. When you live for around 80 years, you end up learning things whether you want to or not. To those ancient geezers who live for centuries, I must seem young. But for a human, 80 is never a short time, more than enough to understand the ways of the world. Ah, and you should eat something now. As he said that, Iskin took out a candy no bigger than a fingernail and popped it into his mouth. It was a compact ration infused with the nutrients necessary for the brain. With just a single piece, he could last an entire day. There were various energy sources for full-body prosthetics. By default, they were equipped with artificial digestive systems that converted caloric intake into power. In daily life, the energy stored in their internal batteries from regular food intake was usually enough, eliminating the need for external charging. However, the fastest method was still direct external power charging. Iskin had likely charged his full-body prosthetics before the mission. As long as his brain received sufficient nutrients, he could keep going for weeks, even a month without issue. But I was not a full-body prosthetic. Only my limbs were cybernetic. My essential organs for survival were still biological. Russell. I unwrapped my compact ration. No matter how convenient military rations were, meals still required designated times. Digestion was necessary, which meant energy absorption was slower. While I ate, Iskin continued watching over Bao Zakanan's residence in my stead. For the first time in a while, I felt the inferiority of having a biological body. It was an emotion I hadn't noticed when I was with other cadets. Luka, even we, who have replaced our entire bodies with prosthetics, still keep our complex and cumbersome digestive systems. Realistically, we could install an alternative energy source in their place, which would be far more efficient. But humans need the act of eating. No matter how much we replace our bodies with machines, in the end, our brains remain human. You don't need to be embarrassed about eating. Iskin spoke as if he had read my mind, and I understood why he was saying this. So, you were once embarrassed about it too, weren't you, Senior? The majority of the emotions and thoughts you experience, I've already been through them. But before we are human, we must become soldiers. For a soldier, the simpler the energy supply process, the better. This is why the young are amusing, but those who talked like that were always the first to be devoured by the Legion. Iskin spoke while keeping his gaze fixed on Bao Zakanan's residence. The longer and more frequently one operated a Legion, the more the mind deteriorated. Among the Imperial Guard, it was an open secret. Devoured by the Legion. I had heard the same words from Hamila's. Grace's words also came to mind. Crunch, crunch, I hastily chewed through the ration bar, faster than usual. I had a feeling my stomach would feel unsettled later. You're gonna choke eating like that, you brat? Iskin chuckled. Excuse me, but may I ask you something? Well, not like I've got anything better to do. Looks like this is going to be a dull night anyway. Do you know a member of the Imperial Guard named Rosen? At first, Iskin tilted his head in thought. But soon, his eyes lit up as if he had recalled something. Ah, Rosen. Yeah, I remember now. That guy was an irregular too, just like you and me. That's why I remember him. But how do you know about Rosen? Someone I know was curious about his whereabouts. If it's not classified information, I'd like to let them know. Grace had helped me in many ways. Well, he's dead. He was too diligent for his own good. He was never the type to last long. To survive in the Imperial Guard, you need to have some tenacity like you. Sometimes, you need to carry the kind of venom that makes your superiors wonder if you'd stab them in the back. I didn't realize insubordination was encouraged in the Imperial Guard. It's simple. Any officer incompetent enough to be taken down by their subordinates has no place here. That's one of the strengths of the Imperial Guard. Unlike other units, no one gets promoted just because of their family name. I agreed. It had been the same in the Imperial Guard training program. No matter how prestigious one's family was, if they failed to meet the standards, they wouldn't last. So Rosen is dead. I should let Grace know. Regardless of whether he was alive or not, she would want to hear about him. Enough chatter, Luka. Get ready. Bao Zakanan is on the move. Iskin's eyes gleamed as if they were absorbing the surrounding light. 999, Bao Zakanan was finally making a move. From a distance, a black-class taxi was approaching the rooftop landing pad. At first, it was difficult to make out, as it blended seamlessly into the rain-soaked night sky. Iskin noticed the black-class taxi before I did. He pulled out several rods from inside his coat and swiftly assembled them. Judging by the shape, it was a sniper rifle. Click, clack. After assembling the rifle, Iskin checked it over before loading a tracking round. His hands moved with incredible speed. It took him less than 10 seconds from assembly to loading. It would have taken me at least 30. Iskin used his own arm as a stabilizing rest and shouldered the rifle. He angled the barrel slightly downward, locking onto the black class taxi. At a glance, he seemed perfectly still, but in reality, he was making the tiniest micro-adjustments to his aim. PSH, shoot. A faint gunshot cut through the rain-filled night. Beep. A notification sounded from Iskin's terminal. The tracker had successfully latched onto the black class taxi and was functioning properly. The security on a black class taxi must be top tier, but we were using tracking equipment from the Imperial Guard. No matter how notorious these taxis were, they were still run by private firms. There was no way they could detect or counteract our tech. The black class taxi, oblivious to the tracker, continued its descent onto the rooftop landing pad. Vroom! Iskin's eyes gleamed as he watched the rooftop. His pupils expanded, nearly swallowing up the whites of his eyes. I could barely make out Bauzakhanen's silhouette. He boarded the black class taxi. We're moving too. Without hesitation, Iskin leapt off the building's rain-slicked exterior. He slowed his descent by grabbing onto protruding structures along the way. Damn, senior. He jumped so naturally, like it was the most obvious thing to do. I had no choice but to follow. Gripping the railing, I hurled myself down. The scenery around me shifted rapidly. It felt like free-falling. This is insane. Honestly, if I were alone, I would never have taken such a reckless approach. And as I mentioned before, it was raining. One slip, one misstep, and I'd be dead just like that. My biological parts were fragile. Getting impaled by a stray piece of rebar would be instant death. Iskin, who had jumped first, gradually slowed himself before landing lightly on his feet. Thud! I barely managed to land, immediately clutching my knees as a sharp jolt of impact shot up to my skull. I straightened up and looked down at the footprints left on the ground. Despite being much lighter, my landing had been noisier. It was clear how much more experienced Iskin was at handling his prosthetic body. How much more refining would it take for me to catch up to them? Deep down, I had gained confidence in my abilities after my fight with Rick Silva Nunez. I had started to believe I could take on most Imperial Guards and win. But thinking back, I had specifically prepared for my battle against Rick Silva Nunez. I had chosen my equipment with him in mind and even ran simulation drills. That's why I had been able to hold my ground. If I were to fight another Imperial Guard, I could win, if my combat style countered theirs and luck was on my side. But the odds of losing were higher. Even just from his landing alone, it was clear that Iskin was on a different level. You managed to keep up. Iskin smirked as he looked at me. He must have found this very amusing. I don't like losing. I could tell that just from looking at your face. Anyway, we'll be tracking on foot without a vehicle. You've mastered adaptive three-dimensional maneuvering, right? I ranked second in the class. At the time, Ile had taken first place. Good, let's get started. Iskin took off as if testing me. He leapt off walls, ascending to a low-rise rooftop. Then, he began high-speed movement between buildings. Adaptive three-dimensional maneuvering was a movement technique designed for navigating dense urban environments, jungles, and rocky terrain, places filled with irregular obstacles. It wasn't just about traversing rough terrain, but about utilizing structures and the environment to move even faster than on flat ground. That was why an enhanced nervous system, like that of the Imperial Guard, was essential. Swish! I followed Iskin, leaping between buildings as we cut across the upper district. Just follow the route I carve out, Luka. With this rain, it'll be tough for you. Iskin spoke as he landed in front of a building. Adaptive three-dimensional maneuvering required analyzing the terrain in real time to find the optimal route. That's why it was most efficient for the person with the best pathfinding ability to take the lead while the others followed. Simply following someone wasn't difficult. Even an ordinary person without a strengthened nervous system could manage it as long as they had the physical ability. It'll be tough for you. That phrase lingered in my mind. I'd be lying if I said it didn't sting, but this was a mission. It wasn't the time to let my competitive streak take over. I'll watch carefully and follow. My words were obedient, but my bad habit was kicking in. Watching Iskin look down on me from above, I wanted to show him what I was capable of. Chapter 96. Iskin sprinted as if gravity had vanished. He kicked off the edge of a building once more and leaped. His movements didn't slow down in the slightest. Even when faced with narrow gaps, he didn't detour, he dove straight through them. He's going to crash into that. My expectations and reality were completely misaligned. Iskin slipped through the gap without a sound. His entire body was a full-body prosthetic made of hard metal. Yet, he squeezed through the gap as if his body melted into it, moving seamlessly. The hem of his clothing trailed behind him like liquid. Yeah, I had no choice but to admit it. Just keeping up with him was exhausting. Iskin's mastery of adaptive three-dimensional maneuvering was far beyond anything I had imagined. At least when it comes to three-dimensional movement, Iskin is probably better than Hemilla's. Hemilla's wasn't omnipotent. There had to be Imperial Guards who surpassed him in certain aspects. And combat skills aren't the only thing that matters for a commander of the Imperial Guard. The ability to earn his subordinates' trust and lead them, that was even more crucial. Crunch! I launched my body into the gap after Iskin. Even though I was smaller than him, my shoulders and knees scraped against the walls. Damn it! I cursed instinctively. It was embarrassing to show such clumsiness in front of Iskin. Emerging from the gap, I saw a towering boundary wall rise before me like a fortress. The border between the upper and lower districts. Above it, surveillance equipment and drones moved back and forth. Bao Kanan's black-class taxi passed over it effortlessly. It seemed he had received prior authorization for unrestricted passage, but Iskin and I were in the middle of a classified mission. Naturally, we had no such authorization. Upon seeing the security wall, Iskin slightly slowed his pace and reached into his inner pocket. Clatter. He pulled his hand out, revealing several small orbs nestled between his fingers. Whisk, whisk. Iskin swiftly flicked his wrist up and down. The orbs glowed blue, as if suddenly ignited. Luka, once I throw this, we have 5 seconds to get past the security wall. If you need a break, say so now. You've got about a minute to catch your breath. The light inside the orbs was becoming increasingly unstable. Let's do it now, I gritted my teeth and said. Iskin's orbs were most likely electromagnetic bombs designed to cause electronic interference and disruption. I had never seen such a miniaturized version before. Keep up. If you fall behind, I'm leaving you behind. Iskin took a step back, preparing to leap. Surveillance drones hovered near the security wall. He took off almost as if demonstrating the technique for me. I watched him with the focus of a camera lens, determined not to miss a single detail. Whoosh! Midair, Iskin spun gracefully. The orb bombs spread out in all directions with the precision of a specialized launch system. Crackle! As the orbs detonated, brief electric pulses flashed, creating a momentary gap in the surveillance system. Iskin used that instant to hook his fingers onto the edge of the security wall. Using only the strength of his fingers and wrists, he propelled himself upward again and disappeared over the opposite side. And I was already following in his footsteps. Unlike him, I didn't need to throw any orbs, I just had to jump. As I soared through the air, the security wall loomed closer. Damn it! I wanted to scream. Had I miscalculated my takeoff by half a step? Was it the rain? Or was it because it had been too long since my prosthetic body had last been recalibrated? Or maybe the electric bomb had caused a slight disruption in my system. Either way, I'm screwed. I knew before even reaching the wall, I was going to fail. I was short by the length of an arm. What now? Think, Luka. Iskin had already descended on the other side of the wall. He couldn't help me. At this rate, I was going to slide down and crash into the wall and ground. Should I try scraping against the wall to slow my fall? That might keep me alive. But even if I survived, I'd be out of the mission. And that was worse than dying. Rip! Without hesitation, I tore off my coat and lashed it out like a whip. For once, I was grateful for the rain. The soaked fabric had just enough friction. Whoosh! The sleeve of my coat caught onto the railing of the security wall, but it would only hold for a fraction of a second. Please, please, I yanked on the coat, pulling my body toward the wall as fast as I could. Grit. My fingers barely hooked onto the ledge. The sudden impact caused the shock absorption mechanisms in my finger joints to separate slightly. Ha! Ha! I pulled myself up over the railing. I wanted to catch my breath, but there was no time. Move! I forced the command into my body. 2 seconds left. I had to jump immediately. There wasn't even time to scan the terrain below. Whoosh! I flung myself downward, falling headfirst into the rain and darkness. My vision cleared just as I was descending. Ah, what a familiar sight. From here on, this was the lower district. Screech, thud. I slid down, scraping my heels against the wall, and finally landed on solid ground. Somehow, I had made it through. Even I found it hard to believe. Creak, creak. I twisted my dislocated fingers slightly and pressed them back into place. The internal components clicked together, and the unpleasant sensation disappeared. Whoosh! I threw my tattered coat back over my shoulders and pulled my hood down low. In the alley ahead, I spotted Iskin. A second later, and I would have left you behind, rookie. Not a chance. I bared my teeth as I replied, but I honestly couldn't tell if the liquid running down my back was rain or sweat. I had just come dangerously close to dying. Even after replacing their bodies with full-body prosthetics, human desires remained the same. I figured Bauzakanen would head toward the red light district in the lower district. Sure, the upper district had prostitutes too, but some cravings couldn't be satisfied up there. I recalled the holographic ads I had seen in the brothels of the lower district. Just thinking about them was sickening. Whoosh! Iskin and I leaped across the rooftops of the lower district. The haphazardly expanded buildings made movement far more unpredictable than in the upper district. Even Iskin, a master of three-dimensional maneuvering, hesitated now and then, slowing his pace. The red light district is this way. Bauzakanen is heading in a completely different direction, I noted. I had a solid grasp of the lower district's geography. Let's just hope he doesn't leave Akbaran. No, actually, it'd be better if he did. That way, no one would notice if we kidnapped him. Iskin muttered to himself. He must have found it odd that the black-class taxi had bypassed the brothels. He won't get too far, though. Considering the cost of a black-class taxi, even for something as secretive as indulgence, no hobby is worth spending that much on. During the Ken Noma Arena ambush, I had taken a black-class taxi myself. Even for a short ride, the fare had been, well, just thinking about it made my stomach churn. Even high-ranking officials would find it expensive. He's already traveled a significant distance. Whatever he's up to, he must think it's worth the credits. Iskin stared at the black-class taxi, now just a distant speck. Occasionally, passing aerial vehicles blocked our view. Without a tracker, we would have lost him a long time ago. The black-class taxi is heading to the outskirts. It might even leave Akbaran. Should we prepare a vehicle? This is getting troublesome. I wanted to avoid using one if possible. Even with a private vehicle, any kind of transport made it difficult to move discreetly. If we wanted to tail the black-class taxi without being noticed, going on foot was the best option. Iskin seemed deep in thought, but just then, the black-class taxi began to slow down. He had been frowning, but now he let out a small sigh of relief. The taxi landed in the ruins on the outskirts of Akbaran. I had been to those ruins before for a mission. Naturally, I had no fond memories of the place. The ruins were infested with twisted creatures, both in mind and appearance. The ruins of Akbaran, a place where the worst of the underworld gathers, a lawless zone that goes beyond the gray areas. And now, a high-ranking Imperial official had come here. This isn't normal. Iskin narrowed his eyes as he confirmed the location. It might not be for indulgence, it could be a meeting with terrorists. At my words, Iskin immediately shook his head. No, that's unlikely. Even a black-class taxi wouldn't protect someone committing treason against the Empire. No matter how powerful it is, it's just a corporation at the end of the day. Thinking about it, he was right. Maybe, as someone born in the lower district, I had a certain misplaced awe for black-class taxis. I pushed aside that illusion and focused on the distant taxi. It hovered slightly off the ground, likely in the middle of a payment transaction. We moved slowly, keeping our bodies hidden among the wreckage. Luka, I heard you've trained in Aki's Victima. Users of that combat technique are known for having an uncanny sense of intuition. Can I trust yours? My instincts are sharp. I trust them enough to stake my life on them. I didn't bother being humble. I simply stated the truth. A soldier should never exaggerate their abilities, but downplaying them to avoid responsibility was just as wrong. Then I'll leave detecting anomalies to you. The ruins of Akbaran are beyond the Empire's surveillance and control. Anything could happen here. The lower district. where people like Gabriel, the arena gangs, and La Vie en Rose operated, was at least monitored by the Empire. But the ruins, an abandoned wasteland with no clear borders, were completely different. Even the Empire couldn't track everything that happened here. A place where even the thin veneer of morality and ethics found in the lower district doesn't exist. The ruins were full of abandoned buildings. A ruin wasn't necessarily a wasteland. Entire urban districts had been left behind, either because development had been halted or because they were simply discarded. Vagrants and outlaws used the remaining structures to survive. Bauzekanen stepped out of the black-class taxi. As soon as he did, the taxi lifted off, passing right over our heads. Ving. Iskin manipulated his terminal, sending a signal to the tracker. A fingernail-sized tracker detached from the taxi and dropped into his palm. Crack! He rubbed it between his fingers, reducing it to dust. Bauzekanen entered the building. I murmured as I observed him. After stepping inside the ruined structure, Bauzekanen didn't reappear for over 2 minutes. From the outside, it was just a desolate, abandoned building. We have no choice but to follow. Luka, take the lead. At a glance, it sounded like he was shoving me into a death trap, but having me go first as an Aki's Victima combatant was a logical decision. I didn't mind taking the risk. In fact, I welcomed it. Until now, I had been practically dragged along by Iskin. But this time, it was my turn to demonstrate my abilities. At the very least, when it came to detecting anomalies and danger, I was confident I could match Iskin. No, I had to surpass him. It was time to prove my worth. Chapter 97. Iskin and I checked our equipment before entering the abandoned building. The shock pistol is too powerful. The shock pistol, Ruina, wasn't a weapon meant for frequent use in anti-personnel combat. It was originally designed specifically to counter Rick Silva Nunez. Click. I adjusted the standard-issue pistol of the Imperial Guard. The components moved smoothly. It had a simple, reliable structure with no unnecessary features. Its firepower was weak, but that could be compensated for with precision shooting. I drew my blade halfway. The edge of Crucis gleamed with a cold, blue light. I preferred this over a gun. Whoosh. Then I spun Ile's gift, Graken Vuth, in one hand. The dagger required little maintenance, yet its pristine white blade remained razor-sharp. You have a Graken Vuth. Did you seize it from an Equation? Iskin recognized the weapon and spoke. A friend gave it to me as a gift. That's a rare item, you must have good friends. I suppose so. I hesitated for a moment before responding. Iskin raised his eyebrows slightly, as if surprised by my answer, then smiled. Woom! A low hum echoed from the sky in the direction of Akbaran. We hunched down and turned toward the sound. A hovering vehicle stopped in front of the abandoned building, and a man stepped out. He glanced around cautiously before entering the building. There must be something in there. People keep going in. After waiting a moment, we approached the building. The outer walls didn't seem to have any surveillance devices. Step, we walked into the dark interior. A cold hallway stretched ahead, completely devoid of light. This is a well-traveled passage. This wasn't an abandoned building. There were clear signs of activity. Dust on the floor had been disturbed, forming trails of footprints. There's someone up ahead, I whispered. Iskin would have noticed as well. For now, hold back on the violence until I give the signal. We might be able to resolve this through conversation. Past the hallway, a room opened up. The walls were sealed on all sides, without even a window, an environment where normal eyesight was useless. Only the glow of cybernetic eyes flickered in the darkness. 3 men stood inside. One of them noticed us and spoke. Oh, you're here already? There's still some time before your appointment. You idiot. They're not customers. What? The men belatedly shouted and pointed their guns at us. The red dots of optical sights landed on our foreheads. Whoa, let's all calm down. I'm just here as a customer. Iskin raised both hands as if surrendering. Who the fuck are you? A customer? We only take reservations, dumbass. Among the 3 men, the one who seemed to be the leader tilted his gun toward Iskin. He had no idea that the man in front of him was a high-ranking Imperial Guard. If he really wanted to threaten him, he needed something more than a gun. He needed a bomb powerful enough to blow up the whole room. Let's make an exception just for today. It took me a lot of effort to track this place down. I heard this is the only spot that provides proper service. Iskin lied without hesitation. He was simply throwing out a plausible story to gauge their reaction. Then, why'd you bring someone with you? You think this is a joke? Since he was keeping his gun aimed steadily, he chose to ask questions instead of attacking right away. He's curious about where we got our information. Until he figured that out, he wouldn't attack us outright. At first, he'd at least pretend to coax us. This guy is my bodyguard. It's my first time here, wouldn't it be reckless to come alone? This little punk, he's skilled. Go ahead and aim at his head and pull the trigger. What, you think we won't? It's fine if he dies. Ha 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 ha, you crazy bastard. Well, the man laughed, rubbing his forehead. Then, in an instant, he changed the direction of his gun and aimed at me. Bang! A gunshot rang out. I had already read his finger movement and tilted my head. The bullet grazed past my ear. The men's eyes widened. They exchanged whispers, clearly startled. Seems like he really can handle security. If you can afford someone of this level, you must be quite wealthy. His tone had changed. He must have realized that fighting us outright wouldn't be in his favor. I can pay in goods instead of credits. Digital assets like credits were easily traceable. The deeper underground you went, the more people preferred alternative payment methods. So, who referred you here? The conversation was unfolding smoothly, though their wariness remained. They asked me to keep it confidential. That's odd. If another client introduced you, we wouldn't be having this unnecessary tension. I don't know the full details. They asked me to keep it a secret, so I am. A silence settled after Iskin's words. I observed the three men carefully, prepared to subdue them instantly if their attitudes shifted. You should leave for today. Visits like this are troublesome. If you come back properly introduced, we'll accept you. The men were already gathering their things. The moment we left, they would change locations and inform only their regulars of the new meeting point. They're being extremely cautious, but I suppose that's necessary for doing business in the underground. At this point, I was genuinely curious about what they were selling. Prostitution and drugs were easy enough to find in the lower districts. I waited for Iskin's signal. Killing two and keeping one alive for interrogation would suffice. If you turn me away like this, it'll be difficult for you to continue your business. I tend to hold grudges. Iskin was still trying to talk his way through. What the fuck did you just say? The leader cursed and moved to aim at Iskin. At the same time, my hand moved. If you knew who you were pointing a gun at, you wouldn't even dare. Go ahead and try if you want to regret it. Got family? Friends? They'll all die, because of you. I spoke while leveling my pistol at him, making it seem as if Iskin was a noble of exceptionally high status. And for the most part, my words were true. If this conversation didn't resolve things, they would be the ones to die. The men hesitated before lowering their guns. I loosened my aim slightly, but kept observing. Do you even know what we sell? We didn't. Handling this was Iskin's job. I came to buy pleasure. Making me an accomplice would be safer for you too, wouldn't it? It was a vague phrase that could apply to any underground business. Whether it worked or not was uncertain. All right, follow me. We don't normally make exceptions like this. We never take customers without a reservation or a proper introduction. I'll compensate you generously. As you should. The man opened a door, revealing a staircase leading underground. Another damn basement. I grumbled internally. It was natural for people in this line of work to use underground tunnels, but ever since experiencing the arcane fortress, I had grown to dislike them. The man guided us alone, while the other two seemed to have other customers to attend to. Step. The man leading us down the underground passage carried an electric lantern. No matter how well one could see in the dark, nothing was more comfortable than clear visibility under a light. Since you don't have a reservation, I'll assign you whatever's left over. Don't bother asking for a replacement. He spoke while walking ahead. I was the one who forced my way in, so I won't be unreasonable. Do you have any preferred equipment or setups? Iskin was undoubtedly thinking fast. Prostitution, but if he's asking about equipment and setups. His wording was oddly cold, but I didn't dwell on it for long. I focused all my mental resources on mapping out the passage we were walking through. Conversation was Iskin's responsibility. No need to prepare anything separately. I'll use my own. So that's the type you are. You must have something in mind already. I'd rather not discuss embarrassing fantasies. Haha, it's not easy to say out loud, is it? Even for us, we prefer to speak in indirect terms rather than outright stating things. The atmosphere grew noticeably more relaxed, but something had been nagging at me for a while now. I slowly parted my lips. Excuse me, but may I ask something? At my words, the man stopped walking. You wouldn't have any reason to be curious about this place, would you, bodyguard? His response carried a hint of irritation. I rolled my eyes around, scanning the underground passage. A faint hum from my cybernetic implants filled the air. Iskin would have realized that I had increased my output. People pass through here regularly, don't they? This was the discrepancy I had noticed. There were no traces of foot traffic. 2 customers had entered before us. If they had come through here, there should have been signs of movement. Unless they use different underground passages for each customer, this doesn't make sense. The man would need to answer carefully. Whether I used force or not depended on his response. What are you talking about? People come and go all the tea. Before he could finish his sentence, I acted. The forced smile, the sweat forming on his skin, and the blatant lie, when all those pieces aligned, I reached a single conclusion. He was leading us into a trap. Whoosh! I slipped behind him and wrapped an arm around his neck. At some point, the dagger, Graken Vuth, had found its place beneath his chin. Iskin simply observed my actions in silence. Choose your next words carefully, unless you want your throat torn open. Hey now, C customer, W what is this? GHH, KGHHH. I pressed Graken Vuth against the man's chin. The sharp tip of the blade touched his tongue. Blood spilled down his neck like a crimson tie. Threats without violence often sound like empty bluffs. I can kill you. The target needed to feel that truth in their very body. I wasn't completely sure, but the way you reacted just now confirmed it. This isn't a passage for customers, is it? Iskin stepped in front of the man, speaking calmly. Why you be-bast, cock? I twisted Graken Vuth slightly. The wound tore open, and the bleeding worsened. Answer only what you're asked. We don't care if you die. The only reason you're alive is to make our job easier. If we decide that getting answers from you is more trouble than it's worth, we'll just kill you here and move on. All right, I get it. J just, P put the K-knife away, P please. The man barely managed to stammer out a response. Swish! I withdrew Graken Vuth and flicked it clean. The moment the blood droplets hit the ground, the pristine white blade gleamed as if brand new. Clank, clatter. I yanked the man's weapon from him and tossed it aside. Now unarmed, he clutched his bleeding jaw, gasping for breath. Iskin watched him calmly. We don't care what kind of business you run. We just need to meet one of your customers. If you cooperate, nothing will happen. One customer disappears, and you keep doing business as usual. Understand? The man struggled but nodded. Then take us through the proper customer passage. We don't want to kill anyone unnecessarily, including you. As I listened to Iskin, a thought crossed my mind. Iskin is sticking to a peaceful approach as much as possible. If it were me, I would have subdued all 3 men the moment they appeared and started with immediate threats. Kill too quickly, and the last one would crumble in fear. Sudden violence and death threw people into panic, and panicked people spilled the truth easily. Iskin knew this method well, but he had chosen the more tedious diplomatic approach. This was a man who had undoubtedly killed countless people in his life as an Imperial Guard. We don't want to kill anyone unnecessarily. I interpreted that differently. I don't want to kill anyone unnecessarily. Iskin preferred non-lethal methods. His words weren't a simple ploy, he genuinely didn't want to kill. The Imperial Guard were trained combat machines, their natural aggression honed into lethal precision. And yet he hesitated to take lives, a way to hold on to his humanity, to keep from being consumed by the Legion. I felt like I had just uncovered Iskin's defense mechanism. Chapter 98, Step, Step. The man I had threatened took the lead, guiding us to the real business site. His chin, which had been stabbed, was sealed with a liquid bandage, so the bleeding had stopped. That trained intuition from your combat technique is certainly useful. Iskin spoke from behind me. He was referring to the intuition of Aki's victima. Since an outsider was present, we avoided making direct references. If our personal information was exposed, we would have to kill the man. But Iskin genuinely seemed to have no intention of killing him. Is this your first time meeting a user? I've only met them often as enemies. The only user you know has already retired. He was referring to Kinuan, the only user. This ability has saved my life multiple times. I'm well aware of its usefulness. It doesn't let you exceed your limits, but it does help you reliably reach your full potential. But we prefer to raise the maximum potential itself. If your peak is incomparably high, you can still overpower others even at your lowest. That was exactly why the Imperial Guard used the Legion. If you dominated in every aspect, minor skills became unnecessary. Even if I trained Aki's Victima to its absolute limit, I still wouldn't be able to defeat an ordinary Imperial Guard soldier imbued with a Legion. Perhaps sensing my bitterness, Iskin added, but I have dozens of times more real combat experience than you. The fact that you detected the anomaly faster than me is impressive. You would have noticed the trap even without me. The outcome wouldn't have changed much. Iskin didn't deny it. His insight and intuition were on par with mine. The Imperial Guard does not need Aki's Victima. That was the conclusion from the higher-ups. Iskin and I stopped talking and focused on the end of the corridor. A faint noise and vibration reached our ears. Something was beyond that point. Most likely their business site. Bao Zakanen would be there as well. Do you know all your clients' identities and names? Iskin asked the man. His voice dropped to a low frequency, carrying an imposing weight. I know a few, but most of the list is managed by the higher-ups. Ah, damn it anyway, they handle it. The guest list that reaches low-level guys like me only has aliases. The man grimaced as he spoke. He was revealing information he shouldn't have. Given that he referred to a higher-up, it seemed their operation was more organized than expected. As I said earlier, we have no intention of interfering with your business as long as we achieve our objective. We don't want this to escalate either. I don't know who you're looking for, but if you leave quietly, I'll keep my mouth shut. If the higher-ups find out, I'm as good as dead. For reference, there are no surveillance devices or security facilities inside. The same goes for the passage we just came through. This establishment prioritizes customer privacy above all else. Even if a person or two disappears, no one will notice. The man was being cooperative. It seemed he had decided to trust Iskin. Even if he didn't, he had no other option left. Stop. The man halted at the end of the underground passage. The path we had taken was winding and complex. It had been crudely dug without proper excavation techniques, making it a tunnel that could collapse at any moment. Outlaws had burrowed through the city's underground like rats. This wasn't even the city center. It was beneath the ruins, making it a facility even the Empire would have trouble locating. This place is nothing like the business districts of the lower sector. All businesses in the lower sector fundamentally operated in a gray area. The upper and lower sectors interacted in a mutually dependent relationship. Or more accurately, it was a one-sided sacrifice on the lower sector's part. Manpower and resources from the lower sector flowed upward, while discarded byproducts from the upper sector were recycled below. However, the lawless zone of the ruins was where all of Akbaran's waste gathered to rot. Simply put, it was a cesspool. Even gangs from the lower sector hesitated to handle the kind of work that was done here without a second thought. Then, we'll go in. The man glanced at us for confirmation before opening the door. We carefully observed him to ensure he wasn't trying anything foolish. Kriyak. As the rusted iron door swung open, the sounds inside grew louder. The difference in air pressure caused the air to stir and leak outward, carrying the stagnant stench past us. I pressed the side of my mask, partially opening the mouthpiece. The smell rushed into my nose. What the hell is this? I frowned. It was an indescribable stench, difficult to separate or analyze. Countless odors were vying to assert their presence. Iskin was experiencing the same sensations I was. His forehead creased as well. Urine and feces, both fresh and rotting, mingled together. Beyond that, there was the acrid scent of oil and the metallic tang of blood. The harsh fumes of disinfectants, regularly sprayed, lingered in the air. Yet even that wasn't enough to fully mask the stench, so they had scattered perfumes all over in a desperate attempt to cover it up. And then, the distinct artificial body odors secreted by full-body prosthetics to mimic the human scent. The acrid smell of gunpowder, the sharp scent of energy particles, the aroma of cooked meat from somewhere. as if someone was eating, and alcohol evaporated into the air and drifting around. Throb, throb. The stench was already enough to cause a headache, but my heightened senses only made it worse. Even though I didn't want to, my brain was heating up as it automatically analyzed the scent particles. Click. Unable to bear it any longer, I shut the valve on my mask. Finally, I could breathe again. Ah, there's no ventilation in the hallway. The man glanced at me and spoke awkwardly. Beyond the open door, a straight hallway stretched ahead. It was wide enough for about 4 people to walk side by side. On either side, tightly shut doors lined the corridor. Clang, thud. Occasionally, noises came from inside the rooms. The structure prevented any view of the interiors from the outside. The client who visited just before we arrived. Iskin finally pinpointed the target clearly. Since he knew the order in which Bao Zakanen had entered, finding him wouldn't be difficult. Please handle it quietly, don't disturb the other clients. The man displayed a degree of professionalism as he spoke. He walked down the corridor, checking the numbers on the doors. And then, it happened. Clatter, one of the doors swung open. Click, Iskin and I swiftly drew our pistols, aiming at the open doorway. Save me, please. A naked boy was crawling out. He looked about the same age as I had been when I first entered the Imperial Guard. His face was filled with terror as he dragged himself across the floor. The reason he was crawling was simple. He had no legs. Drip, drip. Blood gushed from the stumps where his legs had been freshly severed, pooling onto the hallway floor. As he spotted us, he desperately reached out his hand. You fucking piece of damn it. How many times have I told you to shut the damn door properly? The man who had been guiding us cursed furiously. A dull voice responded from inside the room. You have to give them hope that they can escape. That way, they'll struggle harder. Not like he can actually get away, so what's the problem? A woman stepped out of the room. Her identity was concealed by a featureless mask, with only her eyes visible through the slits. She was holding a saw blade, stained with blood and flesh. It was clear she had used it to sever the boy's legs. Get away. Please. The moment the boy saw the woman, he froze in terror. His face twisted into an expression on the verge of madness. Good. I love it when they struggle so healthily. Their flesh is so soft and tender. This makes the money worth it. I understood everything now, where the children who frequently went missing in the lower sector ended up, and what kind of business these people conducted here. Of course, we only deal in 100% pure, biological humans. The man smirked as he spoke to the woman. This situation wasn't abnormal to them. Their sense of morality had long since been twisted beyond recognition. What people satisfied here was the urge to kill. And it had to be directed at pure, flesh and blood humans. I already knew that the people here were rotting from the inside out, but facing it directly made it almost unbearable. I must have resisted the urge to pull the trigger dozens of times by now. Creak, thud. The woman dragged the boy back into the room and locked the door behind her. My apologies, just a little mishap. That guest always does that. The man turned to us and spoke casually. Iskin and I likely wore neutral expressions. We were used to hiding our emotions, but what was Iskin thinking right now? Was he suppressing the same rage and disgust that I was? Luka. Iskin spoke my name. Until now, he had avoided revealing any information. That's right. Iskin had changed his mind. He no longer intended to let the man live. I'm listening, I responded briefly. You search every room and find Bao Zakanen. I'll. Iskin raised his gun, aimed it at the man's forehead, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. Even as the gunshot echoed through the corridor, no one inside the rooms peeked out. Compared to what was happening behind those doors, a gunshot was a trivial matter. Thud. The man collapsed backward, arms sprawled out. His eyes were wide open in death, and blood trickled steadily from the hole in his forehead. I'm going to start cleaning up this trash now. Understood. I liked Iskin. His humanity was commendable. Iskin grabbed the door the woman and boy had gone through. Against his strength, the lock was meaningless. Crash! The iron door was torn from its hinges like a toy and slammed against the wall. Iskin raised his gun toward the interior and fired repeatedly. You don't know who I... The woman's voice leaked out faintly. She was spewing the same nauseatingly predictable words. I wondered just how many times Iskin, an irregular, had heard those exact words in his lifetime. Ha, even trash can talk. The woman, equipped with a full-body prosthetic, didn't die from just a few pistol rounds. Iskin bounced lightly on his feet, then shot forward like a blur into the room. Crunch, a sickening burst echoed, most likely her skull. He must have crushed her artificial cranium along with whatever was inside. How did I know? Because I'd heard that sound many times before. I moved as well. Even without a guide, finding Bao wouldn't be difficult. He was bound to be somewhere in here, indulging his twisted urges. Despite the commotion, no one had any intention of stepping out. The dead man had led us down a long hallway. Bao wasn't in any of the rooms we had passed. That meant he was in one of the 5 doors remaining ahead of me. Creak, crash, I shattered the lock and pushed open the door. Inside, a man covered head to toe in feces was standing. He had a woman hanging against the wall, mutilating her. What an impressive fetish. What's this? A bonus service? The shit-covered man grinned, revealing teeth so white they looked comically out of place against his filth-smeared face. It's a service, all right. A one-way guide to the afterlife. I leapt lightly into the air. My body shot forward, and as I reached his side, I swung my heel like a hammer. My inward curving kick smashed his head down to the floor. Crunch! His skull burst the moment it met the ground beneath my heel. I had no idea what noble family or high-ranking position he might have belonged to. But one thing was certain. No matter how corrupt the Empire had become, they wouldn't hold me accountable for the immediate execution of filth like this. Even the Empire wouldn't go so far as to protect this kind of trash. And if the Empire did choose to protect them, then I was fully prepared to become a dissident. Creak, bang, I opened the next door. What kind of scene awaited me inside? I didn't feel like describing it. Herc, do you even know who trash, nothing more. I pulled the trigger without hesitation. Crunch. And when I broke down the next door, I finally saw Bao. Ah! Bao turned to look at me with a bewildered expression. My lip curled involuntarily, twitching slightly under my eye. He was dressed in an outfit adorned with extravagant lace, women's clothing, and in front of him, a naked man was bound to a cross. When I saw the man's face, my eyes widened. Nikolaos? The bound man resembled Nikolaos. Of course, it wasn't him. The man had been dead for a while. There were no signs of life. A corpse that looks like Nikolaos. I had a vague idea of the vile desire that had driven this entire scene. My name is Luka's Castoria. Bao eyes widened in shock. I aimed my gun at him and continued speaking. You know damn well why Castoria is here, don't you, you fucking bastard? Chapter 99. The underground was filled with death. Screams, gunfire, and the sound of prosthetic bodies breaking apart spread through the space. It was all the sound of Iskin cleaning up the trash. He was going to kill every last customer in this establishment. No matter who they were, we were cleansing the Empire's filth. Crack! I stomped down on Bao head and scanned the room. A serrated blade, a hammer, nails, a flamethrower, a device for flaying human skin. Spiked whips and tools whose purpose I didn't even want to know were scattered messily around. The floor was stained with blood that wouldn't wash away, no matter how much it was scrubbed. I couldn't even begin to guess how many lives had ended here. Disgusting bastard. I looked down at Bao. I wanted to press down with my foot and crush his skull right then and there. Chick, ka. Bao whimpered. He was dressed and made up like a woman. The sight beneath his flipped-up skirt was revolting. I didn't even want to describe what he had inserted. A faint, vibrating sound pulsed intermittently. Utterly repulsive. It wasn't just the act of slaughter that was the issue. If there had been a proper reason behind the killing, I wouldn't have felt this overwhelming disgust. But here, there was no cause, no justification. Even morality and ethics had evaporated. Just pure desire. This was a place where people were murdered for nothing more than twisted human cravings, a perverse fetish for tearing apart pure, biological humans. I had assumed Bao harbored dark desires, but I had never imagined it would be to this extent. Every customer in this place was a noble who had lived for a long time in a fully cybernetic body. The thought made me gag. I covered my mouth, but bile forced its way through my fingers. I looked down at Bao again. He had an enviable, high-end, full-body prosthetic, full-body prosthetics. Nobles who had lived on after losing their flesh and blood. Are you all yearning for the bodies you lost? Loss, and perhaps envy and jealousy, might have manifested into this grotesque perversion. This, too, was part of the Empire's darkness. You're with the Imperial Guard, aren't you? Why, you know who I am. I'm with Internal Seku, Stop. It's gonna burst. I pressed my foot down even harder on Bao Zekanen's head. A cracking sound came from his metal skull. The ever-composed Bao Zekanen was now utterly terrified. In the face of death, even he couldn't maintain his dignity. Strip away the outer shell, and he was no different from the lower-class citizens. I'm not here as a member of the Imperial Guard, Bao Zekanen. I'm here as a representative of the Custoria family. What does that have to do with M.Q.? I pressed down harder with my leg. The pressure increased as if a hydraulic press were bearing down. Cracks spread across Bao Zekanen's skull, and some of his internal components were forced out through the gaps in his synthetic skin. I wanted to see his head burst open, but I held back. Just talking to you disgusts me. I don't even want to waste words. Just answer my questions. Why did you kill Nikolaos? I didn't even ask if he killed him. I spoke as if I was already certain. What are you talking about, me? Kill Nikolaos? He still had the nerve to lie. Is that so? Guess I got it wrong then. In that case, you'll just die like the rest of the filth outside. I stomped down harder. Crack, more fractures spread across his skull. Even the floor beneath his head was beginning to crack. W8, I'll talk. Only then did I ease up a little. Bao Zekanen gasped for air. The circuits inside his fractured skull emitted a faint glow. The light shone through his artificial skin, branching out like veins. And tell me how you've been colluding with Nemesis. What the hell are you? No, fine, all right. The moment I lifted my foot, Bao Zekanen shouted. Bang. Boom, the commotion outside grew louder. Iskin's cleanup still wasn't finished. There must have been an obscene amount of trash to deal with. It made things easier for me. Bao Zekanen knew something unusual was happening outside. You're the Custoria family's adopted son, right? Then I suppose you don't really know what kind of person Nikolaos was. Heh. Are you trying to get revenge? Bao Zekanen sat on the floor, pulling out a piece of metal lodged in his temple as he looked up at me. Even in this situation, he had already regained his composure, just like a high-ranking bureaucrat should. It was just a little debt, that's all. Then why does that corpse back there look like Nikolaos? I think I already know what kind of twisted desires you have. Twisted desires? I won't say you're wrong, but seriously, why the hell am I going through this? Bao Zekanen spat out curses like some lowly commoner. He glanced at the Nikolaos lookalike corpse, then shifted his gaze back to me. Nikolaos was the one who approached me first, that whore bastard. Believe it or not, I don't care. He wanted to climb the ranks quickly through me. And I actually supported him, thinking of him as my lover. He was capable, so there was no problem. What kind of bullshit? I'm different from you monsters who have modified your brains. I can't process thoughts at high speed. Do you really think someone like me could just make up a convincing story on the spot? And spontaneous lies are easy to see through. Bao Zekanen's gaze was sharp. What he said was true. So, I spoke expressionlessly, still pointing my gun at him. That piece of trash discarded me. Do you get what I'm saying, kid? I got used. I was serious about him. But that bastard. The moment he didn't need my help anymore, he threw me away. Bao Zekanen's voice wavered with suppressed emotion. You knew that was his intention from the start. I was once again reminded of what kind of person Nikolaos was, someone who would do anything for success. I had sensed it when he approached me in that bold manner. He was an extraordinary man. I know, but that's why you're just a kid. When you fall in love, you want to believe the lies. Bao Zekanen laughed bitterly. I was starting to get irritated. I had no interest in hearing about some old man's heartbreak. I'm not here to listen to your sob story. So, you resented Nikolaos for abandoning you. Is that why you hired Nemesis to assassinate him? I cut straight to the heart of the matter. It was the key objective of this mission. Bao Zekanen hesitated, and so did my patience. Crack! I grabbed his hair and hurled him against the wall. Gook! A choked gasp escaped from Bao Zekanen as he slumped down. A dark red synthetic fluid seeped from his nose and mouth. Bao Zekanen was a smart man. I had to keep the pressure on him so he wouldn't have time to think. I was already struggling to suppress the urge to tear him apart. All right, damn it. To be precise, it wasn't collusion. If I were really in direct contact with terrorists, do you think I'd still be alive right now? And what reason would I have to stoop so low as to work with those bottom-feeding scum? Even if it wasn't direct collusion, it was something similar. And that was collusion. He was just playing word games. So you'd rather keep wasting time with wordplay? This place. It's probably one of Nemesis' funding sources. Of course, I have no proof, I'm not even certain, but they recorded everything I did here. Those despicable bastards set a trap and used it to blackmail bureaucrats and nobles like me. If that makes me a collaborator, then every person who's set foot in here is one too. I frowned. It was laughable, hearing him call someone else despicable. So, is that why you ordered Castoria's assassination through Nemesis? This was the second time I had asked that question. I had no intention of asking a third. The Castoria family had ways of extracting information without the use of words. I could just resort to that. Listen, kid, you're just an adopted son. If you want to protect the Castoria family for the sake of your own advancement, don't dig any further. This is the only way we survive. End it here. Bauzakanen shut his mouth. For the first time, I sensed a real sense of resolve from him. He wasn't going to talk easily. So that's how it is. I bit my lower lip and shut my eyes tightly. In my mind, the Empire's tangled web was slowly unraveling. Nicolao's assassination was probably. My accelerated thought process was reaching an answer. It was one of the conclusions I had already considered, but I had come here hoping to find a different answer, hoping that this wasn't the truth. I've also made some insurance for myself. I couldn't tell the Empire's security firms my travel routes, obviously. I couldn't exactly brag about visiting a place like this. Sometimes, you have to entrust important matters to people with absolutely no stake in them. Bauzakanen muttered. I tried to decipher his words, but before I could, my instincts detected something. Bzzzt, a cold shiver ran down my spine, yet there was no apparent threat in my surroundings. There was no one behind me. I knew that without even looking. And yet, unease crept up my spine. React to the threat. Move for battle. My brain was issuing urgent commands to my body. My fingertips trembled. My pupils dilated endlessly. My mind had yet to comprehend the danger, but my body and brain had already responded. Like a programmed machine, I reacted to the situation. I didn't yet know what this threat was, but my brain and body knew. Understanding and analysis would come later. Only then would I realize what kind of crisis I was truly facing. Our consciousness and identity are merely fragments of the brain. SHHK. I turned toward the right wall. A crack formed and a blue light seeped through. An energy beam pierced through the wall, streaking straight toward me. So the enemy had arrived. The battle had begun. I twisted my upper body and threw myself aside. My shoulder hit the floor first, and I rolled 3 times before landing in the corner. In the process, I disengaged my mask, reactivating my previously suppressed sense of smell. TSSSSSS. The beam burned through the wall, leaving a searing red afterglow. It was a high-output energy weapon, the kind rarely seen on the civilian market. BZZZT, I initiated the preheat sequence of my shock pistol, Ruina. At the same time, my other hand had already drawn Crucis. I hadn't seen the enemy yet, but I caught an unfamiliar scent in the air. That meant one thing: my opponent was likely not human. VRRRRR. A slight tremor ran through my hand as the shock pistol finished warming up. I pulled the trigger, aiming at the spot where the enemy was likely positioned. Thunk! A dull sound rang out as the energy-infused projectile struck the wall. Boom! The wall exploded violently. Before the debris had even finished scattering, I pulled the trigger again. Through the swirling dust and rubble, the enemy's figure became visible. The shock round was already hurtling toward him. If he dodged it, that would mean he wasn't an easy opponent. BZZZZZT, I had miscalculated. He didn't dodge. Instead, an energy shield extended from his forearm. The semi-transparent shield absorbed the impact of the shock round. A dense blue vapor, a byproduct of the energy neutralization reaction, quickly filled the room. Well, now. Those words came from my own mouth. Honestly, I was surprised enough for something so flippant to slip out. HSSSSS, HSSSSS. The enemy wore a helmet that completely covered his face, but even through it, the contours of his head were unusual. His snout protruded in a way that was distinctly non-human, and his arms were long enough to reach his knees. His blue skin, exposed between the gaps in his armor, was marked with glowing orange stripes that resembled scars. Just as I expected, he was an alien. An Equestrian. I had only seen them in videos and documents. Equestrians were a warrior race, mercenaries by trade, and my dagger, Graken Vuth, originally belonged to their kind. Without even glancing at my right arm, I swung my blade. Slash, Bauzakanen's legs were severed in an instant. "Kyuk," he groaned. Even with pain dampeners, he would still feel it. "Hey, alien. If you want to take your employer, you'll have to kill me first." This Equestrian was likely a contracted bodyguard for Bauzakanen. Iskin was probably facing something similar outside. SSSSSS. An eerie, distorted breath escaped from the Equestrian's mask. "That is my intention, human." A robotic translation voice echoed from his helmet. "BZZZT." The Equestrian stowed the long firearm on his back. Instead, he drew a rod and gave it a sharp flick, causing a spearhead to snap out from the tip. Whirr. The Equestrian vaulted over the collapsed wall and stood before me. Spinning his spear in slow, deliberate circles, he leveled it in my direction. Different species, same kind of warrior. This is our first meeting, but I already like you." I holstered my firearm and raised Crucis. Reflected in the blade, my lips curled into a wide grin, baring my teeth. Damn it. That habit again? Chapter 100. The Accrescia Empire's foreign policy stance was simple. The Bellado Federation and the Holy Korite Alliance were objects of both love and hate from the Empire's perspective. They were arch-enemies, yet at times, also companions. This was because they shared a common origin as humans. Even in hostile situations, non-governmental exchanges were never completely blocked. However, when it came to alien species, the Empire maintained a strict stance of contempt and exclusion. Aliens were never granted equal rights with humans in the Empire. Most were either slaves or illegal immigrants. Only a select few who were deemed useful were given mere permission to stay. Either way, aliens were a rare sight in the Empire. That didn't mean the Empire tried to hide their existence. In fact, within the Imperial Guard and military, some alien species were even specifically studied. Frito, Sora, Crawler, and Equestrian. These were the names of alien species I was familiar with. They all had one thing in common. They were so warlike or possessed such exceptional combat prowess that they were known as warrior races. In other words, they were species highly likely to be encountered as enemies of the Empire. And today, I had come face to face with one of them. BZZZZ, the Equestrian before me extended his spear sharply, observing me. His hand gripping the spear had 4 fingers, and beyond his mask, his fierce eyes gleamed ominously. The stripes on his body glowed with an orange hue, releasing excess heat accumulated within. The mercenary race, Equestrian, that was what people called them. Equestrian mercenaries were renowned for their unwavering loyalty. And right now, their loyalty was being demonstrated before my very eyes. Even in the outskirts of Akbaran, he was operating within the Empire to protect his employer. As long as they were paid, they would work even in a place like the Empire, where xenophobia was rampant. This one is an elite warrior, even among Equestrians. I instinctively knew he wouldn't be easy to deal with. The energy shield deflecting my shock rounds alone was no ordinary piece of equipment. His combat prowess was bound to match the quality of his gear. An alien fighting in the Empire? That alone was proof of his skills. BZZZT. I let Crucis hang loosely, dragging the tip of my blade along the ground. Fighting a being that isn't human. Once again, I would learn something here. Would I survive and grow, or would I fall? A warrior's fate was ultimately that simple. The strong were born atop the deaths of others. Clink. The Equestrian moved first. His arms were so long that his fingers nearly reached his knees. On top of that, he was a full 2 heads taller than me. And his weapon has reach, a spear. I was the one who had to close the distance. If I stayed too far away, I would only get pressured and eventually stabbed. Dodge his attacks while moving in. My parallel thought process, split between combat and tactics, rapidly devised a plan. I fixed my gaze on the thrusting spear as I moved. The The weapon grazed past my shoulder, barely missing me. Whoosh! I pushed forward, closing the gap. Now I was within the range of my blade. I struck diagonally, deflecting the spear and slashing at his torso. It was a textbook maneuver, and textbook moves were called such because they were always the most effective. And experienced fighters always set traps to counter textbook moves. I extended my front foot and abruptly stopped. Mid-charge, I took a step back. The equestrian swung his left hand at the spot where my head had been just moments ago. A blade, the length of a forearm, had silently emerged from the vambrace wrapped around his left arm. A concealed weapon to exploit an opening. That meant he was a seasoned warrior. Had I continued my charge, I would have been either stabbed or forced into a vulnerable position while trying to block. That would have put me on the defensive. But I anticipated it and dodged. Now it's my turn. I pressed the attack. The equestrian's stance was faltering. His glowing eyes widened as he looked at me. Swish! My blade tore through his left arm. Thick bone and muscle were severed cleanly. Yet the equestrian didn't scream. He didn't even flinch from the pain. His sharp gaze remained fixed on me, already preparing his next move. He was an incredible warrior, troublesomely so. If he had wavered from the pain and shock of losing an arm, I would have continued pressing my advantage. He had lost our battle of wits and paid the price with his arm, but he wasn't panicking. That meant it was now my turn to defend. My sword was still extended from the wide swing I had used to sever his arm. My head and left shoulder were completely exposed. With his bare hand, realizing he had no time to recover his spear, the equestrian abandoned his weapon without hesitation. He reached for my head with his remaining right hand. His palm was large enough to grab my skull in one grip. He wouldn't do this unless he was certain he could crush my head with a single squeeze. Kit. I didn't stop the momentum of my swing. Instead, I drove my blade's tip into the ground, utilizing its weight to my advantage. My crucis was a high-density, heavy weapon. It was incredibly hard and carried significant weight. With the blade buried in the ground, my body was propelled upward like a pole vaulter. Whoosh! I released the sword's hilt and shot into the air. In an instant, I was above the equestrian's head. The equestrian had swung his right arm, leaving his back completely exposed. The nape of his neck was wide open. I swiftly drew my dagger, xperrif. It was a blade symbolic of the equestrian race. To think the first life my xperrif would take would be that of an equestrian. Even with my barren sense of sentimentality, the irony of it felt both unfortunate and senseless. Thud. I pressed down on the equestrian's back and drove the dagger deep into the base of his skull. The blade severed his central nervous system as it pierced into his brain. Crunch! I twisted the blade, shredding his brain matter. If we all fail, then the price does not need to be paid. A garbled mechanical voice crackled from his translator. His final words were not meant for me, but for his employer, Zakanen. I stood up, pulling xperrif free. I flicked off the blood, and its white blade gleamed as if it were still brand new. The dead equestrian didn't move. Just moments ago, we had been fighting fiercely for each other's lives, yet I felt no hatred toward him. He had merely fulfilled his contract with unwavering loyalty, and the equestrian hadn't harbored hatred or resentment toward me either. Likely not even in the final moments before his life was severed. So this is what it means to be a mercenary race. If all equestrian mercenaries were like this, then they were certainly worth trusting, despite their loyalty being bought with money. I expanded my awareness, widening my tightly focused senses. The hearing I had dulled before now sharpened, allowing me to clearly pick up the commotion outside. Iskin is still fighting. It even sounded like he was up against two equestrians. The clashing of weapons suggested as much. I had finished my fight, I needed to go assist him, but first, I had something to take care of. Zakanen? I looked down at him. Zakanen let out a deep sigh as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Fine, take me. Let's negotiate like nobles. He still believed there was room for bargaining. If I were just another member of the Castoria family, I might have taken him alive for interrogation. But I was the Emperor's overseer. I knew the larger plans and the greater flow of events. If I wanted to protect the Castoria family here, then Zakanen had to die. Nikolaus's assassination was ordered by the upper echelons of the Empire, wasn't it? That's why you contacted Nemesis and commissioned the hit. That's the truth buried beneath all the convoluted lies, isn't it? Bao Zakonen's eyes widened even further than when he had been caught in disgrace. His pupils dilated, swallowing the whites of his eyes. You, how? That response and reaction were more than enough to confirm the truth. Thud, I picked up the Equestrian's spear and drove it through Bao Zakonen's head. The spearhead pierced his forehead and jutted out from the back of his neck. Bao Zakonen was dead. I didn't want to see the Castoria family fall. Even Jup and Eva, who despised me, I didn't want them to die. And even more so, Hemilas and Giselle. The Empire deliberately killed Nikolaos Castoria to create chaos. They must have expected Hemilas to respond like this. The vague unease that had hovered like mist finally took a clear shape. I had wanted to avoid seeing it. Every time I caught a glimpse of the truth, I had tried to deny it. Silently, I bit my lower lip. The Empire wants to eliminate the Castoria family. For that, they needed justification. The ones sitting at the top wanted the Castoria family to turn against the Empire. It was dangerous, both for Hemilas and for me. And in that moment, I understood. I realized, with a chilling certainty, why Aki's victima was the condition for becoming an overseer. Because even if I didn't want to know, I would inevitably come to understand all these connections. Without anyone telling me, I understood the mission given to me by the Imperial household and Kinnuan. They didn't need to spell it out. I could see exactly what they wanted. If I wanted to be officially recognized as an overseer, like Kinnuan, I have to assist in bringing down the Castoria family from within. A trial and test so impossibly difficult it was almost laughable. Yeah, honestly, this was just utterly fucked. To put it bluntly, the Equestrians we fought weren't even close to the Imperial Guard's average combat level. I didn't know where they ranked among their own kind, but they weren't weak by any means. Still, we were an elite combat unit, even by the Empire's standards. Of course. Iskin, who belonged to the higher-tier units within the Imperial Guard, had taken down 2 Equestrians on his own with ease. The target died in battle. Can't be helped, they were a real hassle. Iskin glanced at Bao Zakonen's corpse and made a casual remark. I interrogated him beforehand, so we got most of the information we needed. Well, at least that's something. Iskin didn't seem particularly disappointed. He was only on this mission out of loyalty to Hemilas. Whether things went well or not, it wasn't really his concern. I didn't expect Equestrians to be part of the escort. I only ever heard about them in lessons. I shifted the topic. It wasn't strange for a cadet like me to find alien species fascinating. Equestrians have excellent stamina and exceptional patience, making them well-suited for long-term escort missions, especially in high-risk environments. Bao Zakonen had plenty of shady dealings, so he relied on Equestrians for personal security. He probably had an Equestrian summoning device implanted in his molar. Alien communication technology follows its own unique standards, making it difficult even for the Empire to intercept. Iskin spoke like a senior Imperial Guard member, offering guidance. As Bao Zakonen himself had said, sometimes alien species with no direct stakes in the Empire's politics were more trustworthy. That was likely why certain nobles secretly employed aliens for covert affairs. I organized the information I had extracted from Bao Zakonen and reported it to Iskin. This facility was a financial pipeline connected to Nemesis, and because of that, Bao Zakonen was essentially forced to cooperate with them. He claimed it was due to blackmail, but from what I gathered, it seemed more like he occasionally fed Nemesis information to indulge his perversions and satisfy his cravings. However, it doesn't appear he ever handed over critical secrets. If he had, he wouldn't have survived this long. It was a report mixed with both truth and deception. I occasionally furrowed my brows, letting my visible disgust for the facility and Bao Zakonen slip through while concealing my deeper thoughts. Of course, this place was horrifying. I genuinely believed that. You should head to the communication zone and call the security patrol. I'll finish clearing out this place. There are probably more people deeper inside. We've killed quite a few nobles here. Are you sure calling the security patrol is a good idea? If we want to keep this incident entirely secret, the only option would be for me to kill all the surviving victims as well. I don't want to do that. Do you understand? Besides, the Empire won't come after us just for getting rid of some scum. The noble families will bury this quietly out of sheer embarrassment. I suppressed the urge to smirk. Acts of kindness and justice could sometimes make a person seem weak, but Isken's kindness never came across as weakness. His reputation and accomplishments formed an unshakable foundation beneath him. Isken was a good man, probably one of the rare few with such integrity within the Imperial Guard. Chapter 101. Many nobles had died in the torture facility. Cleaning up the aftermath was Hemilla's responsibility. A classified investigation conducted solely by the Imperial Guard. The underground facility in question is suspected to be a financial source for Nemesis. A large number of deaths, including nobles. There was no one in high society unaware of this incident. It was rare for so many members of the upper class to die all at once. Even if their acquaintances or family members had died, people remained silent rather than criticizing the Imperial Guard's actions. No matter how depraved a noble might be, no one openly defended murder for pleasure. Moreover, many families even reduced funeral ceremonies to private family gatherings. I felt relieved as I listened to the news. If the nobles had stepped forward to hold the Imperial Guard responsible for the incident, I would have been deeply disappointed. It's precisely because of this atmosphere that Bao Zakanen dared to visit such a dangerous underground facility without even knowing who was running it. Even high-ranking officials had to take risks to satisfy their antisocial desires. And the Empire's terrorist organizations actively exploited these shadows of the Empire. They could seize the weaknesses of the upper class while also securing operational funds. Once the situation had calmed down to some extent, Hemilla's summoned me. The names of all the Imperial Guards who participated in this mission, including yourself, have been erased from the records. No matter how justified our actions were, there could still be people seeking revenge. Hemilla's spoke in a voice weighed down with exhaustion. Just from that one sentence, I could tell how much effort he had put into containing the situation. It must have been quite a challenge to clean up the mess. This was expected from the moment we deployed Isken. I know his nature all too well. Isken and I were classmates back in our cadet days. I was momentarily surprised. You two don't look the same age. At a glance, Isken appeared to be at least 10 or 20 years younger. I have to maintain an air of authority, so I use a face that looks older, whereas Isken has no such need. That made perfect sense. In the Empire, nobles and high-ranking officials typically fix their appearance around middle age. It was easier to command respect and trust that way. Looking too young made one seem inexperienced, while looking too old made one seem weak. The middle ground was ideal. And it was an unspoken rule to avoid appearing younger than one's superiors within the organization. I had always been aware of this, but seeing it firsthand gave me an odd sense of dissonance. I had subconsciously assumed Isken was younger than Hemilla's. Knowing that Isken has a tendency to cause trouble, was there a specific reason you deployed him for this mission? I couldn't suppress my curiosity and asked. Honestly, I was getting quite comfortable with Hemilla's. I shouldn't be, but I was. Because he's that reliable, and I judged that he's someone who could protect you in any situation. I didn't know whether to be grateful or angry, but anger won out. I'm a soldier too, I can protect myself. You're still just a cadet. Isken was a veteran before you were even born. If you want to complain, do it after you become stronger than us. I had nothing to say and shut my mouth. A sigh rose to my throat but never came out. Anyway, was there anything lacking in my previous report? I changed the subject. Hemilla's wouldn't have called me just for small talk. But I had already completed my mission report on the first day of my return. Back then, Isken had been with me. No, nothing was lacking. Your reports are always excellent. You answer your superiors' questions before they even ask. I couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or sincere. Just when I thought Hemilla's was easy to deal with, he would turn difficult like this. Before he could pick apart any weaknesses, I recalled my last report. Bao Zakanen felt betrayed by Nikolaos, whom he thought of as a lover. So, he commissioned an assassination through Nemesis. Nemesis gladly took on the request to further indebt Bao Zakanen to them. Nikolaos' movements and schedule, Bao Zakanen would have given all that information himself. But there were parts that couldn't be explained by this alone. The fact that Nikolaos had died right after I had tasked Kinuan with investigating him. It was hard to dismiss that as mere coincidence. so I fabricated a plausible addition to the story. Nemesis approached Bao Zakanen, claiming they handled contract killings. They anticipated that, upon learning this, Bao Zakanen would immediately request Nikolao's assassination. Conveniently, Nemesis also wanted Nikolaos dead because he was investigating Kinnuan, so they manipulated Bao Zakanen into providing the necessary information. Yes, that sounded convincing enough. And once again, every secret and cause led back to Kinnuan. That was one of Kinnuan's roles. He harbored countless mysteries and unanswered questions. As a result, investigations and pursuits always hit a dead end with him. Anyone who tried to uncover the shadows was inevitably blocked by Kinnuan. Hemilas stroked his chin, as if recalling my report. In the end, it's Kinnuan. As long as Hemilas focused on Kinnuan, the Castoria family was safe. No matter how deeply one dug into Kinnuan, no clear answers or truths would emerge. Kinnuan was a ghost of the Empire, a mere illusion. No matter what schemes the Imperial household and Kinnuan devise, they can't move against the Castoria family without justification. I wished, more than anything, that I was mistaken about the Imperial household wanting to eliminate the Castoria family. If this was all just my paranoia, it would be a relief. I haven't received any direct orders yet. Wanting to protect the Castoria family isn't an act of rebellion against the Empire. I told myself that. But this was nothing more than self-justification. My intuition had already found the answer. The Castoria family's influence has grown too large, and Hemilas is dangerously competent. Among military families, the Castoria family was the most prestigious. And as this incident had proven, there were Imperial Guards who were more loyal to Hemilas than to the Empire itself. I didn't know the exact percentage, but it wasn't small. If the Castoria family's influence expands even further, if Hemilas begins to turn the Imperial Guard into his private army. Hemilas was a loyal soldier, but how long would he remain loyal? From the Imperial household's perspective, he was a potential threat. This was why the Imperial household wanted to remove Hemilas and the Castoria family. The chain of reasoning in my mind was complete. I wasn't someone who denied reality. It was time to accept it. Luka, decide. The Imperial household or the Castoria family, which side are you on? Since my schedule was free for the time being, I headed down to the lower districts. I had to visit regularly to make it seem like I was still investigating Kinnuan. More than anything, the lower districts were a good place to clear my head. For me, visiting here was like taking a walk. But today, rather than clearing my head, I was about to get a bigger headache. Hey, noble brat. So you've been keeping something this nice all to yourself? Gabriel smirked as he flexed the fingers of his upgraded prosthetic arm. Just seeing that made me frown in anticipation of an impending headache. A grand opening discount event? Support the new beginning of G&G Workshop. Gilda was cheerfully shouting. The scent of oil filled the first floor of the gang's office. This time, I'll do it for free. But don't remove the tracking chip on your own. Make sure to bring it back in a month. Giselle had set up a makeshift maintenance station and was servicing the gang members' prosthetics. She spoke calmly to these utterly vulgar people. Thinking back to how she used to be, it was surprising. Ha ha ha. Of course, miss. Damn, never thought I'd get an upgrade for free in my life. A gang member grinned and stood up. What the hell are you doing? I sat down across from Giselle. Do you want an upgrade too? She spoke as if it were nothing. Obviously, I had no need for any of these modifications. Cheap lower district prosthetics might benefit, but mine wouldn't. There aren't any defects, right? They're still my subordinates, so don't install anything weird on them. I've optimized their cybernetic and biological signal systems through neural wave analysis. Their reaction speeds should have improved just from that, but we'll have to monitor how long the effects last. Everyone's enhancements vary. It was an experiment, plain and simple. Of course, as long as there were no adverse effects or harm, it didn't really matter. But no scientist or engineer could predict every possible side effect. For now, though, there seemed to be no visible downsides, just improvements. These people already take on far greater risks and side effects to enhance their prosthetics. When you looked at it that way, it wasn't really a bad deal for anyone. G&G Workshop. Both Gilda and I have names that start with G, and we're paying Gabriel's gang for shop security. I heard Gilda had some bad experiences in the past. You actually did something pretty decent, you know? She was referring to the time I had saved Gilda from some lowlife thugs. It was one of the few good deeds I could actually say I was proud of. Do whatever you want. At this point, I wasn't going to stop Giselle, not that I had the right to in the first place. Of course. Even if you didn't say that, I was going to do as I pleased. I glanced around. Maybe this is a significant new beginning for Giselle. G&G Workshop was probably one of the few decisions she had made entirely on her own. It could lead to a major change in her life. I stood up and walked toward Gabriel. The moment I did, a waiting gang member immediately took my seat, eager to receive his upgrade. Gabriel had been continuously adjusting his hand movements, testing out different gestures. I sat down next to him. I'm remembering how it felt before I replaced my arm with a machine. The sensation, you know. Look at this, it reacts the moment I think about it. Gabriel grinned as he spoke. It probably wasn't truly on par with a biological limb, but the upgrade must have been significant enough for him to feel the difference. Gabriel, I hate to ask, but keep an eye on Giselle for now. Seems like she plans to come down to the lower districts often. Hey, what? I spoke flatly, but Gabriel's eyes widened as he stared at me. Luka, I think this is the first time you've ever asked me for something nicely. This feels weird. You're making a big deal out of nothing. I grumbled and glanced over at Giselle and Gilda. Gilda was as cheerful as ever. Gabriel and his gang members all liked her. Some probably admired her, too. I turned my eyes to Giselle, who was focused on her work. The gang members were wary of her. They knew that if a noble like Giselle ever got moody, their lives could be snuffed out in an instant. Plus, her background gave her a naturally sharp temper. If Giselle were my subordinate, I'd just order her not to come down here, but I can't do that. And I can't always be around to watch over her either. Got it, man. I'll assign only my best guys to guard the workshop. I'll even drop by myself when I'm off duty. Gabriel thumped his chest as he made his promise. But I was still uneasy. I could ask Levi and Rose and Grace to look after Giselle, but they were business partners, not friends. If I ask Levi and Rose for a favor, they'll demand something in return. And worse, Levi and Rose might manipulate the naive Giselle. There were too many reasons to hesitate in trusting her to them. Hemilas said Giselle would be safe as long as she stayed within Akbaran. It wasn't that I didn't trust Hemilas, but I couldn't shake my worries. Barbara's obsession and madness could easily turn toward Giselle without warning. Lost in thought, I suddenly recalled Ile's request. I had promised to support him within the Karthika family. I walked up to Giselle and spoke. Let me know when you're done. I'll take you back. I have something to talk about. Giselle stared at me for a moment before giving a small nod. Chapter 102. Giselle and I walked side by side through the streets of the lower district. The night was deep. Eerie movements stirred in the alleyways and shadows. I took out my standard-issue pistol and spun it around my finger. I had to make it clear I was armed, otherwise, some foolish vagrant might try to approach. Not that I particularly enjoyed resorting to such crude displays of force. The lower district folk adorned themselves roughly, exuding an air of violence. Many were obsessed with flaunting their aggression to a vulgar degree. There was a reason for it. In this place, looking weak only invited trouble. The streets have been uneasy lately. I tossed the remark to Giselle. Jumping straight into business felt too stiff and awkward. I wasn't sure when I started caring about such things, but here I was. Either way, conversing with civilians was exhausting. Military speech was usually blunt and rational. If something needed to be said, one could just say it, stripping away unnecessary emotions. Sometimes, persuasion wasn't even required. Authority and strength alone could settle matters. Soldiers were accustomed to the logic of power. On the battlefield, there wasn't time to question every order from a superior. But speaking with civilians required consideration for their emotions. It was a hassle in many ways. I'm thinking too much today, damn it. Why uneasy? Giselle asked, a beat later. Gang clashes have been frequent lately. According to Gabriel, these things happen periodically. On top of that, the arena gang, which handled major business, got split in half, throwing everything into chaos. With the balance of power unstable. Outlaws from the outskirts and the ruins are sneaking in, and those bastards are the worst of the worst. Gangs in the lower district were a necessary evil. They filled the void left by the lack of law enforcement, acting as a kind of vigilante force. But the outlaws from the ruins disregarded even unspoken rules. They had lost any sense of human decency, having nothing left to lose. My thoughts kept drifting. It was likely because I myself felt uneasy about bringing up this matter with Giselle. "I see," she replied indifferently. She clearly had no interest in the topic of gangs, and her apathetic response irritated me slightly. "This concerns you too. You said you wanted to do business in the lower district, didn't you? You should at least understand the balance and movements of the gangs." "I'd rather hear about it from Gilda or Gabriel. They probably know more about it than you do." Giselle spoke sharply. Well, she wasn't wrong. No matter how much I acted like I knew everything, I was no longer a part of the lower district. Her words hit me harder than I expected. My focus wasn't great today. We walked a little further. Once we left the more dangerous areas, the streets became somewhat more orderly. "You said you had something to say?" Giselle stopped in her tracks and asked. "Do you remember Ile Karthika? We owed him one last time." Of course, she would remember. I felt stupid for even asking. "Seeing you beat around the bush like this, it must be an uncomfortable topic. Just say it. I'm ready to listen." As expected, Giselle was sharp. She had already guessed the nature of this conversation from my uncharacteristic hesitation. I closed my eyes for a moment before opening them slightly. She was right. I was acting unlike myself. Get it together, Luka. I had a mountain of serious problems waiting for me. Compared to those, today's issue was trivial. At least, it wasn't a matter of life and death. Ile asked for our help. He wants us to come as guests of the Karthika family and lend him some support. That's not too difficult. Networking is crucial for nobles, after all. And it looks like Ile's in a tough spot. His father collapsed before he could solidify his position as the next head of the family. Now he has to enter the succession battle much sooner than expected. You don't need to explain further. I get what's happening. Some powerful relatives must be eyeing the family head position, thinking this is their chance. No matter how much potential Ile has, he's still a rookie without a solid foundation. If he loses the position, he'll either die or be completely ruined. No usurper would let a legitimate heir with potential live. Giselle understood the situation well. It seemed every noble family went through something like this during transitions of power. Ile invited you as his fiancé. Of course, it's only a formal engagement until he secures his position. That way, his relatives won't be able to touch him so easily, since there's always the risk that the Castoria family might get involved. I tried to keep my voice calm. Because of that, there was no emotion in my tone. Good. Haha. So that's the important matter, huh? I get it, Luka. It's definitely important. You're finally acting like a proper noble. Mock me all you want. I know this isn't exactly fair to you. Father won't hesitate to approve. He might even say you should just go through with a real engagement if necessary. If we put the next head of the Karthika family in our debt and establish a close relationship, it would benefit Castoria as well. Giselle understood that perfectly. In noble society, engagements and breakups were nothing more than strategic decisions dictated by interests. I recalled Lillian Lamons. Despite being born into nobility, her humanity had been denied in the name of wealth. She had been transformed into a living doll, molded to fit her fiancé's tastes in every aspect, appearance, behavior, even the way she spoke. If I had been in her place, I might have taken my own life. That was how horrific her situation had been. Compared to Lillian, Giselle's position was far more free. Since you understand, I'll set up the schedule. What if I refuse? Giselle snapped back sharply. But I knew she wasn't really planning to refuse. It was just hypothetical. She wanted to hear how I would react. I was willing to indulge her a little. If you refuse, then there's nothing I can do. I can't force you. Nice words. But you already knew I wouldn't refuse. It's not like going against my family's interests would do me any good. That's right. I didn't deny it. Giselle let out a sigh. Tell father yourself. I will. And just so you know, you're a terrible person. Giselle clenched her fist and hit me in the chest. It didn't hurt, but it hurt. I knew I was a terrible person. A week had passed. I received permission from Hamilas for the fake engagement, and Ile quickly set up the schedule. And so, we attended the Karthika family gathering. The Karthika family's main estate was located outside Akbaran. However, like most powerful noble houses, they also owned a high-rise building within the city under the family's name. Today's gathering was being held at Karthika Tower. Karthika Tower also served as temporary lodging for lower-ranking family members and vassals. No matter how often I saw it, the hierarchy among nobles was undeniable. The upper class and the lower class. At a glance, they seemed to fall into just two categories, but within those, there were countless subdivisions. I had risen to the upper ranks. Among military families, the Custoria lineage was one of the most prestigious. The reason I was thinking about this now was because, as an orphan from the lower district, seeing nobles bowing their heads to me felt surreal. "We've been expecting you, Lord Lukaus, Lady Giselle." Instead of mere servants, actual nobles had come to greet us at the airfield. Aside from the guide Ile had sent, there were also several low-ranking nobles present. The lower-ranked members and vassals of the Karthika family knew that Ile and I were close friends. That was why they were eager to win my favor in any way they could. "We appreciate the warm welcome," Giselle said as she stepped out of the air vehicle. Unlike her usual self, she wore an alluring dress. She must not have been thrilled about it, yet she still played the role of my fake fiancé with perfect commitment. I, too, stepped onto the rooftop airfield. Lifting my head, I took in the surrounding scenery. The night was deepening, and the city lights were dazzling. This was an area densely packed with noble estates, so airborne vehicles frequently passed by. The Karthika family held a decent standing among military families. However, in the grand scheme of the empire, they were merely middle tier. The height of a family's building was an unspoken measure of its influence, and plenty of buildings in the area towered above Karthika Tower. The kind of power struggle happening within the Karthika family must be playing out in all these other buildings as well. The web of interests within the empire was terrifyingly tangled. The more I learned, the less I felt I could see. To fully grasp and manipulate these complex power dynamics, just how much of a monster, accustomed to the darkness, would one have to be? "I heard you're the first in the history of the Imperial Guard to receive the 4th-class Cross Blade Medal of Military Merit as a cadet." A noble whose name I didn't care to remember spoke as he stepped beside me. I had been introduced to him earlier, but recalling his name felt like a waste of effort. In the past, I would have carefully memorized the names of every single person I met. But now, there were simply too many people I needed to know. My brain wasn't limitless. There was a limit to what I could retain. Giselle's words suddenly came to mind. She had told me I was becoming more like a noble, and she was right. I was prioritizing only those who could wield influence over me or hold a position that might benefit me in the future. I had long since forgotten the names of the children I once passed by in the orphanage. After all, I would never see them again, and even if I did, they would be of no use to me. I was just lucky. I muttered a dull, textbook display of humility. Despite my disinterested response, the noble guide plastered on an exaggerated smile and continued his flattery. "Luck, you say? For most, encountering one of the Empire's top-ranked fugitives wouldn't be luck, it would be a disaster." I didn't respond. The noble was still smiling, but I could easily guess what he was thinking. Who does this lowborn think he is, acting so high and mighty? But so what if I was being arrogant? They couldn't criticize me. I suppressed a smirk from escaping. Bzzzzzzz. We took the elevator up to the banquet hall. As we passed through the hallway and opened the doors, a grand hall stretched before us. The walls were made entirely of glass, offering a clear view of the outside. Inside, nobles were already engaged in conversation. Among them, I spotted a few from other families besides Karthika. A brief silence fell at our entrance. The gathered nobles paused what they were doing and turned their gazes toward Giselle and me. All eyes were on us. It was only natural. Tonight's main attraction was us. My apologies for not coming to greet you. I was still making my rounds. It's been a while, Lady Giselle. Ile, dressed impeccably, approached us. His tone toward Giselle was noticeably more formal than usual. Giselle grasped the hem of her dress and dipped her head slightly. "I never expected we'd meet again like this. You're quite skilled at maneuvering and scheming." It was half a jab. After all, Ile and I were both using Giselle for our own benefit. But in the end, even nobles were merely tools for their families. Individuals existed for their houses. And beyond that, the houses existed for the empire. We all understood reality well. That was why Giselle was playing along without resistance. My sincerity isn't entirely absent, Ile murmured under his breath, glancing at me for a reaction. Giselle kept her head lowered, so I couldn't see her expression. No, I had no intention of trying to see it. Instead, I surveyed the banquet hall. My eyes moved deliberately, scanning each face. Ahem. As I looked around, I let out a quiet sigh and closed my mouth. I had spotted a familiar face on one side of the room. Enrico Lagan. His eyes were wide with rage, his body trembling. Any moment now, it seemed like he might start shedding tears of blood. He must have come after hearing about Ile and Giselle's engagement. Judging by his expression, his one-sided infatuation with Giselle was still burning strong. The look on Enrico Lagan's face was a mixture of miserable fury. Then, his gaze locked onto me. Ugh, my head hurt. Lately, these headaches had been coming more frequently. Chapter 103. Hey, come here for a second, Luka. Us Castoria. Enrico approached me as he spoke. It seemed like he still found my new identity awkward. Excuse me for a moment. I excused myself to Giselle and Ile, then followed Enrico outside the banquet hall. The hallway was lined with a long brown carpet. Enrico, as if he had a death wish, suddenly grabbed me by the collar and shoved me against the wall. If I hadn't felt even the slightest bit of guilt toward him, his arm would have been broken. You bastard. You said you'd bring me and Giselle together? I never said I'd make it happen. I said I'd help. Back at the Accrescia Academy, I had used Enrico. Even though I knew he wouldn't end up with Giselle, I had still urged him to confess. And of course, Giselle had rejected him. That heartbreak had left a deep wound in Enrico. I had done him wrong. But so what? Compared to the world I lived in, a teenage heartbreak was nothing more than a trivial matter. I lived in a world of killing and being killed. I had no intention of indulging a kid whining as if he had lost everything just because a girl turned him down. Ile is your friend. You set up Giselle and Ile, didn't you? Enrico shouted so furiously that his spit flew at me. I wiped the saliva off my cheek with my fingers and shoved him away. They fell for each other on their own. What do you expect me to do about it? Besides, Ile's better looking and comes from a better family than you. What did you just say? Enrico's eyes widened in shock. Just then, a servant carrying a tray of drinks passed by in the hallway. I snatched 2 glasses and handed one to Enrico. Enrico, still flustered, took the glass without thinking. I slung an arm around his shoulders, pretending to be friendly. Just have a drink and think it over, you idiot. What, idiot? Giselle has a nasty personality. On top of that, she's got a strong will. She's not exactly a sweet, gentle girl. I found that part of her attractive. That's just because you don't have any experience with women. You've never actually dated anyone, have you? Not that I had either. But this was a moment to act cocky. I'm devoted to only one, hey. I smacked Enrico's dumb mouth with my palm. He flinched all the way to his shoulders, looking completely bewildered. Cut the crap, devoted to one. What, are you planning to stay single forever if Giselle won't have you? Never date anyone else? That's not what I meant, but I owe you one, so I'll introduce you to a woman. I know a girl who likes guys like you. Enrico seemed interested. He didn't reject the offer outright. Really? Of course. If I contacted Martina Diva, she would pick a girl that suited Enrico's taste from La Vie en Rose and send her to him. La Vie en Rose would benefit from establishing more connections with nobles anyway. Enrico, as if he'd never been angry in the first place, fell into deep thought. Do you, by any chance have a younger sister? Not Giselle, I mean a biological sister. What? I frowned. I once saw a maid serving Giselle who looked a lot like you. He must be talking about Kesa, a girl who no longer existed in this world. She would never appear again. Unpleasant memories resurfaced in my mind. My voice had already turned cold. I don't. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to introduce me to her or something. Why do you keep hitting me, you bastard? I flicked my fingers against Enrico's nose. The tip of his nose turned red, as if he were drunk. At least now I know your taste in women is consistent. Enrico seemed to like strong-willed women. Considering his personality, it did seem like that type would suit him best. I'll accept the introduction out of respect for your effort and friendship, but I haven't given up on Giselle yet. You do know engagements don't always lead to marriage, right? This was the first time I'd ever realized there was supposed to be friendship between me and Enrico. Yeah, got it. Just give me your terminal's unique ID before you go. You'll hear from me soon. In any case, I had successfully pacified Enrico. His steps were light as he headed back into the banquet hall. I didn't follow him in right away. Instead, I took a moment to collect myself. Ha. A self-deprecating laugh slipped out. I stared down at the untouched glass of liquor in my hand. Who the hell am I to be giving advice? Thinking about it, the whole thing was ridiculous. I tossed the glass into a trash bin and straightened my disheveled clothes. Tonight was important for Ile. I had to back him up. Creak. I stepped back into the banquet hall. Ile and Giselle were standing close, chatting. But I could tell that neither of them was actually smiling. A strange discomfort lingered between them. Ah, did you and Enrico finish your talk? Ile greeted me with a bright expression. It seemed like he had been feeling awkward being alone with Giselle. Get it together. It's obvious you two are uncomfortable. I can't help it. Giselle is. I didn't listen to the rest of Ile's sentence and instead turned my gaze toward the crowd beyond him. Among them, a boy with striking violet hair stood out. My eyes locked onto the boy. I barely managed to suppress the tension that coursed through my body. Luka, do you know him? Ile followed my gaze and also fixed his eyes on the violet-haired boy. I met him during a mission, I answered briefly. It wasn't a lie. I had, in fact, been assigned to protect him. Ivan Akresha, I wanted to shout. A cold chill ran down my spine, my head filled with questions. Why are you here? Ivan Akresha was attending this banquet, but no one in the hall seemed to recognize that he was royalty, and he wasn't just any royal. He was the true crown prince, the next emperor already designated for succession. He had likely disguised himself as a minor noble to blend into the gathering. Ivan met my eyes and flashed a smile. I had no idea what he was thinking. A deep unease pounded against my chest. At that moment, Ile's cousin approached us with a smug expression. What an absolute mess. Seriously. Congratulations on your engagement, Ile, my dear cousin. Forming such a close tie with House Castoria, this is a grand occasion for the Karthika family. Garcia Karthika, one of the rivals Ile had told me about. Garcia was an officer in the armored brigade. The brigade operated mass-produced Myrmidon armored prosthetics, and its officers were considered elite even within the Imperial Army. He had already served over 20 years and was a leading candidate for brigade commander. That alone made him a solid contender for the head of a military family. On top of that, one of his children had even passed the selection exam and entered the Imperial Guard as a cadet. It is a great honor to meet the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guard in such a setting, Lady Giselle Castoria. Garcia greeted her heartily. His manner was open and confident, the type of personality that easily earned favor, especially among soldiers. But despite his presence, my eyes kept drifting toward Ivan Akresha. I needed to figure out why he was here. So, you must be Luka's Castoria, the first in the Imperial Guard, no, in the entire history of the Imperial Army, to receive a 4th-class Cross Blade Medal of military merit at your age. Ile is truly lucky to have such an incredible friend. I'm envious. I would love to hear your heroic tales. If I let this conversation drag on, it would waste too much time. Ivan Akresha was slipping through the crowd, as if signaling me to follow him. I had a gut feeling that I couldn't afford to lose sight of him now. Excuse me for a moment. Something urgent just came up. I spoke decisively. Giselle and Ile flinched, while Garcia's face twisted in displeasure, his previous smile vanishing instantly. How rude, answering goodwill with discourtesy. I suppose one's birth is something that can't be helped. Garcia never got to finish his insult. Ile cut in with a cold smile. I'll apologize on behalf of my guest for any rudeness, but I won't allow insults directed at my friend. And what gives you the right to decide that, Ile? It seemed like I had sparked a conflict between Garcia and Ile. On the surface, that's how it looked. No, my rudeness is just an excuse. These two would have clashed for some reason sooner or later. This banquet was just a stage for power struggles and influence. If you have something to do, you should go, Luka. Ile stepped forward and blocked Garcia's path. Without a word, I gave him a small nod and walked past. I pursued Ivan. He moved through the crowd like a fish slipping through water, weaving in and out so fluidly that at times he seemed to vanish entirely. Is he playing games with me? Annoying bastard. I didn't like Ivan. In fact, I disliked him. Not that I would ever say that out loud. No matter what, Ivan Akresha was a royal, the designated heir to the throne. You made my brother a cripple, and now you walk around like you're untouchable, Ile. I didn't issue the duel, and it was a lawful match with witnesses present. Behind me, Ile and Garcia were still arguing. The attention of the banquet hall had shifted entirely to them. No one was looking at me or Ivan. Well, maybe Giselle was watching my back. Ivan was now standing in a secluded corner of the banquet hall. His pupils shifted, turning into vertical slits like a beast's glowing gold. You must really enjoy making things difficult for me, I growled. My existence alone seems to trouble you, he replied smoothly. I only came because I wanted to see you. Nonsense. I hadn't seen many members of the royal family, but their words and actions always had a purpose. They never engaged in idle chatter or paid visits for mere socializing. If you have business with me, please state it now. I am ready to follow. Haha, you don't believe a single word I say. That's a little disappointing. His smile was clear, without a single shadow. His laughter was light and pure. But the boy standing before me could kill every noble in this room with a mere gesture. He had that power and authority. Ivan parted his lips slightly before continuing. And you already know the mission assigned to you. You wouldn't say you don't, would you? All my anxieties and fears had become reality. The Imperial family intends to purge Hamilas and the Castoria family. Even without a direct order, Kinuan and I could interpret the will of the Imperial family. When the time came, we would act according to that will from our respective positions. That was why the Acquis Domini, those who had mastered Acquis Victima, served as the Emperor's overseers. I am aware. I conveyed my reluctance indirectly. Ivan knew what kind of person I was. There was no need to pretend I was a loyal puppet by lying. Luka, I am not my father. My father is my father and I am me. This current plan is my father's will. I narrowed my eyes. Was Ivan telling the truth or was he lying? Even my instincts couldn't decide. However, if Ivan was being truthful, then there was the faintest glimmer of hope to save the Castoria family. His plan might not include their purge. Even if his words were a trap, I had no choice but to walk into it. If you were aiming for my weakness, I suppose you've succeeded. By belonging to the Castoria family, I had gained power and status, but in exchange, I had also gained a weakness. The irregular from the orphanage, Luka, had nothing to lose. But Lukaus Castoria did. I wanted to protect the Castoria family. From now on, trust no one but me. I will keep that in mind. I gave a slight nod. But that didn't mean I planned to trust Ivan either. Oh, and did you bring your weapons? Ivan asked as he gazed toward the banquet hall. Weapons. He had just spoken an unsettling word. I brought a dagger and a pistol. It'd be wise to be ready for battle. I'll be going now. With those cryptic words, Ivan left the banquet hall. But I knew better than to dismiss what he said as nonsense. Slowly, I awakened my combat senses. Heat surged through my body as the strain on my nervous system increased. Beep. My terminal rang. I frowned. Hamilas? It was an urgent message from Commander of the Imperial Guard, Hamilas. Whether I wanted it or not, the message projected onto my retinal display. Word has leaked that you and Iskin killed the nobles. According to intelligence, an assault is imminent. Be prepared. Even a disgraced family member was still family, it seemed. There were plenty who sought revenge. That was why Hamilas had tried to suppress information about Iskin and me. But in the end, the intel had leaked. VRRRRR. A deafening roar drowned out the music and voices in the banquet hall. Beyond the hall's glass windows, an armed helicopter appeared. Its searchlights swept across the banquet hall, scanning the interior. Then, the beams locked onto me. The people in the hall still didn't fully grasp what was happening. Some even waved cheerfully, mistaking it for part of an event. The machine gun mounted on the helicopter's underside shifted. The barrel turned toward me. You've got to be kidding me. I lunged to the side, scraping against the floor. Gunfire erupted, sharp and searing. Chapter 104. I felt wronged, no, I felt extremely wronged. The one who massacred the nobles in the torture facility was Iskin. The only person I killed was Bao Zakanen. But even if they knew that, the nobles blinded by vengeance wouldn't differentiate between me and Iskin. Thudwung. The machine gun of the armed helicopter spat its first burst of fire. The large-caliber rounds were powerful enough to shatter even my prosthetic arm and leg. Bang! At first, it might have sounded like a joke, but it was the sound of a human head exploding. Pieces of brain, no larger than a fingernail, scattered in all directions. Before the screams of the people could even be heard, a relentless barrage followed. The helicopter's gunfire swept across the entire banquet hall in its pursuit of me. Tujujujudu, the bullets shattered the glass walls, sending tables and dishes flying. The nobles standing near the glass were sucked outside due to the sudden pressure difference. Just how powerful does a noble have to be to pull off something like this? I narrowed my eyes. The armed helicopter unleashed its attack without a care for innocent casualties. Anyone standing in a straight line with me was being torn apart by the hail of bullets. Ile, take care of Giselle. I glanced at Giselle and Ile. Ile was already leading people to safety, including Giselle. Most of the fools in the hall were still frozen, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. This way, Ile shouted. He had immediately realized that I was the helicopter's target and was guiding the crowd in the opposite direction. Right in the middle of the upper district, and at a noble family's gathering, no less. Even I found it hard to believe. Most of the people in the banquet hall were nobles. None of them had ever imagined they could die in a place like this. They had always lived believing that death was something that happened to others. But it wasn't strange at all. Their perception was shallow, their thoughts short-sighted. The Empire's noble society was riddled with conspiracies. Exceptional monsters wore friendly smiles as they pointed knives at each other and pulled the trigger. This was merely a moment where that distant malice had surfaced. Creak, creak. The machine gun followed my movements. I maneuvered to draw fire toward an empty area. My mobility was faster than the gun's rotation, so as long as I secured enough space, dodging wouldn't be difficult. Who? I exhaled and sharpened my focus. Thanks to Ivan's advice, I had been prepared for battle, and my nervous system was now at just the right level of activation. My only weapons were the dagger Graken Vuth and a standard-issue pistol. Crucis and Ruina were left behind. I already missed them. If I had my personal weapons, I could have easily taken down that armed helicopter. But wishing for something I didn't have wouldn't make it fall from the sky. This is a bad situation in many ways. I was sick and tired of unfavorable conditions and hostile environments. Complaining about my circumstances wouldn't change anything. I had to make do with what I had. My tactical thinking mapped out a route. By moving between the walls and ceiling while considering the rotation radius of the machine gun, I could advance without ever aligning directly with its muzzle. A perfectly safe route. But someone was in my path. Enrico Lagan? I frowned. Enrico was up ahead, crouched down in panic, unable to figure out what to do. His position was dangerously overlapping with my planned route. If I moved as intended, his body would be shredded by bullets. He would die for sure. I quickly devised an alternative route. I had two choices. Take the safe and certain path, leaving Enrico to die, or take a risk to save him. I had to decide immediately. Screech! I dragged my right foot against the floor, braking hard. As I slowed down, I shifted in the opposite direction. This way, I wouldn't cross paths with Enrico. I'll save Enrico. This wasn't weakness. I owed Enrico, and no matter what, this situation was ultimately my fault. If I let him die here, it would bother me for years. The helicopter's gun trained on me. Now it was time to face the consequences of abandoning the safe option. The worst situation for a ballistic control user was unpredictable suppressive fire, exactly what was happening now. Dodging bullets wasn't about reflexes. It was about high-speed thought processing and calculation-based prediction. The more erratic the fire, the harder the prediction. Think of it as a circular area rather than a linear trajectory. There would be errors, but if I limited the machine gun's fire range to a circular zone, I could move accordingly. Even if I made a mistake, only my extremities would be damaged. Theory and words were always easy. Action and execution were the hard parts. Whoosh! I leaped high and flipped midair. My body barely escaped the line of fire. A storm of bullets shattered the spot where I had just been. As I soared upward, gravity pulled me down. There was no time to adjust my posture for a proper landing. Bang! I slammed my fingertips against the floor, accelerating once more. The fingers on my left hand twisted and shattered from the impact. Thanks to that, I swiftly retreated and completely escaped the machine gun's range. Secured a safe zone. My lips twitched into a fierce grin. Once again, I had seized life from the brink of death. My brain flooded with hormones as if I had taken a drug. Fear became numb. I wanted to pull off another acrobatic maneuver like before. Yeah, a fight to the death was something only lunatics engaged in. No sane person would do this. The armed helicopter's gun would need considerable movement to track me. I had bought time before it could line up another direct shot. Tayat, I kicked off the ground and sprinted forward. The scenery blurred past me. The air was thick with the stench of fuel and blood. Debt repaid, Enrico, having finally snapped out of his daze, was now stumbling away in a frantic escape. I no longer owed him anything. If a similar situation arose in the future, I would leave him to die. Click! I drew my standard-issue pistol and took aim. The distance between me and the helicopter had shortened, and my stance was stable. I had a brief moment for precise shooting. Bang! Tong! I pulled the trigger in quick succession. The bullet struck the joint between the machine gun and the helicopter. The rounds wedged into the narrow gap, jamming the side-to-side motion of the turret. Only a strained creaking sound remained. What was that just now? What the hell did you do? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. I flicked my gaze in their direction. It was Garcia Karthika. True to his soldier's nature, he hadn't run away but had instead prepared to fight. He was hiding behind a pillar, preheating an energy rifle he had acquired from somewhere. Without turning my head toward him, I simply gave a hand signal requesting cover fire. He seemed like a competent soldier, so he would be useful. However, instead of advancing, I moved toward cover. The helicopter's movements were unusual. Quadujaduk. With its machine gun disabled, the helicopter lunged forward, ramming its body into the banquet hall. Its rotor blades scraped against the ceiling and floor, producing an unbearable screech. Quiet, I ducked behind a pillar, shielding myself from the flying debris and shrapnel. As the half-destroyed helicopter forcefully entered the hall, its door swung open. From inside, 5 combat androids stepped out. They were unauthorized units with no identifiable owner or affiliation. Surrender, and you will not be killed, Luka's Custoria. The android's monotonous voice rang out. God damn it, are these bastards after you? Garcia shouted at me, as if blaming me for the situation. Shut up and cover me. I snapped irritably. There was plenty of time to point fingers after the battle was over. They want to capture me and torture me to their heart's content. That would be a far more satisfying revenge than killing me outright. That was why they weren't using explosive weapons. By now, all civilians had evacuated the banquet hall, thanks to Ile's quick action. Only Garcia and I remained, facing off against the androids. Crunch! Suddenly, one of the androids' heads was blown clean off. The sheer force of the impact made it seem as if a bomb had detonated. A lingering red heat sizzled at the stump where its head had been. The gunshot had come from the entrance of the banquet hall. It wasn't hard to guess who fired it. Ile, who had just finished evacuating the people. Well, Luka, I didn't expect you to still have all your limbs intact. Ile smirked as he readied his pistol for another shot. Though he called it a pistol, the barrel was as long as a forearm. At a glance, its forward-heavy design made it look unbalanced and unnatural. Ile's personal weapon. It wasn't made in an Imperial workshop. The pistol bore the crest of the Karthika family. I didn't know the exact mechanics, but it was undoubtedly designed to maximize Ile's combat abilities. If you're going to help, hurry up. I'm about to drop dead here. I exhaled in relief, pressing my back tightly against the pillar. Drip. Blood trickled from my nostrils. My nervous system was overloading. The battle had been short, but it was an exceptionally grueling one, especially since I had pulled off a death-defying stunt just to save Enrico. You took on a helicopter with a machine gun using just a standard-issue pistol. Haha, you've turned into a monster yourself. Ile spoke between consecutive shots. His pistol's firepower far exceeded that of a typical personal firearm. It wasn't quite on the level of my shock pistol, but every shot detonated on impact, likely using explosive rounds. SSSHHHH. Thick smoke and steam billowed from Ilay's pistol. Despite lacking any visible cooling system, the weapon endured the extreme heat, proving its remarkable durability. Chiek. Ilay's hand was melting against the pistol's heat. His synthetic skin peeled away, revealing the mechanical structure of his cybernetic prosthetic. Boom! With each of Ilay's shots, an android was blown apart. Even though they were built for combat and capable of some degree of ballistic calculation, they couldn't keep up. The pistol's absurd muzzle velocity and firepower were beyond what its caliber should have allowed. Ilay took down all 5 androids. He then checked the inside of the helicopter to ensure there were no remaining threats. "This mess is because of you, isn't it? Answer me, Luka's Custoria. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who died, and those people were from the Karthika family." The moment the situation was over, Garcia pressed me for answers. I didn't even look at him. Instead, my gaze was fixed on Ilay, who was handling one of the android's firearms. Click! The sound of a round being chambered reached my ears. My eyes must have widened. "Ilay, wait!" Before I could finish speaking, Ilay had already taken aim. The moment he pulled the trigger, a bullet hole appeared in Garcia's temple. Thud! Garcia collapsed before me, his death abrupt and meaningless. I frowned openly, making no effort to hide my displeasure. "I didn't kill him to cover for you. It was simply the perfect moment to eliminate a competitor. Now, it'll look like he got caught up in the incident and died." Ilay spoke calmly as he tossed the android's firearm beyond the shattered glass. He wasn't a threat significant enough to kill. At my remark, Ilay gave a complicated smile. "You've gone soft since joining the Custoria family, Luka. That'll get you killed. The noble society isn't as forgiving as you think." I twisted one side of my lips and stared at him. I might not know much about how things work in this world. I come from the bottom, after all. But there's one thing I do know. What you just did was cowardly, Ilay Karthika. Then you can keep your honor. I'll take what's practical. We fell silent, both staring outside. Late as ever, the security force's aerial vehicles were approaching. Grit. I clenched my teeth. Frustration surged within me, boiling up from deep inside. I was angry at Ilay, but when I thought about it, his actions made sense. No, the real reason for my anger lay elsewhere. Ilay was right. Since becoming part of the Custoria family, I had been rusting. Dulling. The blade that was Luka was losing its edge.